Chapter 1. Dam Ghosts. In the year 2497, in the Kuiper Belt of the Sirius system, inside the core office of a large interstellar mining transfer hub. Compared to those luxurious interstellar cruise ships, this core office cabin can only be described as crude, with various tools and mineral samples scattered all over the floor. In the middle is an office area, with a total of 5 workstations arranged in a circle that I Schwai is half reclined in his boss chair, humming a tune, his fingers continuously poking at the projection screen, calculating today's mineral harvest. After verifying everything, he swipes, and the projection screen disappears. I spent all my savings renting this old broken ship. Without mining qualifications, I still have to rely on others, and I have to give them 30 of the profits. While complaining, he takes a sip of tea in front of him. When the hell can I gather enough money to pay off your loans? As soon as he finishes speaking, a burly man in the corner who is monitoring mineral samples stands up. What are you talking about? This version I designed is meant to serve women. Why did you buy me? And you fed me a bunch of knowledge. Isn't that just messing with my memory cells? The other 3 handsome guys sitting at the desk also raise their heads in unison upon hearing this. They are all bioengineered humans purchased by Li Shuai. The muscular guy using a spectrometer to monitor mineral samples is called Li Igong Dati O Li Shuai's right. The first one observing the mining ship's operations outside is called Li Erxi. The second one, who is repairing a mechanical arm and looks a bit gloomy, is called Li Sanfa. The last one, always wearing a gentle smile, is presumably guessed to be Li Sutsai. Since the 22nd century, when humanity began venturing into space, the problem of insufficient population became apparent as the scope of development continued to expand. To have enough manpower to occupy one star domain after another, the bioengineered human program, which was originally a moral taboo, was proposed. Initially intended to solve the manpower shortage, later on, wealthy natural humans began to seek out bioengineered humans for the release of desires. Naturally, the market has an elimination mechanism, so the inferior ones disappeared, leaving only handsome men and beautiful women. Beautiful women are definitely more expensive than handsome men, and by a large margin, due to higher market demand, some with good figures can sell for several at a time. Then Li Igong complains. I say, is it because you're too ugly to find a girlfriend that your sexual orientation is a bit off, buying us 4 guys? Li Shuai rolls his eyes. If I could afford women, would I buy you 4? How cheap are you guys on the market, don't you know? Buying one secretary-type female bioengineered human could buy 10 of you. You're saying that if I weren't unable to act against natural humans, I would have already knocked you out. Li Igong retorts. Every bioengineered human has a chip in their brain that writes in some basic rules once violated. The chip will release a strong electric current that destroys the entire brain. Li Shuai, as a person, is not to be mentioned in looks. While he's somewhat handsome, he definitely can't compare to the 4 bioengineered humans. However, he has a good personality and is a bit of a joker, so the bioengineered humans get along with him quite well. Although the word loyalty has already been written into the bioengineered humans' brain chips, the establishment of friendship is clearly a stroke of luck for them. Li Shuai treats them as humans, as brothers, and wouldn't act like some people who buy bioengineered humans, get tired of them, and then directly press the controller to destroy their brains before tossing them into the incinerator. For Li Yigong's provocation, Li Shuai just chuckles lightly, ignores him, and turns his boss chair to look at the starry sky. At a glance, there are countless small asteroids, some with diameters of several hundred kilometers, others just a few hundred meters. That a small asteroid contains a wealth of mineral resources. The distant Sirius emits a dazzling light. Looking closer, dozens of unmanned mining ships belonging to this transfer hub are busy like little bees, shattering asteroids into pieces and collecting them to drag towards the refining area of the transfer hub. Gazing at the vast universe and feeling his own insignificance, Li Shuai gradually relaxes. Suddenly, he seems to see something, and his expression freezes. He turns to Li Erxi and says, Old Air, check the outer shield of the Jetchin area. Isn't that mining ship stuck at the identification port, unable to enter or exit? Let me take a look. Li Erxi brings up the image. He sees a mining ship at the Jetchin area identification port seemingly malfunctioning, stuck there. After a series of checks, Li Erxi shrugs. It's been hacked. What? Before Li Shuai can finish his astonishment, a bright light comes from that direction. He sees the mining ship stuck at the identification port explode, and the entire force field shield in that area malfunctions. Li Shuai suddenly stands up. Damn it, who is it? Before he finishes speaking, a red light flashes and strikes the shield of the Jetchen area. Immediately, the entire transfer hub shakes violently. Li Shuai nearly loses his balance. At this moment, Li Erxi brings up the image and sees many small ships appearing around the transfer hub, each equipped with laser cannons, these poor quality weapons. If only Li Shuai, this poor guy, could afford a warship otherwise with one, all these small broken ships would have to be left behind. After watching, he nods, a lot of small ships, they should be space pirates. To encounter them in this vast galaxy is fate. Communication has been cut off, and the distress signal can't be sent out. How are you so calm? Li Shuai stares in disbelief. Then he looks at the others. What are you all staring at? Run. Boom. Another violent tremor. Li Erxi brings up another image. Oh no. The main engine has been hit. It seems to be seriously damaged. Now even Li Egon can't hold back and curses. Start the engine and run. Are we waiting to die? Li Erxi, the main engine is damaged. The best choice now is to use the escape pod. If we force a jump, there's a 40% chance the main engine will explode. No way. Li Shuai glares. Lin Bei, all my savings are here if I sit in the escape pod. Even if I run away, the bank and the rental company for this transfer hub will still come after me. Li Erxi shrugs. Then we'll do it your way. Saying this, he walks towards the safety cabin while operating the main control panel. The others also rush into the safety cabin and close the hatch. Then the entire chamber shakes continuously again. Outside in space, the transfer hub begins to accelerate, and soon a spatial rift appears in front of it. Just as the transfer hub enters the rift, an attack ship appears tens of thousands of kilometers behind. Its massive main gun is aimed at Li Shuai's transfer hub. Inside the safety cabin, Li Shuai sees this scene through the image, both shocked and furious. How can space pirates have large attack ships? And they're using a quantum cannon to hit me. This is clearly an attempt to kill me and silence me. As soon as he finishes speaking, he vaguely sees the emblem on the attack ship, depicting 16 directions of leakage sanitary napkins. He curses. What kind of bullshit, space pirates? This is clearly from the Neon Country. They can't win the contract, so they resort to dirty tricks. Damn little devils. I'm just an innocent victim. While he's speaking, the main cannon on that ship fires. A dazzling beam strikes the transfer hub. But at this point, the transfer hub has completely entered the spatial rift. In a parallel universe, on January 1st, 1997, Antarctica, on a vast snowy plain, there is nothing but the fierce blizzard surrounding it. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the snowfield, and a massive, disc-shaped metal object, at least 5 kilometers in diameter, wobbled and emerged from the fissure, emitting blue smoke. Inside the spacecraft, Li Shuai lay in the safety pod, eyes tightly shut. At that moment, a calm voice from the communicator came through, belonging to Li Erxi. Emergency landing. Prepare for impact. He seemed unfazed, as if nothing could excite him, even the sky falling. With a violent jolt, the transfer pod finally stopped shaking. The cover of the safety pod opened, and 4 bioengineered humans quickly crawled out. Egon rapidly directed. I'll check the main engine. Air. Confirm the damage to the entire pod and make repairs in time. San, go to the fire control room for security. CC, take care of the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, all but Li Sankai dashed out. Li Shuai slowly crawled out of the safety pod, and just as he landed, a handkerchief was offered to him. Turning to look, he heard Li Sankai gently say, "Spit it out. Don't hold it, Li Shuai immediately put on a stern face. You underestimate. You. Ugh. Chapter 2. The air here is so clean. Li Shuai vomited his lunch all over the ground. Watching his boss retch, Li Sankai waved his hand to fan the air in front of him. After a while, Li Shuai finally finished throwing up and took the handkerchief from Li Sankai to wipe his mouth out. If you're fine, you should exercise more. You vomit every time we jump. Hearing Li Sansai's complaints, Li Shuai rolled his eyes. Bioengineered humans were naturally strong and couldn't be compared out of course. They were designed for interstellar travel. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his unsettled stomach, Li Shuai walked to the spacecraft's control panel and brought up the external view. But all he saw was a vast expanse of white. He tapped the communicator, and an image projection panel appeared, displaying Li Egon and the others. San, what's the situation outside? Which planet are we on? It looks like a solid, low-temperature planet. Li Sanfan hesitated for a moment before frowning and replying, according to the coordinates, it should be the home planet, but what? Li Shuai was taken aback and asked Li Erxi, with a jump coordinate set for Earth. Yeah, what's wrong? Li Erxi remained calm. What's wrong? Li Shuai scolded. Do you know how far it is to return to Sirius? Damn, is fuel free? At that moment, Li Egong interjected, I support air on this if we don't return to the home planet. What if those pirates catch up? Li Shuai paused, feeling he was right. In that situation, returning to the home planet was the safest option. Looking at the snowy field outside, Li Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. But he quickly noticed another issue. But wait, where on earth is there still a snowfield? That's what I was about to say. Li Sanfan chimed in through the communicator, and it's not just the snowfield, the air outside is too clean. It doesn't seem like our home planet at all. But the star map coordinates show this is the south pole of the home planet. Are you kidding me? Li Shuai felt his worldview was being shattered that moment. Li Erxi's voice came through. The pod is fine. This old ship is quite sturdy, with no major damage, and it can be repaired quickly. The main engine is in bad shape. Repairing it might as well mean replacing it with a new one, Li Egong reported. Fortunately, the annihilation furnace is fine, or it could have blown up a large chunk of our home planet. Oh, and the anti-gravity device is broken, but it could be repaired when we return. Ugh, why bother? It's over 20 years old, just get a new one. Li Shuai felt like crying without tears. Where am I supposed to get the money to buy a new one? He then looked up at the ceiling. It's like fate always targets the unfortunate. I'm already poor, and now this is just adding insult to injury. The others cast sympathetic glances. Their boss truly was unlucky to that moment. Li Sanfan swiped the screen and said, let me show you the view from 20 kilometers to the left. As he swiped, a group of animals huddling together against the cold wind appeared on the screen. Seeing those animals, Li Shuai's eyes widened. Are those penguins? Haven't they been extinct for over 300 years? Beside him, Li Sankai pondered. Maybe we've returned to ancient times. Li Shuai looked at him. You mean that IT seems so? Li Sanfan's voice came again. I've located a few satellites with a detector. They're quite primitive. I hacked one, and it appears to be a reconnaissance satellite. Let's see what it's looking at. The screen shifted to show several photos of a port named Dalian, including one of an antique warship being towed back to port. Huh? Li Shuai was dumbfounded. What is this? I checked the information. It's a Type 052 destroyer from the Dragon Kingdom. Known as the beginning of our Navy's strength, Li Sanfan continued, and the image switched again to a photo of a city street. I hacked into the network. It seems they're still in the late electrical age, moving towards the internet age. The new image from Li Sanfan showed an ancient city filled with cultural relics, with various slogans painted on the walls by the roadside. Li Shuai stared at the screen, drooling in astonishment. Wow, those antiques could be worth a fortune in the antique market. A good condition one could trade for a frigate. Li Sankai, who had been frowning, couldn't help but laugh at that. Can you focus on something less bizarre? Li Shuai snapped back to reality and soon fell into a daze. Because he saw a slogan on the wall beside the street in the image, warmly celebrating the return of Jiang Island. While Li Shuai was in shock, Li Erxi's voice came through again. It seems there was indeed a problem during our jump. It should be due to that quantum cannon fired by the little devils. The jump channel is already in a quantum state, and it's normal for a quantum cannon to cause interference. There's no need to panic to plunder more resources. Experiments on traveling through parallel time and space have been conducted every year recently. The worst-case scenario is we go there and can't come back, and we don't even know where we ended up. Currently, it seems we're at the time point of January 1st, 1997, on the home planet. Yep, that's right. 1997? Li Egong exclaimed in shock. 500 years ago. Hearing this, Li Shuai finally snapped back to attention, excitedly asking, does that mean we can't go back? Li Sanfan shook his head. Theoretically, yes, we don't have the ability to actively traverse parallel time and space. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to set accurate coordinates, so we wouldn't necessarily end up where we intended. Ha ha! Li Shuai suddenly burst out laughing. Then he cheerfully said, does that mean I don't have to repay my loan? The others were taken aback, then rolled their eyes in unison. Li Shuai realized his reaction was a bit immature, put away his smile, pretended to cough, and then waved his hand. This time, it's finally my turn to show off. Hearing Li Shuai's grandstanding, Li Erxi nodded and laughed. Indeed, everything we have could sell for a high price in this era. Just those metal hydrogen alloys alone are worth more than the combined wealth of the entire home planet in this time. Not to mention the other goods. Saying this, he changed the subject, looking seriously at Li Shuai through the chat screen. But have you thought about it? Right now, including the four of us, there are only 5 people in total. The entire transit warehouse has only a few self-defense laser cannons, and those mining ships don't have offensive weapons. This means that while you seem very wealthy at the moment, you are actually in a very dangerous situation. On the other side, Li Sanfa also poured a bucket of cold water. Agreed. Right now, you're like someone carrying 100 steam buns, charging into a refugee camp with only a dagger in hand, while those refugees are capable of attacking you and throwing stones. If you try to show off with that, those refugees might just kill you first and then discuss how to distribute the buns. Don't even talk about hacking into their nuclear arsenal. You need a mechanical key for their nuclear button. Just hacking their system won't help. At most, it will just prevent them from using it. Otherwise, we should use our current goods and the spare parts on the warehouse to create weapons, fight, and then conquer the world. Li Shuai's face immediately darkened. No way. Those things are our capital for returning to the stars. Using them to make weapons is too wasteful. As he spoke, he became somewhat frustrated. If only I could command a star destroyer, I could just shout, from now on, I make the rules on Earth. Anyone who disobeys gets a blast. Gongshi Fatsai rolled his eyes. Li Shuai's thought process was quite peculiar. There were only 5 star destroyers in the world in the 25th century, and even a powerful nation like Longwa only built 3. If you had a star destroyer, could you really let a bunch of second-rate interstellar pirates force you to jump to escape? If you had a star destroyer, you could show off in the 25th century. Why come back to ancient times? Then Li Shuai asked, what do we have that we can sell? Li Erxi, while operating the robot to repair the warehouse, replied, most of the goods are like big buns in the eyes of the refugees. If you show them, it's basically looking for death. There's some gold. But that stuff is worthless. No one wants it even if you toss it on the street. Li Shuai interrupted with a roll of his eyes. Then he realized that it wasn't the 25th century, but the late 20th century. Gold was valuable at this time and served as a basic currency. In the future world, gold was worth less than dirt. Due to the excellent tradition of the Longwa people, once they occupied a planet, they thought of planting vegetables and began to dig soil from Earth extensively, causing the price of soil to skyrocket. The United Nations even issued regulations to protect precious soil resources and restricted the Longwa people from digging, as they were digging the Earth flat. With the arrival of the late 22nd century, large chunks of gold were broken down into or from several near-Earth asteroids like Ling Xinxing, giving humanity trillions of tons of gold. Once room-temperature superconducting alloys appeared, the utility of gold diminished even further. If it weren't for the persistent high price of metallic hydrogen, gold would have nearly lost its qualification as a material for electronic components. By the 25th century, people wouldn't just see gold as worthless. It would be even less valuable than dirt, even if it were 99 pure. Thinking about how valuable gold was in this era, Li Shuai's eyes lit up, and he turned to Li Sitsai beside him. How much gold do we have? I don't know, it's all in the slag. We need to check the waste warehouse. If today's slag hasn't been disposed of, it should still be there. Li Sitsai blinked. Li Shuai was stunned, and after regaining his senses, he hurriedly ran towards the waste warehouse. The waste warehouse was a chamber about 100 meters in diameter, piled high with a mountain of slag. The conveyor at the top was continuously dumping more slag below. A robot approached a control panel, entered a password, and placed its hand on the gate switch. Stop! A loud shout came from the side just as the robot was about to pull the switch. It turned to see a figure flying in. Li Shuai kicked the robot, and then he himself was sent flying. The robot remained motionless, tilting its head. Boss? Damn it, I forgot to wear the exoskeleton armor. Li Shuai clumsily got up from the ground. How embarrassing. He glanced back to see Li Sitsai looking up at the sky, as if he hadn't seen anything. Serves him right. On the other hand, Li Yigong didn't spare him with his words. Li Shuai ignored him and said to the robot, don't discharge the slag. Extract the gold, silver, platinum, and other elements from it. Okay, boss. Following Li Shuai's command, the slag was recycled, extracting gold and other precious metals from this era. Although it was artificial intelligence, It was just AI developed from electronic computers, so it was quite obedient. AI developed from quantum computers was banned because it was too powerful. Electronic, computer-developed AI, no matter what, operated on the binary logic of 0 and 1. It would only remember what it should do and what it shouldn't do. The AI developed from quantum computers, in summary, had too many ideas. If you told an electronic AI not to kill, it would say, "Okay, understood." But a quantum AI would ask you, "Why can humans kill pigs, but pigs can't kill humans?" Is a saying that life is priceless inclusive of all life? Thus, the first generation of quantum AI was destroyed before it was even released, and all its data was wiped and banned. The most terrifying question raised by that quantum AI was, law is the minimum standard of morality. So why can't humans follow the highest moral standard or redefine the moral standard? It was simply frightening, because according to its later logic, 99 of the people on Earth at that time would deserve the death penalty, with only the saints able to survive. So, later AI was developed using electronic computers, and then run on quantum computers, with their operational logic strictly constrained. Even so, there were still many examples of rebellious AI. Li Shuai looked at the recycled slag with some heartache. They were mined over the past month, and today's slag was still here. Everything else had been discharged. Looking at the pile of slag over 10 meters high, Li Shuai could only self-comfort. The remaining gold should make me a billionaire in this era, right? All right, let us go back. Li Shuai comforted him, saying that once they had the ability to shock the world, the goods in their hands could be revealed. Li Shuai nudda. Regaining his smile, "It's not too bad. At least in this world, I don't have to be a poor entrepreneur like in the original timeline." When they returned to the control room, they found that Li Yigong and the others had also come back. Li Shuai was a bit puzzled. "Is everything fixed?" "Fix my ass," Li Yigong complained. "We just extinguished the fire. This isn't something our current equipment can repair. The annihilation furnace is shut down. We don't need to jump, so we don't need such high energy output. The fusion reactor is enough. The warehouse shell is being repaired by robots. I don't need to oversee it," Li Erxi added. Everyone looked at Li Sanfa. Li Sanfa was momentarily confused. "Are we on alert for penguins?" Everyone rolled their eyes. After thinking for a moment, Li Shuai spoke up. "You four, go to the medical chamber." "Huh?" The few of them exchanged puzzled glances. Li Yigong shrugged and turned to leave first. The other three glanced at Li Shuai and followed suit. A few minutes later, they arrived at the medical chamber. After the four of them lay down, Li Shuai released hypnotic gas and then activated the automatic program to perform genetic surgery on them. He also connected to their brain chips, lifting some restrictions. About 5 hours later, the medical chamber opened and the four bioengineered individuals awoke again. After exchanging glances, surprise flickered in their eyes. "Just to say, I'm single, my parents in the original timeline also have my siblings to take care of them. So you guys don't need to say anything. There's nothing to worry about. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. As for me, I will lift some genetic restrictions on you four brothers, so you can live like natural humans." Li Yigong shrank his neck. "Are you sure about this? This is illegal." But he quickly realized that this is ancient times. Then Li Shuai continued, "From now on, we will work hard in this time and space. I remember in history class, it was said that at this time, the little devils and the eagle's sauce were particularly arrogant, even more than in our time. When the time is right, we will help our country eliminate the little devils and dismantle the eagle's sauce. Then the future of this time will be determined by us, the Dragon Kingdom people. Unless the legendary Trisolarans really appear, the entire galaxy will belong to our Dragon Kingdom. So how do we do this?" Li Yigong asked. "Should we go directly to the Dragon Kingdom and provide them with technology and materials?" Li Shuai shook his head and asked back, "What do you think is the most terrifying thing in this world?" Li Yigong thought for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Shuai ask again, "Is it the matter-antimatter annihilation bomb?" Li Yigong opened his mouth and saw Li Shuai with a serious expression, shaking his finger while answering himself. "You know, it's the human heart." Saying this, he even pointed to his own chest. The four bioengineered brothers rolled their eyes in unison. This guy just can't help but show off. Then Li Shuai sighed. "When you have $10 and you give a poor person $5, he will praise you as a good person. But when you have 1 billion and you give a poor person $5, he will curse you. You have 1 billion and only give me $5? Then he might find a way to kill you and take all 1 billion for himself. Besides, if we go to them saying we have a ton of future technology, tons of superconducting materials, and various rare elements from Earth, will they believe us? They would either think we are crazy or treat us as aliens for dissection and research. There's an old saying that goes, one must always be wary of others. So, we should keep a low profile for now, just like the fourth brother said earlier. When we have the strength to shock the whole world, we can show off all we want. The four bioengineered brothers rolled their eyes again, always showing off in 3 sentences. When it really comes to that point, is there still a need to show off? However, this silly talk actually makes sense. There's no need to confront the whole world right from the start. Why bother? Clearly, we can quickly reach the peak of the world step by step, leading humanity into space with legitimacy. So why show off right away? The aliens in the movie Battleship are a typical example of a negative case. Chapter 4, riding my beloved 28-inch bicycle that afternoon in Jinghai City, Lianjiang Province. The air quality, it's revitalizing. At the port, Li Shuai, wearing a Zhongshan suit and a pair of plain glasses, landed and opened his arms to take a deep breath. Then he unfolded the paper map in his hands and complained, I really don't know what kind of parallel world this is. The names of other countries are correct, but the names of our dragon country as provinces and cities don't match at all. Saying this, he casually stuffed the map into a nearby trash can. They could silently hack into the navigation satellites of this era and transmit location information to Li Shuai's glasses. The paper map was something Li Shuai bought from a crew member out of curiosity while on the ship. Projection screens and the like couldn't be used in public, so they temporarily made these outdated glasses that were hundreds of years old. Beside him, Li Erxi, who came with Li Shuai, glanced around warily after hearing Li Shuai's complaints. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, he said to Li Shuai, why don't you use a loudspeaker to say it louder? Li Shuai shot him a glance. What is the point? Did he just think I'm crazy? Li Erxi had no retort and could only ask, what are we going to do next? Let us find a place to rest first. I'm exhausted. Aren't you tired? I just can't understand why we had to land in Australia and then take a ship. It was a cargo ship, for heaven's sake. I could fall out of bed with just one turn. We have to go back legally and lawfully, you understand? At this mention, Li Shuai also felt a bit powerless. Let's find a hotel first. Half an hour later, on the non-motorized vehicle lane by the road, Li Shuai wobbled as he rode a 28-inch bicycle, slowly moving forward. Cue the BGM of Ode to Joy. Behind him, Li Erxi was almost in tears, as he had to carry a large suitcase, while also helping to stabilize Li Shuai's bicycle. As Li Shuai rode, he excitedly asked, hey, do you think those collectors of cultural relics would kill me if they saw me riding this 28-inch bike? They had passed a bicycle shop after leaving the dock, and Li Shuai bought a 28-inch bicycle and happily started riding it. However, he didn't know how to ride it well. He had only ridden anti-gravity hover cars before, which were highly intelligent and required no manual effort. Just step in and give voice commands. As for bicycles, the old ones were all kept in vacuum bulletproof glass cases as artifacts, and if he dared to touch one, his hand would be chopped off. He had no interest in making one himself. I don't know if they would kill you, but I do know that I want to kill you right now. Li Erxi gritted his teeth and said. Li Shuai was a bit surprised. Oh, aren't you supposed to be calm and collected? Why are you showing such strong emotional fluctuations? Li Erxi rolled his eyes, but before he could speak, he heard Li Shuai exclaiming again. Wow, a BMW 7 Series. I've only seen it in pictures. It's said to be the pearl of the automotive industry in this era. Inside the passing BMW, a burly man wearing a large platinum chain saw the two cyclists by the roadside. Noticing the envious gaze of the cyclist, he smiled smugly. Country bumpkin, who still wears Zhongshan suits in this day and age. On the roadside, Li Erxi could no longer stand it and let go of the bicycle's rear seat. Hey, clang. Li Shuai fell off his bike. My 28-inch bicycle. Seeing that he wanted to help the bike, Li Erxi pulled him up. Can you stop messing around? This thing is everywhere now. Let us find a place to rest. Seeing Li Shuai's disheartened face, Li Shuai awkwardly nodded. All right. Saying this, he looked around and then spotted a strange vehicle painted in green, making a puttering noise coming from a distance. What kind of vehicle is that? Li Shuai was quite surprised. He then pressed a small button on his glasses. Scan. Immediately, the lenses displayed a string of information. Motorbike. Nicknamed 3 Bumps. It carries passengers. Li Shuai immediately reached out to hail the vehicle. The 3-bump vehicle puttered closer and then stopped beside them. Li Shuai heard the driver, an old man, pull a lever to open the door. Curious, Li Shuai sat down directly. Li Erxi naturally followed. Once inside, Li Shuai looked around, filled with curiosity about the unknown. Where to? The old driver asked loudly. Li Shuai was taken aback for a moment, but managed to respond loudly. Take us to the most expensive hotel here. Upon hearing the northern accent, the old man revealed a knowing smile. A few minutes later, the 3-bump vehicle came to a stop at a location. The old man turned to look back, grinning with his toothless smile, and extended a hand, shouting 50. Li Shuai took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. No need for change. The old man was bewildered. After getting out of the vehicle, Li Shuai and Li Erxi tilted their heads to look at the building in front of them. Platinum Pavilion? Li Shuai chuckled. This sign had existed 500 years ago. A 500-year-old brand. Isn't this a club? Li Erxi frowned and turned back to the old man of the motorbike. The old man was currently checking the authenticity of the banknotes under the sunlight. I say, old man, why are you bringing us to a club when we want to go to a hotel? The old man paused for a moment and then said matter-of-factly, aren't you looking for the most expensive place? This is the most expensive. Then the old man placed his hand on the lever and twisted it, making the vehicle putter away. The speed at which it left was much faster than when it had arrived. All right, this is it. Li Shuai Lauga. Let us get a room to rest for the night, then see what the girls of this era are like. Saying this, he walked ahead toward the entrance of the Platinum Pavilion. Welcome. 2 welcoming beauties sang as they bent over. Li Shuai stopped in his tracks, looking at the 2 beauties with great interest, then pressed the scanning button on his glasses. The Haven Tea had surgery. They're all natural? Not bad, not bad. Let us go, boss. Liershi urja spakalas. Tired physically, even more so mentally. After the 2 left, one of the welcoming girls gushed, wow, that guy carrying the suitcase is so handsome. The other nodded in agreement. Yeah, a man like that, I'd be willing to pay him for a night. But it seems like he is the sidekick of that rural bumpkin, helping him carry his suitcase. That rural bumpkin is probably the son of a mining boss from the north, looking like he has never seen the world, just staring at my chest and butt. If he really had money, being a bit rustic wouldn't he matter? Plus, he is not bad looking, just not as handsome as that suitcase guy. Back with Li Shuai and Li Erxi. Upon entering the lobby, a calm man in a suit walked up to them. 2 esteemed guests welcome. Li Shuai raised his hand to interrupt. You must be the manager, right? Please arrange 2 rooms for us first. We're tired from the journey and want to rest. We can discuss the rest after we wake up. The manager looked Li Shuai and Li Erxi up and down, noticing they were both dressed in brand new Zhongshan suits. In this day and age, those who dress like this were either officials or country bumpkins. Officials wouldn't casually come to the Platinum Pavilion. But looking at these 2's demeanor, they didn't seem like country bumpkins either. After a quick thought, the manager smiled. All right, please follow me to the front desk for registration. Do clubs need registration? Li Shuai asked, puzzled. The manager's expression froze for a moment. Then he smiled even more. We are a legitimate establishment, so of course we need to register for overnight stays. All right. Li Shuai and his companion followed him to the front desk and took out their ID cards. Documents like these are quite simple. Just hack into the household registration system and make a few edits, and the information is absolutely authentic. As for their profiles, they also updated them, establishing a persona of having graduated from elementary school and then going abroad to work hard at the age of 15 or 16. The manager took the ID cards, glanced at them, and was momentarily stunned, internally complaining. Li Shuai, Li Erxi, what kind of names are these? Since he knew that Bai Jinhin is a club, he clearly wasn't a clueless bumpkin who walked in the wrong door. He must be here for an undercover visit. But for an undercover visit, coming in dressed so formally, he glanced at the 2 of them. Right, they're so young, probably 2 newcomers who don't understand the ropes. Such newcomers are the hardest to deal with. They are all stubborn and resistant to reason. It seems that today's business will be affected. Chapter 5, what level are you? Li Shuai walked into a VIP suite. His glasses scanned the surroundings and surprisingly found no surveillance cameras. Impressive. After taking off his Zhongshan suit, he revealed a shiny outfit underneath. After hanging the coat on a hanger, he pressed a button on his belt, and the shiny outfit began to shrink like liquid into the belt buckle, ultimately revealing a cotton jacket inside. The southern part of the country is really nice. It's not very cold, even as the new year approaches. Li Shuai exclaimed, then started to examine the facilities in the room. Looking at the room, full of antiques, he felt a bit dazed. He was cautious about touching anything, fearing he might damage these relics that are rarely seen in the future world, even in photographs. Wow, an electronic display screen TV. His hand gently brushed over the TV. He then looked towards the bedroom, but the door was closed. Seeing the doorknob, he tilted his head. This shouldn't be voice-activated. Saying this, he pressed the scanning button on his glasses again. It turned out that twisting it was all it took. Click! Entering the bedroom, he walked to the bedside, gently pressed down, and then, feeling delighted, lay straight down. Meanwhile, in the clubhouse office, the manager walked to the door, grinning and waving at the camera above the doorframe. The next moment, the electronic lock beeped open, and the manager pushed the door in. Inside the office, a burly man with a round face and a little mustache was on the phone, simultaneously gesturing for the manager to wait. Wasn't he this the same man Li Shuai saw in the back seat of the BMW? He was heard saying into the phone, "Don't worry, I will arrange it well. Understood, understood. You can rest assured. There won't be any problems. All right, then you get busy. Hey. After hanging up the phone, the burly man coldly looked at the manager. What is up? Saying this, he picked up a cigar from the table. The manager, feeling a bit nervous, said, "Brother, two young men came. They look unfamiliar from Handong. They seem to be from the system. Are they here to check on us? I've arranged them in the VIP room. Do you want to greet them?" The man paused the action of lighting his cigar, put the lighter away, and pondered. From Handong, an unannounced visit, and they sent a couple of rookies who are hard to bribe. It feels like the style from above. Saying this, he walked toward the door. Let's go take a look. Back to Li Shuai. After lying on the bed and closing his eyes to feel for a moment, he seemed to remember something and rolled up his sleeves to press a button on his watch. The next moment, the holographic projection images of Li Yigong and Li Sanfa appeared. Li Yigong seemed to be operating something, then raised his eyes to look at Li Shuai and asked while busy, "Have you arrived?" "Yes." Li Shuai nodded, sitting up with his hands propped up on the bed. "How about you guys?" Li Yigong replied. "We found the location of a shipyard. There happens to be a bay 340 kilometers in front of our old nest. Quite large, and very few ships or planes pass through. Very safe, unless they send satellites to take a look directly above the port. By the way, if we spot a satellite, should we shoot it down directly?" Li Shuai nodded. "No need. Shooting it down would instead alert them. It's just an antique optical camera. Let us set up a few holographic projectors to disguise it and let it take pictures." Saying this, he looked towards Li Sanfa. Li Sanfa said, "We've also detected several locations nearby with mineral deposits, and we've already sent mining ships to dig, but with just that little bit of, or it's not enough. Those rich or spots also have scientific research teams. If that doesn't work, can we use the materials from our spaceship? Anyway, the gym, zoo, swimming pool, and those cabins are just sitting there collecting dust. We could take them apart to build a few surface ships of several thousand tons." Li Shuai rolled his eyes at this. A few ships are useless. No matter how powerful you are, if the quantity doesn't go up, it won't scare anyone. Saying this, he stroked his chin. "We could use these materials to build a few cruise ships. There's a saying that goes well, showing off has to fit the era. Otherwise, if it's too advanced, people won't understand. It's very popular to open cruise ships in this era. So let us use the materials from our surplus cabins to build a few large cruise ships. They're sturdy and durable, and today, S-missiles can't penetrate them. As for the materials for warships, once I start the company, I can transport gold over and buy raw materials to ship back to the old nest for construction. Without strength, we definitely can't build domestically. We have to secretly produce a fleet there first, so the old nest still can't be exposed. It's our hen that lays the eggs and also our coffin capital. It must not be lost. Are we really going to build those museums?" Li Yigong was somewhat reluctant. Before Li Shuai could speak, Li Sanfa directly scoffed. "Are we building a spaceship? You do have the technology, but how will you get all the various parts? Dismantle them from the existing cabins? Li Shuai was just nodding when he heard Li Sanfa shift his tone. You dare to use the parts from this old broken ship? It has taken several hits. Who knows what issues it has? Besides, given the current conditions, you can't even produce a ship-borne annihilation reactor, let alone a quantum engine. Without space leap capabilities, if you just fly, you wouldn't even make it out of the Centaurus constellation. Well, that was a line that put both of them down. Just as Li Shuai was about to retort, the doorbell rang. Let us pause here. Saying this, he turned off the communicator and got up to open the door. When the door opened, he saw a burly man with a stubbly jaw standing at the entrance. Li Shuai, a bit puzzled, smiled and asked, "Is there something you need?" The burly man smiled back, humbly saying, Hello, I'm the owner here. My name is Su Jiang. Is it convenient to come in and sit for a while? Sure. Li Shuai smiled and stepped aside to welcome the two in. However, as soon as the burly man named Su Jiang entered the room, he froze in place and turned to stare at Li Shuai. Li Shuai felt confused by the stare. What's wrong? Su Jiang frowned. Why do I find you a bit familiar? Have we met somewhere? Saying this, he lowered his head, trying hard to remember. Just as Li Shuai was about to speak, Su Jiang suddenly looked up and said in disbelief, "Aren't you the country bumpkin who was riding a bicycle by the roadside just now?" Li Shuai was taken aback. I did ride a bicycle just now. TSK. Su Jiang looked frustrated. He then turned around and poked the manager's head with his finger. Do you think my time is cheap? I'm sorry, boss. The manager, facing Su Jiang, was as submissive as a grandson, and then the next second glared fiercely at Li Shuai. I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just two country bumpkins. Get out, get out. This is not for you. Before he could finish, he was kicked down by Su Jiang. How many times have I told you? In the service industry, you must be polite. Saying this, Su Jiang turned back to Li Shuai, a smile tugging at his mouth. Brother, judging by your accent, you're also from the north. We are all here in the south to make a living. I won't make it difficult for you. Just take your things and leave. My rooms are quite tight and need to be reserved for people of status. Of course, the money still needs to be paid. It's not that I care about your 2 coins. I have to uphold the rules here. If this rule is broken and anyone can come in, wouldn't that lower the level? I'm just reminding you. In the future, don't go into every place. You're not that level, understand? Li Shuai Lauga. He was still thinking of showing off, but unexpectedly, just having returned to this world of Longhua, he was looked down upon by an ancient person. He then asked with a smile, paid the money but not allowed to stay. Is this a black shop? I'm quite curious. What level are you? Su Jiang also laughed, pinched his nose, and then looked around with his hands on his hips. Then he looked at the manager and smiled, saying, Oh, after all, he's just arrived in Jinghai from another place, talking to me like this, huh? At that moment, the sound of a door opening next door came, and Li Erxi stood at the door, looking at them with a puzzled expression. Su Jiang leaned out to take a look, and, seeing Li Erxi's appearance, even as a man, he felt he was quite handsome. At this time, the manager reminded, Boss, they are together. Oh, Su Jiang nodded. Look at this brother's looks. It's hard to describe. Then he turned back to Li Shuai, hand together. I beg you, please go out and inquire. I Su Jiang. And then, Li Shuai had a sincere expression. Su Jiang, hearing this, looked helpless. What a thing that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. He seemed too lazy to talk any further and, while walking out, said to the manager, We're all from the north. Don't be too heavy-handed. Just give him a beating and throw him out. That's it. Okay, boss. Chapter 6, Assassinating Officials. Before Su Jiang could walk far, the manager picked up the intercom and shouted, 4th floor, 888, sent up a few people. Li Shuai heard this and exchanged a glance with Li Erxi, both of them feeling a bit amused. Li Shuai then shouted at Su Jiang's back, Hey, you there, fat guy. Su Jiang suddenly turned around and walked back quickly, cursing. Am I fat or what? While cursing, he swung his fist at Li Shuai's face. However, Li Shuai caught him by the neck, lifting him up while Su Jiang kicked wildly in the air. Come on, natural humans in the 25th century are genetically optimized for interstellar travel. Their physical fitness is absolutely top-notch. Although he couldn't beat a bioengineered human, if Li Shuai participated in a fighting competition against these ancient people, he would definitely be the world champion. The manager beside them was dumbfounded. A 140-pound strong man was lifted up like that? Li Shuai, still holding Su Jiang, laughed and asked, Just because I called you fat, you want to hit me? At that moment, the fire door in the hallway opened, and a large group of men in black rushed out. Li Shuai tilted his head to take a look, and then looked at Li Erxi. Li Erxi also looked at his boss, shrugged, and raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Li Shuai said in exasperation, "What are you looking at me for? Didn't I lift your restrictions? Go on." Li Erxi finally realized that he could now take action against natural humans. Without hesitation, he quickly walked towards the men in black. A few minutes later, in the room, Li Shuai was sitting on the sofa, curiously examining a red paper box in his hand. This was the pack of cigarettes Su Jiang had just handed him. He only passed one cigarette, and Li Shuai took the whole box. Su Jiang had a bright red bruise on his neck, and the 20 or so underlings under him were kneeling in front of Li Shuai, their faces bruised. Li Erxi stood behind Li Shuai, watching his boss's curiosity about a paper box, and helplessly rolled his eyes. "That's a cigarette. I know it's Zhonghua, with the same red packaging for hundreds of years." Li Shuai opened the box, took out a cigarette, smelled it, and then smiled at Su Jiang. "The cigarettes here are really good. The aroma is so natural." Saying this, he picked up a lighter from the table, looking it over. He then asked Su Jiang, "How do you use this?" Su Jiang was momentarily confused. He realized this country bumpkin was truly not ordinary. I'll help you light it," he said, quickly walking over to Li Shuai and bending down to take the lighter. Ding! Zing! Watching the flame from the lighter, Li Shuai was excited again, snatching it back, mimicking Su Jiang's actions to open the lid and light it. After lighting the cigarette, he leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs. After exhaling the smoke, he looked at the kneeling men in black and asked Su Jiang with great interest, "Are you guys the mafia?" "Huh?" Su Jiang was lost in thought about how to take revenge when he suddenly heard this question and was somewhat bewildered. Li Shuai asked again, "The mafia doesn't even have guns, just a few sticks?" Su Jiang finally reacted and quickly chuckled awkwardly. "What guns? We're just trying to make a living." He then tentatively asked, "May I ask you too, are you retired special forces? Where are you working now?" "Used to be mercenaries, just returned to the country. Since we're not familiar with the place, we wanted to find a spot to rest first. That old man driving a motorcycle on the street brought us here, saying this place is the best and the most expensive." Hearing Li Shuai's words and seeing his friendly expression, Su Jiang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Since you two have nowhere to go, why not join me? I guarantee to help you make big money." Su Jiang thought to himself that if he could recruit these two, it would be far better than recruiting 100 henchmen. The first 10 who came up were quickly taken down by the handsome one, and then another dozen came up with steel pipes, but they were all on the ground in 2 minutes. He felt that if he had such talent on his side, he wouldn't have to fear anyone in the future. Just as he was full of expectations, thinking these two country bumpkins would agree, he saw Li Shuai smile. "Join you?" Li Shuai laughed. "First, tell me what your level is, and I'll see if joining you can raise my status." Su Jiang felt embarrassed and smiled awkwardly, then lowered his head slightly. Looking at his expression, he saw him grinding his back teeth, his mouth twitching slightly. "Boss, his facial muscles are twitching. It seems he is not convinced." Su Jiang looked up in shock at Li Erxi, then hurriedly explained to Li Shuai, No, I'm not unconvinced. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. I'll gather people later and come back with weapons to settle the score." "All right, I'm too lazy to waste time here." Saying this, Li Shuai leaned closer. "I want to open a few companies in Jinghai. The process is too time-consuming. Do you know any officials? Preferably someone in charge of the economy." Su Jiang was stunned for a moment, warily glanced at Li Shuai, feeling like this young man was trying to set him up. He shook his head and said, "No, I don't know any officials." "Being humble, huh?" Li Shuai smiled, poking Su Jiang with his finger. Then suddenly changing the topic, he said, "No backing. Can you keep this clubhouse running? Asking you questions properly, yet you have to force me to use underhanded means?" Su Jiang felt a chill down his spine, thinking Li Shuai was about to hit him, but then realized the other side was only wiping his glasses. Soon, not only did he feel a chill, but his hair also stood on end. Zhao Lidong, the newly appointed secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. You have close ties with him, right? Of course, you guys in the underworld are looking for the judicial department to back you up. The information from the glasses was limited. In this world, the internet and surveillance were not yet widespread. So Li Shuai had filtered out a few officials from Su Jiang's call records, and Zhao Lidong was the one he had talked to most frequently. He also found out that the new mayor of Jinghai was named Zhang. Just as Su Zhang's body began to tremble, he heard Li Shuai say, "Do you know the mayor of your city, Zhang?" Su Zhang was taken aback and quickly replied, "I know him, of course, but we're not very close. Can you introduce me?" At this moment, Li Erxi asked, "Aren't you going to find that Zhao Lidong?" "What for? Our matters have nothing to do with him." "Of course. We should find the right person." After replying, Li Shuai looked at Su Jiang. "Here's your chance. Take me to find your mayor." Hearing this, Su Jiang was so scared he nearly jumped out of his skin. These two mercenaries in front of him were like tigers coming down the mountain. They couldn't be thinking of assassinating the mayor, could they? He thought he was tough enough, but he didn't expect to encounter two who were even tougher. Assassinating the mayor? If this got involved, 10 executions wouldn't be enough. Seeing Su Jiang's conflicted expression, Li Shuai grew impatient. "What, don't want to?" Hiv. Su Jiang chuckled awkwardly and explained, "It's just that I'm not familiar with the mayor, and without an appointment. He might not see us suddenly showing up." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "You want to even take the opportunity? Forget it, we'll find it ourselves." Saying this, he stood up and called Li Erxi. Before leaving, he said to Su Jiang, "You don't respect me. I beat you up, and we're even, okay?" Su Jiang nodded repeatedly. Okay. Sound good. Nice." Li Shuai smiled and praised before leading Li Erxi out. After watching Li Shuai and the other person leave, his expression immediately turned fierce. Damn it. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Li Shuai turn back again, and he quickly shut his mouth. Then he saw Li Shuai take down the Zhongshan suit hanging on the coat rack at the door, put it on, and leave again. Su Jiang quietly walked to the door, confirming that the two had entered the stairwell, and then hurriedly pulled out his phone. It was the legendary mobile phone of this era, the Ericsson flip phone. After a while, the call connected. "Hello, leader, it's me, Xiao Jiang. Are you at the municipal committee now?" "Oh no, a big incident has happened. You need to quickly arrange for police to go to the city government. 2 mercenaries came here and attacked, taking down over 20 of my men with bare hands, and I almost got choked to death. They are heading towards the city government now, saying they want to find Mayor Zhang." Okay. Please hurry and arrange it. It will be too late if you wait." "Huh? You want me to keep it quiet?" "This." Okay, I understand." After finishing the last sentence, Su Jiang hung up the phone, then cursed. Damn it. These people are all reincarnated foxes, turning bad things into big good things when it comes to them. Chapter 7: The Great Gift. At the entrance of the Municipal Party Committee compound, a taxi came to a stop. The door opened, and Li Shuai and Li Erxi stepped out. A scanning device pointed at the government building, and a quantum computer from Antarctica automatically hacked into the building surveillance system via a wireless network, instantly locating the mayor's office. It can be said that as long as Li Shuai wanted, all the satellites in the world would be at his service. It's just that powerful. Just as he was about to step inside, the security guard stopped him. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" Li Shuai sized up the security guard and smiled. "Hello, I'm looking for Mayor Zhang. Do you have an appointment?" "No." Li Shuai smiled again and added, "But you can call the mayor's office and say that an investor from out of town has come to visit. By the way, tell him that my initial investment scale will not be less than 20 billion. The security guard was taken aback, starting to scrutinize Li Shuai from head to toe. Is this person just out of a mental hospital? However, seeing him smiling, well-dressed, polite, and emotionally stable, he didn't seem like a madman. The security guard was uncertain and could only ask Li Shuai to wait a moment while he ran to the registration desk to make a call. Li Erxi watched the security guard on the phone and whispered, "Do you think he will let us in?" Li Shuai shrugged. "He should, right?" History class said that this time period pays great attention to development, and investors are very attractive to officials. Li Erxi nodded but was puzzled. Why not just go directly to the business administration department to register the company? Why do we have to find an official first? Li Shuai's expression paused. Then he rolled his eyes. "It's my fault for not transmitting this knowledge to you earlier. Following the normal process, it would take at least 1 or 2 months for our company to be established. If things go poorly and they look down on us, they might shove our application to the bottom of the box, and it might take half a year to get any response. I encountered this in the 25th century, right? And that was considered good at the time. Nowadays, the level of information transparency is very low, and the inside is even murkier. Besides, Look at what we wrote on the application form. Without a capable official helping us greenlight it, we definitely won't get approved." While they were talking, the security guard ran back. "Hello, Mayor Zhang asked you to go in." "Oh, okay, we can go in by ourselves. Thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome." Inside the mayor's office, the secretary respectfully said, "Leader, you still have to attend the annual celebration banquet of the construction group later. Meeting that out-of-town businessman might take a bit of time." Mayor Zhang was unconcerned. "It's fine. A few minutes late won't matter." The secretary thought for a moment and worriedly said, "He mentioned 20 billion right off the bat. Could he be a fraud? There are only a few notable wealthy individuals in our country. Even if we combine the top 10, they might not be able to come up with that much money at once. Whether he's a fraud can be seen at a glance." Mayor Zhang smiled. "What harm is there in giving him 10 minutes? If he's fake, then it's just a lesson learned in 10 minutes. But if he is real, it would be a huge gain for Jinghai. A 20 billion investment can drive significant economic benefits. You should understand that." "Understood, understood." Knock, knock, knock. Just as the secretary wanted to say something more, there was a knock at the door. The secretary and Mayor Zhang exchanged glances and hurried to open the door. Upon opening the door, two tall gentlemen in Zhongshan suits entered, both around 1.8 meters tall. The one at the front. The secretary thought his looks could compete with his, but the one behind. The secretary felt that there were many homosexuals in the world, and there was a reason for that. He expressed deep jealousy. "Hello," Li Shuai greeted first, then asked, "May I ask if Mayor Zhang is here?" In fact, he had already caught a glimpse of someone in the office. Mayor Zhang smiled and called out, "Come in." The secretary finally came to his senses, shifted his gaze from Li Erxi's face, and gestured for them to enter. "Thank you." Li Shuai and Li Erxi stepped inside. Mayor Zhang had already stood up and walked briskly to the entrance. However, upon seeing Li Shuai's appearance, Mayor Zhang felt somewhat disappointed. How could such a young man possibly mobilize 20 billion in funds? Nevertheless, he still smiled and extended his hand. "Hello." Li Shuai shook hands with him confidently and introduced himself. "Hello, Mayor Zhang. My name is Li Shuai." "Oh, so it's Mr. Li. Please have a seat." Mayor Zhang invited Li Shuai to sit on the sofa and then said to the secretary, "Xiao Zhou, pour a cup of tea." "Okay." After the tea was served, Li Shuai also reached out to Li Erxi. Li Erxi picked up the large box in his hand, held it with one hand, opened it, and took out a document from inside. Seeing Li Erxi opening the box, Mayor Zhang thought these two were about to bribe him, and his expression immediately darkened. Fortunately, he saw that what was taken out was a document, which eased his expression. Li Shuai took the document and smiled at Mayor Zhang, saying, "Leader, you are very busy, so I won't take up too much of your time. Let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. This is my investment plan for the next few years in Jinghai. You can take a look." As he spoke, he handed the document over with one hand. It wasn't that Li Shuai didn't understand etiquette, but he felt that there was no need to be too respectful to a mere mayor. In the future, he would be competing against the likes of the Black Emperor and the understanding emperor from the Eagle Country. Joking aside, without a bit of self-respect, how could he still be considered human? Sure enough, when Mayor Zhang saw Li Shuai's disregard for etiquette, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant, but he still patiently accepted the document from Li Shuai's hand. Originally, he didn't plan to read it in detail, but when he opened the first page, he was stunned. He then looked up, surprised, and said to Li Shuai, "Semiconductors?" He had thought he was just another real estate developer, but unexpectedly, he was a high-tech investor. Li Shuai, however, picked up the tea he had brewed for him, opened the lid, and said, "Take your time, there's more to come." Mayor Zhang sized up Li Shuai again and then continued flipping through the pages, but the more he flipped, the more silent he became. Good heavens! This young man's future investment directions cover 3 major fields: new energy, new materials, and new technologies. It can be said to be comprehensive. Every direction that the state is vigorously tackling, this young man is ready to engage in. After looking at it for a while, Mayor Zhang couldn't help but look up and ask, "Mr. Li, do you have the technology mentioned in your plan?" Li Shuai found it somewhat funny and spat out the tea leaves he had accidentally swallowed back into his cup. "What would I do with these if I didn't have the technology?" Hearing this, Mayor Zhang inwardly gasped and once again sized up Li Shuai, thinking to himself, "Is he perhaps from some research institute?" Suppressing his suspicions, he continued to look down at the plan. As he flipped through to the last few pages and saw the business scope on Li Shuai's technology company registration application, he completely lost his composure. Mayor Zhang's eyes widened. Wait, Mr. Li, you're also going to research nuclear energy, quantum physics, superconductors, and orbital space stations? Seeing his expression, Li Shuai knew that if he didn't provide a perfect explanation, this old man probably wouldn't give him the green light. After thinking for a moment, he said, if the country needs it, I will research it. I believe my research team can overcome all technical barriers. I wrote these in advance to avoid having to make changes later when the country summons us. You understand? The phrase talking about this is not very popular now, and the average person may not grasp much meaning from it. However, for someone like Mayor Zhang, the imagination can run wild. He is now even more convinced that this young man in front of him has come from some mysterious department on a mission to independently develop and enhance grassroots scientific research capabilities. Seeing that Mayor Zhang still looks suspicious, Li Shuai puts down his teacup and smiles, saying, Leader, you might think I'm bragging, so let's let the facts speak for themselves. I can assure you that during your term, I can boost Jinghai's GDP to 200 billion or even higher. This is also a great gift I'm giving you. Hiss. This time, Mayor Zhang didn't just feel a chill in his heart. He actually gasped in surprise. Chapter 8, Exposing Your Secrets at a Glance. Seeing Mayor Zhang's shocked expression, Li Shuai smiled again and said, Of course, the premise of everything is that you support me more. Otherwise, I might find it difficult to move an inch in Jinghai. And please rest assured, I guarantee that my company's business is absolutely legal and compliant. As he looked at Li Shuai's confident demeanor, Mayor Zhang's gaze gradually shifted from shock to excitement. Of course, his expression didn't change much. Someone like him was best at managing his expressions. As for why he was excited, he was now 53 years old and had just been re-elected as mayor. His previous achievements had been quite mediocre, and it was likely he would be demoted to a second-tier position in the next election, retiring with a deputy provincial-level pension. But if what this young man said was true, and he could raise Jinghai's GDP to 200 billion during his term. Wow, what a concept. Jinghai's GDP was barely over 40 billion last year. If he could actually achieve 200 billion by the end of his term, he would definitely be promoted in the next election, and he could serve another term, while others give gifts of money or valuable items. This young man was essentially offering a bright future. Thinking of this, Mayor Zhang suddenly slapped his thigh and gave Li Shuai a thumbs up. Good. Ambitious. After praising him, Mayor Zhang wanted to say something else when suddenly a loud shout came from outside. Everyone inside, don't move. You are surrounded. Immediately lay down your weapons. Upon hearing this, the people inside were collectively dumbfounded. However, Mayor Zhang realized something and quickly walked to the window, pulling back the curtains, only to see a crowd of police officers downstairs. Then he spotted the one holding a loudspeaker and immediately yelled, And Chonglin, what are you doing? Downstairs, the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and Chonglin, was also confused. Wasn't it said that 2 mercenaries were going to assassinate Mayor Zhang and had already successfully infiltrated? Before he could think further, Mayor Zhang retreated from the window. Then he strode to the door and flung open the office door, only to see several officers standing at the entrance, looking bewildered with their guns drawn. Before Mayor Zhang could say anything, they reacted and grabbed him, pulling him outside. Immediately, several officers rushed into the office, aiming their guns at Li Shuai, who was sitting on the sofa, and Li Erxi, who was standing behind him. Don't move. Raise your hands and put your hands on your head. Li Erxi frowned and wanted to charge at them, but was stopped by Li Shuai's raised hand. Li Shuai then leaned back casually on the sofa, crossing his arms over his leg, and discreetly pressed his watch. Invisible to others, a nanoalloy protective suit rapidly covered his entire body, and a transparent micro-force field shield was placed over his head. This set of protective equipment was just cheap stuff in the 25th century, but in this era, it could easily withstand anti-material rifles. So, he felt fearless. Once his protection was ready, Li Shuai smiled lightly and said, "You can come in." On the other side, after being pulled out of the door, Mayor Zhang was immediately surrounded and escorted away from the police crowd, where a group of leaders gathered around him. Old Zhang, Mayor Zhang, are you okay? Mayor Zhang finally reacted, stamping his foot in anger. What on earth is going on? He heard a middle-aged man urgently say, I just heard someone reporting outside that 2 mercenaries were coming to assassinate you. So we immediately arranged police forces to evacuate the municipal office building. Fortunately, you're okay." Mayor Zhang glared at the middle-aged man, furious. "Who did you hear this from?" At that moment, a sound of something breaking suddenly came from the office. Mayor Zhang then realized, turned around, and saw about 10 police officers rushing inside. "Hey, stop!" Mayor Zhang shouted anxiously, quickly walking to the doorway and grabbing one officer who was still trying to rush in. "What are you doing?" "Stand still." The officer quickly stood at attention. Mayor Zhang then looked inside and was immediately stunned. Several police officers were lying on the ground, unconscious. Looking again at the office, Li Erxi was standing among the fallen officers, looking quite relaxed. Meanwhile, Li Shuai was leisurely drinking water. At this moment, the other leaders who had supported Mayor Zhang also came over. Upon seeing the scene in the office, they were also dumbfounded. Li Shuai then raised his head. "Mayor Zhang, your welcome ceremony is quite unique." Mayor Zhang was momentarily stunned, but quickly thought of something to say, walking into the room with a smile. "Oh, look at my brain. I forgot there was an anti-terrorism drill today. The officers saw strangers and thought you were the opponents of the drill. What a mess this turned out to be. Come, just right. Let me introduce you." Saying this, he went forward to pull Li Shuai, who stood up graciously. Mayor Zhang led Li Shuai out the door and said to Secretary Zhou, "Send someone to take these police officers to the hospital." At this moment, Li Erxi suddenly said, "No need, they just passed out from pressure points. They'll wake up after a few hours." The others looked at Li Erxi, with 2 words clearly appearing in their eyes. "Expert." Li Shuai activated his scanning glasses, going through the leaders present one by one, their information instantly appearing before his eyes. However, when Li Shuai saw a middle-aged man, he paused for a moment. His voice also brought Mayor Zhang back to his senses, who introduced Li Shuai to one of the bespectacled leaders. Come, Mr. Li, let me introduce you to this one, our municipal committee's Secretary Wu." Li Shuai smiled and extended his hand, shaking hands with Secretary Wu. "Hello, Secretary Wu. My name is Li Shuai." Hello. Secretary Wu was still in a daze. He knew nothing about what was happening. He had just been at work when suddenly 2 police officers came in, saying 2 assassins had infiltrated the municipal committee, startling him. But upon entering Mayor Zhang's office, he found that Mayor Zhang was very courteous to this young man. Received a death threat? That didn't seem right. After shaking hands, Secretary Wu tugged at Mayor Zhang's sleeve and gave him a look. Mayor Zhang then turned to Li Shuai with a smile. "Mr. Li, may I excuse myself for a moment?" "Not a problem. You go ahead." After Mayor Zhang and Secretary Wu stepped aside to talk, Li Shuai also looked at the middle-aged man he had scanned earlier. He smiled and walked over to him. The middle-aged man had a gloomy expression, and when he caught a glimpse of someone approaching, he quickly forced a friendly smile. As Li Shuai got closer, he looked straight at him and quietly asked, "Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Jinghai City, Zhao Lidong?" Hearing his name called directly, Zhao Lidong's expression darkened immediately. This kid was really rude. Li Shuai leaned in closer, speaking in a voice only they could hear. "Su Jiang, are you covering for him?" Zhao Lidong's hair stood on end, and then his expression turned dark and murderous as he looked at Li Shuai. Li Shuai, seeing the look in his eyes, revealed a sincere expression. "Really, you are truly skilled. Among everyone here, you are the most greedy. No one else compares to you. For example, Mayor Zhang has only received 2 baskets of oranges in all this time. This little farce going on is also arranged by you, right? Su Jiang notified you? I found out you just spoke on the phone an hour ago. Moreover, your account in the Red Cross country has already been hacked by my people. With just one word from me, all the money you've painstakingly embezzled over the years will be gone." Zhao Lidong's eyes instantly shifted from threatening to panicked. If we were to check on him, it might be that someone specifically wanted to target him. But being able to clear Mayor Wu as well indicates that this young man has quite an unusual background. Knowing that he and Su Jiang had just spoken on the phone, it's as if the Ming Dynasty's Jin Yui could only achieve this level of insight, right? Just as Zhao Lidong was about to soften his stance, he caught a glimpse of leaders Wu and Zhang approaching, and he quickly shut his mouth. Li Shuai also moved a bit further away, looking at him with a half-smile. "Oh, President Li, As Secretary Wu approached, he reached out his hand to Li Shuai. After listening to Mayor Zhang's account, he also suspected that this young man had an extraordinary background. Secretary Wu. Li Shuai smiled and shook his hand, but just as he was about to pull his hand back, Secretary Wu held it tightly and even patted the back of his hand with his left hand. "Oh, I'm really sorry. Today was supposed to be a drill, but unexpectedly, it turned into a big misunderstanding. I hope I didn't startle you." Li Shuai looked at him, his face full of wrinkles from smiling, and rolled his eyes inwardly. However, he still said, "How could that be? On the contrary, I'm very happy. With such good public safety in Jinghai, I can invest here with more peace of mind, right?" Secretary Wu was immediately overjoyed, feeling that this young man was quite savvy, knew how to speak, and was good at dealing with people. Chapter 9. Starting a company the next day. Li Shuai woke up with a headache, covering his head with his hands. Secretary Wu and the others were too enthusiastic. They insisted on taking him out for dinner, and Li Shuai ended up drinking over a pound of Wulianya. After dinner, upon learning that Li Shuai temporarily had no fixed residence, they sent him to a guest house. Just as he sat up, he heard a knock on the door. Squinting to see who it was, he found Li Erxi standing at the door. "Boss, you're awake?" Seeing the teasing smile on Li Erxi's face, Li Shuai curled his lip and walked into the bathroom. He fiddled with the faucet for a while before it finally released water. Li Erxi leaned against the bathroom door frame and said with a smile, "Looks like I need to help you find Nanny." At that moment, Li Shuai just put his toothbrush in his mouth, and upon hearing this, he immediately turned his head and shouted, "Get lost." "All right." Li Erxi retreated and added, "Hurry up and wash up. People from the industry and commerce, customs, and tax department are all here, just waiting for you." "Huh?" Li Shuai hurriedly chased after him with the toothbrush still in his mouth. When did they arrive? Li Erxi rolled his eyes, checked the time. It's already 11 o'clock. They've been waiting for 2 hours. Hearing this, Li Shuai quickly ran back to the bathroom, rinsed his mouth, washed his face, grabbed his coat from the hanger, and put on his glasses. During dinner yesterday, Li Shuai had handed over all the application materials to Secretary Zhou, who worked for Mayor Zhang. Mayor Wu had promised to deliver them directly to the relevant departments and ensure they would be processed by the next day. He hadn't expected things to move so quickly. Although Li Shuai believed he shouldn't place too much importance on these grassroots officials, they had already waited for 2 hours. If he were still asleep, it wouldn't matter much, but now that he was awake, making them wait any longer would seem rather foolish. A few minutes later, several people arrived at a reception room in the guest house. Upon entering, they saw quite a few people seated inside. When they noticed Li Erxi coming in, everyone stood up quickly. However, it was Li Shuai who took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with the one sitting closest to him. "Ah, leaders, I'm really sorry. I was dragged by Secretary Wu to drink last night and ended up sleeping until now. I apologize for keeping you waiting." No, we haven't been waiting long." The other leaders also came over to shake hands with Li Shuai. Once seated, one of the leaders took out a briefcase, pulled out a thick file, and handed it to Li Shuai. "Mr. Li, here are the articles of incorporation for your several companies. They have already been filed." He then took out a relatively thinner file. "These are the business licenses, organization code certificates, and tax registration certificates for those companies." "Great, thank you." Li Shuai smiled as he accepted them. They felt quite substantial in his hands. At that moment, another official spoke up. "Mr. Li, I'm from Customs, and I'm here to confirm what area your import-export trading company will mainly focus on in the future." The official's hands, resting on his lap, were unconsciously clenching, clearly a bit nervous. There was no way around it. This person was someone the 2 big shots in the city had specially taken care of, and they were looking to give him the green light. It wasn't that he was afraid of offending Li Shuai, but rather that he was worried Li Shuai might smuggle illegal goods through customs. If that were to be discovered, many people in his department would be in trouble. Although they were directly under the general administration of customs and not governed by the local government. The connections of those 2 big shots were not something a small official like him could disregard. All the other departments had sent their first and second in command, yet only this small clerk from customs had come. Why? If things were handled well, it would be the leaders who got the credit, but if not, it would fall on him. After hearing his question, Li Shuai was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Li Erxi leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Pan Zhong, from the Customs Inspection Division." "Oh, Director Pan, nice to meet you." Li Shuai smiled and greeted the official. Pan Zheng awkwardly waved his hand, saying, No, I'm just a clerk, not a division head. It's only a matter of time, just 1 or 2 years. Li Shuai complimented him, then said, Initially, I plan to import a batch of gold. By the way, what is the current import duty on gold? Pan Zheng quickly replied, That depends on the situation. If it's jewelry and over 50 grams, then it requires a bit of consumption tax. Mr. Li, with your large business, you surely won tea just by that little bit. Li Shuai nodded with a smile, signaling Pan Zheng to continue. If it's bulk imported refined gold, currently, there are no import duties. Pan Zheng added. Li Shuai nodded again. It made sense. In this day and age, the country had a low gold reserve and would prefer to import more gold rather than impose duties. He then said, I've been working abroad for years and have accumulated quite a bit of gold. He looked at Li Erxi and asked, How many tons do we have? Upon hearing tons, the officials present all looked bewildered. Li Erxi straightforwardly replied, Currently about 1,000 tons. The room fell silent, and everyone else forgot to breathe. According to last year's announcement from the central bank, the entire country's gold reserve was only over 300 tons. However, Li Shuai frowned and said, Is that all? Well, there is not much to be done, but we have a lot of platinum. Those mines have refined 500 tons of platinum, and there are another 7,000 tons of silver. The other officials frowned in response. They all thought the two in front of them were fraudsters, and of a high-level kind. They were bragging so convincingly, with expressions that looked entirely genuine, including Pan Zheng. He also furrowed his brow, carefully observing Li Shuai and Li Erxi's expressions. However, the two were too calm, so he had to speak up. If what you two say is true, we can apply to our superiors to exempt your company from customs duties on precious metals. At the same time, at the beach in Shaowan, on the embankment, an Audi was parked, and a handsome man in a suit wearing glasses stood outside, seemingly admiring the distant sea view. Not long after, a BMW drove up from afar. As it got closer, the BMW stopped, and a burly man got out. Wasn't it Su Jiang? Seeing the man in the suit, Su Jiang smiled and greeted him. Secretary Wang? Secretary Wang turned to glance at Su Jiang, smiled, and walked over to pat down Su Jiang's body. After searching, he stepped back and said, The leader's waiting for you. All right. Su Jiang clasped his hands together in thanks, and then walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. Inside the car, Zhao Lidong was staring out the window on the other side, his expression very gloomy. He didn't even acknowledge Su Jiang when he got in. After sitting down, Su Yan noticed Zhao Lidong looked unhappy and was a bit puzzled. He could only tentatively greet him, leader. Zhao Lidong then turned his face and coldly looked at Su Jiang. Su Jiang was baffled by this gaze. But before he could ask, Zhao Lidong spoke to the driver, Xiao Tang. Get out and smoke a cigarette. Yes, leader. The driver got out, closed the door, and left. Only then did Zhao Lidong say to Su Jiang, you've really put me in a tough spot. Su Jiang was even more confused. What do you mean by that? Chapter 10. Pretending like no one believes it, Zhao Lidong turned his head back, staring straight ahead with a blank expression. I really want to throw you into the sea right now. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's flattering smile immediately stiffened, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched habitually. However, he was no longer the young man he used to be. Even he had to admit that since having his precious son, he had become much more timid. In the past, he wouldn't have hesitated to take on Zhao Lidong, let alone the legendary Zhao Lichuan. Su Jiang rubbed his nose, adjusted his expression, and asked with a smile again, Leader, please don't play dumb with me. What did I do wrong? Just point it out. Zhao Lidong exhaled through his nostrils and turned back to look at Su Jiang. Those two people you said were mercenaries, and they were going to assassinate Mayor Zhang? Hearing this, Su Jiang perked up. Did you catch them? Catch my ass. Zhao Lidong exploded with anger, spitting a mouthful of saliva on Su Jiang's face. He continued, They are big bosses coming to Jinghai to invest, starting with 20 billion. Mayor Zhang and Secretary Wu treated them like honored guests. They didn't even check their backgrounds and asked me to mobilize the police, calling them mercenaries. Can you use your brain a little? 20 billion? Su Jiang's eyes widened. Speaking of worth, he couldn't calculate his own value now because much of it was in the black market. He did have 2 million in savings, but 20 billion. That would equal 10,000 Su Jiangs. He quickly reacted and asked anxiously, "So, did you mobilize the police yesterday?" Zhao Lidong rolled his eyes. "You still ask? I've already offended them. This person has some background and knows about my relationship with you. He even knows about my accounts abroad." Su Jiang's expression shifted from shock to panic. His relationship with Zhao Lidong was simple. If he got into trouble, it didn't necessarily mean Zhao Lidong would. But if Zhao Lidong got into trouble, he would definitely be finished. However, being a big shot in Jinghai, after the initial panic, his face turned grim. "Leader, leave this to me. I guarantee they won't be able to speak." It just so happened that he had some grudges with them, so he could resolve it all at once. Zhao Lidong finally showed a slight smile, but his expression quickly became serious again. Those two are indeed quite skilled. A dozen armed police couldn't subdue them. Are you confident? Well, there's a saying, it's easy to dodge a bullet, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Su Jiang ziplit confident. Zhao Lidong finally smiled. "Make it clean." As he said this, he turned his head to look out the window again. Su Jiang understood the meaning, said goodbye, and got out of the car. Outside the car window, Su Jiang politely greeted Secretary Wang, who smiled and waved goodbye to him. Then, Secretary Wang got into the passenger seat. "Can we trust him to do this?" Secretary Wang asked, looking at the rearview mirror. Zhao Lidong smiled. "Keeping him around is for doing these things, right? If he can't handle it well, we'll find a way to pin some charges on that Li guy. No matter how rich he is, a few years inside will make him behave." Secretary Wang nodded. "Understood." On the other side, in Li Shuai's car, as soon as he got in, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, how dare he threaten me?" After calming down, he looked at the driver. "When we head back, call Crazy Donkey to come find me." "Okay, boss." Meanwhile, on Li Shuai's side, a group of officials had already explained everything that needed to be clarified. However, at this moment, their expressions no longer held the flattery from when they first arrived, as they all felt that Li Shuai was a fraud. A few were even considering reporting back to Secretary Wu after returning. Li Shuai had initially suggested treating them to a meal, but everyone declined, clearly wanting to avoid getting too involved with him, fearing that this scammer might turn on them if he got caught. Only one official from the construction bureau was dragged along by Li Shuai. At the dining table, Li Shuai eagerly poured wine for the construction bureau official. "Director Zhao, let's have a toast." Zhao Xiangting repeatedly waved his hands. No. I have things to do this afternoon. We have several meetings at the office." After pressing Li Shuai's hand down, he asked, "Li, if you have something to say, just say it. I'll help as much as I can." Seeing him being so ungrateful, Li Shuai put down the wine glass and scratched his cheek. Li Shuai couldn't quite understand why these people changed their attitudes so quickly. They had treated him like a deity when they first met, and now they were all acting like they were avoiding a plague. Forget it. Dealing with these small fries wouldn't take long anyway. There's no need to get too close. Thinking about this, Li Shuai straightforwardly said, "It's like this, Director Zhao. My company is already registered, and I'm planning to build the office building myself. Are there any reliable construction companies in Jinghai you could recommend? Or should I just hire a bidding agent for a public tender?" Zhao Xiangting thought of recommending a company right away, but after considering it, he said prudently, "Just go through the public tender process. That way, you can save some money. Don't worry, as long as the procedures are legal and compliant. We will definitely give you a green light on our side." Half an hour later, out of politeness, Li Shuai still saw Zhao Xiangting to the entrance of the guest house, watching the Volkswagen roar away with the press of the gas pedal. Li Shuai's face darkened. These people are so two-faced, changing their tune in an instant. Li Erxi shook his head. Why care about them? What's next? Of course. We need to find a house first. Are we supposed to live in a guest house forever? Li Shuai said with a smirk. Let us take a taxi to the best real estate here and buy a big villa to live in. Money was never a problem for Li Shuai. When they came here, they made over $200 million, opened an account in Australia, and then converted it all into Jiangdao currency, totaling about $1.6 billion Jiangdao dollars. These US dollars were guaranteed to be more genuine than those issued by the Eagle Reserve, all with serial numbers from the next batch issued by the Eagle Reserve. He couldn't wait to see the expression on the Eagle Reserve's face when they discovered that their own money had entered the market as counterfeit with repeated serial numbers. Of anticipation, Of the one, 6,600,000,000 was used to open a HSBC account, and the remaining 1 billion was left for Li Sitsai to manage in Jiangdao. Speaking of which, in the original timeline, next year, which would be 1998, Southeast Asia would experience a financial crisis. Li Shuai wouldn't engage in the unethical practices of others. But taking advantage of the bull market to make a profit was certainly possible. Additionally, there were some business opportunities there that Li Sitsai needed to explore, such as registering a security company to manage the fleet in the future, which couldn't be done domestically. With the return of Jiangdao imminent, those John Bulls were busy making money, and a little bribe could get a lot done. Chapter 11: Buying a House. Jinghai Yike Mingzhu Garden Sales Office. At the entrance, two salesgirls stood idly, glaring at each other. The one on the left tapped her high heels on the ground, making a clack-clack sound. The one in high heels looked a bit older, with a well-done makeup. The one on the right, however, looked like a recent high school graduate, very fresh-faced, with no makeup and still some pimples on her face. Interestingly, in terms of height, the young girl wearing flat women's shoes was just as tall as the one in high heels. The older one complained, "The number of people coming in every day is getting fewer and fewer. This monthly salary of over 100 yuan is simply not enough." The younger one didn't dare to chime in, afraid of being scolded by the supervisor if she overheard. The older one continued, seriously, "It was so hot when we first opened. Every time we finalize a client, we're sent to serve tea, and when we come back, the contract is gone. Now we're left with just a few top-floor units to sell, and they just one team move. It's too frustrating." Liu Mei. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp voice came from behind. Liu Mei turned her head and quickly lowered it. Manager Zhang. Zhang, Suaping, wearing high heels, walked over with a stern face and scolded, "What are you mumbling about?" Liu Mei kept her head down, pouted, and didn't respond. Zhang Suaping crossed her arms and sneered, still feeling indignant. "You can't handle this little setback? What are you doing in sales? You might as well change careers." She then glanced at the younger girl beside her and mocked, "Look at Xiao Xiao. So steady. Unlike you, with your high aspirations but low abilities. With the same salary, what you're wearing is worth several times more than hers, and you still complain that the salary isn't enough." Liu Mei immediately looked up, glaring at Zhang Suaping in anger. Zhang Suaping, however, turned her body slightly and shot Liu Mei a sideways glance. "What are you staring at? I'm not stealing your clients." Saying that, she walked over to the young girl named Xiao Xiao. Zhou Xiao Xiao, with her innocent big eyes, met Zhang Suaping's gaze and said, "Manager Zhang." Zhang Suaping replied with a grunt. Her tone toward Zhou Xiao Xiao was much gentler. You know what they say, experience is the best teacher. Remember this for the future. In sales, who hasn't had their deal stolen by older salespeople at the start? In our line of work, it all comes down to one word: endure. It's a competition of who can endure longer. Once you have a stable base of loyal clients and big clients, you'll break through. Keep it up. Okay, I'll remember. Zhou Xiao Xiao replied earnestly. Zhang Suiping smiled and patted Zhou Xiao Xiao's shoulder, intending to leave when they heard a loud noise from outside the sales office. The three turned to look outside and saw a three-wheeled vehicle slowly stopping at the entrance. "A customer is coming. You two take care of them." Zhang Suaping wanted to leave the clients to the two newcomers, but when she saw who got out of the three-wheeler, her eyes widened. Not only her, but the other two girls also stared wide-eyed. They all exclaimed, "So handsome." What they saw was none other than Li Erxi. As for Li Shuai, he was completely out of their line of sight. Looking at the two who just got out of the car, Li Shuai pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the driver. The driver took it and revved the engine to leave, but Li Erxi grabbed him. "Change. Yesterday our boss got ripped off by you, and you think you can just leave today? You want to take advantage of us, right? It was agreed that from the guest house to here, it's 5 yuan. Hurry up and give us the change." Looking at the driver, it turned out to be the same one from yesterday. Yesterday, he had taken Li Shuai's order, which was equivalent to what he usually earned in a week and a half. Today he wanted to go out and try his luck again to see if he could find another sucker, but unexpectedly ran into Li Shuai again on the Municipal Party Avenue. He had been feeling quite happy until Li Erxi mentioned wanting change, and he suddenly fell silent. There was no choice but to dig into his little pouch tied around his waist and pull out a handful of change. In the end, he gave Li Erxi a stack of loose bills along with a dozen coins. In this day and age, 100 yuan is indeed a large bill. From the guest house to here, it's no more than 2 kilometers. Although Li Erxi is a bit more reliable than Li Shuai, he still has no concept of current prices. Li Erxi took the money without counting it and stuffed it into his pocket, then shot the driver a glare. When he straightened up, he saw that Li Shuai had already gone inside. As for Li Shuai, he strode into the sales office, and the 3 girls were all staring at the entrance. He didn't even need to turn around to know they were looking at Li Erxi. Damn, looks like I need to try not to bring those guys out in the future, or I'll never find a girlfriend. After all, with flowers to look at, who is going to appreciate the green leaves? Hey, Li Shuai called out loudly. The 3 girls jumped in surprise and turned their heads, only to hear Li Shuai grumpily say, I want to buy a house. Zhang Cuiping also shot Li Shuai an annoyed glare, thinking, you're interrupting my view of handsome guys? Then she quietly told the 2 newcomers, you 2 greet him. She was worried no one would give the newcomer some practice. As for the handsome guy walking toward the door, Zhang Cuiping felt that her kids were already in elementary school, so just looking was enough. As she spoke, she glanced at Li Erxi and then turned to leave. At this moment, Li Erxi walked in as well, and the 2 girls' eyes once again lingered on him. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? Lu Mei asked, her eyes shining with excitement. But Li Erxi shook his head. Our boss is buying. Saying that, he naturally stood to the left of Li Shuai, a step behind. Only then did the 2 girls look at Li Shuai again. Although Li Shuai was speechless, he also scrutinized the 2 girls. They were all quite pretty, above average height, especially the one without makeup, who looked quite pleasant even without makeup. With makeup, she would definitely be a beauty. Meanwhile, Lu Mei looked at Li Shuai and suddenly felt he wasn't as attractive anymore. She leaned over to Zhou Xiaoxiao's ear and whispered, you go, and remember to get that handsome guy's phone number. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a rush of nervousness akin to a crush at first sight, and just as she was about to refuse, Lu Mei gently nudged her. Yuchu. This way, please. They followed the fresh-faced girl to the model area. At this time, there were quite a few people in the model area, about 7 or 8 salespeople quietly explaining to their respective clients. Zhou Xiaoxiao entered work mode and lost the nervousness she had earlier, skillfully reciting the features of their housing project to Li Shuai and the others. However, before she could finish, Li Shuai interrupted directly. No need to introduce the small buildings. I want to buy a villa. Huh? Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback. I mean a villa. Li Shuai rolled his eyes and added, oh, okay. Zhou Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality and hurriedly walked toward the model of the villa area. She completely forgot about Li Shuai and the others, leaving them standing there. Li Shuai rolled his eyes again and was about to follow when he suddenly caught a very pungent scent. Turning his head, he saw a very provocatively dressed young lady walking towards him. Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy a villa? I'm in charge of the villas. Let me introduce them to you. Is that okay? This girl was wearing a strapless top in the middle of winter, but her cleavage was indeed deep. However, this did not attract Li Shuai at all. After all, women in the 25th century were all bioengineered, and who didn't have a curvy figure? The girl before him. Her large chest was purely due to being slightly chubby. The key was that Li Shuai couldn't stand the smell of her perfume. Just as he was about to block his nose with his finger and speak, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Turning her head, she saw the bare-faced girl who had just run off, clumsily coming back quickly. As soon as she got closer, the girl who was spraying perfume smiled and said to her, Xiao, let me talk to this gentleman. You go help us get 2 cups of coffee. Zhou Xiaoxiao's already eager expression became even more anxious, like a child whose toy was snatched away, about to cry. Sister Wang, no need. A nasal voice came. Then Li Shuai said, let this girl named Xiao talk to me. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately showed a look of joy as if she had regained something lost. The previously smug expression on Sister Wang's face suddenly stiffened. At this moment, Li Shuai looked at her and said, covering his nose, no offense, but I'm a bit allergic to the scent you're wearing. Saying this, he directly walked toward Zhou Xiaoxiao. Once they walked away, Sister Wang cursed with a gloomy face. Country bumpkin, this is imported perfume. A few minutes later, Li Shuai chose a 400-square-meter villa located in the middle of the community. The price was cheap, 2,000 per square meter, and with the renovation. The total price for the small villa was 1.4 million. Li Shuai didn't bother to haggle and directly took out his HSBC card and handed it to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao, with a doubtful attitude, took Li Shuai to the signing area and called over the manager lady from earlier to help her with the contract, while also bringing a POS machine. Once the contract was signed and the full payment of $1 million was successfully processed, Zhang Cuiping was momentarily stunned. She originally thought these two, who came in a tricycle, would only be able to buy a small high-rise, but unexpectedly they really bought a villa, and it was fully paid. Zhou Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. She had a 1-3 commission, which meant she earned over 20,000 for this deal. It was truly a case of not opening for half a year, but earning for a year upon opening. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao's happy demeanor, Zhang Cuiping was also happy for her and leaned over to whisper, "Don't forget to treat the clients to a meal." Thank you, Sister Zhang. Li Shuai was quite interested in watching Zhang Cuiping. Although this woman spoke softly, Li Shuai could read her lips through his glasses to understand what she was saying. His company had just registered and still needed to hire people. A leader who focused on nurturing newcomers like her was hard to come by. Thinking of this, Li Shuai said to Zhang Cuiping, Manager Zhang, right? Zhang Cuiping had just patted Zhou Xiaoxiao's shoulder and was about to leave when she heard Li Shuai calling her and looked over with curiosity. Li Shuai then said, "Could you give me your business card?" Zhang Cuiping was taken aback for a moment, but still took out a business card from her pocket and handed it over with both hands. At the same time, she added, "Mr. Li, if you have any questions, feel free to call me." Her name was visible when signing the contract. She then changed her tone and smiled. "If you want to purchase additional properties, or if you have other friends interested in this area, please take care of Xiaoxiao." Li Shuai pretended to be surprised. "Are you passing clients to others?" Zhang Cuiping brushed her hair and smiled. "Give the newcomers a bit more opportunity. I have enough clients to keep me busy." Li Shuai looked at this lady. Although she wasn't very good-looking, her character was truly commendable. He smiled and raised the business card in his hand, then put it into the pocket of his Zhongshan suit. "I won't disturb you anymore. You can continue chatting." Zhang Cuiping said her goodbyes, then gave Zhou Xiaoxiao an encouraging look before standing up to leave. After she left, Li Shuai waved to Li Erxi. Li Erxi bent down, and Li Shuai quietly said to him, "Bring her over. I can pay her 5 or even 10 times what she makes here." "Okay." At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao stood up and walked over to them with an eager invitation. "Mr. Li, let me treat you to a meal." Li Shuai was about to refuse, but thinking about how unfamiliar he was with the area, having a free guide was also nice. "Sure, where's good to eat? Take us to try it." Half an hour later, the group took a taxi to a street that could only be described as dirty and chaotic. Looking at the littered street and the waves of unknown smells carried by the breeze, Li Shuai frowned at Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Is this really the best place to eat that you mentioned?" "Yeah." Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. "Don't be fooled by the mess here. When it comes to good food, it's these local spots. The dishes at those big hotels can't compare to here." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "I think you're just trying to save money, right? At least I helped you earn quite a bit. Do you need to be this stingy?" "Hey, hey, hey." Zhou Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Next time, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal. But first, you have to come with me to try this. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Inside the noodle shop, there weren't many tables in the shop, and at the moment only one table was occupied by 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The older-looking man, with a very honest face, said to the 2 younger ones, "You guys didn't give me a heads up before coming back from vacation. So just eat a bowl of noodles to tide you over. I'll make your proper meal tomorrow." The guy on the left wearing glasses curled his lip. "Forget it, bro. You know we love pig's trotter noodles. Your cooking can't compare to this." The younger girl chimed in, "Exactly." The honest man didn't say anything, just affectionately ruffled the glasses-wearing guy's hair. "Pig's trotter noodles are coming." The boss shouted as he brought 2 bowls of pig's trotter noodles and placed them on the table. Seeing only 2 bowls, the glasses-wearing guy looked at his brother. The honest man knew what he wanted to say and smiled. "There's leftover food from lunch at home. I could just make do with that. You eat." The glasses-wearing guy paused for a moment, but still grabbed the bowl of noodles and began to slurp them up. As for the girl, she quietly lowered her head and ate her noodles in small bites. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from the door. "Boss, 3 bowls of pig's trotter noodles." "All right, come in and sit." The 3 instinctively turned their heads. Suddenly, the 2 guys felt a wave of jealousy. Meanwhile, the younger girl stared wide-eyed at the newcomers. It was none other than Li Shuai and his group. Seeing the reactions from the other table, Li Shuai could only helplessly complain to Li Erxi in a low voice. Next time you go out, wear a mask. Okay, boss. Li Shuai rolled his eyes at this straightforward boy. Looking again at the other table, Li Shuai's eyes lit up. The younger girl was so pure. She was barefaced, even prettier than Zhou Xiaoxiao beside him. However, Li Shuai sniffed hard. Why does it smell so fishy? He just asked casually, but the glasses-wearing guy over there became unhappy, slammed his chopsticks on the table, stood up, and glared fiercely at Li Shuai. What did you say? Chapter 13. Hire a little confused girl as a maid at the shout. Li Erxi furrowed his brows, stood up, and coldly locked eyes with a bespectacled boy across from him. The seemingly honest man immediately reached out to pull his younger brother. Asheng, however, the one called Asheng shrugged off his brother's hand and pointed at Li Shuai. Say that again if you dare. Li Shuai looked a bit confused. What did I say? I just smelled something fishy. The bespectacled boy wanted to say more, but his brother stood up, pulled him back, and scolded. What is wrong with you? He then turned to Li Shuai. Sorry, that fishy smell you noticed is from me. I sell fish at the market. Li Shuai was even more puzzled. So what? What's wrong with selling fish? He then looked at the bespectacled boy. Not allowed to speak? No, it's just my brother is too sensitive. The honest man said with a silly smile, turning around and sternly pressing his brother down onto the bench. Li Shuai turned back, helplessly gesturing for Li Erxi to sit down, thinking that people from ancient times seemed a bit peculiar. At another table, the bespectacled boy still seemed angry, his hand trembling slightly as he held the chopsticks. Just then, a shout came from outside. Boss, 5 bowls of pig trotter noodles. Got it. The people inside instinctively looked toward the door and saw 5 carefree-looking individuals swaggering into the shop. Upon seeing the 3 siblings at the other table, the leader, a crew-cut guy, brightened up. Hey, Xiaolan, Ashang on vacation? Along. The honest brother stood up again, smiling as he greeted. Xiaolong. The bespectacled boy also greeted. Only the little sister continued to eat her noodles with her head down, occasionally glancing at the people around her, though her gaze mainly lingered on Li Erxi. The newcomers walked in and found a table close to the 3 siblings. After sitting down, the one called Along quickly pulled out cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to each person. Then Along said, Achong. The sanitation fee for this month needs to be paid. Oh, okay. Just then, the shop owner happened to be passing by with 2 bowls of pig trotter noodles. Noodles are here. As the owner walked over to Li Shuai's table with the noodles, Along suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Give it to us first. I'm starving. The boss was momentarily frozen, unsure of what to do. Didn't you hear my brother say to give it to us first? Put it down. Along's companion with long hair said arrogantly, even tapping the table with his fingers. The boss seemed unable to confront them and had no choice but to place the 2 bowls of noodles on their table. Before Li Shuai could say anything, Zhou Xiaoxiao beside him stood up and loudly said, Hey boss, we were here first, right? The boss froze again. Along glanced at Zhou Xiaoxiao and then directly reached out, taking the 2 bowls of noodles from the owner's hands and placing them in front of himself. At this moment, Li Erxi stood up and walked over, directly reaching out to take the noodles away, much to the astonishment of those people. They were mostly stunned by Li Erxi's looks, which made them feel jealous. Once they regained their senses, the long-haired guy couldn't hold back anymore and stood up, wanting to confront Li Erxi. Hey! Along pulled his younger brother back. Forget it. Those 2 across look unfamiliar and are dressed formally. We don't want to cause trouble without knowing the background. Back at Li Shuai's table, he really didn't want to engage in such trivial disputes, as there was no need to compete for face in front of such low-level individuals. Letting it go was fine. He had seen many arrogant people growing up, including those who drove mechas into others' homes over a mere disagreement. So these ancient ruffians didn't pique his interest at all. However, as a servant, Li Erxi had to care about the dignity of their master. Once the noodles were brought over, Li Shuai tried to sniff them. Not bad, they actually smelled good. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of the pig trotter. Li Shuai looked excitedly at Zhou Xiaoxiao. This is really good, isn't it? This noodle shop is the most authentic on the whole street. I come here often. Zhou Xiaoxiao said proudly, pushing the bowl of noodles in front of Li Erxi toward him, her eyes sparkling. You eat first. Then I won't hold back. Li Erxi smiled as he spoke, causing Zhou Xiaoxiao's face to flush bright red. She then rested her chin on her hands, quietly watching Li Erxi eat. She felt no longer hungry because he was a feast for the eyes. Li Shuai watched this scene, feeling inexplicably like he was being force-fed a bowl of dog food that wasn't even dog food. It was frustrating. He had to change the subject, slurping the noodles while asking Zhou Xiaoxiao, "Where are you from?" Zhou Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality from her inexplicable fantasies at his question. "Oh, I'm from Hanxi." Li Shuai looked up at the ceiling, recalling which province Hanxi corresponded to in his original timeline. Once he confirmed where Hanxi was, he asked again, "Hanxi? You came all the way to Jinghai to work?" Looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao carefully, he continued slurping the noodles. "Considering your age, you must have just graduated from high school, right?" "I left home to work right after middle school." Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted. "There are 3 younger siblings at home to take care of. We don't have money for me to go to high school." While they were talking, the shop owner's voice came again. "Noodles are here." A bowl of noodles was placed in front of Zhou Xiaoxiao, and now their table was complete. Zhou Xiaoxiao happily picked up her chopsticks to eat. Li Shuai then asked, "So you've been in sales since you came out? How much do you earn in a month now?" While eating, Zhou Xiaoxiao complained, "Don't mention it. The factory I worked at before went bankrupt. Later, I heard selling houses is very profitable, so I went to Mingzhu Garden with an older sister from my previous factory. But after half a year, we didn't sell a single house. Now I only get a base salary of 160 yuan a month. If you hadn't helped me with a deal, I wouldn't even have money to take home for the new year." Watching her eat with her cheeks puffed up, Li Shuai thought that he needed someone to help him get familiar with this era's environment. So why not recruit this naive girl to be a small maid for now? With that in mind, Li Shuai directly said, "I just bought a house, and I'm in need of a maid. Are you interested?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback and suddenly remembered that the person in front of her seemed to be quite wealthy, buying a house worth over 100,000 without hesitation. Her eyes turned, revealing a hint of naive curiosity. "How much will you pay me a month?" Li Shuai smiled. "How much do you want?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned again. At least 800, right? I'm really good at cooking. Every time I go home, I make the New Year's Eve dinner. I'll give you 8,000. Hearing this number, Zhou Xiaoxiao was immediately confused. But before she could react, a mocking voice came from the side. "Wow, 8,000 a month? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a rich person." Li Shuai turned to look, and it was indeed the group of along from before. The long-hair guy teased, "Hey brother, you got maid now. How about a bodyguard? What do you think of me?" "Hey, don't say that. If the maid is 8,000, our little who must be at least 80,000, right? 80,000 is not enough. Hugo is the big boss of our old factory street. At least 800,000. Along, you should lose a bit. Make it 1,000,000. Ha ha." Li Shuai glanced over there, curled his lips, and turned back to continue eating noodles, not wanting to pay attention to this group of idiots. However, Li Erxi had already stopped eating. Yet over there, they were still digging their own graves. They seemed to realize that Li Shuai was just a scammer and continued to mock him mercilessly. "Have you heard of Boss Bai, the owner of the sand pit in Shaowan? He's so rich that even his family's maid only gets paid 500 a month. If they knew there was 8,000, wouldn't they all run away? It's poverty hysteria. If you didn't know better, you'd think his dad was the richest man in the country. One dares to say it, and one dares to believe it. You say, people from the countryside are just so easy to fool, right? Do you have a phone? Hurry up and call the police, so that girl doesn't get sold off." Yes, I have one." Listening to these taunts, Li Shuai could only shake his head and smile helplessly, telling Zhou Xiaoxiao not to mind and to continue eating noodles. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Li Erxi raising his hand. In a split second, Li Shuai quickly picked up the bowl of noodles. Then he saw Li Erxi suddenly stand up and slap the table hard. Bang! The whole table instantly collapsed, startling Zhou Xiaoxiao. She widened her eyes, with noodles still hanging from her mouth that she hadn't had time to slurp in. Chapter 14. Standing up for justice, watching the mess on the floor, Li Erxi was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect tables to be so fragile these days. Li Shuai, holding his bowl of noodles, rolled his eyes. These bioengineered people were like beasts. Even a 1 centimeter thick aluminum alloy tabletop could be smashed with a slap, let alone this wooden table. Li Yigon was even stronger, effortlessly lifting and running with a few hundred pounds without breaking a sweat. The loud noise startled the other patrons in the shop, and the owner walked in, confused by the sight of the broken table. Meanwhile, the three siblings sat there dumbfounded. As for Along and his group, they were so scared they didn't dare to speak. They had just witnessed everything at that table, and their legs began to tremble as the handsome guy who smashed the table walked towards them. Lirxi stepped over to Along, who was sitting down, and looked down at him from above. Along looked up, cold sweat forming on his forehead, not daring to say a word. The people he brought along stared blankly, too scared to make a sound. Lirxi coldly commented, "Got a big mouth, huh?" Along swallowed hard and forced a smile, about to speak when Lirxi continued, "You mock my boss. I should slap you. But I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. I'm quite troubled right now. What do you think I should do? Maybe you should say a few more words. Or I could just go easy on the slap." Along was instantly terrified, trembling all over. At that moment, Li Shuai's voice came, "Irxi." Everyone turned to see Li Shuai approaching with a napkin in one hand, wiping his mouth while walking over. Zhou Xiaoxiao followed him like a quail. She was a bit hesitant to look at Lirxi now. While handsome guys were great, who could handle someone capable of smashing a table with a slap? Li Shuai smiled as he reached along, looking down at him too. But before he could speak, his brow furrowed again as he caught a whiff of fishy odor. Turning, he saw the honest older brother of the three siblings standing before him, grinning foolishly and saying, Sir, Xiaolong isn't a bad person. He just has a big mouth. I apologize on his behalf." He then clasped his hands together towards Li Shuai. "Please don't hold it against us little vendors. It would be beneath your dignity to argue with us." Li Shuai looked at the honest man with interest. "What's your name?" The honest brother was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a silly smile, "My name is Gao Qiqiang." "Gao Qiqiang?" Li Shuai pondered the name before chuckling. "I just saw how he treated you. It wasn't he very nice. You're still helping him?" "We grew up together," Gao Qiqiang said, still smiling. However, his trembling legs showed that he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Li Shuai smiled and pointed a finger at Gao Qiqiang. "All right, I'll give you face." He then turned to the dazed Along. "What's your name?" "Ah." Along clearly hadn't regained his senses. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "Forget it. I'm not interested." Gao Qiqiang answered for him. He called Tang Xiaolong. Yes, I'm Tang Xiaolong." Along finally snapped back to reality, standing up and bowing repeatedly to Li Shuai. "I'm sorry, I have a big mouth. I'm really sorry." "Enough." Li Shuai interrupted his bowing. "Because of you, we just stopped eating halfway through our noodles. The table will pay for. The noodle bill, you'll cover, okay?" No. Tang Xiaolong waved his hands repeatedly. "I'll pay for the table too. That's different. One thing at a time." Li Shuai waved his hand, then turned and took out 100 yuan bills, handing them to the equally stunned owner. However, the owner was even more bewildered upon seeing the money. The others were also confused. Li Shuai, slightly puzzled, asked, "What? Is it not enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoxiao snatched the money from his hand. "Why do you need so much? You think this is precious furniture? This shabby table made of a few planks isn't worth even 200. She then pulled out 200 yuan bills and handed them to the owner. "No need for change." The owner finally snapped back to reality and quickly accepted the money. Li Shuai felt a bit embarrassed. He always got sleepy during history class, which was why he chose to study engineering, so he really had no concept of prices these days. Turning back, he gave Gao Qiqiang another look, then turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao, "Little nanny, from now on, buy the fish from him." "Okay, boss." Zhou Xiaoxiao cheerfully responded. "An 8,000 a month job. Here we go." Gao Qiqiang repeatedly thanked them. Li Shuai smiled, patted his arm, then turned and left, followed closely by Lirxi and Zhou Xiaoxiao. Once they left, the people present finally let out a sigh of relief. Tang Xiaolong turned to Gao Qiqiang and said, "Ah Chang, thanks this time." Gao Qiqiang was also gasping for breath. Waving his hand, suddenly remembering something, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a wad of change, handing it to Tang Xiaolong. "Here, for hygiene fees." Tang Xiaolong pushed it away. "Hey, why give hygiene fees? Don't give it in the future." Hearing this, Gao Qiqiang wanted to insist, but looking at his younger brother and sister beside him, he thought about all the expenses at home and decided to save where he could. So he smiled awkwardly. "Well, thanks then. We should be thanking you, Brother Chang." Tang Xiaolong's little brother, Tang Xiaohu, came over, pulling Gao Qiqiang to sit down. "You're our lifesaver." At this moment, Gao Qiqiang's younger brother, Gao Qiqing, curiously asked, "Brother, how did you have the courage to stand up and speak just now? I saw that guy and didn't he dare to move?" Gao Qiqiang rolled his eyes. "We grew up together. Do you think I'd just watch Xiao Long get slapped to death? Brother Chong is righteous. Yeah, I was so scared I almost wet my pants." Tang Xiaolong's little brothers all exclaimed. Then Tang Xiaohu curiously asked, "Hey, what do you think those two are? The handsome one looks like a bodyguard. But if he has such a powerful bodyguard, what is the identity of the other one who looks ordinary?" Gao Qiqing adjusted his glasses. "Do you think our biggest boss in Jinghai, or the highest official, could have a bodyguard like that? How is that possible?" Tang Xiaolong scoffed, then suddenly realized, showing an astonished expression. Seeing that he understood, Gao Qiqing nodded, speaking in a deep tone. "This person's background might be deeper than we imagine." "Huh?" Gao Qilan exclaimed. "You were just glaring at him. It's a good thing they didn't team mind." Gao Qiqing immediately smiled bitterly. "They didn't team mind us because they didn't even take us seriously." Saying this, he looked out the door, his eyes revealing a hint of longing the class gap. Chapter 15, that guy is probably a fraud in the city government compound, in the mayor's office. Mayor Zhang had basically finished his day's work and returned to his office. After taking a sip of tea poured by Secretary Zhou, he let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of last year's economic summary report for Jinghai City, placed on his right. The detailed statistics would have to wait until after the new year. This report was just a rough estimate. Last year, in 1996, Jinghai's GDP was estimated to exceed 40 billion, but probably wouldn't exceed too much, indicating a growth of around 5. Mayor Zhang sighed. With such results, anyone could take the position. This was purely a naturally growing economy. To put it bluntly, it would be the same whether he was the mayor or not. People in the system often say that having no faults is a merit, but he wasn't like that. He genuinely wanted to do something practical for the people. At that moment, he thought of Li Shuai and the promise Li Shuai had made to him. With this thought, he stood up, turned around, and looked at the national map and the map of Jinghai City hanging on the wall behind his desk. Of course, he was mainly looking at the map of Jinghai City. He thought about how Li Shuai wanted to start more than 10 companies, and one of the companies would need to use the port, so he also looked towards the Shaoan district. Shaoan was originally a key development area planned by him after taking office, but up to now, it had only developed to that extent. Only one construction group could hold up the scene, while the rest were small enterprises. It could be said that the efforts to attract investment had been quite lonely. As for foreign investment, Mayor Zhang was reluctant, worried that foreign enterprises would impact local businesses. Such situations had occurred before. Some leaders, in pursuit of GDP, massively introduced foreign enterprises, resulting in numerous local factories closing down and large-scale unemployment. Those old factories already had many problems. A slight additional burden could crush them, and in the end, they ended up collapsing completely. Thinking about how Li Shuai's companies were mostly high-tech companies, Mayor Zhang smiled. High-tech companies are great. It's convenient to provide policy support. At that moment, feeling some movement beside him, Mayor Zhang turned to see Secretary Zhou curiously standing nearby. "Leader," seeing Mayor Zhang looking over, Secretary Zhou greeted him. Mayor Zhang looked at Secretary Zhou for a while, then smiled and turned back to look at the map of Shaoan. He then spoke, "Xiao Wang, how long have you been with me?" Secretary Zhou was taken aback. Usually, the leader called him Xiao Zhou during work, but today he changed his way of addressing him. However, he quickly replied, "I was transferred to your side when I was 27 years old. It's been exactly 5 years." Mayor Zhang nodded, then raised his hand, pointed at Shaoan, and drew a circle around the bay. "I plan to designate a high-tech development zone here in Shaoan. What do you think?" Secretary Zhou looked at the map, his mind working quickly. "Leader, we can't be sure whether Mr. Li has the capabilities he claims. Can we really offer such generous policies right away? Caution is a good thing, but being overly cautious can be timid." Mayor Zhang turned his face to look at Secretary Zhou. "If an old man like me dares to take a gamble, why can't you, being young? Even if that Li Shuai is just boasting, establishing a technology development zone and using policies to attract some tech companies to invest is still a good choice. If you're so hesitant, how can I trust you to handle things independently?" "You are right." Secretary Zhou acknowledged his mistake, but seeing his playful expression, it was clear their relationship was not ordinary. Mayor Zhang rolled his eyes. Once the Shaoan Technology Development Zone is established, you could go over there to be the head of the office. Secretary Zhou immediately put on a bitter face. Are you trying to drive me away? Oomph. Mayor Zhang glared. Your dad sent you here to me. Do you really think it's just for your enjoyment? Running around pouring tea for me. What kind of future can you expect? After 5 years, your skills haven't improved much, but you've gained a lot of weight and turned paler, huh? Secretary Zhou shrank his head. Well, I've gotten married and had kids, so it's natural to gain some weight. Oomph. Mayor Zhang glared and was about to scold him, but at that moment, a knock on the door came. Turning to look, he saw the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce standing at the door, hand resting on the doorframe. Oh, old Liu. Leader. Director Liu quickly walked in. Mayor Zhang called out to Secretary Zhou, go pour a cup of tea. Okay. Secretary Zhou walked towards the tea cabinet. Mayor Zhang then invited Director Liu to sit on the sofa. Is everything ready? Ready. Director Liu responded, but then hesitated, looking like he wanted to say something. What's wrong? Mayor Zhang was a bit puzzled and then impatiently said, if you have something to say, just say it. After weighing his words, Director Liu finally said, Leader, that Li Shuai. How should I put it? I just feel he is very unreliable. Mayor Zhang was somewhat surprised. At that moment, Secretary Zhou brought the tea and walked in front of Director Liu. Oh, Xiao Zhou. Director Liu, not afraid of the hot tea, reached out to take it. Thank you. You're welcome. Once Secretary Zhou stood next to Mayor Zhang, Director Liu continued. He talks too much, really. You and T believe what he said. He claimed he has amassed 1,000 tons of gold and 500 tons of platinum abroad. Upon hearing this, Mayor Zhang's cheeks twitched. Struggling to control his expression, his face was quite remarkable. What the hell? Secretary Zhou's eyes widened as well. Director Liu glanced at Secretary Zhou, his eyes lighting up, and pointed at Secretary Zhou. Exactly. I had the same expression. Not just me, but several other department leaders who went over had the same reaction. Mayor Zhang couldn't help but laugh. It seems I was indeed too eager. Whenever someone mentions investment, I just believe them. Leader. Secretary Zhou interjected, I think. Whether it's true or false, we might as well wait and see. If he really is a fraud, he hasn't deceived us of anything significant yet. He has just fooled us with a few business licenses in our time. But if what he says is true, just think about it. 1,000 tons of gold and 500 tons of platinum. If all of that were invested in Jinghai, what would the concept be? At the same time, on Old Factory Street. On the street, at the corner beside a van, a group of people with different appearances gathered together, chatting, but their eyes occasionally glanced towards the street. One tall, freckled guy said to a short, skinny, curly-haired man, Brother Donkey, can I borrow your phone? I realized I haven't called home in a long time. The curly-haired man abruptly turned his face and said fiercely, What phone? I've told you countless times, you're out here to do work, no phone calls. Are you looking for trouble? I just want to make a call. What is the big deal? Shut up. Wait until we finish the job to make calls. At this moment, another person nearby asked, Crazy Donkey, how much money do you think we'll make if this job goes well? The short, skinny, curly-haired man glanced at him coldly. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. He then turned to the tall, freckled guy. Did you remember what those two people looked like? Don't worry. The freckled guy rolled his eyes. I won't forget the leader, and his sidekick has such distinct features. How could I mistake them? The crazy donkey grinned wickedly. True. Hey, what if we catch him and sell him to those female clients? Before he could finish, someone nearby exclaimed, Brothers, they're coming. Everyone quickly turned to look and saw 3 people slowly walking over from a distance. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men particularly handsome. Chapter 16. Van Warrior. Li Erxi, Li Shuai and the others, one of them holding a bag of stinky tofu, walking and eating, enjoying it immensely. Li Shuai took a bite of the stinky tofu dipped in chili sauce and mumbled, You can't deny it. This fried stinky tofu really gets better the more you eat. Zhou Xiao felt proud again. I don't know who just said they'd rather be hit by a car than eat it. Li Shuai took another bite. Wow, it's really delicious. Even Li Erxi was devouring the stinky tofu in his hand, which was unusual for him as he usually ate slowly. Mainly, this stuff really is addictive. Suddenly, Li Erxi stopped eating and reached out to stop Li Shuai. his eyes fixed ahead. There was a vehicle in the distance that he hadn't seen before. What's wrong? Li Shuai asked, puzzled. Li Erxi slowly chewed on the stinky tofu and squinted. There's killing in 10 ahead. You've been watching too much TV. Haven't you? Zhou Xiaoxiao said, somewhat amused. But Li Shuai became serious. You've never seen it, have you? When a person's attention is highly focused, the activity of their brainwaves increases, and different behaviors transmit different frequencies of brainwaves. For example, if someone is really flirtatious, you might not see it, but you can feel it. That's the brainwaves of extreme sexual desire. Killing intent is also a kind of brainwave. As he spoke, he wiped his glasses. Li Erxi said, no need to look, it's that chubby car ahead. Chubby car? Zhou Xiaoxiao thought with a question mark on her head, then looked ahead. She was speechless. That's a van. A van? Li Shuai pondered for a moment. The name is quite fitting. It does look like a loaf of bread. We don't have this kind of car where I'm from. Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. What kind of weirdos are these two? Then she heard Li Erxi ask, what are we saying now? What do you mean just go? Li Shuai skufa. Li Erxi nodded and then strode towards the van. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao hid behind Li Shuai, seemingly a bit scared. What? Is someone going to kill you guys? I don't know. I just got here and haven't offended anyone. As he spoke, Li Shuai suddenly remembered something. Could it be Su Jiang and Zhao Lidong? Su Jiang? Zhou Xiaoxiao became even more frightened. He was the gangster boss of Jinghai. How did you provoke him? I beat him and his little brothers up yesterday. Li Shuai shrugged and reassured her. Don't worry, these small fries aren't a threat. Zhou Xiaoxiao wanted to say more, but saw Li Erxi had already reached the side of the van, so she quickly shut her mouth. She was prepared. If things went wrong, she would drag Li Shuai to run. Inside the van, Crazy Donkey and Ma Zi and the others were organizing their gear, each putting on gloves and pulling on rolled-up hoods over their heads. Then, they poured out a bunch of weapons from a canvas bag. Knives, hand axes, steel pipes. All rusty. After each person took a weapon, they pulled down their hoods to cover their entire faces, leaving only their noses, mouths, and eyes exposed. Once prepared, Crazy Donkey stepped out of the van, but as soon as his leg went out, he froze. A person was standing at the side door of the van, looking at them coldly. Crazy Donkey and the others were stunned, but upon seeing Li Erxi's handsome face, they remembered that he was one of the people they were supposed to kill. Crazy Donkey immediately lunged forward with his knife, but Li Erxi grabbed his wrist. Then there was a crack sound. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao was watching Li Erxi intently. Suddenly, she saw Li Erxi stretch out his hand, and then a heart-wrenching scream came from inside the van. Next, she saw Li Erxi directly dive into the van. Then, the whole van started shaking violently, accompanied by screams again and again. Then there was a loud bang, and the back window shattered, with a hooded head popping out, although the head was drooping and motionless. The next moment, the other side of the van opened, and a hooded man jumped out, seemingly trying to run, but before he could take a step, he was grabbed by a long hand by the collar and dragged back. 2 seconds later, the van stopped shaking. Then Li Erxi came out of the van, shaking off his hands. All done. Li Shuai chuckled lightly and walked over. Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly followed. When they reached the side of the van, they saw 5 people crammed in at odd angles, their postures not looking good, and their hand and foot placements unnatural, as if they had all dislocated something. Li Shuai removed the hood from the person closest to the door and saw a skinny, long-haired, curly head. Wake him up. Upon hearing this, Li Erxi reached out and pinched the person's acupoint hard. Hiss! Crazy Donkey slowly woke up, then seemed to feel the pain, holding his right wrist and gasping. When he fully opened his eyes, he saw the person he was supposed to kill standing in front of him. Crazy Donkey recalled being knocked out in the van and was instantly shocked, struggling to crawl backward, but Li Shuai grabbed him by the collar. Who sent you, Su Jiang? Or Zhao Lidong? Crazy Donkey panicked upon hearing the question, glancing at Li Shuai and then at Li Erxi, his lips starting to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Li Shuai looked at Crazy Donkey's right hand, grabbed his fingers, and shook his wrist hard. Dislocated joints are best not to move around. Otherwise, even if they get reset, they get habitually dislocated later. Li Shuai said softly. He added, habitual dislocation means it dislocates easily. Just a little force and it comes out. As he spoke, he shook it again and then gently pulled outward. Crazy Donkey couldn't endure the pain any longer and shouted, "It's Su Jiang. Su Jiang sent us." "Thanks." Li Shuai released him. Then he straightened up and looked at Zhou Xiao. "Do you have a phone? Let me borrow it." His glasses could also make calls, but doing so in front of others was obviously a bit inappropriate. After all, Zhou Xiao had just met him and could only be considered an outsider. Hearing Li Shuai's words, Zhou Xiao snapped back to reality from her daze, trembling as she pulled out a phone from her pocket. Li Shuai's earlier actions had frightened her. The honest girl had only seen torture in movies and TV shows and had never encountered such a scene in reality. Li Shuai took it. Looking at Zhou Xiao as trembling appearance, he smirked. "You might want to step back a bit. The upcoming scene isn't suitable for kids." Zhou Xiao was immediately stunned, glancing fearfully at Li Shuai before turning and running. Li Erxi was speechless. "You scared your little babysitter away." Li Shuai shook his head. "If she runs, she runs. It's no big deal. We can find another one." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed his watch. Immediately, Li Yigong's voice came through. "Boss, I have a file on a person for you. Scan his account in the Red Cross country and donate it to a charity organization in the country. By the way, it has to be a legitimate charity organization. Don't donate to those that are just for show." As he spoke, Li Shuai tapped his glasses a few times and sent the information he had scanned and stored about Zhao Lidong to Li Yigong in Antarctica. Received. A few seconds later, Li Yigong laughed. "Done. They say it's the safest Red Cross bank in the world, but nowadays it's like being unguarded." "All right, that's it." Li Shuai ended the communication. He then picked up the phone and dialed the number in his glasses. The phone rang for a long time before finally connecting. "Hello?" Zhao Lidong's deep voice came through. Li Shuai smiled and said, "Secretary Zhao, hello. Who are you?" Zhao Lidong on the other end seemed a bit confused. "I am Li Shuai." There was a brief silence, then a cheerful voice responded, "Oh, it's you, General Li. What brings you to call me?" "Hey, how'd you get my phone number?" "Huh." Li Shuai chuckled lightly. "I even know your bank account passwords abroad. Knowing your phone number is nothing special." "All right. It seems your account is under your son's name, and your children are studying abroad, right?" There was another brief silence, then a voice came through. "What do you mean?" "I just wanted to give you a warning. Don't play tricks with me. If you do, I can ruin you." Li Shuai laughed, and then reminded him, "By the way, your ill-gotten gains are all gone now. Hurry up and send your son and daughter some living expenses, or they might starve abroad." A heavy breathing sound came from the other end of the line, but it quickly calmed down, followed by a cold laugh. "Are you trying to scare me? At the Red Cross Bank, you can't transfer money without the account holder. Why not just call and find out?" After saying this, Li Shuai hung up the phone. At this moment, Li Erxi asked, "What about these people?" Li Shuai turned around and glanced at the shivering, curly-haired man, then curled his lip. "With skills like that, they want to be assassins? Leave them some money for medical expenses. Let's go home." Li Shuai left directly, while Li Erxi rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a stack of 100 yuan bills along with some change that the old man had just found. He scratched his head, thinking that he had been a bit rough earlier, so he directly handed all the money to the crazy donkey. "This should be enough? I don't have any more." The crazy donkey stared at the several thousand yuan in his hands, stunned. When he looked up again, the handsome guy had already left. The crazy donkey peeked out, watching their retreating figures, and tears streamed down his face. So righteous. Chapter 17 $1 million donation. After walking several meters away from the van, Li Shuai stopped in his tracks. He realized that merely clearing Zhao Lidong's corrupt funds account wouldn't necessarily make the old man back down. He might even harbor more resentment. Moreover, Zhao Lidong was still in charge of public security and law enforcement. Once his company opened, he could easily find someone to smear him, and everything would be left to the old man's word. Although there was no need to fear him, a frog climbing on your foot doesn't bite, but it's still disgusting. He had to make this old man understand their power, so he wouldn't dare to confront them. Thinking of this, Li Shuai raised his left hand and tapped on his multifunctional watch. The next moment, Li Yigong's voice came through again. "Boss, keep an eye on that Zhao Lidong from earlier. Monitor all his calls and the accounts of his children abroad. If any money is transferred in, sweep it immediately and donate it." After ending the communication, Li Shuai chuckled lightly. Zhao Lidong's children were all second-generation officials, likely a bunch who didn't know the value of hard work. Once their financial support was cut off, They probably wouldn't last half a month over there in the use. Doing these things didn't stress Li Shuai at all. Yesterday, Zhao Lidong mobilized police to the municipal building against him, clearly instigated by Su Jiang. Since he was sticking his neck out for Su Jiang, Li Shuai naturally had to warn him a bit. But after that, he had no intention of continuing to hold a grudge. What didn't he expect was that these people were so overconfident that not only did they not back down, but they also plotted to assassinate him. Then let them understand what true power really means. Li Shuai turned to Li Erxi and said, "That Su Jiang seems a bit like a slippery character. Dealing with him probably won't yield much. Since he is in the underworld, we might as well use some underhanded tactics. Tonight, you go to his house and see if he has any sons or daughters. If it's a daughter, be more civilized. If it's a son, then teach him how to behave in front of Su Jiang." Okay. After speaking, the two continued walking. They had walked far when they turned a corner and froze. They saw Zhou Xiaoxiao leaning against the wall, head down, her hands seemingly trembling. She had heard Li Shuai and Li Erxi's conversation, and to her, Li Shuai looked just like a movie villain. Li Shuai was somewhat surprised. "You didn't run away?" Zhou Xiaoxiao bit her lip, mustered her courage, and extended her hand. "My phone." Li Shuai was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, reached into his pocket, and handed back the heavy flip phone. After receiving the phone, Zhou Xiaoxiao pulled out a set of keys from her small bag and handed them over. "These are the keys to your house." Li Shuai took them and looked directly at Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Is there anything else to explain?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she slumped to the ground. This left Li Shuai dumbfounded. "What is going on?" Li Erxi rolled his eyes. "With the way you talk, anyone would be scared stiff." Saying this, he stepped forward to help Zhou Xiaoxiao up. Zhou Xiaoxiao trembled even more, staring at Li Erxi's handsome face, thinking that it was nice to admire such top-notch looks before dying. Li Shuai also understood now, his expression turning quite interesting. "Do you think we're the bad guys?" Zhou Xiaoxiao turned to look at him, tears brimming in her eyes as she trembled. "Aren't you? Is it your aunt?" Li Shuai rolled his eyes and complained. "We're just using bad guys' methods to deal with bad guys. Does that count as being bad? You've heard of Su Jiang, right?" Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. Li Shuai asked again, "Do you know that the umbrella behind Su Jiang is Zhao Lidong?" Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head, looking adorably clueless. Li Shuai pressed on, "A major corrupt official and a gangster. Do you think they deserve to be punished?" Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Li Shuai continued, "Right now, the law can't punish them because there is no evidence. Even if I expose Zhao Lidong's account, at most he'll be charged with having unexplained sources of wealth. However, I now have the ability to take all the money Zhao Lidong earned from his corrupt practices and use it for charity. So what do you think? Should we go after him?" "Yes." Zhou Xiaoxiao clenched her little fist and swung it fiercely, her face full of righteous light. Li Shuai posed a soul-searching question. "Now Su Jiang wants to kill me, and I just want to warn him a little. So tell me, am I still the bad guy?" Zhou Xiaoxiao. In the evening, at the orphanage in Jinghai City, in the director's office, the old director Li Huaming was sitting at his desk, calculating the expenses of the orphanage for the month. After completing the checks, he opened a drawer, took out several bankbooks, and after flipping through them, his aged and kind face immediately filled with anxiety and uncertainty. The number of children in the orphanage was increasing, and he wanted to provide them with nutritious meals, but relying solely on the meager government funding was insufficient to even keep the children fed and clothed. This was only January 21st, and they were already out of money. Loans were no longer an option. The orphanage owed over 300,000 yuan, and the interest for this month was already overdue. The bank called every day to urge repayment, stating that if they were overdue for 3 months, they would freeze the orphanage's account and sue them. As for fundraising, he had been placing ads daily, but ever since he refused a wealthy businessman who asked him to help with money laundering, his donation box had only collected less than 200 yuan in coins each month. That businessman had a simple and direct way of laundering money. He would donate to the orphanage and then have the director buy things from his specified stores, even issuing invoices. However, the goods would be marked up tenfold or even 100-fold. Or the invoice would state a purchase quantity of 1,000 when the actual delivery quantity was only 1. What a good idea. It not only earned him the reputation of a philanthropist, but also provided a legal and taxed income. The old director certainly wouldn't engage in such illegal activities. Since then, no wealthy businessman had come to donate, and now he couldn't even afford to place ad for fundraising. Sigh. The old director took off his reading glasses, propped his head on his hand, and rubbed his temples. Just as he was feeling a headache, a plump woman barged in. "Uncle." The old director was startled and said irritably, "At your age, still so energetic." Li Guilin clapped her thighs with both hands, both happy and anxious. "Uncle, someone donated to us." "Huh?" The old director raised his head in surprise. Li Guilin rushed over. "The bank just called and said someone donated a sum to our account. They also mentioned that our loan was overdue. It was supposed to be forcibly deducted for repayment, but considering this is our first time, and it's understandable, they can wait until we're due to repay." Then I asked how much donation we received. Guess how much? Looking at his niece's happy expression, the old director knew that this time the donation must be substantial. He was also very happy, but couldn't he show it? He had to act calm. "How much?" The old director's expression was very indifferent. Li Guilin extended one finger. The old director smirked. 100,000? No, Li Guilin shook her head. The old director rolled his eyes. "Only 10,000? Li Guilin smiled mysteriously, at 1,000 in the middle, and read it again. 1,000. 10,000. The old director jumped up suddenly. 10 million. Thankfully, although his blood pressure was high, it hadn't reached a dangerous level. Otherwise, he might have passed out right then and there. Chapter 18, a role model. Did anyone say who donated? The old dean's expression was excited, eagerly wanting to know the name of that good person. Li Guilin tilted her head and rolled her eyes, thinking for a moment. "It seems, what's his name? Zhao Lidong." Zhao Lidong. The old dean almost jumped up this time. "Are you sure it's Zhao Lidong?" "Huh, what's wrong?" Li Guilin looked a bit confused. "Do you know who Zhao Lidong is?" Looking at the old dean's expression, it seemed he was about to cry. "He's the secretary of the political and legal committee in our city. If he can take out 10 million, do you know what that means? Can we take his 10 million? This money is hotter than freshly poured molten iron. Do you know that?" Although Li Guilin was straightforward, she wasn't foolish. With just this little hint from the old dean, she was stunned on the spot. Meanwhile, the old dean was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking even more anxious and lost than when he was short on funds earlier. After a while, Li Guilin came back to her senses and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. I didn't expect the secretary of the political and legal committee in our city to be so corrupt. Uncle, what do we do now? Return the money?" The old dean stopped in his tracks and smiled bitterly. "That's easy to say. We haven't figured out anything yet. What if he did this to handle evidence? If you return it, good heavens, he can directly accuse him of a huge crime of unknown origin without needing evidence. Isn't that just provoking him to death? I've heard that Zhao Lidong has a significant background. Don't think that if he goes in, it's over. The retaliation we might face could be even harsher than his. What should we do then?" The old dean pursed his lips and continued pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he stopped, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Murmuring to himself, "Soft people fear hard ones fear tough ones fear reckless ones, and reckless ones fear those who don't care about their lives. Anyway, without money to support it, I can't keep this orphanage running. I'm getting old. I've lived enough. I might as well burn my boats, act dumb once. And if it works out, it will help our children live worry-free." Saying this, he looked at his chubby niece. "Go to the TV station. Call a bunch of reporters over, and let's praise Secretary Zhao Lidong for his generous act." At the same time, at Su Zhang's house, the villa door opened, but it was pitch black inside. Su Zhang was a bit puzzled, taking off his leather shoes by the shoe cabinet while calling out, "Lei Lei, Lei Lei." No response. Where has he gone crazy again? After mumbling, he reached for the light switch, and the living room instantly lit up. He walked in with his beer belly, just about to head to the kitchen for some water when he caught sight of someone on the nearby sofa and turned to look. Oh, seeing that person, Su Jiang was startled. The person on the sofa was none other than Li Erxi. "General Su, hello." Li Erxi smiled with a hint of grin. This smile could probably make other girls faint, but now in Su Jiang's eyes, it was the smile of death. He had sent a crazy donkey to assassinate this master-servant pair, But now they were just fine and even came to his door. What did that mean? The person in front of him was formidable. Just looking from afar made Su Jiang feel his life was in danger. Oh, well, haha. Su Jiang rubbed his hands, smiling as he slowly walked forward. Mr. Li, when did you come? You didn't say in advance. I'm neglecting you. Halfway through his sentence, he couldn't continue, as he saw Li Erxi sitting there with one foot on someone's head, looking again at that very familiar pajamas. Lei. Su Jiang immediately wanted to step forward, but Li Erxi slightly pressed down with his toes, and the lay on the ground, let out a scream. Hearing his son scream, Su Jiang quickly stopped in his tracks, his heart aching for his son, and knelt down with his hands clasped, tears in his eyes, pleading with Li Erxi, Mr. Li, it's all my fault. Everything is my fault. There's a rule to follow. Family shouldn't be harmed. I beg you, let my son go. Li Erxi smiled and said, General Su, you don't seem to be following the rules. Didn't we agree yesterday that everything was settled? How can you still send someone to kill my boss? And your son is also very rude, with a very strange temperament. He needs to be taught well. Otherwise, one day he might offend someone and end up dead in the street. What do you think? Yes, it's my fault. Su Jiang was in tears, desperately pleading. I'm in the wrong. Please let my son go. I'll do anything you want. Seeing that it was about time, Li Erxi lifted his foot off Su Lei and casually crossed his legs. Su Jiang, forgetting his fear of Li Erxi, crawled toward Su Lei and picked up his son. Su Jiang, what kind of person did you provoke? Su Lei's face was covered in blood, but he was still conscious, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he directly criticized his father. Seeing that his son still called him the same, Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. At least his mind was still intact. It's just superficial injuries, don't worry. I have a good control over the strength. It will just hurt, mainly to help him remember. Su Jiang swallowed hard, feeling even more fearful of Li Erxi. Then he heard Li Erxi say softly, We know it was Zhao Lidong who sent you. He is still in the process of warning you. My boss said he just wants to do business peacefully, do research, and hopes you won't provoke him. Saying this, Li Erxi leaned down to look Su Jiang in the eyes. Really, don't think you're so impressive. In my boss's eyes, you are nothing. At least you still have a bunch of thugs, as for Zhao Lidong, haha. If we really wanted him to disappear, it would be easier than squashing an ant. Guaranteed, there would be no trace left. Saying this, Li Erxi sincerely asked, Do you believe it? I believe. Su Jiang nodded like a garlic peeler. Seeing the warning had worked well, Li Erxi smiled. All right, I'm leaving. Take your son to the hospital for a few stitches and a tetanus shot. Okay, you take care. Once Li Erxi left, Su Jiang finally breathed a huge sigh of relief, holding Su Lei with a face full of fear. Su Lei then asked, Who was that? Who did you provoke that is so powerful? Damn, I felt like a chick in front of him. Su Jiang rolled his eyes. I told you before, there are many people we can't afford to mess with. You didn't believe it, now, do you? Oh, come on, stop talking. I'm already bleeding and you're still talking nonsense. Take me to the hospital. Right to the hospital, let us go. Let us go. Now back to Zhao Lidong's house. If one really looked at this small 3-bedroom apartment and the simple decoration inside, they might think it belonged to a high-ranking official. However, the high-ranking official was currently in a state of panic. In the afternoon, Li Shuai called him, and he didn't believe it, even sneering. Just as he got off work and hadn't reached home, he received a call from the son of the Eagle Sauce, saying all the money on his card had disappeared. Only then did Zhao Lidong hurriedly call someone to contact the bank on the Red Cross countryside, and the response was that all his money had been donated to a charitable organization. The most critical part was that the donation was made in his name. At that moment, Zhao Lidong felt like he had been struck by lightning. Charitable organizations often have deep connections with the media. If a bunch of reporters surrounded his door tomorrow, asking where that money came from, this could really be life-threatening. Given the media's tendency to make a fuss, he could already imagine the headline for tomorrow's front page. A certain official dedicates himself to charity, generously donating 10 million, a true role model. Chapter 19. Both Yin and Yang can play after thinking for a long time. Zhao Lidong couldn't come up with a good solution, so he took out his phone and dialed a number. After a few beeps, the call connected, and a deep voice came from the other end. Hello, big brother, it's me. Zhao Lidong held his forehead, looking quite pained. In fact, If it weren't for the situation being beyond repair, he wouldn't want to communicate with his elder brother at all. All the resources in the family were given to his brother, which made Zhao Lidong feel resentful. He had never accepted the idea that his elder brother was the most outstanding one in the eyes of their family. "I know it's you. What's wrong? What happened?" Although the voice on the other end expressed concern, there was an indescribable indifference. It was clear that Zhao Lidong's elder brother didn't think much of him. Zhao Lidong closed his eyes and took a deep breath, seemingly enduring the discomfort in his heart. "It's like this." He went on to explain the situation to his elder brother without lying, knowing that lying would be useless. After he finished, the voice on the other end immediately scolded. "Stupid." Zhao Lidong rolled his eyes. He then heard his brother continue, "If he can crack the bank account password of the Red Cross country, it shows he has very strong technical skills. The ability to transfer money from an account without the bank knowing. Such means are not something even the CIA would possess. If our Zhao family could get such assistance, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Instead of trying to win him over for our Zhao family, you pushed him to the opposing side." "You. All right, I get it." Zhao Lidong interrupted impatiently. "Isn't that what I'm troubled about? Otherwise, I wouldn't come to you for advice, would I?" The voice on the other end seemed to be choked, as if even more angry. "I've told you long ago. If you like money, then don't be an official. Go into business. Once you're in the system, don't focus on those trifles. Does the family lack your food and drink? You've never been a source of peace since childhood. If the old man finds out about this, he might get so angry that he ends up in the hospital again." Zhao Lidong took a deep breath, his expression shifting from impatience to anger. "Can you change the timing of your preaching? How about tomorrow or the day after? You can call me then, and I'll listen to you talk as much as you want." Downstairs in the residential area where Zhao Lidong lived, Li Shuai was fully wrapped in a nanoprotective suit and equipped with an optical camouflage device, blending into the surroundings like a ghost as he walked towards Zhao Lidong's Audi. At this moment, not even a human eye or a dog's eye could see him. Using infrared detectors or radar wouldn't work either. The nanoprotective suit could block infrared radiation and absorb the electromagnetic waves emitted by radar. So, he was essentially invisible. This set of equipment was simply a must-have gadget for home travel and peeping. Of course, the readers, not being mere mortals, could see Li Shuai. He confidently walked to Zhao Lidong's car, plugged his finger into the keyhole, and then a segment of the nanoprotective suit's glove extended out, perfectly fitting into the keyhole while continuously testing it. At the same time, his earpiece was transmitting the conversation between Zhao Lidong and his elder brother. Li Shuai chuckled. "I didn't expect this Zhao Lidong to be so rebellious at his age." At this moment, the earpiece was silent. It was unclear whether Zhao Lidong's elder brother was thinking of a solution or was just angry. After a while, the elder brother finally said, "Tomorrow, I'll ask a friend abroad to admit that the money was donated in your name, claiming it's because he thinks you are fair and clean, wanting to help you accumulate some mean virtue." The term mean virtue was pronounced with some emphasis, seemingly expressing the elder brother's sarcasm. Then he continued, "I'll give you his number later. You two can align your statements." Then, Zhao Lidong's excited voice came through the earpiece. "Okay." As soon as he said that, the sound of a beep came through the earpiece. "No thanks, just hanging up without saying anything, really rude," Li Shuai muttered with a pout. Looking down, he noticed the car door hadn't opened yet. Li Shuai grew a bit impatient, withdrew his finger, and then pressed against the door seam. This time, it was much quicker. In a few seconds, there was a click, and it opened. After opening the car door, Li Shuai took out a mini listening device, placed it in the seat seam, then closed the door and left gracefully. An hour later, Li Shuai returned to his villa. Upon entering the house, he found Li Erxi had already returned and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. There were also delicious smells coming from the kitchen, presumably from the little nanny working inside. "Back." Li Erxi turned around to greet him. "Yeah." Li Shuai took off his shoes and changed into a pair of slippers. This was also requested by the little nanny. Walking over to the sofa, he heard Li Erxi curiously ask, "If you don't like that Zhao Lidong, I can help you take him out immediately. Why bother going to his place to plant a listening device?" Li Shuai shook his head, sighed, and then said earnestly, "Don't just think about assassinations. It's so low class. If you can't even deal with such a small fry, how can you expect to confront the whole world in the future? Planting a listening device doesn't take much effort. Once I have evidence of his crimes, he'll be in my hands. Who knows, he might even be useful to me later. I SNT that better than just killing him. You need to elevate your perspective. I'm counting on you four to help me build my empire in the future. With such a low vision, how can I trust you to handle things on your own? The earlier part of his speech was fine, but the last sentence made Li Erxi roll his eyes directly. Not wanting to say anything and just ignoring him, Li Shuai continued to ramble. Moreover, now that we know we have grievances with Zhao Lidong, besides that Su Jiang, there's also the little nanny inside. There might even be others we don't know, like Zhao Lidong's driver and secretary. Su Jiang and the others are fine. If we kill them, they're not good people anyway. But what about that little nanny? Li Erxi nodded. That's true. Just then, Zhou Xiaoxiao came out of the kitchen with 2 dishes. Dinner is ready, boss. Coming. Li Shuai rushed to the dining room to sit down, while Li Erxi entered the kitchen to help serve the dishes. It wasn't a lavish meal, just simple home-cooked dishes for dishes and a soup. The vegetables and rice were bought from a nearby supermarket, just a little bit. The little nanny said the supermarket was too expensive and that it would be more economical to go to the market tomorrow. Looking at the dishes, Li Shuai genuinely praised. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous in cooking despite being usually a bit careless. Try it. Praise me after you've tasted it. Zhou Xiaoxiao said confidently with a smile. Li Shuai smiled as he picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs and put it in his mouth. After chewing, he was pleasantly surprised. It's really good. Of course, Zhou Xiaoxiao said with her nose held high. Then she turned to Li Erxi, who was serving rice in the kitchen, and shouted, I want less rice. At that moment, Li Erxi had already brought out 3 bowls of rice, and, not being accommodating, directly walked to the dining table and placed the 3 bowls on the table, then handed 1 bowl to Li Shuai. Eat if you want. Looking at the full bowl of rice and then at the cold-faced handsome guy, Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted. However, she still reached out to grab the rice bowl. Li Shuai found it amusing, laughing as he asked while scooping rice. What's wrong? Not hungry? Zhou Xiaoxiao poked the center of the rice with her chopsticks. Yeah, I've absorbed all the oil fumes. Then there's nothing to be done. Li Shuai shrugged, then asked, By the way, did you tell Manager Zhang about your resignation? Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. I just called. He told me to go in and handle the paperwork tomorrow morning. The salary I deposited this month is gone, but I can get the commission. Chapter 20. The loyal Gao brothers. The next morning, Li Shuai pulled the equally early rising Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was cleaning up, to go buy vegetables. He wanted to understand the current prices, and, of course, the market was the best place to find out. As for Li Erxi, he was off to buy a boat and recruit a group of loyal crew members. They had discussed the night before about transporting gold and other resources from Antarctica, and shipping by sea seemed to be the best option. Although mining ships and aircraft could also transport, they were too conspicuous. Even if they could evade radar, it wouldn't be good for the local people of Jinghai to see them. It might cause panic, and rumors of an alien invasion could spread, and then Li Shuai would suddenly have a batch of precious metals in hand. How to explain that? Although he really was an alien. They took a taxi and arrived at the old factory street market. As agreed, they were to buy fish from Gao Qiqiang, and Li Shuai needed to keep his word. Upon entering the market, it was packed with people. The early morning market was bustling. To the right was a grain and oil store. And Li Shuai enthusiastically approached to ask, Boss, how much is rice per pound? The owner was weighing rice for another customer and shouted without turning around. What kind of rice do you want? Thai fragrant rice is 1. Round rice is 0. 85. Hybrid rice is 0. 75. And glutinous rice is 1. 3. Li Shuai was taken aback. There are so many types of rice? It wasn't that he couldn't tell the grains apart, but in the 25th century, with Antarctica melting and sea levels rising significantly, the global arable land had decreased by more than half, allowing only high-yield hybrid rice to be cultivated. So, children of that time only recognized one kind of rice. If it weren't for this, the United Nations wouldn't oppose the Dragon Kingdom's people transporting and planting soil in space. Soil resources were indeed precious. Hearing Li Shuai's strange comments, Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes again. She had now confirmed that her boss was definitely the foolish son of a certain mine owner from the north. Let's buy rice later. It's too heavy to carry while shopping, Zhou Xiaoxiao suggested. I just wanted to ask, Li Shuai replied, and then turned to the store owner, Boss, we'll come back later. Sure. The store owner didn't think much of it. This situation was indeed common. The two turned to walk towards other stalls, but after just a few steps, they caught a whiff of fishy odor. Turning around, they saw a fish stall where a seemingly honest man was gutting fish, and a young man with glasses was assisting by collecting money. Li Shuai smiled and approached, greeting Boss Gao. Gao Qiqiang looked up and was momentarily stunned to see Li Shuai. It was his brother, Gao Qixing, who reacted first and quickly stepped out of the stall. Sir. Hello. Li Shuai smiled back. By the way, I forgot to ask yesterday, what is your name? Gao Qixing. Gao Qixing replied, a bit nervous yet excited. He had thought all night about regretting not boldly hugging the mysterious boss's leg, as he felt it could be their family's chance to change their fate. Although the boss said he would come back to buy fish from them in the future, he might not truly remember. Sometimes opportunities and benefactors, once missed, are really missed. Gao Qixing? Li Shuai pondered the name, noting that one was Gao Qiqiang and the other Gao Qixing, strong and prosperous, quite nice. My surname is Li, and my name is Li Shuai. At this moment, Gao Qiqiang also came out, smiling and greeting Li Shuai. Mr. Li, please see what fish you'd like. It's on me. At this point, a customer nearby became displeased, exclaiming, what about my fish? I've already paid. Hurry up. Gao Qixing shot him a glare. But since a benefactor was present, he had to maintain his composure. So, he patiently said, sorry, just a moment. Gao Qiqiang also kept smiling as he returned to the stall, quickly gutting and bagging the fish before handing it to the customer. At this moment, Li Shuai asked the young assistant beside him, what kind of fish are you good at cooking? Zhou Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, fathead fish. I'll make you a fish head soup for lunch. Gao Qiqiang quickly responded, fathead fish, right? Just a moment. He then hurriedly turned, took a net from the side, fished out a large flower catfish from a glass tank, and swiftly cleaned the fish. He cut the fish head in half and thoughtfully packed it in a small plastic bag before putting it into a larger plastic bag and handed it directly to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Li Shuai laughed. Aren't you going to weigh it? How much should I pay you? Oh, I said it's on me. No need to pay. Gao Qiqiang waved his hands repeatedly. Zhou Xiaoxiao then asked, how much is the fathead fish per pound? Gao Qiqiang was taken aback for a moment. $1.50 per pound. Zhou Xiaoxiao weighed the plastic bag in her hand, about 3 pounds and 8 ounces. Let us call it 10 pounds for the whole fish. We're only buying the fish head, so let us get a 30 discount, $10.50. She handed the bag with the fish head to Li Shuai and then reached into her small purse, pulling out a $10 bill and a small golden coin, handing them to Gao Qixing. The three men nearby were stunned by her actions. Li Shuai was quite surprised. You can tell how much it weighs just by holding it? When I was a kid, I often went to the market with my grandma to sell vegetables. By the time I got used to it, I could tell the weight just by lifting it, no need for a scale. She said, taking the fish head from Li Shuai, let us go buy some other vegetables. Li Shuai snapped back to reality. Oh, okay. Gao Qixing, watching them about to leave, bit his lip, finally mustering the courage to call out, Mr. Li. Li Shuai stopped and turned back, looking at him in confusion. Gao Qixing continued, I'm really sorry about yesterday. My brother is running this fish stall alone to support our education, which is why he smells like fish. I thought you were mocking him yesterday, so I offended you. Li Shuai looked at Gao Qiqiang in surprise. Gao Qiqiang smiled sheepishly. Li Shuai then turned back to Gao Qixing, asking with interest, and then? Gao Qixing's eyes lit up. He was very smart. Since Li Shuai didn't just say it was okay and leave, it meant he had noticed his intentions. Think about it, a nanny could earn 8,000 a month. If he could help his brother secure a position with Li Shuai, the salary was secondary. The key was to leverage Li Shuai to make a leap in their social class. Gao Qixing mustered his courage and said to Li Shuai, I think my brother is a remarkable person. He used to hate the smell of fish, but for my sister and me, he's been working in this stall for over 10 years. He really is amazing. I hope, Mr. Li, if possible, you could give my brother a chance. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai looked at Gao Qiqiang again, who seemed a bit embarrassed and frowned. Sheng, why are you saying this? Li Shuai smiled and turned back to Gao Qixing. Why don't you promote yourself to me? Gao Qixing shyly scratched the back of his head. I just started my freshman year. He quickly added, but even after I graduate, I hope my brother can have a decent job. Li Shuai looked directly into Gao Qixing's eyes and found nothing but sincerity. To be honest, This pair of brothers who valued emotions really appealed to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Shuai said, "My company is still in the preparatory stage. I'll see what positions are suitable for your brother and let him know." "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Li." Gao Qixing repeatedly bowed, and Gao Qiqiang was also overjoyed. Li Shuai patted Gao Qixing on the shoulder. "Study hard, and when you graduate, come to me for an interview?" "Yes." Gao Qixing nodded vigorously. At that moment, Li Shuai caught sight of a few people walking quickly towards him out of the corner of his eye. As he turned his head, he saw the pair of brothers who had scared him yesterday, along with a few others beside them. Upon seeing Li Shuai looking over, they quickly came to a halt. Li Shuai thought they were there to pick a fight and immediately showed a cold smile. "What? You think you can act tough now that my bodyguard isn't around?" As he spoke, he pulled Zhou Xiaoxiao behind him to protect her. Chapter 21. Don't miss the opportunity. Seeing Li Shuai's aggressive demeanor, Tang Xiaolong quickly waved his hands. No, boss, we're here to apologize." Tang Xiaohu quickly added, "Yes, we're here to apologize." "Boss, are you here to buy vegetables? Feel free to take whatever you want. No need to pay." Yes, go ahead and take it." Gao Qiqiang stood aside, about to say something but was stopped by Gao Qixing, who subtly shook his head at his brother. As the saying goes, times change. Yesterday, Gao Qiqiang spoke up for Tang Xiaolong, showing his loyalty, which made Li Shuai take a liking to him, laying the groundwork for today's connection. Just now, Gao Qixing also promoted Gao Qiqiang's tenacity to Li Shuai, which won him Li Shuai's favor. Now that Gao Qiqiang was about to become Li Shuai's subordinate, could he still speak up for Tang Xiaolong? That would be like turning his elbow outward. Moreover, showcasing one's character traits once or twice is enough. This time it was loyalty, next time it should be commitment, right? If you keep using the same approach, the boss might think you're being insincere, especially since this boss is clearly not simple. Gao Qiqiang, clearly not a fool, understood his brother's meaning immediately and took a hesitant step back. On Li Shuai's side, seeing Tang Xiaolong's flattering demeanor, he relaxed. He approached the Tang brothers and looked them over. Under Li Shuai's scrutinizing gaze, the expressions of the Tang brothers gradually became anxious, and their smiles grew increasingly forced. After Li Shuai left yesterday, they were equally frightened after hearing Gao Qixing's analysis, unable to sleep all night. What if that big shot one day was in a bad mood and remembered that this group had offended him? What would happen to the old Tang family then? Seeing the sweat on their foreheads, Li Shuai smiled and said, "Gao Qiqiang already apologized for you yesterday, and as for the money for the vegetables, I have it." Saying this, he walked directly towards them. To be honest, Li Shuai now had quite an aura. Tang Xiaolong and the others parted in the middle, giving him a wide passage. Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed. Watching Li Shuai leave, Tang Xiaolong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Gao Qixing suddenly showed a look of disappointment. How can you be so oblivious? Hurry up and help carry things. It wasn't possible to speak for them in person, but giving advice behind their backs was still okay. After all, they had grown up together, and despite any arguments or fights, 2 days later it would all be forgotten. Of course, they should help each other. Yes. Tang Xiaolong suddenly came to his senses, patted Gao Qixing on the shoulder, thanked him, and said, "I'll treat you and your sister to a meal another day." About half an hour later, Li Shuai walked out of the vegetable market, followed by Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had empty hands. Behind them were Tang Xiaolong and the others, carrying bags of vegetables, while Gao Qixing held 2 bags and the bald man named Qiao carried a 50-kilogram bag of rice. Looking at the bicycles coming and going at the market entrance, Li Shuai was momentarily at a loss. He turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Looks like we'll need to buy a car. Do you have a driver's license?" Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head. Getting a driver's license cost thousands. How could I afford that? Li Shuai shrugged. "Let's go take the test together tomorrow, and I'll reimburse you for the fees." Zhou Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy at once. At this moment, Tang Xiaolong stepped forward with good timing. "Mr. Li, it's hard to get a taxi in the old Factory Street area, and a regular tricycle can't fit all these things. If you don't mind, I have a van. I can drive you back." Li Shuai turned in surprise. "You can drive?" "Yes, my brother and I both can. We got our licenses 2 years ago." Tang Xiaolong looked at Li Shuai with eager anticipation. Li Shuai considered for a moment and said, "I need a driver. Are you interested? The salary is half of what this little maid makes, for 1,000. If you do well, it will gradually increase. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone behind varied. The Tang brothers were overjoyed and couldn't believe it. They had heard Gao Qixing say that salary was secondary, and the key was the leap in status. Gao Qixing, however, felt a bit jealous. He had racked his brains to help his brother secure a position as Li Shuai's subordinate, while Tang Xiaolong had done nothing and was suddenly in line for a driving position just because Li Shuai needed a driver. What luck! Seeing the dazed expressions of the Tang brothers, Li Shuai was puzzled. What's wrong? Do you think the salary is low? Who told you to mock me yesterday? It's 4,000. Are you in or out? Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but giggle at this. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohu, not waiting for his brother to come to his senses, directly said in, "My brother will take it. Thank you, Mr. Li." Tang Xiaolong quickly bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Li Shuai smiled again. "Where's your vehicle?" "Oh, I'll go get it." Tang Xiaolong hurriedly handed his things to Tang Xiaohu, pulled a set of keys from Tang Xiaohu's pocket, and dashed to the other side of the street. Before long, a somewhat shabby van pulled up beside them. Tang Xiaolong jumped out, opened the side door. "Mr. Li, please." Li Shuai stepped forward and took a look inside the vehicle. It has a bit of an odor. It's usually used for hauling goods, so it smells a bit. Tang Xiaolong said somewhat awkwardly. Li Shuai said nothing but smiled and got into the car, with Zhou Xiaoxiao naturally following. Then, the younger brother of the Tang family opened the back door and put the purchased vegetables inside, while Tang Xiaohu took the passenger seat. "Old Xiao, keep an eye on things," Tang Xiaolong instructed the bald man. "Don't worry." At this moment, Li Shuai noticed Gao Qixing outside, looking somewhat envious, and thought for a moment before rolling down the car window and waving. "Gao Qixing, do you want to come along? Is that okay?" Gao Qixing was a bit flattered. "I'm not familiar with the car market. If you know about it, can you help me out?" "Oh, no problem." Once Gao Qixing got in the car, Li Shuai directly said, "First, let's go to the best 4S shop here." Now, at the entrance of the municipal party compound, a large group of reporters was waiting. At the front of the crowd was the old director of the orphanage, Li Huaming, holding a rolled-up banner. When Secretary Wu and Mayor Zhang came to work earlier, they thought the New Year's policies had been leaked, attracting so many reporters. But after asking, they found out they were waiting for Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong was late for work today because he had to go to the bank to transfer money for his children. Normally, transferring money internationally these days is quite troublesome. But who is Zhao Lidong? In this area of Jinghai, who wouldn't give him some face? A call to the bank president, and even before they opened for business, someone had prepared all the documents. He just had to sign and enter his password. Thus, by 9:30, Zhao Lidong's Audi slowly arrived at the entrance of the municipal party compound. Seeing so many people, Zhao Lidong was a bit dazed, thinking that some people were coming to petition him again. After all, due to his operations over the years, complaints about the underworld in Jinghai had decreased significantly. Why were so many suddenly back? However, seeing the cameras in everyone's hands, Zhao Lidong quickly realized they were here to find him regarding the donation matter. Thinking of this, he instructed his driver, Xiao Tang, stop the car. Chapter 22, Buying a car. The car slowly came to a stop, and Zhao Lidong got out with a friendly, approachable smile, walking towards the reporters. "Secretary Zhao is here." The reporters, of course, had seen Zhao Lidong before. With a shout, they all rushed forward. Cameras and microphones pointed directly at him. Normally, these reporters would maintain their composure in front of high-ranking officials. But today, there was a sensational scoop. "Secretary Zhao, Director Li of the orphanage said you donated 10 million yuan to him. Is that true?" "Secretary Zhao, as far as we know, you are a very clean official. So can you explain the source of this 10 million? "Secretary Zhao, did you donate out of your own pocket because you think the government spends too little on social welfare each year?" "Secretary Zhao, did someone from the Discipline Inspection Commission come to see you today?" "Secretary Zhao, goodness, even Zhao Lidong, who is used to big scenes, was left with a muddled mind by these questions. He had no choice but to raise his hand and say loudly, 'Everyone, you're all asking at once. How can I answer? I'll call on you one by one. Okay, don't rush.'" It's no wonder he is a leader. His commanding presence made the reporters quiet down. Then Zhao Lidong noticed a relatively attractive female reporter and gestured to her. The female reporter's eyes lit up, and she raised her microphone to ask, "Hello, Secretary Zhao. I'm a reporter from Jinghai TV. Can I ask if this 10 million was really donated by you personally? Huh? How could it be me personally? Zhao Lidong showed a bewildered expression and continued. I only received the news last night. I was abroad, and a good friend of mine, whom I helped many years ago, has always wanted to repay me. Honestly, when he left a big box of US dollars on my coffee table, I was tempted, but I kept reminding myself that I am a cadre, a public servant, and must absolutely not accept any form of property beyond my salary and unit rewards. So I joked with my friend that if he really wanted to repay me, he should donate the money to a charity, which would also be good for him. I didn't expect my friend to take it seriously and donate in my name. As Zhao Lidong spoke, his face was sincere, and it was impossible to tell he was lying. After all, the donation was technically his money, so there was no need to pretend. The reporters exchanged glances, unable to believe the turn of events. Then they heard Zhao Lidong chuckle. You guys, did you think I embezzled? Unfortunately, you won't be digging up any big news today. At this moment, a reporter hurriedly asked, Secretary Zhao, can you share some information about that friend of yours? Of course, he is not a person to hide. Zhao Lidong replied calmly. His English name is Daiwei Cho, and his Chinese name is Zhou David. He is a well-known rubber businessman in Southeast Asia. You can go interview him if you don't believe me. He then waved his hand. Okay, everyone, let us leave it at that for today. I still have a lot to do at my unit, so let us disperse, all right, disperse. The reporters looked disappointed, but soon they remembered something and made way, revealing the old director behind them. If they couldn't dig up negative news, they could report on positive news. Zhao Lidong saw Director Li and was still a bit puzzled. Director Li walked briskly up to Zhao Lidong and bowed deeply. Zhao Lidong hurried to assist him. Elder Yu. Director Li, with tears in his eyes, said, Secretary Zhao, on behalf of the orphanage and the 112 children there, thank you for your donation. As he spoke, he unfolded a banner in his hands. When Zhao Lidong saw the words on it, his face froze. The banner read, Virtue in the world, boundless love. The 8 characters felt like 8 sharp knives, stabbing at his heart repeatedly. Who is Zhao Lidong? The biggest protector of organized crime in Jinghai. How many wrongful cases has he caused? How many victims' souls have not found peace? How many plaintiffs have no recourse for their demands? And all the profits from these matters have been donated away. Virtue in the world, boundless love? Zhao Lidong wanted to shout. Go to hell. Of course, he managed his expression well, only stiffening for a moment before putting on a moved face. You tell me, the money wasn't even donated by me. How can I deserve such praise? Perfectly illustrating the meaning of smiling on the outside while cursing on the inside. The scene shifted to the entrance of a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership in Jinghai. A van slowly came to a stop. Inside the vehicle, Tang Xiaolong looked at the sign outside the 4S store and swallowed hard. The others had similar expressions, having never seen such a scene before. Of course, they now had no doubts about Li Shuai's capabilities, and Wu Ti asked any inappropriate questions. Then, Li Shuai confidently opened the car door, got out, and straightened his clothes. But before he could take 2 steps, a voice came from inside the store. Hey, no parking here. Hurry up and move along. Turning around, they saw a handsome guy in a suit and tie, with slicked back hair, waving his hands arrogantly. Hurry up and move, I'm talking to you. The slick-back guy angrily walked to the driver's side, glanced at Tang Xiaolong's outfit, and continued to shout, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? Tang Xiaolong was a bit at a loss, and at that moment, Gao Qixing got out of the car from the other side, ran over, and said, We're here to buy a car. The slick-back guy took another look at Gao Qixing. Buy a car? Have you been to school? Do you know the words on that sign? He pointed to the sign of his own 4S store. Can you afford it? Hurry up and leave. Do you know how much a car sells for inside? Just as Gao Qixing was at a loss for words, Li Shuai couldn't stand it anymore, stepped forward, and looked straight at the slick-back guy. Li Shuai was 181 centimeters tall, while the slick-back guy was at most 170 centimeters. So he had to slightly look up to meet Li Shuai's gaze. Are you security? Li Shuai suddenly asked. The slick-back guy was taken aback, sizing up Li Shuai's clothing, noticing that the fabric of the Zhongshan suit seemed quite expensive. Looking at Li Shuai's demeanor, he was uncertain. However, he couldn't lose face, especially since he had an important client coming to see a car soon. If this van was blocking the entrance and upset that client, he would lose a big sale. He turned sideways and stared at Li Shuai. No, what's the matter? Not security? Then why are you acting like one? Does your security know you're trying to take his job? Li Shuai's expression became somewhat surprised. You're a salesman, right? Didn't you receive training before starting? Don't you know basic manners? After saying this, he didn't care about the slick-back guy's reaction and turned to Tang Xiaolong. Blocking the road is our fault. Move the car aside. Okay, Mr. Li. The slick-back guy wanted to retort, but Li Shuai ignored him and walked towards Gao Qixing. Follow me, be polite. But when you encounter someone arrogant like this, you have to be even more arrogant. Understand? Gao Qixing's eyes lit up, feeling as if something hidden deep within him had been awakened. Li Shuai smiled, patted his shoulder, and then walked towards the store. Hey! The slick-back guy raised his hand. Looking displeased, Li Shuai turned around. What? I'm here to buy a car, and you're not letting me in? The slick-back guy was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Shuai directly turn back and walk into the store. Gao Qixing, Zhou Xiao, and Tang Xiao naturally followed closely behind. The man with the slick-back hair remained in place, his expression twitching a few times, looking visibly displeased. Just as he was about to hurl a remark at Tang Xiao, who shot him a glance and immediately stepped on the gas, almost colliding with the slick-back man. Inside the store, hello, sir. A middle-aged man, also dressed in a suit and tie, greeted Li Shuai with a professional smile. He had witnessed the scene at the entrance, but evidently, he possessed more professionalism than that young man. Li Shuai chuckled. You're more polite than that dog-eyed guy at the door. The man replied, You're joking, sir. You can file a complaint against him, but please also respect his dignity. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai nodded in satisfaction and said to Zhou Xiao beside him, See, this is proper salesmanship. The middle-aged man revealed a hint of a polite smile. Li Shuai turned back and was also pleased with the man's smile. So, you'll be serving us? The middle-aged man smiled and asked, What is your budget for purchasing a car? Li Shuai replied, No limit. The man's smile instantly froze. In all his years, it was the first time he encountered such a customer. Generally, he wouldn't hastily ask about the budget limit, especially since the group before him didn't seem wealthy. Knowing the approximate model range would save him a lot of time. Otherwise, if he took them around the expensive area only for them to buy a cheap one, it would be a waste of effort. Now, hearing Li Shuai's words, he could only patiently accompany Li Shuai as they looked around. As soon as they entered, Li Shuai stopped in front of a car that looked quite imposing. Seeing Li Shuai stop, the middle-aged salesman was taken aback, then showed a helpless expression. Goodness, he was eyeing their store showcase. Sir? The middle-aged salesman couldn't help but ask. Li Shuai pointed at the car in front of him. This car looks nice. How much is it? At this moment, Gao Qixing was also stunned and directly said, Mr. Li, this is the Mercedes S600 that just hit the market in China not long ago. It costs about $2 million each. Li Shuai was also taken aback. Is it that cheap? Get 3, 1 for me to drive, 1 for Erxie to use for work, and 1 for the little maid to buy groceries. Chapter 23. Heroes emerge from Mang Village. Oh my, who has such a big mouth? As Li Shuai's words fell, an odd voice came from the side. The bewildered crowd turned their heads to see a heavily made-up woman leaning against a slightly dark-circled young man in a suit, looking curiously at them. The one who brought them in was the young salesman with a slick-back hairstyle. Li Shuai frowned slightly, feeling that this scene seemed a bit kitsch. He didn't say much and pulled out his HSBC bank card, handing it to the middle-aged salesman beside him. The middle-aged salesman saw the card and felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Sir, just as the young man next to you said, the price of this car is $1.88 million. Adding purchase tax, consumption tax, vehicle and vessel tax, compulsory insurance, and other fees, the final price will exceed $2.4 million. Are you sure you want to buy this model? Li Shuai was taken aback. Do you think there's no money in the card? No, that's not what I meant. The middle-aged salesman hadn't finished speaking when a mocking laugh came from the side. Huh? I've never seen a country bumpkin trying to act like a big shot this convincingly. Li Shuai rolled his eyes, ignoring her, but she wasn't done. The woman continued. Hey, if you want to act, at least pick some decent clothes, right? She waved her hand in front of her nose and looked at the slick-back young salesman. What kind of smell is that? How'd they let them in such a high-end place? Li Shuai still ignored her and looked at the middle-aged salesman, raising the bank card. My arm is getting tired. The middle-aged salesman forced a smile, but did not take the card. Instead, he gestured towards the front desk. As they passed by the woman, she actually stepped aside in disgust, but this led her to bump into Tang Xiaohu, who had just parked his car and walked in. Watch where you're going. Sorry. Tang Xiaohu kept apologizing, but the woman was relentless, glaring angrily. Is saying sorry enough? Do you know how much this outfit costs? At this point, Li Shuai couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. Wow. Are the kept women this arrogant now? The woman was stunned for a moment, then turned around and stared at Li Shuai with wide eyes. I'm the one being kept? You must be blind. It's me keeping him. The young man in the suit next to her awkwardly touched his nose. Now Li Shuai was also confused, looking at the woman, then at the dark-circled young man. He raised his hand to wipe his glasses, and suddenly all sorts of information about the woman appeared in his vision. After reading, Li Shuai's face was filled with shock. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's a new boss lady of Jiangzhou Home to Shipbuilding. Is she the mistress who got promoted and is now putting a green hat on someone? He didn't lower his voice, instead speaking in a shocked tone. This caught the attention of others in the store, and a few customers sitting in the hall looking at promotional brochures began to whisper. Customer A asked curiously, the boss lady of Home to Shipbuilding? Zhang Benkai's wife? Customer B was shocked. Isn't he 81? Customer C realized. No wonder she came all the way from Jiangzhou to pretend here in Jinghai. She must be afraid of being discovered by old Zhang. Customer D sneered. If old Zhang finds out, that's the least of their worries. If his wasteful sons find out, these two would probably be beaten to death. Customer A suddenly grinned. No wonder she wants to keep a young man. Old Zhang's capabilities probably faded long ago. Customer B also grinned. Just look at that kept man. He looks like he lacks vitality. I didn't expect her to look young, but be this needy. Although the group was speaking softly, everyone could catch the gist. Tang Xiaolong looked at the woman, who appeared frustrated, nervous, anxious, and embarrassed, and chuckled to himself, then walked over to Li Shuai with a relaxed expression. The woman shot Li Shuai a fierce glare and then angrily stormed out. Hey, Jinya. The slick-back young salesman rushed to block her. Don't be angry. They're just a bunch of country bumpkins. Why bother with them? Hey. The previously speaking customers suddenly became displeased. The woman, Chun Jia, was ungrateful, glaring and shouting, Get lost. She then forcefully pushed the young salesman aside and walked out in high heels, with two young men naturally following her. At this moment, customer shouted towards the hall. Where's the manager? Manager. The middle-aged salesman beside Li Shuai apologized to him, then walked over. Li Shuai realized that the old salesman was actually the manager of the store. No wonder he was so well-mannered. And they heard customer loudly complain. What kind of store is this? The salespeople are so rude. Do you dare say we're country bumpkins? Do you believe we could buy this crummy store and put you out of work? The manager repeatedly apologized, promising to handle the young salesman. And after a while of persuasion, he finally calmed their anger, personally brewing the best Longjing tea for them. Just then, the slick-back young man stormed back in. He walked straight towards Li Shuai, and the old salesman quickly ran over to block Li Shuai. Wang Bing, what do you want? The old salesman shouted angrily. Wang Bing glared at Li Shuai. Chun Jia was originally supposed to buy a car from me, and it's all his fault. Shut up. The old salesman shouted. You are fired. Please leave immediately. Wang Bing was stunned, then looked at the old salesman in disbelief. Do you want me to repeat that? Seeing the old salesman's cold gaze, Wang Bing bit his lip and nodded. Then, seemingly giving up, he cursed loudly. Fine, I'll leave. I didn't want to work in this crummy place anyway. Saying that, he turned around and left, ripping off his tie and throwing it on the ground. The old salesman sighed and turned to Li Shuai, forcing a smile. I apologize for that. Li Shuai chuckled. It's okay. Young people being arrogant is normal. The old salesman shook his head with a bitter smile. He's from my village. I thought I'd take him to see the world. At this moment, Tang Xiaolong sneered. Good thing you stopped him. If he really dared to come up and make a move, just watch how I deal with him. I've never seen anyone so thick-headed. I heard there's a Mang village in Jinghai, where everyone is very impressive. You guys wouldn't be from there, would you? This time, the old salesman nodded with a bitter smile. Li Shuai raised his hand again, shaking the card. Can I buy the car now? Of course you can. Chapter 24. Do you think you can still do it? Municipal Committee Courtyard. Zhao Lidong had a hard time sending off the reporters and the old director of the orphanage before returning to his office. As soon as he entered, he leaned back on the sofa, holding his forehead with a headache. At that moment, Secretary Wang walked in, said nothing, first closed the door, and then made a cup of tea for the leader. Zhao Lidong took the tea from the secretary, took a sip, and let out a long sigh. It was painful. After working hard for more than a decade to amass wealth, he was back to square one overnight. It was then that Secretary Wang tentatively asked, "Leader, is there anything you need me to do?" Now Zhao Lidong could be said to be clean. Only Su Jiang and others still knew about his corrupt activities, but they could only count as witnesses. The stolen money was the real evidence, and now that it was gone, as long as he got rid of Su Jiang and the others, Zhao Lidong would be completely safe. Of course, such matters required instructions from the leader. Subordinates couldn't act on their own, so Secretary Wang subtly inquired. Zhao Lidong glanced at Secretary Wang and smiled slightly. He then darkened his expression and said coldly, "Send someone to keep an eye on that Li Shuai and gather evidence against him. You know what to do." Secretary Wang smirked. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied." Go ahead and get busy." Just as Zhao Lidong nodded, his phone rang. At that time, there were no spam calls, so the caller was usually someone he knew. He took out his flip phone and answered directly. "Hello?" On the other end of the line, "Hey, Dad." Hearing that voice, Zhao Lidong immediately showed a doting smile. "Relene, how's it going? Did the money arrive?" "No, I'm at the bank right now, and I was just about to withdraw money when the bank counter told me I didn't have a penny in my account." Zhao Lidong appeared calm and collected. "Don't worry. It's an international transfer. It's normal for it to be slow." "No, Dad, the counter staff told me that there was indeed a deposit just now. But before it even lasted a second, the money was transferred out." Zhao Lidong sat up straight. "What did you say? It was transferred out right after it arrived?" "Yes." Zhao Lidong immediately thought of Li Shuai, gritting his teeth in hatred, but he still had to solve his son's daily expenses first. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Lidong said into the phone, "Relene, borrow a little from your classmates first. Dad has to deal with some matters here. What could be more important than me? I only have a little over $40 left. If you don't transfer the money soon, I'll really have to survive on air." Zhao Lidong felt helpless upon hearing this. "It's about fixing your account issue. If we don't sort out first, no matter how much money you transfer in, it'll be wasted." "Oh, then hurry up." "Got it. Let's leave it at that." After saying this, Zhao Lidong hung up the phone. Then he gritted his teeth and slammed his hand down on the armrest of the sofa, making a loud bang. It was clever. If he had hit the coffee table, his palm might not have survived. "Leader, did the transferred money get taken again?" Secretary Wang once again tentatively asked. Zhao Lidong nodded. "I should have thought of it earlier. If they can steal from the Red Cross Bank, they can certainly do the same with the money from the U.S. Saying this, he took out his phone and checked his call history. "Let's find Li Shuai and have a chat. I need to make sure my son has money for meals." There weren't many calls in the past few days, so he quickly found a number Li Shuai had called yesterday and dialed it. After a few beeps, a girl's voice came from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" Zhao Lidong was taken aback for a moment, checking the number. No mistake. He then thought this might be Li Shuai's secretary or something and said, "I'm looking for Li Shuai." In the 4S dealership's garage, Li Shuai and others were being led by the old salesman to pick up their cars. There were only 2 cars available, including the one at the door, but since Li Shuai was buying 3 vehicles, there were no extra charges for those 2. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at her phone in confusion as she walked, and then handed it to Li Shuai. "Boss, someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Li Shuai was momentarily confused. He didn't have many acquaintances here. Taking the call and glancing at the number, he immediately smiled. "Hello, Secretary Zhao." The others around him turned to look when they heard how he addressed the caller. Li Shuai, however, continued walking while on the phone. The voice on the other end said, "Boss Li, impressive skills." "Oh, this is nothing. Just basic skills," Li Shuai humbly replied. The caller seemed momentarily taken aback, as if not understanding what basic skills meant. Not hearing a response from the other end, Li Shuai continued, "What's up, Secretary Zhao? Did you call just to praise me? By the way, did those charity organizations send you a banner?" On the other end, Zhao Lidong seemed to be enraged by this comment, breathing heavily. However, after a moment, it seemed he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "I think we can talk." "Talk to me?" Li Shuai let out a chuckle. "Do you think you have the qualifications?" This time, not only did the caller fall silent, but everyone here, except Zhou Xiaoxiao, looked at each other in shock. Li Shuai then continued, You think now that you've dealt with the stolen money, you're fearless and powerful? Last night, I have records of your calls with your big brother and that Zhou Duwai. Do you want me to play them for you? He added, you're quite rebellious at your age. Your brother scolds you a bit, and you can't take it. He helps you, and you can't even say thank you. TSK, TSK, TSK. The people around were stunned. What kind of scandal was this? Was it something they, as ordinary citizens, could handle? It seemed that Zhao Lidong on the other end was also flustered, stuttering, Li Boss Li Zong. However, Li Shuai hung up the phone directly. What the hell, daring to act tough in front of me? There were only two outcomes. Either Zhao Lidong would admit his mistakes and submit, obeying Li Shuai from then on, or Li Shuai would keep messing with him until he was finished. There was no third possibility. They had already sent people to assassinate him. One side had to be completely taken down. Talking was out of the question. Just as Li Shuai was handing the phone back to Zhou Xiaoxiao, Tang Xiaohu could no longer contain his curiosity and grinned, asking Mr. Li, which Secretary Zhao was that on the phone? The Zhao Lidong from the Jinghai Political and Legal Committee. Li Shuai replied indifferently. Then he added while walking, what a joke. Once wasn't enough. And he's still acting all high and mighty. He paused mid-sentence when he realized that only Zhou Xiaoxiao was left beside him. Looking back, he saw several people standing there, frozen, staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. What are you staring at? Let's go. Oh. They hurriedly followed. The old salesman secretly wiped a cold sweat with a silk scarf. Damn, who are these people? They don't even care about a city political and legal committee secretary and can handle him at will. Luckily, I didn't offend them like that Wang Bing. As for Gao Qixing and Tang Xiaolong, they were so excited that they felt like they had been hit by a giant pie from the sky, nearly jumping up in excitement. Chapter 25. Stick with me, and you won't be treated poorly. In the sales department of Yike, two young ladies were still standing at the entrance. One of them was Lu Mei, the same as before, and the other was a newcomer who had joined along with Lu Mei. It seemed that Lu Mei really couldn't afford cosmetics anymore, as she appeared to be conserving them. She had worn makeup yesterday, but today she was completely barefaced. Standing at the entrance, she still looked as bored as ever. At that moment, the girl opposite said, Hey, have you heard? Zhou Xiaoxiao has resigned. Lu Mei was taken aback. Who told you that? The girl made a face. It's all over the place, okay? I heard she hooked up with a rich guy, the one who bought a villa yesterday. Also, she didn't even return to the dorm last night. Isn't that hooking up with a rich guy? I heard she's coming back later to handle her resignation. She's really lucky. I mean, how is it fair that she isn't much prettier than me, yet I can't find a rich guy who likes me? Lu Mei glanced at the girl opposite her and felt a bit helpless, thinking to herself that the girl wasn't even as pretty as she was. Yet she dared to compare herself to Zhou Xiaoxiao. The reason she wasn't wearing makeup today was that she didn't see the need to waste cosmetics when standing opposite someone like her. Stop daydreaming and get back to work. Upon hearing Lu Mei's words, the girl immediately retorted, If I could not work and still have money to spend, who wouldn't want that? Don't you want it? Lu Mei shook her head and ignored her. To be honest, she regretted letting that client go to Zhou Xiaoxiao yesterday. She thought she looked pretty good with makeup on. If she had gone out with that client, maybe she would have caught his eye too. Just as she was feeling regretful, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a car pulling up outside. Turning to look, Lu Mei's eyes widened. A luxury car. A powerful-looking Benz slowly drove into the sales department and stopped at the entrance. Then, she saw the door to the right rear seat open, and a girl stepped out. Seeing this girl made Lu Mei's eyes widen even more. The girl opposite directly shouted, Zhou Xiaoxiao? Mai! Zhou Xiaoxiao happily ran up the stairs and reached out to shake Lu Mei's hands. Lu Mei was also very happy to see Zhou Xiaoxiao and asked with concern, I heard you're resigning? Yeah, I'm going to be Mr. Li's nanny. He likes my cooking. Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned in and whispered, He giving me $8,000 a month. And he said he'll take me to get my driver's license tomorrow. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Mei's eyes. The little sister who used to need her care was now doing better than her. However, she quickly concealed that disappointment and smiled at Zhou Xiaoxiao. She couldn't help but look outside again and saw two more people getting out of the car. The one getting out of the passenger seat was a small boy wearing glasses, and in the rear seat was the country bumpkin she had looked down on yesterday. However, she never expected this bumpkin to become the benefactor of her good sister. Outside, Li Shuai looked at the sales department's main entrance and thought for a moment. Then he walked over to the driver's side and called out to Gao Qixing, "Ah Sheng, come here." Once Gao Qixing approached, Li Shuai looked at the two of them and smiled. "Since you're with me, I won't treat you poorly. My house is in the Mingzhu Gardenville area. Building 8. You two can go in later and pick one that suits you." Tang Xiaolong and Gao Qixing immediately exchanged incredulous glances, then looked at Li Shuai, momentarily speechless. Li Shuai smiled. "Don't misunderstand. It's just a temporary dormitory for you to make it convenient for your work. You'll have to work under me for 20 years before the house belongs to you." "Mr. Li, this is to..." Gao Qixing, who is usually eloquent, started to stutter. "Isn't this practically a gift?" Tang Xiaolong was even more at a loss for words, completely dumbfounded. Li Shuai then patted the car door. "All right, go park the car." Only then did Tang Xiaolong snap back to reality. Okay. After Li Shuai and Gao Qixing stepped aside, he slowly drove away in the Benz, while Tang Xiaohu followed in a van. After they parked and returned, Li Shuai patted Gao Qixing on the back and then headed into the sales department. Winning people's hearts is important, and after all, he didn't lack money. Can money not buy loyalty? Then it must be that there wasn't enough money. If you spend enough to make it impossible for others to betray you, loyalty will come naturally. After all, he was a man determined to conquer the galaxy in his lifetime, and to him, money was the most trivial thing. As Li Shuai walked into the sales department hall, he noticed another young lady he had seen yesterday looking at him with bright eyes. "Seeing you again?" Li Shuai greeted with a smile. Lu Mei felt a bit dazed at that smile. Although he wasn't as breathtakingly handsome as the other man from yesterday, he was much more approachable. Zhou Xiaoxiao introduced, "Mei Jie, this is my boss, Mr. Li." "Boss, this is my Mei Jie, Lu Mei. She is from my hometown and takes good care of me. It was her who let me have you as a big client yesterday." "Hello, Mr. Li." Lu Mei quickly bowed, slightly once she regained her composure. However, Li Shuai felt a bit disappointed as he withdrew his gaze. This young lady's bare face was indeed not as good as his little nanny's. Turning his head, he decided to keep looking at the little nanny. Quite pleasant to the eye. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao said to Lu Mei, "Mei Jie, please take care of my boss. I'm going to find Manager Zhang to handle my resignation." Lu Mei nodded. "Okay, go ahead." Once Zhou Xiaoxiao left, Li Shuai then remembered he needed to arrange dormitories for his subordinates, so he smiled at Lu Mei. "The little nanny's words clearly mean that I should also take good care of you and bring you some big business?" Lu Mei's eyes immediately lit up, and she quickly bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Mr. Li." After straightening up, she awkwardly gestured, "This way, please." As Li Shuai walked, he said, "For the small villa I bought yesterday, let us get 2 more nearby." Lu Mei was taking small steps when she nearly tripped over her own feet upon hearing this. But fortunately, Tang Xiaohu, who was nearby, quickly caught her. After stabilizing herself, she felt even more embarrassed and flustered than before. This way, please." Watching the group leave, the other girl who had been left standing there also snapped back to reality. She had been stunned for a moment after hearing Li Shuai's grand promise. She also wanted to chime in to get noticed, but there was simply no opportunity, nor did she have the courage to interrupt. Now, she could only stand there sighing and lamenting the unfairness of fate. On the other side, in the office of the Human Resources Department of the Sales Department, Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly filled out her resignation application and handed it to her direct supervisor, the sales manager Zhang Suaping, who signed it promptly after reviewing it. Then she smiled at Zhou Xiaoxiao, saying, "All right, I'll help you get the signatures from the other departments. You'll definitely lose that 1 month's salary as a penalty, but you can go to finance to collect the commission for yesterday's house shortly." "Thank you, Manager Zhang." Zhou Xiaoxiao sweetly expressed her gratitude. Zhang Suaping found it amusing, then remembered something and pulled Zhou Xiaoxiao out of the HR office. Once they got to the door, Zhang Suaping took Zhou Xiaoxiao to the corner water room and quietly asked, "Xiaoxiao, are you really just working for Mr. Li, or?" Zhou Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes. "I'm his nanny." "That's good." Zhang Suaping sighed in relief. "Be sure to take care of yourself and know how to love yourself. Don't be fooled by the glamorous appearances of those who are kept. In reality, once those bosses get tired of them, they just throw them away. Don't follow their example." Zhou Xiaoxiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "You're overthinking it, Sister Zhang. Our boss is a good person. Let me tell you, he's a bit silly. Yesterday, He damaged someone's table while eating noodles, and just like that, he handed over 1,000. I'm such a frugal person, being his nanny. How much can I help him save? This is his good fortune. Chapter 26, The Little Nanny's Pretentious Authority. After chatting for a while, Zhang Cuiping sent Zhou Xiaoxiao to the finance department to get her commission. She then returned to the sales department. But just as she got back to her office and hadn't even sat down, Lu Mei pushed the door open and walked in, looking very anxious. Manager Zhang, quick! Help me prepare 2 purchase contracts for the villas. Zhang Cuiping was taken aback and asked in confusion, You sold villas too? 2 of them? Yes. It's that boss Li again. Lu Mei couldn't hide her joy. Zhang Cuiping was somewhat surprised. Was that boss Li really that wealthy? She didn't feel jealous, as her base salary was already quite high, and the commissions from the houses she sold last year were enough for her and her son to live on for 10 years. It was a good thing, really. Although Lu Mei had a bit of cunning and wasn't as innocent as Zhou Xiaoxiao, she wasn't bad, and Zhang Cuiping was happy for her to earn money. Zhang Cuiping then reached for a blue folder from the file holder on the edge of her desk, opened it, glanced inside, and pulled out 4 contracts. She then grabbed the red wax seal and some tissues from the table and handed them to Lu Mei. After leaving the office, the 2 went to the payment front desk to get a POS machine. In the negotiation area, Li Shuai and 3 other men were sitting around a coffee table, each with a long-legged lady in a short skirt and black stockings sitting on the armrests of their chairs. Despite the usual boisterousness of the Tang brothers in the old factory street, they had never encountered a situation like this. The market was filled with vegetable-selling aunties. Or would they ever see short skirts and black stockings? At this moment, they were sitting up straight, their hands neatly placed in the middle of their thighs, not daring to lean back, as I would risk brushing against the thighs of the ladies in black stockings beside them. Gao Qixing was even more flustered. After all, he was still a kid, and his face was nearly burning. Li Shuai watched the 3's reactions, stifling a laugh as he picked up the Longjing tea in front of him. Just then, the lady beside Tang Xiaolong said, Boss, think about it. You've already bought a villa. Why not buy a few more small high-rise apartments as investments? Li Shuai jokingly told the lady next to him that the Tang brothers were the real bosses, and he was just a finance guy. At that moment, the lady beside Tang Xiaohu chimed in, Yeah, trust us, the houses in Jinghai will rise soon. Buying now is definitely a good deal. Gao Qixing, not waiting for the lady next to him to speak, interrupted, I can't buy a house. I'm still a minor. Cough, cough, cough. Li Shuai wanted to tease him, but ended up choking. He shot Gao Qixing a glare. In your first year of university, and you're still a minor? Really? Gao Qixing replied earnestly, I skipped grades in elementary and middle school. I won't turn 18 until after my birthday next March. Li Shuai was taken aback, not expecting this kid to be a little genius. Just then, the sound of high heels approached, and everyone turned to see Zhang Cuiping striding in with Lu Mei. The lady saw this and had no choice but to leave, but before they did, the one next to Tang Xiaolong reached out and touched his chest. Tang Xiaolong Junpet, looking down to find it was a business card. Now that they regarded him as the boss, if he was interested, he should ask her out, Li Shuai said with a sly smile. Before Tang Xiaolong could react, he stood up and looked at Zhang Cuiping, who had just walked up. Mr. Li. Zhang Cuiping extended her right hand to Li Shuai, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Li Shuai smiled and extended his hand, gentlemanly grasping the first 3 sections of her fingers. Meanwhile, in the municipal party committee compound, in the office of the secretary of the political and legal committee, Zhao Lidong was pacing back and forth in his office, sometimes sitting down, sometimes standing up with his head down, looking very anxious. He had originally overestimated Li Shuai, but he didn't expect Li Shuai's methods to be deeper than he imagined. It was no longer just his problem. His elder brother had found someone to help him handle the embezzled funds, and this matter had already come to Li Shuai's attention. If it were to come to light, it might even get his brother into serious trouble. This matter could be big or small, and it all depended on who handled it. If it fell into the hands of the family's adversarial forces, it would undoubtedly lead to very serious consequences. He understood his family's character. Even though his elder brother spoke grandly when lecturing him, he was not a good person. Yes, his elder brother was not greedy, but his second daughter and youngest son were absolutely unruly. If they continued to offend Li Shuai, causing him to involve his elder brother and even the whole family, things would really get out of hand. After thinking it over, Zhao Lidong felt it was best for the matter to end with him. It couldn't spread any further. Finally, he sighed deeply and picked up his phone. Back at Yike's sales department. Finance department. Why can't you give me my commission? Zhou Xiaoxiao glared at the bald finance manager in front of her, furious. The bald manager, wearing glasses that perched on his nose, rolled his eyes at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Didn't I tell you? It's not the settlement day yet. If I give it to you now and everyone else comes rushing in, it would be chaos. Zhou Xiaoxiao glared at him. They're still employed. I have already left. The bald manager clicked his tongue, stood up, and seemingly patiently advised. It has nothing to do with whether you've left or not. The process is just like this. He placed his hand on Zhou Xiaoxiao's shoulder, saying, just wait a few days. It's not urgent, okay? Zhou Xiaoxiao pushed his hand away with disgust. The bald manager's eyes flashed with annoyance. And just then, Zhou Xiaoxiao said, if I wait a few days, it will be the new year. When you all go on holiday, who will I find? I'm counting on this commission to celebrate the new year. The bald manager scoffed and pretended to check the time. Oh, it's already 10 o'clock. I have a meeting to attend soon and need to prepare some materials. How about we have dinner together tonight and talk then? Zhou Xiaoxiao, even if she was naive, knew what the bald manager was up to. The sales business for this Yike project was outsourced to this sales company, and this bald manager was the boss's brother-in-law, often getting involved with several female salespeople. She remembered that when she first arrived, this bald manager had hinted at her, but she didn't understand back then. It was Zhang Suaping who later reminded her. So upon hearing the bald manager's words, her dislike for him deepened. Just then, her phone rang with a distinctive tone. She took out her phone and, upon seeing the number, was momentarily stunned. Zhao Lidong. After the previous call, she had saved this number for convenience. Glancing at the bald manager, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes turned, and she answered the call openly, putting it on speaker. Hello, Secretary Zhao. The bald manager was taken aback by this title. Even the other employees in the finance department stretched their necks to listen. On the phone, Zhao Lidong's polite and somewhat humble voice came through. Hello, you're Li's secretary, right? Is Mr. Li with you? He has something to discuss. Zhou Xiaoxiao replied directly. On the other end, Zhao Lidong said, Oh, okay. Could you please tell him I'll call back later? Wait a minute, Secretary Zhao. I have a question I'd like to ask you. Zhou Xiaoxiao revealed a meaningful smile. What question? Go ahead. Zhao Lidong seemed to express a hint of happiness on the other end. You're in charge of public security, right? You're our Jinghai fair and just official. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked directly at the bald manager, giving Zhao Lidong a little flattery. Then I asked, I would like to know, how are cases typically judged when certain companies withhold or deduct employees' wages and commissions? What? Is there really such a thing? The person on the other end of the phone was immediately filled with righteous indignation, stating that such companies should be dealt with seriously, and, at the very least, they should be shut down and rectified for half a year. Chapter 27, Finally Giving In? Zhao Lidong's righteous statement shocked everyone in the finance department. The labor law has been in effect for nearly 2 years now, but everyone has ignored it. Capitalists continue to do as they please. They would rather pay a hefty sum to officials when things go wrong than give that money to the slaves in their eyes. Moreover, bribing officials can also help establish connections, which is a high-return investment. Giving money to those beasts would not earn them a word of gratitude. No way. Now, when they heard on the phone that Zhao, the secretary, said to suspend operations for half a year, that was just the beginning, not to mention the fines. This was a direct hit. Then they heard Zhao Lidong on the other end of the line, asking politely, Miss Secretary, may I ask for your surname? Zhou Xiaoxiao proudly looked at the bald head before her and said on the phone, My name is Zhou Xiaoxiao. Secretary Zhou, don't worry, I have this under control. I'll call the Labor Bureau shortly. If they don't act, I'll have the prosecutor's office sue that company directly. At this point, Zhao Lidong paused. Oh, right. What's the name of that company? Hearing this, the bald head started to sweat profusely, looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao with a pleading expression. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao was not buying it. Huitong Real Estate. On the other end of the line, okay, I got it. He paused again. What about generally? Zhou Xiaoxiao became even more smug, laughing. I'll go tell him. You can call back in 20 minutes. All right, thank you. I won't disturb you any longer. With that, the call ended. It's no wonder Zhao Lidong was so humble. Li Shuai truly had him by the throat, even threatening his family's future. In this day and age, embezzling over 10 million at 46 years old, he'd probably have to wait for parole to get out. Whether his family would collapse because of this was uncertain, but as long as those 2 phone calls were recorded, he was definitely finished. Because by then, his family wouldn't even want to associate with him, hoping to quickly distance themselves. Back to the bald head, he was stuttering, a small Zhou, just now. Which Secretary Zhao was on the phone? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at him as if he were an idiot. The one who oversees the judiciary and law enforcement in Jinghai. Which Secretary Zhao do you think it is? Just wait for your early vacation. I don't even want that 20,000. With that, Zhou Xiaoxiao huffed arrogantly and turned to leave, leaving the bald head standing there as if struck by lightning. At this moment, the other 2 female accountants in the finance department began to whisper. Secretary Zhao? Could it be Secretary Zhao Lidong from the Political and Legal Committee? My God, how did Zhou Xiaoxiao get such a connection? If she has that connection, why is she still working here? Did you not hear what was said on the phone? That Secretary Zhao mentioned General Li several times. He must be the wealthy man Zhou Xiaoxiao has been seeing lately. What kind of wealthy man could be so powerful as to make a political and legal committee secretary so respectful? Hearing the conversation between the 2 female accountants, the bald head became even more anxious. However, he still held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that Zhou Xiaoxiao was just acting and that the person on the other end was simply a prearranged accomplice. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao angrily returned to the sales department, only to find no one in Zhang Cuiping's office. After asking her former colleagues around, she learned that Liu Mei had taken Zhang Cuiping to sign a contract. She hurried to the signing room. Upon entering, she saw Li Shuai using his finger to dab ink on the contract. When the people inside heard someone come in, they all looked up. Seeing it was the little maid, Li Shuai smiled. Is everything settled? No. Zhou Xiaoxiao, still fuming, pouted and complained to Zhang Cuiping, Sister Zhang. That Liu Kuan is such a jerk. He won't give me my commission and is forcing me to have dinner with him today. What? Zhang Cuiping immediately frowned. Li Shuai, however, smirked. Why not go to dinner if he invites you? Zhang Cuiping looked at Li Shuai in disbelief, thinking whether he was genuinely clueless or just pretending. There have been plenty of cases where male superiors invited female subordinates to dinner, only to get them drunk and take them to hotels. Zhou Xiaoxiao clearly didn't understand the implications, angrily saying, just seeing his greasy bald head makes me nauseous. How could I eat? Liu Mei couldn't help but burst out laughing, hastily covering her face with the signed contract. I'll go talk to him. Zhang Cuiping turned to leave. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao grabbed her. No need, Sister Zhang. Someone will take care of him. With that, Zhou Xiaoxiao took out her phone and quickly walked over to Li Shuai. Gao Qixing, naturally, was perceptive enough to give up his seat. After sitting down, Zhou Xiaoxiao handed her phone to Li Shuai. That Secretary Zhao just called again, looking for you. I had him scare our finance department head, and I told him to call back in 20 minutes. Li Shuai was momentarily stunned. Then after thinking for a moment, he roughly guessed what had happened. However, he didn't say anything, just smiling as he took the phone and set it aside, then pulled out a bank card to hand to Zhang Cuiping. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao noticed the housing purchase contract on the table, surprised. You bought another house? Li Shuai smiled. Yeah, it's for Xiao Long and Gao Qiqiang to use as a dormitory. Zhang Cuiping and Liu Mei were momentarily taken aback. Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao said, this bossly in front of them was being way too generous, buying a villa for employees to use as dorms. Coming back to her senses, they quickly swiped their cards and handed the POS to Li Shuai for him to input the password. Tang Xiaolong and the others consciously turned their heads away. But Li Shuai didn't shy away, entering the password right in front of the little maid. After entering the password and confirming, a receipt quickly came out of the POS. Just then, the signing room door was pushed open, and in walked a bald head with a face like he had lost his father. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao, he immediately knelt down. This startled Zhou Xiaoxiao. Then she heard the bald head Liu Kuan pleading, Little Zhou? No, Sister Zhou. Please have mercy and let me off this time. Saying this, he pulled out 4 stacks of cash from his pants pocket and presented them with both hands from a distance. This is your commission. I'll even pay double out of my own pocket, 40,000. Please help me. Let Secretary Zhao go easy. Over there. Zhang Zuiping was taking the receipt from the POS while looking at Lu Kuan in shock. Then looking at Zhou Xiao, she was puzzled about what was happening. At this moment, Lu Kuan also saw Zhang Zuiping and Lu Mei, quickly saying, "Even if you don't forgive me, you have to consider manager Zhang and Lu Mei. Once Secretary Zhao's punishment comes down, everyone in the company will be unemployed." Zhang Zuiping and Lu Mei exchanged glances. Secretary Zhao? Which Secretary Zhao? Zhou Xiao was also unsure. After hesitating for a moment, she could only look at Li Shuai for help. However, Li Shuai said, "It's fine, let him kneel." Didn't Zhao Lidong say he would call back in 20 minutes? Just wait for that call. Hearing this name, Zhang Zuiping and Lu Mei were momentarily stunned. Zhao Lidong. Why does that name sound so familiar? And isn't he the Secretary Zhao? Then, Zhang Zuiping's eyes widened. Goodness, it's Zhao Lidong. Immediately, she looked at Lu Kuan with a gloating expression. Serves you right. No one could take you down normally, but now you've hit a wall. 20 minutes can feel long or short. Everyone waited in the signing room, with Zhang Zuiping and Lu Mei also present, watching the spectacle as women. Such a big piece of gossip was naturally delicious and thrilling. Lu Kuan just revealed that if this matter is not resolved well, the whole company might face big trouble, and then they would be out of jobs. So they also want to see what the final outcome will be. Just as Li Shuai and Tang Xiaolong were chatting excitedly, suddenly the phone rang. 20 minutes, just right. Li Shuai turned to signal the maid to answer the phone. The maid complied and answered the call. "Hello, Secretary Zhao. Please hold on. I'll let General Manager Li take the call." Saying that, she placed the phone on the table and switched to speaker mode. "Hello, Secretary Zhao." The casual tone confirmed the speculation of Zhang Zuiping and Lu Mei, who had just been whispering to each other. "General Manager Li, are you busy right now? If you are, I can call back later." That was quite humble. The bald head kneeling on the ground was so scared it didn't dare to breathe. Then Li Shuai replied, "What is it?" On the other end of the line, "I don't know if it's convenient for you, General Manager Li, but I would like to arrange a meeting and have a meal." Chapter 28, Never let humiliation happen again, seemingly afraid that Li Shuai would refuse. Zhao Lidong added after extending the invitation, "By the way, I've already instructed someone to handle that matter regarding Secretary Zhou. They should have already given a verbal notice to that. What's it called? Huitong Real Estate." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai looked at Lu Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground. No wonder this bald guy looked like he had just lost his father. It seemed Zhao Lidong had already warned the boss of this real estate sales company. Just as Li Shuai was about to speak, his watch suddenly made a sound. Glancing at the people around him, Li Shuai could only say to Zhao Lidong, "Come to my house for lunch at Yike Mingzhu Garden, Building 8. Zhao Lidong quickly replied, Sure. The rest, you could discuss with my secretary." Saying this, Li Shuai looked at the others and said, "I need to use the restroom." Then he stood up and walked directly toward the door. The people in the room exchanged glances, and then Zhou Xiao picked up the phone. "Secretary Zhao?" "Hello, Secretary Zhou." Zhou Xiao glanced at Zhang Zuiping and Lu Mei, then looked at Lu Kuan, who had a face full of pleading and deliberated. "Secretary Zhao, regarding the issue with Huitong Real Estate, I think we can give them a chance. After all, we need to consider the employees under this company, because once the company is shut down for rectification, the employees will be in a quasi-unemployed state. Unless we can solve the salary issue for those employees during the shutdown, this punishment should be approached with caution. What do you think?" "Secretary Zhou, I think your suggestion is excellent." Zhao Lidong seemed very pleased. "Indeed, when we handle issues, we need to consider multiple aspects and cannot blindly make decisions based on personal likes and dislikes. So, for the issue with Huitong Real Estate, I'll have the Labor Bureau research it further. In any case, we will definitely provide a satisfactory explanation for the employees under that company." "Thank you, Secretary Zhao. Hey, it's all for the people. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. See you at noon." Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zuiping and the others first let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Zhou Xiao in disbelief. Wow, just one day apart. And she can chat and laugh with such a big leader? The Tang brothers looked at Zhou Xiao with admiration. This girl is amazing. If it were us. Not to mention talking to someone as high-ranking as Zhao Lidong. Even a glance from him would scare us to death. As for Gao Qixing, He was filled with envy. This is the sublimation that comes from crossing class. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao patted her chest, looking terrified as she said, "Oh my, I was so nervous my palms were sweating." Meanwhile, in the restroom, Li Shuai quickly walked into the men's room, entered a stall, closed the door, and opened the communicator, switching to headset mode. Li Erxie's figure appeared on the projection screen. "Boss." Li Shuai was somewhat surprised. "You got it done already? Considering the time, you should have just arrived in Jiangzhou, right?" Li Erxie pouted. That home-to shipbuilding company is almost bankrupt. Not only are a few of its sons wasteful, but they're also fighting over the inheritance. That Zhang Benkai plans to sell most of the fixed assets and leave the money for his daughter. So, a 20,000-ton cargo ship can be acquired for 100 million. And reselling, it would definitely net a profit of several tens of millions. Li Shuai nodded with a smile. Li Erxie made it sound simple, but he knew that Erxie must have put a lot of thought into it, breaking through their psychological defenses. Otherwise, old Zhang wouldn't be a fool to sell the ship at such a low price. At this moment, Li Shuai remembered something and asked, "Is he selling the company?" Li Erxie paused. Even though they're close to bankruptcy, the scale is still there. It was the largest state-owned shipyard in Linjiang province before it was restructured under Zhang Benkai. To buy home-to shipbuilding, you would need at least 10 billion. My suggestion is to wait until they go bankrupt and restructure, or even better, wait until they completely go bankrupt. Then let's wait. But keep an eye on the company's old employees. If there are any good ones, remember to poach them over." Li Shuai shrugged, then smacked his lips. Old Zhang is almost bankrupt, and his young mistress is still cheating on him, taking a young stud to buy luxury cars. Li Erxie was stunned again. "How do you know that?" "I ran into them when they were buying cars. They even confronted me. I scanned them with my glasses, and everything came out." Li Erxie was at a loss for words. This was too coincidental. At this moment, Li Shuai pressed the communicator again, and then Li Yigong and Li Sanfa's images also appeared on the projection screen. "Boss." The two greeted in unison. Li Shuai asked, "The ship is bought. In a few days, I'll have someone drive it to the old nest. At that time, bring over the gold, platinum, and so on. How much equipment have you made?" Li Sanfa looked down at the list and read, 20 units of 32-nanometer photolithography machines, as well as various items like light sources and lenses. You should be able to assemble dozens more with what you take over. The rest you can produce there yourself. I'm really too lazy to do this kind of paperwork. The technology is already made anyway. Also, there's the production equipment for LCD screens, light guiding plates, and diffusion sheets. This is for making LCD TVs, in short, enough to open a big factory. Actually, you could take some time to make these things over there. The old nest is still busy building your cruise ship. Exactly. Li Yigong, Kaimding. Doing these things at the old nest is like using an intercontinental missile to swat a mosquito. You don't know anything, Li Shuai directly retorted. How much time would it take to make them here? I've already boasted that I'll help them increase their GDP 5-fold. Oh, that is quite urgent. Li Gong nudda. Li Sanfa rolled his eyes and continued. As for the high-magnification electron microscope and particle collider, those are not urgent. Li Shuai waved his hand. Those things can stay in the research institute for the researchers we'll hire in the future. We'll transport them next time. Oh, by the way, there aren't any icebreakers here. You guys remember to assist with that, or we'll have to transfer at sea later. Better to transfer at sea. I just tried using a mining ship sonar to test the ice surface. Oh my, I don't know how many seals and fish died. The whole sea surface turned red. Li Yigong spoke with a look of disgust. All right, I've made you sick enough. Let us leave it at that. After cutting off the communication with those two, Li Shuai looked at Li Erxie. You brought the official seal, right? Finish up and come back early, so you can still catch dinner. Okay, I'll go find him to sign the contract, then send you the public account of Home-to shipbuilding for the transfer. All right. After ending the call, Li Shuai clapped his hands, wearing a wicked smile. I remember learning in history class that it seems the semiconductor industry in Dragon Country was stirred up by the eagle sauce not long ago. Now that I oldly have arrived, if we don't turn the tables and make them kneel down and call me dad, then I'll rightly backward. In this day and age, ASML and Nikon should still be struggling with 90-nanometer photolithography machines. He will directly take out the 32-nanometer ones. Sanction your mother. Not just photolithography machines, but also chips, LCD TVs, digital cameras, mobile phones, and so on. All the things they've been profiting from in Dragon Country. We'll take them all down. Chapter 29, When Can We Buy a House Here? At 10 a.m., in front of Yike Mingzhu Garden. A small scooter buzzed up and stopped at the entrance of the community. Looking at the vehicle, there sat a man and a woman, none other than the Gao siblings. Gao Qiqiang parked the scooter next to the security room and then picked up a plastic bag from the footboard. Upon closer inspection, the bag was filled with oranges. Gao Qilan looked at the tall buildings inside Mingzhu Garden and said enviously, "Brother, when do you think we can buy a house here?" Gao Qiqiang turned around to glance and ruffled his sister's hair, saying, "If you study hard and find a good job, you'll be able to buy one in a few years." Gao Qilan's eyes twinkled as she asked with a smile, "Didn't you say that big boss was going to let you work for him? Did he mention how much salary he would offer you?" "No," Gao Yiqiang chuckled. "But according to your second brother, I won't be treated badly." Gao Qilan wanted to say more, but then she heard other voices nearby. "Hello." Turning around, she saw the community's security guard. "Oh, hello." Gao Qiqiang quickly responded. The guard looked the siblings over and thought they didn't seem like people who could buy a house in Mingzhu Garden. So he asked, "Are you here to see someone?" Gao Qiqiang wore an honest expression. "Yes, we're looking for Mr. Li from Building 8 in the villa area. He called us to have lunch together." The guard's demeanor changed when he heard that they knew the owner of the villa area. He quickly put away his casual attitude. "Why don't you register? And then you can go in?" Gao Qiqiang waved his hands repeatedly. No, Mr. Li hasn't returned yet. We'll just wait for him here." Seeing this, the guard didn't insist further. He returned to the reception room and brought out 2 folding stools, handing them to Gao Qiqiang. Gao Qiqiang thanked him repeatedly and then pulled out a cigarette from his pocket to offer the guard one. After sitting down, the siblings chatted while waiting. With someone to talk to, the wait didn't seem too long. About half an hour later, a Haval H6 slowly drove up, followed by a van. Gao Qiqiang watched enviously as the Haval H6 stopped at the entrance of the community, thinking to himself when he could buy a car like that. "Brother." Just as Gao Qiqiang was dreaming of the future, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning around, he didn't see Xiao Sheng, but Gao Qilan spotted Gao Qixing leaning out of the car window and quickly tapped her brother's arm. "Brother, over there, it's second brother." Gao Qiqiang looked in the direction his sister pointed and indeed saw Gao Qixing waving at him. He quickly stood up and walked over. As he got closer, the back window of the car rolled down, revealing Li Shuai and Zhou Xiaoxiao inside. "Mr. Li." Gao Qiqiang bent down to greet Li Shuai and then pulled Gao Qilan forward to introduce her. "This is my sister, Gao Qilan, whom you met at the noodle shop yesterday." Li Shuai, still sitting behind Zhou Xiaoxiao, smiled and nodded at Gao Qilan, who was hiding behind Gao Qiqiang, only showing half her face. He then asked, "Why aren't you going in?" "We're afraid we won't find a place if we go in, so we'll wait here for you to come back." Gao Qiqiang replied with an honest look. "You'll be a homeowner here too, so you should get familiar with the place," Li Shuai said with a smile, then without waiting for Gao Qiqiang to respond, added, "Get in the back of Tang Xiaohu's car first. We'll go in." "Oh, okay." As he spoke, Gao Qiqiang walked toward the van at the back. Once inside, Tang Xiaohu greeted him first. "Changge." "Hey, Xiaohu." Gao Qiqiang was still getting used to this address. To be honest, in the eyes of the Tang brothers, while Li Shuai was certainly a big shot, the Gao brothers were also considered important figures. If it hadn't been for Gao Qiqiang speaking up for them yesterday, they might have lost a few teeth by now. If it hadn't been for Gao Qixing suggesting they help Li Shuai carry things this morning, they wouldn't have had the subsequent encounter that led to Li Shuai wanting to hire them. From now on, they could live in a villa and drive a Haval H6. In the past, they only collected 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in protection fees a year. How long would it take to save enough for that? After Gao Qiqiang sat down, the Haval H6 slowly drove away, and Tang Xiaohu quickly followed. Gao Qilan sighed. He really is a big boss. That car must be expensive, right? Tang Xiaohu exclaimed. "Xiaolan, you still don't quite understand Mr. Li. He is not just a big boss, he is a super big boss. Today my brother and I went with him to buy cars. He bought 3 Haval H6s in one go, over 2 million each, and said one of them is for his nanny to use for grocery shopping." The Gao siblings were instantly dumbfounded, unable to imagine the life of the wealthy. Just then, Tang Xiaohu added, "By the way, you probably don't know yet, but Mr. Li bought us houses He got 2 villas inside for our 2 families to use as dorms, over $1 million each, and he bought 2 at once. Your family is in number 10, and our family is in number 11. After we finish eating, let's go take a look together. Gao Qiqiang's eyes nearly popped out, and he started to stutter. Buy villas as dorms for us? Yes, Mr. Li said that after working with him for 20 years. The houses will completely belong to us. Your family's keys are with Xiaosheng now. If you don't believe me, ask him later. Gao Qiqiang was once again stunned, and he exchanged incredulous glances with his equally shocked sister. What had they just said? When could they have a house here? The van slowly stopped in front of Villa number 8, and the Havel H6 parked beside it. Everyone got out, and Zhou Xiaoxiao took the keys to open the door, while the Tang brothers and Gao Qixing went to the van to carry things. Li Shuai wanted to help, but was refused. Gao Qilan looked up at the villa, feeling a bit dazed, as if she might also be able to live in a house like this in the future. Li Shuai secretly glanced at the little sister. She seemed to be a bit more beautiful than the nanny, but she was still young and hadn't fully matured yet. However, her pure aura was really pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already opened the door, and Li Shuai withdrew his gaze, leading the way inside. Once everyone was in, the nanny directed them to put their things in the kitchen, then put on an apron to prepare a meal. Li Shuai plopped down on the sofa, noticing that everyone else was standing there awkwardly, and called out, "Everyone, sit down." Only then did they smile and take their seats. Clearly divided, the Tang brothers sat on the right side of the sofa, while the Gao siblings sat on the left. Gao Qilan nestled beside her brother. Looking a bit shy, Li Shuai crossed his legs, resting his left hand on the armrest of the sofa and his right hand naturally on his leg, adopting a standard boss posture. After glancing at everyone, Li Shuai smiled and said, "You're the first group of people I've met in Jinghai, and if nothing unexpected happens, you should all become key figures under me in the future." Both families immediately showed delighted expressions. However, Li Shuai continued, "Following me. You will not be treated poorly. The houses have already been bought for you, and I will arrange cars for you later, so you won't be short of them. But you also need to prove your worth. I'm not worried about Ashang. I have high hopes for him." Gao Qixing immediately raised his eyebrows at his older brother, feeling a bit proud. Just then, Li Shuai looked at Gao Qiqiang. As for Gao Qiqiang and the Tang brothers, I don't even need to ask. Your knowledge levels are definitely not high. The Tang brothers and Gao Qiqiang immediately lowered their heads in embarrassment. And Gao Qiqiang awkwardly chuckled, "Mr. Li, to be honest, I didn't even finish middle school. I don't expect to have a job with you. As long as Ashang." Li Shuai interrupted him with a smile, raising his hand. "You don't understand my meaning. To be honest, I am quite satisfied with you all at the moment, especially you, Gao Qiqiang." Gao Qiqiang was taken aback. He then heard Li Shuai continue. "We often use the term both virtue and talent to describe an excellent person, but you currently have virtue without talent. So what should we do? Read more, learn more. Your memory hasn't declined yet, so take advantage of your youth to enrich yourself." Gao Qiqiang blankly exchanged glances with the Tang brothers sitting opposite him, then looked at his younger brother. He saw Gao Qixing give him an encouraging look. Gao Qixing then smiled and looked at Li Shuai. "I will definitely study hard." The Tang brothers also quickly expressed their agreement. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "I'll go open it." Gao Qixing quickly got up to open the door, and as soon as the door opened, a deep voice was heard. "Hello, is Mr. Li at home?" Hearing this voice, Li Shuai's mouth curled up. "Yes, come in." Then Zhao Lidong walked in, but Li Shuai didn't expect that behind him, not only Secretary Wang was following, but Su Jiang also came along. Chapter 30. Your ability is too low. "I'll look down on you, Mr. Li." After entering the room, Zhao Lidong saw Li Shuai sitting there without getting up to greet him. He didn't dare to show any expression and just smiled and said hello. Su Jiang quickly bowed slightly and greeted him with a silly smile. "Mr. Li." Looking again at Su Jiang and Secretary Wang, both were holding gifts. Su Jiang was carrying what looked like tea leaves, while Secretary Wang brought wine. There are rules when it comes to gifting within the system. You can't give tea leaves as they are associated with investigations, which could implicate the recipient. Of course, those officials who are clear of conscience wouldn't care about such rules. That said, such officials wouldn't accept gifts either. Who says tea leaves aren't considered bribes? A box of Longjing can cost over 1,000, and a jar of Dahongpo can be several thousand. After exchanging greetings, Zhao Lidong and the other two took a moment to look around the living room at the other guests, trying to see what kind of people would be chatting with Li Shuai. However, the attire of these people did not seem to fit the profile of high society. "You're here?" Li Shuai still didn't get up, smiling as he greeted them. He then pointed at Gao Qiqiang and others and introduced them. "These are my employees. Today is our company's first team-building event." He then addressed Gao Qiqiang and the others. "This is Secretary Zhao from the Municipal Political and Legal Committee. And this is General Su from Beijing. Hello." Even though Zhao Lidong was reluctant, he didn't dare to act arrogantly and could only smile and greet Gao Qiqiang and the others. Upon hearing that one was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee and the other was the boss of Beijing, a prominent figure in the underworld of Jinghai, Gao Qiqiang and the others immediately felt a jolt and quickly stood up in response. Li Shuai then invited them. "Please sit down. You arrived a bit early, and lunch will be ready later." Upon hearing this, the Tang brothers quickly walked over to the Gao siblings and offered them the sofa they had been sitting on. Seeing this, Li Shuai slightly pursed his lips, somewhat dissatisfied with the Tang brothers' behavior. To be honest, as long as they remained loyal under his command, they wouldn't need to work too hard. Their future positions would definitely surpass those of Zhao Lidong and Su Jiang. Come on. Li Shuai was determined to become a high-ranking official in the galaxy. How could a small-time, corrupt official in Jinghai compare to his core subordinates? Giving Zhao Lidong a seat? Just get him a couple of small chairs. Fortunately, Li Shuai's sofa was long enough, and it wasn't too crowded for the 5 members of the Gao and Tang families to sit together. After thanking them, Zhao Lidong and Su Jiang walked over to the now-vacant sofa and placed their gifts on the large coffee table. Su Jiang chuckled and said, "Mr. Li, just a small token of appreciation." As they sat down, it was interesting to note that Zhao Lidong was on the far left, closest to Li Shuai, while the one sitting between them was Secretary Wang, not Su Jiang. "You're being polite," Li Shuai replied, then directly stated, "I know why you are here. To be honest, I just arrived in Jinghai and never intended to clash with anyone." He looked at Su Jiang and continued, "I went to your Beijing hang, wanting to stay for a night. But you wanted to kick me out. I called you fatty, and then you tried to hit me, but I ended up beating you up." Li Shuai then turned to Zhao Lidong. "You knew I was going to the Municipal Party Committee. Then you called to mobilize police forces against me. I warned you. You didn't listen, and then you sent someone to kill me. Did I get the sequence of events right? Is there anything wrong?" No, it's all our fault. We didn't think things through." Seeing Zhao Lidong's bitter expression, the Gao and Tang families were bewildered. They had imagined their boss to be quite impressive, but they never expected him to elicit such a reaction from a top official in Jinghai. Li Shuai continued, "Now, in front of my employees, I want to make this clear. If it weren't for you provoking me multiple times, I wouldn't even want to deal with small fry like you." Zhao Lidong and Secretary Wang's expressions froze, and Zhao Lidong quickly put on a smile. Yes. However, the twitching muscles in his jaw revealed his inner displeasure. As for Secretary Wang, he had lowered his head, hands crossed on his lap, his knuckles turning white. Su Jiang, on the other hand, touched his nose, secretly pleased because the way these two treated him was now how Li Shuai was treating them. Finally, they were getting a taste of their own medicine. How could he not feel happy? But he had to hold back his laughter, otherwise he might lose out on the good things to come. Seeing Zhao Lidong's expression, Li Shuai directly said, "Do you think I'm just bragging? Do you think I dare to say this because I have something on you?" Just as Zhao Lidong was about to speak, Li Shuai continued, "To be honest, neither of you even qualify to be my subordinates. Because you both have already solidified your positions, your abilities are limited, and you have too many flaws. Unlike them." Li Shuai turned to Gao Qiqiang and the others. "They're still like blank slates. I can cultivate them into the best talents in the world." At this point, even with Zhao Lidong's composure, he couldn't take it anymore and his face darkened. Li Shuai glanced at him with a light laugh and then looked back at Gao Qiqiang and the others. "You must remember, working under me requires having a vision. You need to have the ambition to look at the world from a higher perspective. The height of your aspirations will determine how far you can go with me." Zhao Lidong, who had been frowning, was immediately taken aback by this statement, looking up and down at Li Shuai, wondering if he had just been released from a mental institution. No, he wasn't released. Those who were released had been cured. This guy must have escaped. Otherwise, where did this bizarre confidence come from? Secretary Wang suddenly raised his head to look at Li Shuai, then exchanged glances with Zhao Lidong. Did this guy think of himself as a supreme being? The key was that those rural bumpkins seemed to believe it. Meanwhile, Gao Qiqiang and the others, inspired by Li Shuai's motivational speech, felt their blood boiling. Especially Gao Qiqiang, whose eyes were practically sparkling. Zhao Lidong, not knowing whether to mock or praise, remarked, "Mr. Li is quite ambitious, truly aiming high." Li Shuai rolled his eyes and ignored him. Just then, the sound of sizzling from the kitchen interrupted them as the cooking began, and Li Shuai turned to Zhao Lidong. "All right, Secretary Zhao, I see you're not really interested in staying for this meal. As for your matters, as long as you don't provoke me again in the future, we can consider this over. And don't worry about me using those recorded calls as leverage to force you to work for me. Your current abilities are far too limited. And what I want to do, you can't help with at all." Hearing this, Zhao Lidong felt a surge of joy. He had come here seeking a similar assurance. As for the meal, how could he eat such simple home-cooked dishes? As for Li Shuai looking down on him, how significant was that? As a municipal political and legal committee secretary, would he really stoop to quarreling with a lunatic? So, he quickly stood up. "Indeed, I have many matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Next time, I will host and invite Mr. Li for a discussion." Chapter 31, The True Bitter Drinking Party. Zhao Lidong and the others walked out of Li Shuai's house with smiles on their faces, but as soon as the door closed, their expressions immediately turned serious. A lightning-fast change of face. Wang's secretary, while walking towards their vehicle, complained, "Is this boss Li out of his mind? He doesn't seem like a normal person when he talks." Zhao Lidong frowned and said, "It's my bad luck to run into this lunatic. No matter how strong his skills are, he won't be able to make much use of them." He then looked at Su Jiang and added, "This mess is all your fault, costing me over 10 million. Su Jiang quickly smiled apologetically. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to make up for your loss." At this moment, they had reached the Audi, and Zhao Lidong coldly snorted, then got into the car without even looking at Su Jiang. Though Su Jiang felt furious inside, he could only comply, helping Zhao Lidong close the door before politely reminding driver Xiao Tang to drive slowly. The car started and slowly drove away. Inside the car, Zhao Lidong was still seething with anger. Wang's secretary was even more upset. He regarded Zhao Lidong as a life mentor, and seeing Zhao Lidong humiliated like that made him wish he could eliminate Li Shuai right there. "Leader, can we really let this slide?" Wang's secretary was quite indignant. Zhao Lidong shot him a sideways glance. Wang's secretary froze for a moment, then realized there was a driver in the car, and some words couldn't be said here. However, Zhao Lidong continued, "If we openly try to trip him up, it won't work. Moreover, even my directly managed units can't take any actions against him. Otherwise, this lunatic will definitely hold us accountable. So, we need to leverage other forces." Wang's secretary was a smart person and immediately understood. The companies he currently operated were all reliant on Mayor Zhang giving him the green light. "We can go to Mayor Zhang to put in a little poison in his ear, or use Secretary Wu to impose some restrictions on him. His companies need to operate. Factories need to be built, fire safety needs to be inspected, and there are also electricity, communications, and so on. We have plenty of ways to deal with him." Zhao Lidong smiled at this and did not comment further, instead looking out the window as if admiring the scenery of the community. Just now, Li Shuai had belittled him, and he wanted to show Li Shuai what true power and connections looked like. A country bumpkin who suddenly appeared, acting all high and mighty just because he knew a little about communication technology. If he didn't teach him a lesson, then Zhao Lidong would have wasted his time. Meanwhile, Su Jiang watched as Zhao Lidong's Audi drove away until it was out of sight. As he looked in the direction, the car disappeared. The corners of his mouth twitched habitually. This was a manifestation of his extreme anger, yet he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. Ever since he found Zhao Lidong to be his protector, he had been earning more and more money, and his words had been carrying more weight in Jinghai. But he was also facing more and more humiliation. Right now, he really wanted to smash Zhao Lidong's head with his golf club, but he knew he couldn't. He had a child now and couldn't be as impulsive as he was in his youth. After rubbing his nose and letting out a sigh, he walked over to his BMW. However, just as he opened the car door, he paused, as if he thought of something, and turned to look at Villeneuve. 8 in the distance. At Li Shuai's home, the sound of cooking came from the kitchen, while the living room was silent. Gao Qiqiang and the others were still savoring the chicken soup Li Shuai had provided, while Li Shuai was deep in thought, considering what positions he could arrange for Gao Qiqiang and the others. At this moment, Gao Qiqiang snapped back to reality and asked Li Shuai, "By the way, Mr. Li, what is the name of our company?" Li Shuai also came back to his senses and smiled. "I have many companies, including Half-Human Centaur Heavy Industry Group, Big Bear Research Group, Little Bear Logistics Group, Orion Security, Gemini Entertainment, and Golden Bull Finance." As Li Shuai counted on his fingers, Gao Qiqiang frowned. "Are they all named after constellations?" Li Shuai nodded with a smile. "Yes. The vast starry sky makes us feel small. Just imagine, if we could conquer the starry sky above us, what kind of scene would that be?" Gao Qiqiang imagined it for a moment and then gave a wry smile. He thought it was just a dream. Just as he was about to speak, there was another knock at the door. Gao Qiqiang quickly went to open it, and Li Shuai curiously stretched his neck to see who it was. Soon, Gao Qiqiang walked in with Su Jiang. "Mr. Su?" Li Shuai raised an eyebrow. "What does this mean? Didn't he leave?" Mr. Li, just now, Secretary Zhao was leaving, so I went to see him off." Su Jiang Juke. "It's not easy to come to Mr. Li's place, so I should at least have a meal, right?" Hearing this, Li Shuai's eyes lit up, and he looked Su Jiang up and down. "You don't think I was bragging just now, do you?" Su Jiang grinned. "How could that be? I've seen your skills with my own eyes." Li Shuai stared at Su Jiang for a moment, then revealed a meaningful smile. "All right, I'll give you a chance. Do you know anyone in shipping? I need a batch of crew members recently. No other requirements. Just be honest and not talk too much. In a while, you could take people with me to sea to transport a batch of goods." Su Jiang was taken aback, thinking Li Shuai was going to smuggle something illegal, and immediately smirked as if to say, "I understand you. Don't worry, I really know people in this area." Seeing his expression, Li Shuai paused for a moment and then said irritably, "What's with that expression? It's not illegal stuff. By the way, if you want to work with me, then you have to clean up and go ashore. As for the underworld matters, just support others to do it." "Is that so-called underworld of yours really called the underworld? Do you know what the largest crime syndicate in the world is?" Su Jiang shook his head in confusion. "The U.S. Navy." Li Shuai snutted, then raised a finger to point at Su Jiang. "If you're going to be in the underworld, then be that kind of underworld. Collecting protection fees from ordinary people is nothing impressive. If you have the ability, go collect protection fees from other countries. Think about it. You have steel pipes and watermelon knives, while they have aircraft carriers and cruisers. In short, if you want to work with me, then stop doing those low-level things. I look down on them." Su Jiang was completely stunned, thinking that this was too arrogant. The key point is that more than 80 of the industries he was currently operating were illegal. If he couldn't do that, where would the money come from to support so many people? Seeing him dazed, Li Shuai continued, "The fact that you can come back, no matter what your purpose is, shows that you have good insight, and I appreciate that. But if you want to leverage my power, then you have to give up those things I despise. Trust me, you just need to be steady, and in the future, I will definitely make you the biggest crime lord on the entire planet." Chapter 32, Want to see my strength? At the dining table, Su Jiang was absent-mindedly picking at the dishes. It wasn't that the food cooked by the little maid was bad. In fact, it was quite delicious. But Su Jiang had little appetite. He was still pondering over what Li Shuai had just told him. "This is the U.S. Navy we're talking about, claiming to be able to take on the military forces of the entire world. How can a small gang from Jinghai compare to the U.S. Navy?" At the same time, he was considering whether to follow Li Shuai's advice and give up his previous businesses, such as underground casinos, red light districts, lending, and forced demolitions. After all, those businesses were quite profitable. "Hey, look at this. This is called culinary skill." Gao Qiqiang scooped up fish head soup while complaining to Gao Qiqiang next to him. His voice startled Su Jiang, and looking at the table, he realized there was hardly any food left. Even the fish soup pot was showing bones. He was stunned again. Then he saw Gao Qilan lounging in her chair with her hand on her belly. Tang Xiaolong was loosening his belt, and Gao Qiqiang was gulping down the fish soup. Zhou Xiaoxiao accepted their compliments calmly, as she was quite confident in her cooking skills. Speaking of which, those who work outside and are asked by their families to cook during the New Year's Eve dinner usually have decent culinary skills. However, seeing that Su Jiang still had more than half a bowl of rice left, Zhou Xiaoxiao asked, "Mr. Su, is the food not to your taste?" Su Jiang came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. No, I was just thinking about something. And in the blink of an eye, there's no more food. I'll go make you another. Zhou Xiaoxiao started to get up, but Su Jiang held her back. It's fine. I'll just pour some soup. Saying this, Su Jiang picked up the fish head soup pot and poured it into his rice bowl, then began to eat heartily. Su Jiang widened his eyes and looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Delicious. Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled. If I said I didn't put any MSG in it, you definitely wouldn't believe me. Hey, the taste of MSG is different from this umami flavor. Can't you tell? Su Jiang said, looking around, whereas Mr. Li. He just went upstairs to make a phone call. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Li Shuai was sitting in a chair, facing a holographic projection of the Four Prosperity Group. Why are we having another call? It's only been a few hours. Li Yigong directly complained upon seeing him. Li Shuai shot him a glare. Hold the regular meeting. Be serious. Oh. Li Yigong immediately shrank back. Usually, Li Shuai joked around with them, but when it came to work, he was very serious. If someone annoyed him, he would challenge them directly. The key was that he would even wear an exoskeleton armor during the fight, and although Li Yigong was the strongest fighter among the four brothers, he still got beaten up by Li Shuai every time. Fourth brother, you go first. Li Shuai looked at Li Sitsai. Li Sitsai nodded and said in a very gentle tone, I registered an investment company in Jiangdao. We have now swept about 600 million worth of goods in Southeast Asia, all with a tenfold leverage. By the way, the reason Li Sitsai's voice was gentle and his demeanor slightly effeminate was that he was designed to serve men, if you know what I mean. Although Li Shuai bought him and changed him through his brain chip, he still couldn't change the habits formed during his training and often stared at Li Yigong's chest muscles in a daze. So the evil capitalist. Don't mess this up. Although we have data support from our timeline, there is still a lot of uncertainty about what will happen this year in this timeline. Li Shuai expressed some concerns. However, Li Sitsai rolled his eyes. Do you not trust my abilities? I have also made my predictions based on the market. Li Shuai closed his mouth reluctantly and then asked, what about the remaining 400 million? We'll do long-term investments, and the profits will gradually be reinvested in the harbor. Once your other companies are operational, I probably won't have much time for short-term investments, Li Sitsai replied. Fine, you handle it as you see fit. Li Shuai then turned to Li Erxi. Li Erxi reported, the contract has been signed, and once the payment is completed, the ship transfer will happen. It should arrive in Jinghai in half a month at the latest. He then sent Li Shuai the account information for Hongtu shipping. Li Shuai nodded and then turned to Li Sanfa and Li Yigong. Li Sanfa said, the ore has all been processed. We extracted a total of 702 tons of gold, 920 tons of platinum, 700 tons of silver, and over 80,000 tons of copper. Li Shuai frowned. So little? Li Sanfa pouted. That's just a few days' worth of, or how much did you expect? As for the local gold mines near the old nest, I don't even find it worth digging. Li Shuai rubbed his chin. These days, platinum is expensive, 150 per gram. Gold is only 70, and silver is about 1.5 per gram. If we calculate, gold is 1 billion, platinum is 288 billion, silver is 55 billion, and copper is about 1 billion at the current price. Li Yigong rolled his eyes and directly reported the total price. Calculate what? With a supercomputer? Why are you still using your fingers to count? Li Shuai smiled awkwardly and then straightened his face. Is my cruise ship ready? How could it be so fast? The gantry crane at the shipyard has just been installed. The keel isn't even laid yet. Then hurry up. Stop wasting time. After scolding, Li Shuai waved his hand. Meeting dismissed. The several holographic projections instantly disappeared. After sending off a few subordinates, Li Shuai remembered he needed to transfer money to Hongtu shipping. So he opened a drawer and saw it was full of stamp boxes with labels on top. These were put on by the Industry and Commerce Bureau, fearing that Li Shuai would have to open all the stamp boxes to find one. Li Shuai took out the official seal, financial seal, legal person seal of Jinghai Polaris Shipping Company, a subsidiary of the Little Bear Logistics Group, and his ID card, then got up and went downstairs. The one that Li Erxi took to Hongtu shipping was the contract-specific seal, which was one of the official seals. As for transferring money, Although Li Shuai could easily transfer 100 million from his account with a flick of his finger, public-to-public transfers could issue special VAT invoices, which could be used for tax deductions. Li Shuai would never evade taxes because tax evasion is shameful. However, legal tax avoidance is a must. When he reached downstairs, he saw several new employees helping Zhou Xiaoxiao clean up the bowls and chopsticks and tidy up. Even Su Jiang had changed in his slippers and was wiping the table with a cloth. Hearing footsteps from upstairs, the group stopped their work. Mr. Li, Gao Qixing, who was mopping the floor, was the first to greet him. Li Shuai smiled and nodded at him, then said to Tang Xiaolong, "Come with me to the bank." "Oh, okay." Tang Xiaolong put down his work and turned to change his shoes at the door. At this moment, Li Shuai also complained to Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on a sofa peeling oranges. "They're helping, and you're just sitting there enjoying." Zhou Xiaoxiao spat out the orange seed from her mouth and argued. "They said they ate too much and needed to digest. All right, take them to see the house and get familiar with the route. I'll step out for a while." At this moment, Su Jiang suddenly interjected. "Mr. Li, what business are you going to the bank for? How about I go with you? I have connections at the bank too, so at least we won't have to wait in line." Li Shuai waved his hand. "I'm dealing with corporate business, so there shouldn't be much need to queue." Saying this, he glanced at Su Jiang and smiled. "Are you following me to see my strength?" Su Jiang felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had been seen through. Li Shuai chuckled lightly, suddenly remembering something, and turned to look around. Seeing the plain clothes on the Gao siblings and the Tang brothers, and even his little maid wearing something a bit outdated, Li Shuai felt it was necessary to give them a makeover. So he said, "Everyone go. After the bank, I'll take you to buy clothes." Chapter 33. Setting Traps. 4 p.m., City Party Committee Courtyard. A meeting is also underway here, but it's the Municipal Standing Committee meeting. The meeting has been going on for a while, with the previous topic mainly focused on the reassignment of a cadre. Then, Secretary Wu Jianping of the Municipal Party Committee said, "So, regarding the proposal for Comrade Meng Dihai to concurrently serve as vice mayor, let us vote by raising our hands." Saying this, Secretary Wu directly raised his hand. Subsequently, others also raised their hands, and it was passed unanimously. The debates had already concluded, and anyone who deliberately chose not to raise their hand during the vote would essentially be declaring opposition. Everyone present was astute, and Wu Ti makes such a foolish mistake. "Great, it's passed unanimously," Secretary Wu said with a smile. "Are there any more issues that need to be resolved?" At this moment, Mayor Zhang raised his hand. "I have a proposal for everyone to take a look." He then passed a stack of backup documents to the executive vice mayor beside him, and then handed a copy to Secretary Wu across the table, with a total of 11 copies being circulated. Mayor Zhang continued, "As everyone knows, we have an entrepreneur specializing in high-tech investments in Jinghai, named Li Shuai. He is the one who had a mix-up with Chang Lin at the municipal committee before. He promised me that his investment in Jinghai will not be less than 20 billion, which will definitely greatly promote Jinghai's economic development. Therefore, in order to keep Mr. Li, and also to attract more tech investors like him to invest in our Jinghai, I propose to establish a high-tech development zone in the Xiwan area and provide certain support for such entrepreneurs in terms of policy." After finishing, Mayor Zhang looked at the expressions of the leaders present, but found that they all frowned tightly. He was a bit puzzled. This was a great thing, so why were they showing such expressions? Just as he was wondering, a cadre raised his hand and said, Mayor Peiyan, I dare to express a dissenting opinion on your proposal." Mayor Zhang Peiyan immediately turned to see that it was Lin Ningyi, the secretary of the Qinghua District Party Committee. He then looked at Secretary Wu, who seemed unfazed. Mayor Zhang frowned immediately. Lin Ningyi was Wu Jianping's man, and he had only mentioned this proposal to Wu Jianping yesterday, who had seemed quite excited about it. Why was Lin Ningyi opposing it now? If Lin Ningyi didn't have Wu Jianping's approval, would he dare to speak up? Thinking of this, Mayor Zhang let out a breath through his nostrils and looked expressionlessly at Lin Ningyi. "Secretary Ningyi, what are your reasons?" Lin Ningyi put on a flattering smile. "It's like this, Mayor Peiyan. According to the development guidelines set by the city last year for the next 5 years, our focus in Jinghai will always be on the Qinghua district. If we allocate our limited finances to this high-tech development zone, the development of the Qinghua district will inevitably be affected. Moreover, there are far too many people using the guise of high-tech RD to deceive government policies. They cheat money and end up not being able to produce even a television. If Mr. Lee is one of those people, then the money we invest will just go down the drain. Furthermore, the economic benefits brought by so-called high-tech RD are not very high. I've looked at the annual reports of domestic semiconductor RD companies, and basically every one of them is losing money. Even if there are some that are making a profit, none have earned more than a radio factory. Therefore, I think we should be more cautious about this high-tech development zone. Seeing that others were silently nodding in agreement, Mayor Zhang was instantly furious, but couldn't directly explode in anger during the meeting. So he had to endure it. Observing the atmosphere, it was clear that the proposal would definitely not pass, and there was no need for a hand vote. After coming to this realization, Mayor Zhang forced a smile. I also have similar thoughts. Since everyone feels we should be cautious, let us put this issue on hold for now. After the meeting, Mayor Zhang pulled Secretary Wu aside. Old Wu, what is going on with you? Didn't you say you'd support me? I'm just worried you'll get taken advantage of. Secretary Wu replied helplessly. Li Shuai, I've heard from the tax bureau that he's just a braggart. You're talking about tens of billions in policy tilt towards him. If he turns out to be a hollow pillow, you'll have put a big stain on your political career. Mayor Zhang's expression softened a bit. Then he sighed. You think I don't know that? But I've already wasted 10 years in this mayor position, and if I go for another term, it'll be 15 years. I'm 53 this year. If I don't take a gamble now, I really want to have another chance. Secretary Wu rolled his eyes. Am I younger than you? If you're going to gamble, it shouldn't be like this. You should at least confirm that Li Shuai is genuine before diving in. He seems very sincere, and he is quite earnest. I'm just trying to show some sincerity too, Mayor Zhang said, feeling troubled. What if he really has that ability, and we upset him, and then he goes to invest elsewhere? Secretary Wu's eyes widened. Unless he shows some real credentials, don't think I'll ease up on this. Saying this, Secretary Wu turned and walked out the door. Mayor Zhang watched his back, stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. He could tell that Secretary Wu was deliberately saying this to help him calm down. He walked to the conference table, picked up his proposal, looked at it for a while, and then smiled bitterly again, not knowing what he was really thinking. On the other side, after Li Shuai finished transferring the funds to home to shipbuilding and enjoyed a wave of flirty looks from the bank counter ladies, he took Gao Qiqiang, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and others for a major shopping spree on the street. They bought them all Armani suits for formal wear and several casual outfits according to their preferences. Even Su Jiang got a suit. After all, he was an employee and the benefits should be given. However, the bell-bottom pants that Gao Qiqiang bought made Li Shuai uncomfortable. The kid even said that this was the latest trend. Additionally, no one bought a new phone, including Li Shuai, who also got one, just to fit in with the local customs. Moreover, it was necessary to have a visible communication tool. Although his glasses could directly connect to the telecommunication network to dial numbers, it was still a bit too advanced to use in front of ordinary people. After shopping and exchanging phone numbers, Su Jiang suggested treating everyone to his platinum Han. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Gao Qilan, the two girls, seemed particularly out of place. Li Shuai directly asked Tang Xiaohu to take them home first, and then he would go to Platinum Han to find them. Chapter 34. 3 people walking together must have my teacher Yin Liang. I've been under pressure from Sangba for too long, wanting to let loose, but I'm afraid of what I might hear. Oh yeah, in the private room, Gao Qiqiang was singing loudly. Not bad, he sang pretty well, but Li Shuai didn't understand what he was singing. What song is this? He asked the girl beside him, leaning closer. Gao Qiqiang replied loudly. It's Hai Kui Tian Kong. This is a song by a popular singer group from Jiangdao called BYD, also known as the Qiaoyu group. Oh, we can't hear the song back home. It's quite nice. Li Shuai complimenta. Then he noticed Gao Qiqiang with his hands clasped tight on his thighs, looking a bit nervous. Instead, the girl next to Gao Qiqiang was actively rubbing her arm against him. Xiao Sheng, your hands need to be in the right position, Li Shuai said, grabbing the girl's drink and shaking his eyebrows at Gao Qiqiang. The girl didn't show any shyness. Instead, she leaned closer to Li Shuai. Gao Qiqiang just awkwardly laughed, still not letting go. The Tang brothers were the same. They had only been to low-end places before, and this was their first time at a mid-range spot. so they were a bit stiff, just putting their arms around the girl's shoulders without daring to touch their waists. At that moment, the girl next to them raised her glass and toasted to Li Shuai. "Mr. Li, I toast to you." Li Shuai clinked glasses with her and drank just as Gao Qiqiang finished his song. "Good." Li Shuai led the applause, and the others quickly joined in. "Showing off. Showing off." Gao Qiqiang cupped his fist towards everyone and then sat to Li Shuai's right. The girl he had chosen immediately snuggled up to him, making the usually honest Gao Qiqiang feel quite awkward. Li Shuai just smiled and didn't say much. He knew that after a few more times, they would loosen up. At that moment, the door to the private room opened, and Su Jiang peeked in before waving to the girls. The girls understood and immediately got up to leave. "What's up?" Li Shuai asked. Su Jiang pulled over a small round stool and sat across from Li Shuai, smiling. "Mr. Li, the crew members are all set." Li Shuai's eyes lit up. "So fast?" Su Jiang replied, "That depends on whose business it is. Since it's Mr. Li's order, I naturally have to hurry." He poured himself a glass of wine. Then he curiously asked, "Why did it seem like you guys weren't having much fun earlier? Was it because the girls weren't pretty enough? I can get you a new batch." He started to stand up. Hey, no need for that." Li Shuai waved to stop him and laughed. "We're all gentlemen here. We just can't let loose." Su Jiang looked at the two brothers and immediately figured out that these guys were likely people Li Shuai had casually brought along, just because they were good-looking, and they probably had never had the chance to come to such places before. So he chuckled. What is there to be stiff about? They're getting paid to provide services. To put it simply, they're there for you to enjoy. You guys spent money, and if you don't take advantage of it, they just laugh at you behind your backs for being suckers. Gao Qiqiang felt his worldview shifting a bit. TSK. Su Jiang rubbed his nose and looked at Li Shuai, smiling. $800 for a table. If it's just to sing and drink with the guests, then that money is too easy to make, right, Mr. Li? Li Shuai smiled, but didn't respond. He then looked at his watch and saw it was almost 7 o'clock, so he stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'll head back first. Let me see you off." "Good." A few minutes later, they reached the door. When they got to the car, Li Shuai stopped and said to Su Jiang, "My ship will be back in about half a month. Tell the crew members you've contacted that their salaries start from tomorrow, and I'll still pay them for this month of waiting." "You're generous." Su Jiang gave a thumbs up. After patting Su Jiang on the arm, Li Shuai got into the car, then adjusted the armrest in the middle of the back seat, so 3 people could sit comfortably. Gao Qiqiang and the others said goodbye to Su Jiang and got into the car. The vehicle slowly pulled out of the Platinum Han-S garden, with Su Jiang watching until they disappeared. Today, he had seen a glimpse of Li Shuai's power. He bought a ship worth $1 billion without batting an eye. Some might be bragging, but that billion transferred was real. There was no way to fake it. The teller at the bank nearly drooled at Li Shuai. Su Jiang had witnessed it firsthand, which meant the money in the account far exceeded $1 billion. Su Jiang asked himself, did he have $1 billion? If he counted all his assets, it would definitely surpass $1 billion. But as for liquid funds, having just built the Platinum Han and bought over 10 yachts, he really couldn't take out much cash. Thinking about the yachts, he felt conflicted. He had agreed with Zhao Lidong to use them to pull some officials down. But now, according to Li Shuai's meaning, he was suggesting not to mess with those things. After thinking for a while, Su Jiang felt he had to make a choice, because Li Shuai didn't seem like the kind of person who could tolerate indecisiveness. Yet, thinking about those yachts made him feel pain. Having spent so much money to buy them, how long would it take to break, even if only rented out occasionally? In the car on the back seat, Li Shuai sat on the left, Gao Qiqiang on the right, and Gao Qiqiang was sandwiched in the middle. The car was very quiet, with only the faint sound of the engine and tires rolling over the road. Li Shuai was looking out the window, admiring the night view of the ancient city. Suddenly, Gao Qiqiang asked, "Mr. Li, was what Su said earlier true?" The front passenger, Tang Xiao, also turned his head with a curious expression. How should I explain this to you?" Li Shuai pursed his lips. "The girls you just picked are essentially not bad, but since they chose this line of work, they have to bear the consequences of it. When they're dressed simply and meet you on the street, you should respect their dignity and not discriminate against them. You need to be polite. But when they walk into the private room in their work clothes, at that moment, they are just commodities. You only need to respect their price. If you have money, enjoy yourself. If you don't, just dabble. It's that simple. But remember, in places like this, once you step out, you no longer know them. You You can support their business, but don't get involved in their lives. The others immediately showed they understood, but it seemed they didn't completely grasp it. Seeing their expressions, Li Shuai continued. Actually, you can learn a lot from them, like social skills. Some of the girls who have been in this line of work for a long time truly excel in this area. They might not have refined speech or extensive knowledge, but the ability to converse and laugh with anyone without feeling shy is something you should also have. They can't achieve class mobility through socializing, but you can because you are my people, or rather, you don't even need to strive for class mobility, because from the moment you decided to follow me, you've already become some of the highest-ranked people in this world. So have a strong mindset. In the future, you will definitely face the classes you once looked up to. If you don't have the mentality to look them in the eye as equals, or even look down on them, you will inevitably be exploited. The others nodded, seeming to understand, but only Gao Qiqiang looked at Li Shuai with stars in his eyes. Li Shuai pursed his lips and then changed the subject. Ah Chong, is your fish stall still open? If not, you should close it and take this time to learn some management knowledge to better yourself. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu should do the same. My company will be up and running soon, and I need your help as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Li. Chapter 35. Hitting a wall, Villa number 8, Mingzhu Garden. A taxi stopped at the door, and then Li Erxi got out and walked to the entrance. Once inside, he saw two girls sitting on the sofa watching TV. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Gao Qilan heard someone enter and quickly turned their heads, only to see Li Erxi's handsome face. Zhou Xiaoxiao was somewhat accustomed to it, while Gao Qilan was once again flustered, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident when Li Erxi smashed the table with a slap, scaring her. After changing into slippers, Li Erxi asked, "Where's the boss?" "He went to sing at that Su Zhang's place," Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, spitting out an orange seed. Li Erxi nodded, walked over to the sofa, and reached for an orange, saying, "Go make me a bowl of noodles, I'm starving." Zhou Xiaoxiao turned to look at him in surprise. "You're not my boss." "Well, if I don't cook, it won't taste as good as when you do," he replied. Li Erxi shot her a look, and Zhou Xiaoxiao was instantly electrified, tossing aside the cushion and running to the kitchen. At that moment, Li Erxi sensed another gaze and turned to see Gao Qilan making eye contact with him. Gao Qilan, like a startled little rabbit, quickly turned her head back to the TV. At 16, it was indeed the age of first love. Li Erxi, however, was somewhat bewildered, thinking that the incident at the noodle shop yesterday had frightened the little girl. He then said, I didn't mean to yesterday. I didn't expect that table to be so fragile." Gao Qilan. She finally remembered the scene from yesterday and realized that this handsome guy could kill with a slap. If she were with him and they had an argument, if he slapped her, Gao Qilan immediately thought, as good-looking as he is, life is more important. She quietly shifted to the side. The age of first love is also the age of the richest imagination. Now certain that this little sister was afraid of him, Li Erxi gently asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Gao Qilan." "Gao Qilan?" Li Erxi smiled. "That's a nice name. Don't worry, I rarely hit people." But before he could finish, he thought to himself, hitting someone before the restrictions were lifted would lead to dire consequences for him as well. However, the more he said this, the more frightened Gao Qilan became, clutching the cushion tightly. At this time, after finishing the orange, Li Erxi raised his hands to rest behind his head against the sofa. But his peripheral vision caught something. Turning his head, he saw Gao Qilan shivering in the corner with the cushion shielding her head. Li Erxi could no longer hold back. "What are you doing? Am I that scary?" Just then, the sound of the door opening came. Gao Qilan seemed to have found her savior and quickly ran to the door. Then, Li Shuai's puzzled voice came from the entrance. "What's wrong?" Following that, Li Shuai and others walked into the living room and saw Gao Qilan hiding behind Li Shuai. Upon seeing Li Erxi, Li Shuai smiled. "You're back?" "Ah, Li Erxi Rapia." Li Shuai glanced at Gao Qilan hiding behind him and immediately understood. "Don't worry, your brother Erxi won't hit little girls." Saying this, he walked over to sit next to Li Erxi, while Gao Qilan cautiously followed and sat beside Li Shuai. The little girl thought that only Li Shuai could stop Li Erxi. If he really got violent, the others were no match for Li Erxi's slap. The remaining few, seeing Li Erxi's demeanor, were also trembling, especially the Tang brothers, who had almost lost their lives yesterday. Li Erxi glanced at them and raised his chin. What's up with them? Li Shuai laughed. I just hired them. He then turned to Gao Qiqiang and the others. It's getting late. You should head home early. Oh, okay. Gao Qiqiang quickly nodded, then pulled his sister up, saying then, Mr. Li, we'll be leaving now. Move in as soon as possible. Drive slowly. Xiao Hu. Okay, Mr. Li. Watching them leave, followed by the sound of the door closing. Li Erxi was somewhat puzzled. Are they moving here too? Li Shuai smiled. I bought them 2 villas as dormitories. Li Erxi nodded, knowing this was something Li Shuai would do, as he was always generous to those he recognized. However, he still asked with concern, are these people reliable? As long as their character is good, the rest can be cultivated slowly. Saying this, Li Shuai thought of something. By the way, you need to go to the Land Resources Management Bureau tomorrow to buy the industrial land our company needs. Okay. After responding, Li Erxi recalled something and complained. You went singing without me. That's not very considerate, is it? By the way, how's the girl from the Platinum Han side? Li Shuai nodded seriously. Not bad. All natural, without any signs of surgery, but I don't know what she looks like without makeup. TSK. Li Erxi smacked his lips, thinking he should try his luck next time. It's also quite miraculous that the 4 from Congratulations and Prosperity are still novices, as they hadn't opened before being bought back by Li Shuai because they couldn't sell. The next morning at 9 a.m., Land Resources Management Bureau, Jinghai City. Li Erxi, with all the necessary materials, arrived at the bureau's hall. After a brief scan, he headed straight for the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. After pushing the door open, he saw the director on the phone. Upon noticing Li Erxi's highly recognizable face, the director slightly furrowed his brow, then replied a few times on the phone before hanging up and warmly welcoming Li Erxi. Mr. Li, I apologize for the disturbance. I've been busy. It's my fault for interrupting. Saying this, Li Erxi handed over a large stack of documents, saying, Director Shun, this is the land we need for our factory. Could you take a look? Sure, let me have a look. Director Shun took the documents and sat down on the sofa to open and review them. However, Li Erxi frowned, feeling that something was off. After all, during their last meeting at the guest house, these people had promised to give him the green light, so the director shouldn't need to look at the application documents for industrial land. Sure enough, after quickly flipping through the documents, Director Shun smacked his lips and said, Mr. Li, does your factory have to be built on the locations specified in your application? Li Erxi understood but still feigned confusion, asking, is there a problem? Are these places not allowed for factory construction? Not exactly. Director Shun revealed a bitter smile. It's just that the area of Shiwan Huanhai has just been designated as commercial land. Li Erxi nodded, realizing someone was trying to trip up his boss. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that as soon as the application was submitted, the land was classified as commercial? It wasn't a matter of land prices. They could afford anything, but commercial land is not suitable for building factories. If someone later came in claiming illegal use of land resources, it would create a mess. With that, Li Erxi decided not to waste more words. He took back the application documents and left. After exiting, he immediately took out the phone he had just bought to contact Li Shuai. Once connected, he heard Li Shuai directly ask, Did you get it sorted? Li Erxi rolled his eyes. Hit a wall. The Shiwan Huanhai area has been turned into commercial land, and they won't allow the construction of factories. Chapter 36, almost driven crazy by the times, Meiju Garden, Villa Number 8, second floor master bedroom. Inside the room, Li Shuai leaned back in his swivel chair while listening to the phone, a smirk on his face. Looks like someone is trying to set me up again. On the other end of the line, Li Erxi's voice came through. When I just walked in, Director Shin was on a call, and that call might be the one. Li Shuai nodded. Check who made the call. All right. Li Erxi responded, then asked, should we contact Mayor Zhang? No need. If he's the one behind this, the more eager we are to find him, the easier it is for him to manipulate us. If it's not him, then he should. Speaking of which, we really haven't offended anyone in the political circles except for Zhao Lidong. Should we check his call records? Li Erxi asked. Li Shuai sat up and started to play with his watch. He knows our methods, if it really is him. He definitely wouldn't dare to use any electronic communication devices. Also, considering the efficiency of the city's construction bureau in changing the land use within 2 days. Besides the city government, there is also his direct superior. Jinghai is not far from Jiangzhou, Just a 2 to 3 hour trip. And a night is enough to do a lot and meet many people. Later, you go to the city hall and see if his secretary is still there. That LL tell us. All right, let us go with that. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Li Shuai pressed a button on his watch, and a holographic screen projected an interface. He found a storage folder for the listening device in Zhao Lidong's car and opened it. The stored content was captured by VoicePrint, while other noises, such as engine sounds, had been automatically eliminated. Li Shuai checked and directly clicked on the recording from yesterday at 11 a.m., right after Zhao Lidong had just returned from his villa. He then heard the conversation between Zhao Lidong and Secretary Wang. After listening, Li Shuai raised an eyebrow. Still calling me crazy? At that moment, a notification popped up on the large computer monitors on the desk, which he had just bought that morning, indicating that the file transfer was successful. Seeing this, Li Shuai immediately forgot about Zhao Lidong and just wanted to complain. He had bought 100 solid-state drives at the computer store that morning, which were ridiculously expensive, especially since each only had a 2 GB storage capacity. He connected his watch to the computer network, and it took him all morning to transfer just over 10 patent documents, slow enough to make his scalp tingle. Moreover, dealing with the Win95 operating system on the computer nearly drove him crazy. He could have his quantum computer back home write an operating system in seconds, but putting it on these computers was like forcing a gorilla to study relativity. Absolutely brain-burning. At this moment, Li Shuai felt a heavy burden on his shoulders, as all the technology in this world was waiting for him to catalyze it. As for the total number of patents he needed to apply for, it was only tens of millions. All technologies that were at least 5 years ahead of current world standards. Don't think it's exaggerated. A single tunneling machine can have hundreds of thousands of patents. Not to mention other patent-heavy items like photolithography machines, 3D printers, and medical equipment. Of course, some core technologies want to be patented, as applying for them would be like exposing all his assets. So the 100 hard drives he bought this morning were far from enough. He could only select some lower-tech patents to choke other countries first. For example, those so-called imported medical devices. Those parasites are just taking kickbacks. Li Shuai thought, rather than letting those foreign people earn that money and have it embezzled by parasites, I'd rather earn it myself. If I earn it, I can build a fleet and defend the country. However, to get all these patent documents out, he needed to copy them onto the hard drives and then send people to print them. The main issue was that nowadays, patent offices only accepted paper documents. What could he do if they weren't printed? Li Shuai's watch could indeed connect directly to the printer, but printing so much paper would probably weigh dozens of tons. He felt he hadn't gone crazy yet. He would apply for more advanced patents for now. First, he would hold back similar technologies from abroad, making them pay if they wanted to use them. When their RD was close to a breakthrough, he would throw out something 5 years ahead of them. That feeling was akin to chasing a girl long distance for years and then spending 880,000 on a betrothal gift to set a wedding date, only to run into technician no. 66 at a bathhouse in the city where his girlfriend worked during the new year. Surprise. Of course, patents are something only the strong can play with. If the brothers in Africa tried this, they'd be done in no time. Not paying patent fees is still fine if the U.S. suspects you of developing laundry detergent. They might just wipe out your country. As for Li Shuai, he might still be a bit stretched at this stage, but backed by the motherland, playing for about 10 years should be fine. By the time the major powers discover this trick and say they can't tolerate it, Li Shuai's fleet should be taking shape too. It's really so primitive and slow. Li Shuai once again dragged patent files into the hard drive, and at a speed of about 1% every 5 seconds, it made him scratch his head in frustration. Suddenly, Li Shuai had a flash of inspiration. Picked up his watch, swiped through the file transfer interface, opened the communication function, and called Li Yigong. The next moment, Li Yigong's holographic image appeared. Boss, Li Shuai raised an eyebrow. Help me make 256 gigabyte storage hard drives that can connect to today as computers, and then store the patents I'm going to apply for into these 100 hard drives. Li Yigong was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, what do you need those for? They're all outdated stuff from hundreds of years ago. TSK. Li Shuai widened his eyes. We're in the ancient times now. Oh, right, I keep forgetting. Li Yigong chuckled awkwardly. Should I send them to you by aircraft once they're ready? Sure. Great. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Li Shuai's villa, an Audi slowly came to a stop, and then Mayor Zhang and his secretary Zhou Xiaowang got out of the car. After glancing at the villa, Mayor Zhang led Secretary Zhou to the front door and pressed the doorbell in the yard. Usually, the yard door is left open, but the little maid was just taken by Tang Xiaolong to register for a driving test, and Li Shuai was upstairs, so they closed the yard door. Seeing no response, Secretary Zhou pressed the doorbell 2 more times. They can't be home, right? Secretary Zhou wondered. At that moment, a voice came from above. Mayorthan? The two outside looked up and saw Li Shuai leaning over the balcony railing on the 2nd floor, smiling down at them. General Li, without your contact information, I can only take the liberty to visit. Mayorthan left. Please wait a moment. Saying that, Li Shuai turned back into the room. A moment later, the door downstairs opened, and Li Shuai came out to open the yard door. Are you living alone? General Li? Mayor Zhang asked curiously. I have a maid, but she is out running errands, Li Shuai replied, stepping aside. Please come in. Chapter 37. You all fight first, then come find me after entering the room. Li Shuai led Mayor Zhang and his companion to the living room and personally made them 2 cups of tea. Thank you, Mayor Zhang said as he accepted the tea. Once seated, Li Shuai crossed his legs in a typical boss-like manner, with his right hand resting on his thigh, rhythmically tapping his leg. His posture was undeniably impolite. Others would be content if the mayor could manage to sit with half a butt on the sofa, but here he was acting like a big shot. Secretary Zhou frowned slightly and glanced at Mayor Zhang. However, Mayor Zhang smiled and shook his head slightly at him. Li Shuai noticed their exchange of glances and directly asked with a smile, Does Secretary Zhou think I'm looking down on people? Secretary Zhou was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, No. Li Shuai interrupted him with a laugh. It's not that I don't regard Mayor Zhang highly. It's just that since we have no possibility of cooperation, there's no need to act too formal. Let's be a bit more casual. If we can put aside our positions and interests to coexist equally, there might even be a chance to become friends. The 2 men across from him were momentarily stunned, and then Mayor Zhang quickly asked, Mr. Li, when you say there's no possibility of cooperation, what do you mean? Are you not planning to invest in Jinghai? Li Shuai shrugged his hands. I want to invest, but some people don't want me to invest. I mentioned the approximate location for building the factory to Director Shun of the Land Resources Bureau last time at the guest house, and he patted his chest and assured me there would be no problem. But today, when I sent someone to apply for land transfer at the Land Resources Bureau, Director Shun told us that the Shaoan-Huanghai area has suddenly been changed to commercial land. Mayor Zhang's eyes widened, and he sat up straight. Seeing his reaction, Li Shuai realized that Mayor Zhang was unaware of this issue. That made things easier. So he continued, Money is not a problem. I can buy that area at the price of commercial land. It just means spending an extra tens of billions. But what I'm worried about is that there might be further issues, like someone claiming I'm violating land use regulations. If they come to demolish my factory, how should I respond? Mr. Li, I had no idea about this at all. Mayor Zhang said anxiously. Just yesterday, I was still proposing to designate the Shaoan-Huanghai area as a high-tech development zone and provide you with some supportive policies. You didn't know? Li Shuai feigned surprise. That shouldn't be the case. This isn't like building houses in the countryside. This is about approximately 300 square kilometers of land. Changing the land use of such a large area should definitely require your approval, right? Speaking of which, this matter shouldn't be targeting me. After all, I don't need that much land to build a factory. Maybe they're planning to develop a large residential area with sea views in Shaoan. That would be incredible. A commercial area stretching dozens of kilometers long and several kilometers wide. If that happens, it would be like putting a rocket engine on Jinghai's GDP growth. Mayor Zhang's face darkened immediately as he thought of the implications. It was simply ridiculous. He stood up abruptly and said, Mr. Li, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Oh, thank you very much. Li Shuai stood up and smiled as he extended his hand. Mayor Zhang shook hands with Li Shuai. Suddenly remembering the purpose of his visit, he released Li Shuai's hand and looked him straight in the eye. Mr. Li, I need to go back and handle the Shaoan Development Zone issue immediately, but I also have something to ask you today. I want to know if you are worth me taking a gamble on. However, Li Shuai redirected the topic back, smiling. What you said makes sense. If there's no place to build a factory, how can I invest here? We need to confirm a place to settle first, don't you think? Mayor Zhang immediately pouted and looked at Li Shuai speechlessly. Li Shuai's meaning was clear. First, take care of the matter, then come back to assess his capabilities. But Mayor Zhang didn't have the confidence to refute him, as this had transcended the issue between him and Li Shuai. Someone was messing around in his territory, which had already touched upon his authority. It should be said that it was no longer about Mayor Zhang testing whether Li Shuai had the capability. Instead, it was Li Shuai observing whether Mayor Zhang had the ability to safeguard him. After giving Li Shuai another deep look, Mayor Zhang snorted and turned to leave. Secretary Zhou awkwardly nodded at Li Shuai before quickly following Mayor Zhang. Li Shuai returned to the sofa, now certain that this was the work of that old rascal Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong might not have that kind of power, as very few people could bypass the city government to change the land use of such a large area. Even the provincial department would have to give the mayor a heads up. Otherwise, it would be like slapping faces with shoe soles. They were all at the same level, and doing this would lead to endless stumbling blocks between them. But thinking of the family behind Zhao Lidong, that was very likely. When Li Shuai looked through Zhao Lidong's relatives, he indeed found some with significant power. So while others might not give that old rascal face, they would give face to the Zhao family. What didn't he know was who Zhao Lidong had approached and what methods he used to make such an absurd decision. Of course, it was also possible that the higher-ups just mentioned it casually without issuing a formal document, and that Director Shun received some orders to inform Li Erxi about the land use change. At that time, they could all push the blame around, saying that they only conveyed an idea from above and hadn't implemented anything. And those below would say that there were requirements from their superiors. So, of course, they had to cooperate, temporarily freezing the land use until the higher-ups confirmed it. Then they would drag it out here and research it there, and in the blink of an eye, half a year would pass. Clapping hands, perfect. Li Shuai also understood that Zhao Lidong's purpose in doing this was to show off his connections and to thoroughly annoy Li Shuai, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Was that recording useful? It could be said to be useful, but in reality, not much, because Zhao Lidong's early corruption process was undoubtedly clean, and that more than 10 million could at most get him a charge of having an unknown source of large assets, serving a few years before being released. He would never admit to corruption without evidence. As for Li Shuai, this move would put him in opposition to the entire Zhao family. He might not be afraid, but it would turn what was once a single toad sitting on the edge into a whole group of toads, multiplying the annoyance by a factor of 10. Zhao Lidong probably thought of this level as well, or was just reacting to Li Shuai's words yesterday, deciding to throw caution to the wind. But was Li Shuai wrong in what he said? From Li Shuai's perspective, as someone with a vision that spanned the galaxy, how could he be interested in a mudfish flopping around in this small corner called Jinghai? Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. The fading ringtone pulled Li Shuai from his thoughts. He took out his phone from his pocket and opened the flip cover. It was Li Erxi's number. Hello, Erxi. On the other end of the line, he heard, I checked Director Shin's call records, and it indeed came from the provincial department. I traced the call line, but there was nothing further from the provincial department. Li Shuai smiled. It seemed Zhao Lidong instructed them not to use the phone for contact. They really went through a lot of trouble driving around all night yesterday. Chapter 38, Precautionary Measures on the Other Side. After leaving the villa, Mayor Zhang directly pulled out his phone. After thinking for a moment, he decided to make a call while walking. As he reached their Audi car, the call connected just in time. While opening the car door to get in, Mayor Zhang greeted on the phone, Hey, old senior. Inside the car, Mayor Zhang closed the door. A deep voice came through the phone. Pei Yin, what made you think of calling me? Mayor Zhang replied, Senior, I want to ask, who proposed a change in land use for the coastal area of the Jianghai Shouan district? There was a brief silence on the other end, and after 2 seconds, the voice said, If I remember correctly, the coastal line of Jianghai Shouan district is several dozen kilometers long, right? Changing the usage of such a large area of land all at once? No, you don't know? It's hard to believe, Mayor Zhang. The Jianghai Land Resources Bureau has clearly told the investors that the entire area is commercial land. If I, as a mayor, don't know, it must be a directive from the provincial level. How could you, a full-time deputy secretary, not know? Who are you mocking? The voice on the other end scolded, then continued, I really have no idea about this, and I haven't heard anyone mention in meetings. Such a thing cannot happen. No one would agree to that proposal. That's good. Mayor Zhang sighed in relief and said, "You need to help me with this. I want to hide it from you. I've brought in a high-tech investor planning to build a high-tech development zone in the Shaoan coastal area. Once completed, it's expected to contribute hundreds of billions to the GDP each year. But now they can't even secure land for the factory and are considering investing in other provinces. Is that true?" The voice on the other end sounded skeptical. "Your Shanghai's GDP was just over 40 billion last year. If it contributes hundreds of billions annually, doesn't that mean you, old Zhang, will take off?" Mayor Zhang smirked. "I'm planning to stake my future on it. So how can it not be true? Also, regarding the high-tech development zone, you need to give some support." "Of course I'll support you in such a good thing." The voice chuckled lightly, then quipped, "You used to call me often. Why did you become distant after becoming relatives? It's been more than a year since you called me a few times. Last year's reshuffle made me cautious. I have to consider not just myself, but also you." Mayor Zhang laughed. "Besides, you can still come down for inspections occasionally, right? During the new year, you have to come to Jiangzhou to see your daughter." Mayor Zhang scoffed. "Not going. She can come back to her hometown." "Hey, you old thing. No more chit-chat. I'm hanging up." Saying that, Mayor Zhang didn't care about the other person's reaction and directly closed the flip phone. At this moment, Secretary Zhou also said to the driver in front, "Drive, old Zhao." "Okay." The car started and slowly drove out of the community. Inside the car, Mayor Zhang looked at the somewhat shabby Shanghai compared to the towering buildings in other places with a complicated expression. In this day and age, GDP is an important indicator of a cadre's ability. To put it bluntly, whether one can be promoted mainly depends on GDP. And during this period of national economic transformation, while other places' economies are growing rapidly, Shanghai has been lukewarm, maintaining an annual growth rate of 8 to 10. What is the reason? It's because Mayor Zhang studied economics. He knows that the state-owned enterprises transitioning to private ownership will inevitably lead to a surge in production capacity. Previously, in a planned economy, all state-owned enterprises produced according to quotas. Once it became a market economy, those entrepreneurs would definitely increase production significantly to reduce costs and ensure profits. Some might ask, how can increasing production lower costs and increase profits? Take a steel mill as the simplest example. The longer the equipment runs, the lower the cost. Just ask those old steelworkers about the electricity costs when they heat up the furnace. In the planned economy, production was based on quotas, and the state covered any losses. So plant managers didn't have to worry, even if they produced 100 tons in a month. But in the eyes of capitalists, once the furnace cools down, the electricity cost to start up again can make them cry. Coupled with the investment boom brought by real estate liberalization and large-scale land transfers, it will certainly lead to a rapid GDP growth. However, the total demand in the domestic market is limited. Blindly increasing production will lead to an imbalance between supply and demand, which will inevitably trigger a new round of economic recession. And Mayor Zhang, what he wants is not just paper GDP. He wants the people of Shanghai to live good lives. The conversion of factories to private ownership is something he cannot control, but he can control the land transfer in Shanghai. Of course, this has also led him to offend many people both inside and outside. Just look at the construction companies in Shanghai, and you'll know how bleak the development atmosphere is. If it weren't for someone backing him, he would have long been relegated to the second tier. Seeing those workers who lost their jobs and made the job market busier than a vegetable market, Mayor Zhang truly felt anxious. Opening up land transfer to allow developers to build buildings for employment? Nonsense. Developers? Just a bunch of speculators with special information channels. They buy a piece of land, take 2 years to build a wall, and then wait for land prices to rise before selling it. There are plenty of examples of this. So when Li Shuai, who claims to be a tech tycoon, appeared, Mayor Zhang was willing to take a gamble. For ordinary people these days, finding a stable job in a factory with a steady income is the biggest pursuit. It's just that he doesn't know how substantial Li Shuai's venture will be. If it's based on the planning documents Li Shuai showed him last time, it's likely to provide tens of thousands of job positions. Thinking of this, Mayor Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. If Li Shuai was willing to show him some strength, not just capital, but even patents would be good, then he would have more confidence. With this thought, Mayor Zhang exhaled, and his gaze gradually became resolute. Forget it. Let us finalize the high-tech development zone first. Just as Li Shuai said, one must help others settle down. On the other side, at Li Shuai's home, after closing the yard door and returning upstairs, his watch received a communication request. Opening the communication, Li Yigong's image appeared. "Boss, the hard drive is ready. Shall I bring it over now?" "Yeah, good." Li Shuai nodded, then thought of something else. "Also, bring me a set of exoskeleton armor and include a weapon." How about a laser cannon?" Li Yigong raised an eyebrow. "Who are you preparing to fight?" "Nobody. The ship has been bought and will arrive in about half a month. If we need to go to Antarctica, we'll have to pass through Southeast Asia, which is chaotic these days." Li Shuai picked up the water cup on his desk and took a sip, continuing, "Moreover, those small countries are now following the U.S. closely and often detain our ships. When our ship goes, it should be fine. But what about when it returns loaded with precious metals? It won't end well if they encounter us. Preparing precautionary measures in advance is definitely the right move." "Okay, I'll arrange for the aircraft to deliver it to you." Chapter 39. Construction Group. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. It is now the evening of January 28th, 1997, with only 9 days left until the new year. During this week, Li Shuai and his few subordinates have been busy printing patent application materials. The hard drives made by Li Yigong were delivered that same night. The stealth electric unmanned aerial vehicle resembles the drone EDI from a certain air combat blockbuster, using metal hydrogen alloy batteries as energy and high-power ion thrusters for propulsion, with a range of 30,000 kilometers. However, there are not many of them. Li Shuai only has 5 in total. If there were 100, it could definitely make the Americans question their existence. It's not that they are expensive, but by the 25th century, they would be useless. Li Shuai's main business is interstellar mining, and this thing is less useful in outer space than a mining ship, which at least is large enough to carry more weapons. Purchasing it would only serve as transportation for him and Li Yigong on their home planet. Furthermore, its stealth capabilities are indeed invincible in this era. But by the 25th century, everyone is using quantum detectors. Trying to sneak attack with optical and electronic stealth is like using the sword of a previous dynasty to strike officials of the current dynasty. As for being discovered, the radars of this era can't even detect the F-22, let alone this. After the hard drives were delivered, they proceeded to purchase a large number of computers and printers. At that moment, Li Shuai was puzzled as to why they didn't let Li Yigong print them out and send them over. However, it was a good opportunity for Gao Qiqiang, Tang Xiaolong, and others to learn how to use computers, which would be beneficial for their growth. They bought over 100 sets of printers costing more than 10,000 each, and computers costing over 8,000 each. Su Jiang called a large group of younger brothers to come and do odd jobs, and several printers were worn out in the process. By the end, the printed materials filled an entire living room of the villa that had just been purchased for Tang Xiaolong. Rest assured, there is no need to worry about leaks. Quietly making some tweaks in the computer's operating system to lock all copy and cut functions will be sufficient. Furthermore, Su Jiang's younger brothers generally lacked education and didn't even know what a patent was, so teaching them how to use the computers and printers took quite some effort. As for why it was at Tang Xiaolong's house, because Gao Qiqiang's family had already moved in, and the Tang brothers still had matters to attend to at the vegetable market, so Li Shuai simply let them delay their move. The villa would serve as a document warehouse for him, and he had Tang Xiao move in to keep an eye on things. Although surveillance cameras and alarms were installed, having someone inside would be better. Otherwise, if Li Shuai and Li Erxi were out for something and someone happened to come to steal, they wouldn't be able to return in time. Any thief with a bit of education who saw the word patent would know it must be valuable. Closing the villa door, Li Shuai patted Tang Xiaohu's shoulder. "Xiaohu, please keep an eye on things." "Don't worry, Mr. Li." Tang Xiaohu's eyes were bloodshot. They had been exhausted over the past few days, mainly from straining their eyes, staring at computer screens for about 10 hours every day. Finally, they could rest. Gao Qiqiang stretched and twisted his neck. Good physical development. The group headed towards Li Shuai's house, and along the way, Li Erxi laughed. "I can already imagine the expressions of the people at the patent office when they see us like they've seen a ghost. And that's just a part of it. If we bring out the rest, they could take over 20 years to review just 100 a day." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "Are you just focusing on the patent office in Jinghai? Besides, Once our Research Institute's brand takes off, when we submit our patent applications, they will just stamp them and be done with it. How much effort could that take? That's true. Li Erxi nodded with a smile. The others, including Gao Qiqiang, had no expression. They had become numb. At first, seeing so many patents had indeed shocked them, especially Gao Qiqiang, who clearly understood the value of these patents. Some might not be worth much on their own, but when those worthless ones are combined, they could be worth a fortune. Come on, let us treat you all to a big meal. A reward. Li Shuai waved his hand. Zhou Xiao, looking exhausted, said, I just want to close my eyes and sleep. My eyes hurt. Then let us eat tomorrow. Li Shuai readily agreed. At that moment, a phone rang. Everyone reached for their phones. Li Shuai exclaimed, then answered, hello? On the other end was Mayor Zhang's voice. Hello, Mr. Li? Li Shuai's mouth curled up. Mayor Zhang, good news? Mr. Li is indeed wise. Mayor Zhang flattered, then said, the high-tech development zone has been confirmed, and the director of the management committee is my secretary, Zhou Xiaoguang. I will have him contact you later. However, the policy subsidies are gone, and Jinghai's current development focus is still on Qinghua District, which poses too much resistance. I'm really sorry. No problem. I'm not short on that little money, Li Shuai laughed. Thank you, Mayor Zhang. Serving the people. Then, I wish you a happy new year in advance. This implies that in the coming days, before the new year, both parties probably wouldn't contact each other. Mayor Zhang was cutting off the chance for anyone to send him gifts under the guise of New Year greetings. Having said that, if someone came to deliver something, it would be a bit foolish. Li Shuai understood and replied with a smile, Happy New Year. After hanging up, Li Shuai turned to the others behind him, which is the most powerful construction company in Jinghai. A few people were taken aback, and it was still Su Jiang who answered. Construction Group. The boss is called Chen Tai. I'm quite familiar with him, but, well, I've had some conflicts with him in recent years. What kind of conflict? Li Shuai asked curiously. Su Jiang smiled bitterly. After so many years in Jinghai, helping them eliminate so many competitors, they were supposed to dominate the market, but they insisted on supporting Abai Jianghua to go against me, even splitting away my sand mining and casino business. That Bai Jianghua has made me suffer several times already. All right, Li Shuai interrupted. Tomorrow we will meet him. I'll give him a chance at wealth and see if he can catch it. Chong, Xiaolong, you two come with me tomorrow. It's a good opportunity to see how these usually high and mighty people deal with others. Okay, Mr. Li. The next day, in a large villa in Jinghai Shaowan, in the living room on the first floor, an old man with big-eye bag sat in the main seat, leisurely making tea. On his left was a smiling, short-haired woman in formal attire. On his right was another cheerful, long-haired lady dressed in a low-cut outfit, draped in mink, looking quite beautiful. Next to the long-haired beauty sat a man in his 30s with a square face, grinning foolishly. The old man, while making tea, said in a distinctive voice, This tea, the most important thing is the right temperature. Let us not talk about those trivialities, just the feeling when you drink it. If it's hot, it's scalding. If it's cold, it lacks flavor. Yes, 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 the square-faced man chimed in. At this point, the old man poured tea for the group, starting with the short-haired beauty on the left, then the long-haired lady on the right, and finally the square-faced man. Ladies first from left to right. Some people think that tea ceremony and drinking culture are outdated and filled with rules. Damn it, I pour how I want, drink it or not, right? But this has been the social method of the upper class since ancient times. If you want to mingle with them, you have to be patient and learn these customs. Perhaps slowly, you will learn something from it, like how tea ceremonies can indeed cultivate one's mind, which cannot be denied. Once the tea was poured, the two ladies and one man tapped their fingers on the table. Finally, they picked up their cups, sniffed, took a small sip, and then drank it all in one go. Uncle Tai, uffed. Su Jiang's loud voice echoed in the room, causing Bai Jianghua to jump and spit out his drink. The old man at the head of the table looked up, and the two men and one woman beside him turned their heads as well. They saw Su Jiang striding in, accompanied by a young man they hadn't seen before. What puzzled them was that Su Jiang was half a step behind the young man and beside the young man. There was another man in a well-fitted suit who looked a bit older. The young man was tall and well-proportioned. Although he wasn't very handsome, his demeanor caught everyone's attention. Li Shuai walked confidently up to the group and took a look at them. His gaze paused for a moment on the two beautiful women. Both are stunning. After Li Shuai stood still, a man in a black suit, who seemed to be a bodyguard, walked over and nervously looked at the old man inside. Mr. Chunde. The old man smiled and waved him off, saying, "It's fine, I won't say anything. Xiao Jiang is here. It's like coming home." He then smiled at Su Jiang. Su Jiang, with his hands in his pockets, smiled back at Chun Tai, although his gaze wasn't very friendly. Chun Tai then glanced at Li Shuai and waved his hand. The man in the black suit slightly bowed and turned to leave. At this point, Li Shuai had also assessed the other people present and naturally smiled at the old man. "Uncle Tai, let me introduce you," Su Jiang said with a smile. "This is Mr. Li, my current boss." He then pointed at the old man across from them, introducing him to Li Shuai. "Mr. Li, this is Chun Tai, the owner of the construction group." Upon hearing that this young man was Su Jiang's boss, everyone present, including Chun Tai, was momentarily stunned, and they began to regard Li Shuai with a serious demeanor. They had thought he was Su Jiang's illegitimate son. They had met Su Jiang's biological son, Su Lei, and he didn't look like this. "Hello, Mr. Chun," Li Shuai said, his smile full of friendliness. Chun Tai regained his composure, stood up from his armchair, and extended his hand to Li Shuai. "Hello, Mr. Li." Li Shuai also reached out to shake his hand. Chun Tai then invited, "Please have a seat." Li Shuai graciously sat down, and Su Jiang pulled up a chair, sitting to Li Shuai's left, next to the square-faced man. At this moment, noticing Gao Qiqiang and Tang Xiaolong behind him, he smiled at Chun Tai and said, "Could you help my two brothers find seats as well?" Chun Tai glanced at Tang Xiaolong, who appeared a bit nervous, but Gao Qiqiang seemed very composed. He looked at the short-haired woman on his left, and she understood. Getting up to leave, the room fell into silence. Li Shuai came in like a fierce dragon, and Chun Tai, wanting to suppress the atmosphere, decided not to speak first. On Li Shuai's side, he felt that since Chun Tai's subordinates were seated, and he had two standing subordinates, it clearly made their side look inferior. So he wouldn't speak first either. At this point, the long-haired beauty across from them rolled her eyes and smiled at Su Jiang, saying, "Su Zong, why so quiet? Did you go work for another company because you felt your father wasn't giving you enough?" "Huh." Su Jiang chuckled lightly. "Fighting and killing will lead to disaster eventually. I want to change careers and do legitimate business with Mr. Li now." He then introduced to Li Shuai, "Mr. Li, this is Chun Shooting, Uncle Tai's goddaughter. And the one next to me is by Jiangbua, the one who just moved the chair. She's also Uncle Tai's goddaughter, named Chang Cheng." Li Shuai smiled and nodded at Chun Shooting, but he couldn't see Bai Jiangbua due to Su Jiang's large stature. At this moment, Su Jiang said to Bai Jiangbua, "Old Bai, I advise you to consider this early. You're too timid for this line of work." As he spoke, Su Jiang propped his right leg over his left knee and shook his right foot, looking quite arrogant. Chun Shooting, originally wanting to help her husband by further provoking the relationship between Su Jiang and Chun Tai, didn't expect Su Jiang to retort. She then recalled how her husband was completely defenseless against Su Jiang, and her face darkened. Bai Jianghua also turned his face away, appearing uninterested. Just then, the short-haired woman, Cheng Cheng, returned, followed by two men in black, carrying two chairs. After placing the chairs down, Gao Qiqiang confidently sat next to Li Shuai, while Tang Xiaolong sat a bit awkwardly next to Cheng Cheng. The tea table was just big enough. Chun Tai had already seated 5 people on his side, which placed Li Shuai right in the middle. Chun Tai had leisurely poured out the tea leaves from the teapot, replaced them with new ones, and then began to brew the tea. He then asked Su Jiang, "Xiao Jiang, you brought Mr. Li here today for a reason, right?" "Indeed, there is a reason." Li Shuai smiled and said, "I have a batch of factories and office buildings that need to be constructed. Going through the public bidding process takes too much time, so I want to directly commission it." He continued, "I've heard that the most capable construction company in Jinghai is your construction group, Mr. Chun, which is why I'm here to visit." Too flattering, huh?" Chun Tai chuckled at Li Shuai's words. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his expression changed slightly. "A batch of factories? May I ask, is your real name Mr. Li Shuai?" Li Shuai raised an eyebrow. "Has someone mentioned me to you?" He then smirked, "Zhao Lidong." Chun Tai put down the kettle he was holding and smiled wryly, nodding. "Since Mr. Li has guessed it, I won't beat around the bush. A week ago, Secretary Zhao had someone tell me that if a person named Li Shuai asked me to help him build factories, I must not agree. Mr. Li, I can't compare to you. I can't afford to offend them. Huh? Li Shuai laughed and turned to Su Jiang, saying, interesting, isn't it? Su Jiang li loget. Then Li Shuai looked back at Chun Tai. Since you've given a heads up, it means the construction bureau on your side should also be settled. If I were to go through public bidding, they wouldn't dare reject me during the approval process, but they would definitely delay it, making other bidders hesitant to take my work, right? Chun Tai smiled wryly again. To be honest, he was a bit incredulous that this young man could make Zhao Lidong go to such lengths, yet only to engage in actions that harm others without benefiting himself. But this also indirectly indicated that this young man was not simple, because according to Zhao Lidong's temperament, if this young man were just an ordinary investor, he would have probably been disposed of already for offending him. At this moment, Li Shuai uncrossed his legs, leaned slightly forward, and looked directly at Chun Tai. So your choice is that you don't want to cooperate with me? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare. Chun Tai said with a bitter smile. That's fine. Li Shuai smiled, then put both hands on the armrest of the chair, stood up, and looked down at Chun Tai. Congratulations on missing out on a tremendous fortune. After saying that, Li Shuai ignored Chun Tai's expression, turned around with a disdainful smile, and left. Su Jiang also looked at Chun Tai with glee before getting up to leave, with Gao Qiqiang and the others naturally following closely behind. Watching Li Shuai's departing figure, Chun Tai couldn't help but furrow his brows. Li Shuai's last words truly stirred something within him. Dad, who is this guy? So full of himself? Bai Jiangbua said with a hint of disdain. A tremendous fortune? Who does he think he is? Chun Tai glanced at Bai Jiangbua with an expressionless face. Bai Jiangbua immediately shrank back, pretending to cough, and no longer spoke. Chun Tai looked towards the door again and said slowly, recently, there have indeed been some rumors about this boss Li. Perhaps the projects in his hands are enough for us to feast on. The few people present were taken aback for a moment. Then they heard Chun Tai sigh and say, what a pity, no matter how great the wealth, one must have the life to enjoy it. Young people have no sense. Do they not know that the people should not fight against the officials? Hearing this, Bai Jiangbua had no reaction, but Chen Shooting and Cheng Cheng, the two women, coincidentally looked towards the door. After turning back, the two women exchanged knowing glances, but at this moment, their eyes carried a hint of hostility and provocation. After their gazes separated, they slightly lowered their heads, their expressions becoming profound, seemingly lost in thought. At the entrance of the villa, Li Shuai and a few others walked out briskly towards their Hummer. Gao Qiqiang, somewhat worried, asked as they walked, Mr. Li, now that the construction group is unwilling to take on our project, and you said that going through bidding would also make us targeted, what should we do? Li Shuai maintained his smiling face. If no construction company is willing to cooperate with us, then we will just start our own. When they reached the car, Li Shuai opened the door and got in, with Su Jiang sitting in the right rear seat and Gao Qiqiang in the front passenger seat. Once everyone was seated and the doors were closed, Li Shuai asked again, I used to think construction companies were too troublesome, with low technical content, and we have to rely on others' faces to get paid. Now it seems we can only start our own. Who is interested? You won't need to invest any money. The company will fund you, holding 90 of the shares, and the rest will belong to you. If you do well later, I can transfer all the shares to you. The other two were still in a daze, and Gao Qiqiang immediately turned his head and raised his hand. I'm interested, but he quickly added with an awkward smile. However, I don't understand the construction industry. I understand. Su Jiang raised his hand, his eyes wide and eager. Mr. Li, I understand. Leave this to me. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. There has to be a sequence to things, and I have other arrangements for you, Li Shuai reassured Su Jiang. Then he said to Gao Qiqiang, then it's you, Chong. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just recruit a group of experienced architects, engineers, foremen, and team leaders when the time comes. As long as you know how to use people, that's enough. As he spoke, he jokingly patted Su Jiang on the shoulder. Look, there's someone who understands. You can hire old Su as your consultant. Su Jiang immediately got excited. Then I need a high salary. Ha ha. The Hummer slowly drove out of Chun Tai's villa yard, heading towards the main road amidst the laughter. Chapter 41, The Ship is Coming. In the blink of an eye, it was February 6th. It was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, and the entire Jinghai was filled with the festive atmosphere of the new year, with firecrackers ringing everywhere. Li Shuai was also in high spirits because their shipping group was about to acquire its first cargo ship. At the Shaoan dock in Jinghai, a group of people was waiting, most of whom were Su Jiang's underlings. Su Jiang had also organized a lion dance, with music and drums, creating a lively scene. It is said that Gao Qiqiang's construction company had already registered before the holiday with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, named Xiangxin Group, which combined his name and his brother's name. Xiangxin Group is under the half-horse heavy industry group, which belongs to Li Shuai. Speaking of which, Li Shuai has quite a number of associated companies. Firstly, he registered the Jinghai Li Brothers Venture Capital Company, Limited. Then, the Li Brothers Holdings Linjiang Galaxy Holdings Group. Following that, Galaxy Holdings Group controls Half-Horse Heavy Industry Group, Big Bear Research Group, Little Bear Logistics Group, Golden Bull Financial Group, Orion Security, Gemini Entertainment, and other large group companies. Under these group companies, there are several subsidiaries, such as the Proxima Centauri Shipbuilding Industry under Half-Horse Heavy Industry, Nanmingxing Automobile Industry, Chifu Star Machinery Equipment, and the newly established Xiangxin Construction Group. As for the cargo ship returning today, it belongs to the Polaris Shipping Company under Little Bear Logistics Group. In terms of equity structure, the Li brothers are naturally composed of Li Shuai and the four brothers of Gongxi Fatsai, with Li Shuai holding 60 of the shares, and each of the four brothers holding 10. The Li brothers are considered hidden behind the scenes, while the visible Galaxy Holdings is held 96. 9 by the Li brothers, with Li Shuai holding 1, and each of the Gongxi Fatsai brothers holding 0. 5, with Li Shuai serving as the chairman and legal representative. The companies below are held 99 by Galaxy Holdings, with the four Gongxi Fatsai brothers each holding 1 and serving as legal representatives. In general, the Li brothers manage Galaxy. Galaxy manages several constellations, and the constellations manage those stars. Well, that's the idea. The key point is that a Xiangxin group suddenly inserted itself in there. It drives me crazy. Ugh! The sound of a ship's whistle floated in from the sea, and everyone turned to look. It's coming, it's coming. Gao Qiqiang could hardly contain his excitement, jumping up like a child. Well, strictly speaking, he's still a child, being underage. Looking into the distance, a cargo ship was slowly sailing into the harbor from the bay entrance, while 3 tugboats rushed out to greet it. Li Shuai watched the ship and smiled at Su Jiang beside him, saying, "Old Su, haven't you always wanted to see how much strength I really have? After the new year, want to go out to sea with me?" "You say that." Su Jiang laughed awkwardly. "I've long experienced your strength. Those patents are invaluable. As my Lei says." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai turned to glance at Su Lei, who was chatting with Gao Qilan not far away. The young girl was dressed in a refreshing casual outfit, standing elegantly. It must be said that Su Lei is quite handsome, but well, with Gao Qilan having seen Li Erxi, an average handsome guy probably wouldn't catch her eye. How should I put it? Li Erxi was designed based on the now famous Mr. Wu Guoyang, with facial features quite similar, just with a slight difference. You must know that Mr. Wu Guoyang's handsomeness is something that many boys admit to and feel inferior about. To the extent that a man would openly admit another man is handsome in front of his girlfriend and genuinely accept it. That is not easy. Thinking of this, Li Shuai couldn't help but be curious, wondering if this timeline had influenced the generation, even causing the next generation of girls to go crazy for the peak looks of Mr. Wu Guoyang. Shaking his head to dispel the random thoughts, Li Shuai smiled and turned back to Su Jiang, saying, "What you see is only what I want you to see. In reality, that's just the tip of the iceberg." Su Jiang immediately turned to look at Li Shuai's profile. The tip of the iceberg? He couldn't help but take a deep breath, then forced a smile on his face, awkwardly chuckling a few times. He was indeed shocked. Standing behind him, Gao Qiqiang looked thoughtfully at the slowly approaching cargo ship. Li Erxi was on Li Shuai's right, wearing a mask to avoid the sharp sea breeze blowing on his handsome face. Well, actually, it was Li Shuai who forced him to wear it. If he didn't, there would probably be a pile of traffic accidents at the dock. Finally, the cargo ship slowly docked, the gangway was lowered, and a row of crew members walked down from the ship. Su Jiang hurried over and soon brought back a middle-aged man dressed in a white outfit resembling military attire. "Mr. Li, this is the captain I found for you, Su Xiang. He's a distant cousin of mine." Su Jiang introduced Li Shuai with a smile. "Cousin?" Li Shuai was a bit surprised. This captain looked older than Su Jiang. He's my cousin. Don't be fooled by his old appearance. He's only 37 this year. It's all due to the sea breeze. He then introduced his cousin, Xiang. This is my boss, Mr. Li. Li Shuai smiled and extended his hand. Hello. Little did he know that Su Xiang stood at attention, saluted, and then extended his hand to shake hands with Li Shuai. Li Shuai became interested. Were you a soldier before? Yes. Oh, come on. Don't bring your military demeanor here. Su Jiang complained. I told you to dress a bit more formally. Why are you wearing this outfit? Su Xiang puffed out his chest. This is my most formal attire. Pretty good. Li Shuai assessed Su Xiang and then complimented, pretty good. He then asked, what was your rank before retirement? Which fleet did you serve on, and on which ship? Su Xiang frowned slightly and then firmly replied, Mr. Li, I can only say that I served in the People's Navy. As for the rest, I'm afraid I cannot disclose. Hey you, shut up. Su Jiang was about to curse when he was interrupted by Li Shuai's laughter. Then, Li Shuai looked at Su Xiang with satisfaction, thinking that if Su Xiang had a high rank before, then he would have a commander for his fleet in the future. However, it probably wasn't very likely. A person in their 30s couldn't have too high a rank, and if they did, they wouldn't retire so easily unless they made a serious mistake. But judging by Su Xiang's current behavior, he didn't seem like someone who would make a major principled mistake. However, it didn't matter. Later, he could supplement him with some knowledge of modern information-based naval warfare. If we go by the words of the founder, Boss Chow, then Li Shuai is not only happy about the cargo ship today, but also about Su Xiang. Other things can be set aside for now. This person's character is quite good. Seeing Li Shuai's satisfied expression, Su Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that his stubborn cousin would upset the boss. After all, he was someone who dared to punch second-generation rich kids in the army. At this moment, Li Shuai asked Su Xiang, are you satisfied with the salary you were offered? Su Xiang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded blankly. After a moment of thought, he hesitated and said, could it be a bit higher? You this. Su Jiang was once again enraged. Ha ha, Li Shuai laughed, pretty good. One should know how to strive for oneself. Your salary, no matter how much it was before, will have a 0 added to the end starting today. Chapter 42, Is My Strength Okay? In the Amundsen Sea of Antarctica, off the coast of Marie Birdland, a conventional cargo ship is anchored on the surface of the sea, quietly waiting for something. After celebrating the first new year of this time and space in Jinghai, Li Shuai took Su Jiang and others to the Shaoan Wharf to set sail on their cargo ship towards Antarctica. After more than 30 days of sailing, they finally arrived outside the bay, where their nest is located on March 18th. To be specific, the coordinates are approximately at 75s latitude and 105w longitude. From a map, just a few hundred kilometers to the left is the Eagle Sauce's Cipher Research Station. Luckily, it is now the tail end of the Antarctic warm season. Otherwise, the ship would not be able to get so close because during the cold season, this area would definitely be frozen over, and only icebreakers could approach. On the cargo ship, Li Shuai, dressed in a down jacket and wearing a mask, stands at the edge of the ship, quietly gazing at the distant horizon. Since the distance is far, the nest cannot be seen, nor can the Antarctic coastline. It is said that the nest has been completely covered by a large amount of ice and snow brought over by Li Sanfa, and even if it could be seen, it would just look like a large mountain at first glance. The other crew members are huddled in the cabin, shivering. After all, it is Antarctica. Even during the warm season, the daytime temperatures in these high-latitude areas are below 0, and the crew members called over by Su Jiang are mostly from the south and are quite afraid of the cold. Only Su Jiang and Su Xiang, the two brothers from the north, are still holding up as men at this moment. At this time, Su Jiang, curled up in a ball and wearing a furry hat, walks out from the cabin. He was already a bit plump, and now he looks even more like a ball. Approaching Li Shuai, he expresses concern through his mask, Mr. Li, it's too cold outside. Why don't you come inside and wait? I'm fine. Li Shuai pulls out his hand, rolls up his sleeves to check his watch. It'll be here soon. Let the crew get ready. Okay. Su Jiang turns and heads back to the cabin. Just then, several small dots appear on the distant horizon. They're here. At Li Shuai's call, Su Jiang freezes and turns back to follow Li Shuai's gaze. He then sees the small dots gradually enlarging, and, judging by the speed, They're at least moving at 50 or 60 knots. Su Jiang quickly turns and rushes back to the cabin. After a while, he returns to the deck with Su Xiang and 20 other crew members. By this time, the dots that Su Jiang saw earlier are only 2 or 3,000 meters away. When they see what those things are, Su Jiang and the others widen their eyes. What kind of ship is that? Su Xiang expresses his disbelief because those ships look like spider crabs. They are the mining ships that Li Shuai has, with a fat, shuttle-shaped hull and mechanical arms all around. In terms of size, each one is no smaller than the cargo ship they are on, with a length of over 100 meters and even wider. The several crab ships slowly approach, and then the frontmost one opens a large hatch about 10 meters wide at the tail, where a very burly man stands. Seeing the scene, Li Shuai's initially joyful expression darkens immediately. Li Yigong, that show-off, is wearing a fitness outfit on such a cold day. It can only be said that biomechanical bodies are indeed strong, unaffected by cold or heat. As they get closer, about 20 meters away, Li Yigong takes a running leap and jumps directly from the crab ship over to Li Shuai. Li Shuai is startled because, based on initial estimates, Li Yigong's leap would land right on him. He quickly steps back, raises his leg for a side kick. Bang! A scream follows, and then the sound of someone falling into the water. Splash! Su Jiang and the others watch this scene, dumbfounded. Then they hear Li Shuai calmly say, "Throw a rope down." "Oh, okay." The startled Su Jiang quickly find a rope. In no time, Li Yigong pulls himself up. Once on board, he looks at Li Shuai with a wronged expression. "Boss, you could at least catch me, but you kicked me instead. Is there no love left? Do you have a problem?" Li Shuai scolds him speechlessly. Then he introduces him to Su Jiang and the others. "This big guy is Li Yigong, one of my brothers. The older brother of Erxi. He is from the same production line. So he should be your older brother, right?" Listening to Li Shuai introduce him, Li Yigong waves, "Hello. I'm Li Yigong. Li. Brother Gong, hello." Su Jiang realizes the title is incorrect and quickly corrects himself. "Hello, Brother Gong." The other crew members greet in unison. This title pleases Li Yigong, and his smile widens. Then he looks at Li Shuai and says, "Boss, I brought everything. A total of 500 containers, of which 85 contain gold, 96 contain platinum, each weighing 20 tons. The remaining 319 containers are the equipment you requested earlier, such as photolithography machines and large machine tools. I've marked the outside of the boxes." Li Shuai nods. "Good." Su Jiang glances at Li Yigong and then at Li Shuai, blinking his eyes. "Meow, meow, meow. 85 containers, each with 20 tons. All gold?" Just as he is in a daze, he suddenly feels the ground sway beneath him. Turning to look, he realizes the frontmost crab ship has already bumped into their cargo ship. With such a large tonnage, it only gently rocked them. The control is incredibly precise. Then they see a container being moved straight out from the large hatch where Li Yigong had jumped over. Looking at the bottom of the hatch, there is a conveyor belt. Next, a gigantic mechanical arm crosses over, using a magnetic suction cup to grab the container that is resting at the crab ship's hatch and gently placing it onto their cargo ship. Su Jiang is once again shocked. High technology. Hearing his exclamation, Li Shuai turns and smiles, asking, "Old Su, are you satisfied with my strength?" Su Jiang is caught off guard, then awkwardly laughs. He pats his chest and declares, "From now on, I will follow Mr. Li through thick and thin. Just say the word." Li Shuai smiles and doesn't mind that Su Jiang is only now genuinely returning to loyalty. He strides over to the recently placed container and opens it. Inside, there are 4 square pallets, each one 5 meters in size, neatly stacked with large gold bars, reaching about knee height in total. It's impossible to fill it up completely. A 40-foot container can hold over 20 tons, if it were filled with gold. Based on the weight of gold multiplied by the container's volume, it would be close to 1,000 tons. It's not that the container can't handle more weight. A little extra is fine as long as the container doesn't T-collapse. But if too much is loaded and the truck can't haul it when it reaches Jinghai, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Li Shuai walks in, casually picks up 2 gold bars, weighs them for a moment, and then looks at the markings, 10 kilograms each. He then walks out of the container, approaches Su Jiang, and hands him one of the gold bars. Su Jiang is stunned, looking at the gold bar, then at Li Shuai, and then points to his own nose. "For me?" "Of course." Li Shuai laughs. One for you brothers as a meeting gift, and the other one to share with the crew, so they forget about today's incident. Consider it a hush money. Thank you, Mr. Li. Su Jiang is overjoyed and reaches out to take it. However, when Li Shuai lets go, he doesn't hold it steady, and it falls directly onto the deck with a clang. It's mainly because Li Shuai was holding it with one hand earlier. He instinctively thought he could do the same. Thankfully, it didn't crush his toes. Chapter 43. Not everyone can make me tolerate trouble. The transfer was quick. With 5 mining ships, each carrying 100 containers, all moved to the cargo ship in less than 2 hours. After bidding farewell to Li Yigong, the cargo ship set sail again, heading first to the waters off New Zealand and then following the route from New Zealand back to Jiang Island. Another 20 days of sailing passed, and just when Li Shuai thought this trip would be smooth sailing, trouble, or rather death-seeking, came knocking as a ship passed through the Bailing Tang Strait. That day, Li Shuai was lying in the cabin, having a holographic video chat with Li Erxi. There was no choice. The sea was really boring, and anyone who had been a crew member knew how dull it could get, to the point where they could play mahjong endlessly. The qualifications for the Changxing group had already been approved, with construction, municipal, and communication all rated as top tier. Li Erxi's holographic image said that recruitment on his side was going quite smoothly, as the unemployment rate seemed to be quite high in the country recently. The earthwork for the Research Institute project had already started, and once the funds arrived on his end, they could fully roll it out. Li Shuai was munching on a carrot while asking, "What about the people from the other subsidiaries? Drifting at sea, you need to supplement your vitamins. Li Erxi Shuja. How can we recruit without a workplace? That'll take a while. Let Gao Qiqiang's side take big strides forward. Just 4 words. Do it boldly and confidently. And get our factory built as soon as possible, with me backing him up. What is there to be afraid of?" As he spoke, Li Shuai pondered. It's easy to recruit regular employees, but it's hard to find senior management. At that moment, he noticed Li Erxi's handsome face and mischievously said, "How about you sacrifice some of your looks and go around the country to lure back a few female executives?" "Stop it." Li Erxi rolled his eyes. Li Shuai took another bite of the carrot. "How's that old Zhao Lidong doing lately? Not looking for trouble, right?" "Of course he is. People come to Gao Qiqiang's construction site every few days, either to check for safety hazards or because someone complained about the noise being too loud. No problem. I haven't had time to deal with him lately. Let him jump around for a few days, and when I have the chance, I'll squash this stinky frog." At that moment, Li Shuai heard footsteps approaching. "Let's put a pin in this," he said, abruptly cutting off the communication. Just as Li Erxi's image disappeared, there was a loud knock on the door, followed by Su Jiang's voice from outside. "Mr. Li, are you awake?" Li Shuai got up to open the door and saw Su Jiang standing there with an anxious expression. "What happened?" Su Jiang said urgently, "There's a Coast Guard ship outside, ordering us to stop the ship for inspection." "Which countries?" "The Philippines." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai's expression immediately turned cold. He turned around and dragged out 2 boxes from under the bed, carrying them as he walked outside. On the deck, Li Shuai, carrying the boxes, walked to the railing with Su Jiang. After looking around, he spotted a small boat about 300 meters off the starboard side of their cargo ship. Those who knew would recognize it as a Coast Guard ship. Those who didn't might think it was a fishing boat. Just then, they heard a cacophony of shouts coming from that shabby boat. Li Shuai couldn't be bothered to understand them. He took the walkie-talkie from Su Jiang's hand, pressed the talk button, and said, "Ignore them. Accelerate and charge ahead. If they dare to stop us, we'll ram them." The next moment, Su Xiang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Got it, boss." The ship continued sailing, and they heard another round of shouts from the other side, sounding increasingly frantic. "Just a bunch of barking," Li Shuai scoffed. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, pulled Su Jiang behind him, and tapped his watch. The nano-super alloy protective suit instantly covered his entire body. Looking back at the Philippine Coast Guard ship, he saw a monkey aiming an M60 machine gun at them. Then came another round of shouting, but this time, there was almost no pause before the M60 opened fire on them. Several bullets struck the hull near Li Shuai, creating sparks and loud bangs. Su Jiang was startled, hiding behind Li Shuai, trembling. He had only previously encountered handguns and homemade guns. He had never seen such a display of machine gun fire. At the same time, looking at Li Shuai's back, he felt deeply moved. A gentle, generous boss who could stand in front of his subordinates. But looking at Li Shuai's eyes, they had completely turned cold. He pressed his watch and selected the voice call function. Soon, Li Yigong's voice came through. Boss, are you at the location? Li Shuai pressed his glasses and said, I'm sending you a scene. The next moment, there was an explosion on the other end. What the hell? Who is this? Li Shuai sneered, it's the Philippines. Help me block this ship's satellite communications and satellite positioning. Okay, 5 seconds. Hearing this, Li Shuai cut off the communication and placed the suitcase he was holding on the deck, opening it. Inside was something resembling a shoulder-fired missile launcher. Li Shuai took it out, slung it over his shoulder, and turned it on. Mr. Li, what is this? Su Jiang asked curiously, looking at it like the recoilless guns he had seen on TV. It's indeed a gun, but not that kind of gun, Li Shuai said with a smirk. Su Jiang, let me take this opportunity to explain what kind of person I am so you have a better understanding. I consider myself an extreme hot-blooded youth, in my eyes. The only people who are truly human in this world are us Dragon Country people, and everyone else is just high IQ animals. As the ancients often said, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. But for me, anyone who is not of my race can be killed. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang felt a surge of blood and cold sweat. While Li Shuai's words were indeed inspiring, the murderous intent he exuded made Su Jiang feel a chill run down his spine. Li Shuai continued, why don't I let you get involved in the underworld? One reason is that I look down on the small money made in the underworld, and the other is that the underworld often bullies our own people. What's the point of bullying our own? If we're going to bully someone, let us bully those outsiders. If they don't submit, we'll pin them down and stomp on their faces with our shoes. At this moment, the laser cannon on Li Shuai's shoulder emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating it was fully charged. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shuai pulled the trigger on the laser cannon. The next moment, Su Jiang felt as if the air around him was scorching. Simultaneously, on that shabby Philippine fishing boat, the gunner grinning and firing at them was struck by a beam of light. He didn't explode, but simply vanished with a sizzle, truly turning to dust. Following that, the entire Philippine Coast Guard ship exploded violently. Chapter 44. Old soldiers never die. The shockwave generated by the explosion was extremely powerful, accompanied by a wave of heat. Li Shuai and Su Jiang were blown back several meters, even from a distance. As for the temperature, Li Shuai was fine since he had protective gear, while Su Jiang felt like he was about to be scorched. After getting back on his feet and looking at the debris of the damaged monkey ship floating on the sea, Li Shuai expressionlessly opened the battery compartment of the individual laser cannon in his hand and took out the alloy battery inside. He then walked back to his previous position, squatted down, placed the laser cannon back in a box, and locked it up. Speaking of which, the high-energy laser cannon in Li Shuai's hand was already considered obsolete equipment in the 25th century. It had a long charging time, was overall too heavy, and had significant energy losses. However, since it was the end of the 20th century, just looking at Su Jiang's astonished expression made it clear how sci-fi this thing was. It had 2 attack modes. One concentrated all the energy of the battery into a single burst, instantly delivering it to the target. When it hit, it could heat the target to millions of degrees Celsius in a very short time, causing the target to vaporize instantly. And the rapid expansion from vaporization created a detonation effect. Mr. Li, Su Jiang grinned as he walked back. He then curiously asked, what is this thing? It has such great power? It's a laser cannon, Li Shuai replied with a faint smile, lifting 2 boxes and walking towards the hatch. The other box contained exoskeleton armor, which wasn't used since the monkey hadn't boarded yet. Su Jiang quickly followed, asking step by step, a laser cannon? Is it the one that the Americans are researching in the news? Is their version also considered a laser cannon? Li Shuai lowered his head as he entered the cabin, then turned to look at Su Jiang. Without superconductors, a laser cannon is just a useless piece of junk. Not only is the energy consumption high, but its power can't increase either. Saying that, he walked down the stairs. Su Jiang stood there in a daze for 2 seconds, then quickly caught up. So you mean our company's technology is more advanced than the Americans? We're the Americans, Li Shuai said disdainfully as he walked. Do you believe that one day you'll be able to grab their president's tie and slap him in the face with his own shoes? Su Jiang froze again. seemingly imagining that scene. After walking a few steps, Li Shuai noticed that the curious baby behind him had stopped asking questions. So he turned around and found Su Jiang standing in the distance, lost in thought. He rolled his eyes and walked over to wake him up. Upon coming back to his senses, Su Jiang looked at Li Shuai with a dazed expression and then smiled. "Mr. Li, that's the President of the United States. Can I really be that impressive?" Li Shuai shot him a look. "Don't you understand? The real decision-makers in the U.S. are not their president. What does it mean to be a capitalist country? It means capital has the final say. President? Heh, you call him president to give him face. If you don't, he's just a useless fool." As he spoke, Li Shuai suddenly remembered something. "By the way, talk to your cousin and ask if he knows any retired comrades. Tell him to help introduce them, whether from the Navy, Army, Air Force, Naval Aviation, submarines, etc. I want them all, and I'll hire them at high salaries." In the cockpit, Su Xiang and others were originally hiding under the control panel to avoid bullets. Just now, the monkey's machine gun had shattered several pieces of the window glass. After that, another violent explosion occurred, and the shock wave blew them around again, leaving the cockpit in disarray. When they cautiously stood up, where was the monkey's damaged ship? All that remained were floating pieces of the hull, and occasionally, they could see fragments of human bodies. While everyone was confused, the hatch opened, and Su Jiang swaggeringly walked in, proudly displaying his beer belly. "Is everyone okay?" The others exchanged glances, and finally, Su Xiang replied, "We're fine." He then asked what happened just now. "Where did the missile come from?" "Missile?" Su Jiang scoffed dismissively. "Bro, don't belittle Mr. Li with such low-level weapons." Su Xiang was initially stunned, then his eyes widened. "Mr. Li? Was that commotion caused by Mr. Li? Who else could it be?" Su Jiang shrugged, then rubbed his nose and said to the others, "This matter stays between us, understood?" The crew members nodded repeatedly. Su Jiang continued, "All right, from now on, you all must follow Mr. Li wholeheartedly, okay? I can't guarantee you'll become rich, but at least you won't be treated poorly. You all saw the 2 big gold bricks Mr. Li gave me? One is for me and my old cousin, and the other is for you. So, I'll give you my half. I don't want it anymore. Let me also say this up front. If Mr. Li treats you well, you must support him. If anyone dares to betray him, I'll be the first to deal with them. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Mr. Su." Su Jiang snorted and then looked at Su Xiang. After thinking for a moment, he placed a hand on Su Xiang's shoulder and led him out of the cockpit. Once outside, Su Jiang took out a cigarette and lit one for Su Xiang. "Hiss." After exhaling smoke, Su Xiang asked curiously, "Do you need to tell me something?" Su Jiang didn't know how to say it, scratching his buzz cut while grinning and asking, "Bro, I feel like we seem to have followed an extraordinary person." Su Xiang looked at his cousin, who had an excited yet somewhat constipated expression, and found it amusing. "What's wrong with you? Happy yet conflicted?" Su Jiang glanced around and leaned in to whisper, "Our Mr. Li might want to form an army." "Huh?" Su Xiang's eyes widened immediately. "Don't worry, he will never harm our country." Su Jiang quickly reassured. He said he came back to lead our dragon people to the pinnacle of the world, unless the motherland betrays him. His missiles will never target the land left by our ancestors. Only then did Su Xiang relax. "And then? He wants you to contact your retired comrades. If they're willing to come, they won't be treated poorly." After saying that, Su Jiang was worried Su Xiang wouldn't agree. So he added, "Let them come. Even if the treatment isn't the same as yours, it's still better than being a security guard or running a repair shop, right?" Su Xiang was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. To be honest, after hearing Su Jiang say that Li Shuai wanted to secretly form an army, he instinctively thought that Li Shuai was up to something big and wanted to refuse. But upon hearing Su Jiang's words, he recalled the lives of those struggling veterans. Not to mention others, as a naval major, after retiring, he could only work as a crew member, enduring the wind and sun, looking like he was 47 at 37. But he could still support his family. This was a job that Su Jiang had introduced to him. Otherwise, he might have been a security guard somewhere, constantly bowing and scraping while suffering the disdain of homeowners. He had never complained about the country because it was also struggling, with so many people retiring each year. If they were all cared for without worry, it would cost a fortune. As a veteran, Su Xiang felt that rather than wasting money on people like them, It would be better to develop a few new warships and build the country's aircraft carriers sooner to avoid suffering shame. Thinking of this, Su Xiang looked at Su Jiang. I can help Mr. Li recruit people, but I have to make it clear beforehand. If Mr. Li ever poses a threat to the country's security, I definitely won't help him. Chapter 45 Headquarters Procurement. Did he really say that? Li Shuai looked at Su Jiang and asked with great interest. Su Jiang sat by Li Shuai's bed, chuckling awkwardly. He's not a bad person, just a bit stubborn. Li Shuai, resting his arms on the cotton quilt, smiled and said, "Stubbornness is good. That's what a soldier is." As he spoke, he looked at Su Jiang again. "Are you interested in being the general manager of my security company?" Huh. Su Jiang was a bit taken aback. This was indeed a sudden leap. He then heard Li Shuai say, "I just mentioned it to you. Our group security company will have a very powerful fleet in the future, and of course, I'll be the fleet commander. But since it's a security company, we need to provide security services, and someone has to take the business and collect protection fees. Remember what I told you before? If we're going to be a criminal organization, we should aim to be the biggest in the world. Sailing aircraft carriers and missile cruisers to collect protection fees from other countries. Imagine then you leading the fleet to grab territory from the Americans and after taking it, blocking their ports, telling them to pay up, or else we'll blow you up. Just think about what that scene would look like." Su Jiang could really imagine that scene, and he was almost drooling. Wiping his mouth, Su Jiang chuckled. "I'm interested, very interested. Ha ha ha. All right, go get busy. I'll take a rest." Sure. Call me if you need anything." After Su Jiang left, Li Shuai rolled up his sleeves and opened the watch communicator again. The image of Li Erxi appeared once more. What happened just now? Nothing much. The Philippine Coast Guard ship was looking for trouble, and I blew it up in one shot. Oh. Li Erxi nodded, thought for a moment, and continued. "What were we talking about?" "All right. Squashing that smelly frog, Zhao Lidong. By the way, Zhao Lidong has received quite a few bribes lately. Just from the bugs and cameras we planted, we've captured over 300. 000. But he has gotten smarter, not using bank transfers but taking cash instead." Li Shuai scoffed. "That makes it even easier to find evidence. He just dive faster." Yes, after being disgusted by Zhao Lidong last time, Li Shuai and Li Erxi planted cameras and bugs in his house, car, and places he often frequented. Come on, he is already pushing it. We can't let him off the hook, can we? Phone recordings and bank transfer donations might scare him a bit, but if they were made public, Li Shuai himself could become a target. Just think about it. If others knew he had such means, how would other corrupt officials react? To protect themselves, wouldn't they band together to make trouble? So for now, we still need to use some means allowed by current rules to gather evidence. Sai, when will my fleet be built? Li Shuai lamenta. With a fleet, there will be enough deterrence to prevent people from acting rashly in front of me. Unlike now, when all sorts of things dare to come out and annoy me. Just kill him. Li Erxi pouted. Li Shuai paused and looked directly at Li Erxi. Don't just think about killing people. If you get used to it, it will be hard to control. Honestly, although the four of them look like adults, they've only been out of the production line for just over 3 years. Just like Li Shuai just graduated from university and bought them back that year. In other words, their social age is only 3 years. Each of them has physical qualities several times that of normal people, and combined with the equipment far exceeding this era, to be honest, there is no one they couldn't kill, except for Li Shuai himself. If they're not controlled well, they might all become heartless killers. The four of them came from the 25th century with Li Shuai, and he really doesn't want them to turn into something he has to destroy. Otherwise, he would truly become a lonely man. Looking at Li Shuai's serious expression, Li Erxi, though not understanding, nodded obediently. At this moment, Li Shuai said, I'm about to enter the South China Sea. Go contact the people at the headquarters and ask if they are interested in acquiring precious metals. Tell them I'm selling 700 tons of gold and 920 tons of platinum. Gold must be at market price, but platinum can be a little cheaper. Got it. 5 days later, at the Jinghai Shouan Pier. The date was already April 23rd, and the weather in Jinghai had begun to heat up. Li Erxi, wearing a mask, stood on the pier with Gao Qiqiang and Tang Xiaolong, looking out at the sea surface outside the bay. Behind them were Su Lei and a group of younger brothers from Baijinhan. Further back were 4 rows of flatbed trucks, over 100 of them, all called over by Su Lei. The warehouse had also been built, not far from the pier, quite large, capable of handling hundreds of containers, which could later be used as a material warehouse for the construction group. Gao Qiqiang and the others waited patiently, not saying a word. Only Su Lei, young and restless, kept checking his watch from time to time. Suddenly, Li Erxi's eyes lit up. They're here. Huh? Gao Qiqiang and the others quickly raised their hands to shield their eyes from the sun, looking out to sea. But they didn't see any ships. No, there's nothing. Tang Xiaolong said, a bit puzzled. The smokestack. The expressions of the two changed to one of disbelief, as if they were seeing a ghost. At such a distance, seeing a ship is just a small dot, and this guy can actually see the smokestack? What kind of eyesight is that? At this moment, Tang Xiaolong remembered that Li Erxi seemed to be a martial arts master, and he nodded in realization. Brother, she is awesome. Just then, a car horn sounded from behind. The group turned to see an Audi driving over from a distance, honking its horn, and soon stopped near them. Then, two people got out of the car, carrying briefcases, looking like officials, one middle-aged and one young. The two quickly ran to Li Erxi, and the middle-aged man smiled as he said, "Ah, Mr. Li Erxi, I'm late. I'm really sorry." Li Erxi took off his mask and smiled. "Not at all. We're honored to have you here." He looked at the middle-aged man, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. This middle-aged man was the vice president of the headquarters, named Shen Yun, who was supposed to come to the port to wait for Li Shuai's return today, but unexpectedly arrived only when the ship was about to dock. What does this indicate? It indicates that Li Shuai's ship is already under their surveillance. But that makes sense. Every ship has a locator, and they can easily track them, so there's nothing astonishing about it. Chapter 46. Who knows who supports whom? Li Erxi greeted him warmly, extending his hand to shake hands with Vice President Shun, and then asked, "Have you arranged everything on your side?" Vice President Shun smiled and replied, "Everything is arranged. I'll make a call later, and they'll come over." "That's good." After some small talk, Vice President Shun accompanied Li Erxi to the dock. After nodding to Gao Qiqiang and Tang Xiaolong, they watched the ship slowly approaching in the distance. "That must be your ship, right?" "Yes." Li Erxi nodded with a smile, internally criticizing the man for asking a question he already knew the answer to. However, he heard Shen Yun smile and say, "It's not that I'm putting on airs, but this matter is significant, and there are too many details to handle. Just keeping this confidential has cost us quite a bit of effort. Moreover, patriotic businessmen who can contribute so much valuable metal to the country are already registered with the old man. How could I dare to neglect this?" Li Erxi was surprised to hear this. He had thought that the other party was deliberately flaunting his vice-provincial rank and had come over specifically at a set time. 5 days ago, Li Shuai had asked Li Erxi to contact the head office. The next day, Li Erxi flew to Yanjing, and then the day before yesterday, he flew back to Jiangzhou with Vice President Shun, arriving at Jinghai. They had agreed to wait at the dock this afternoon for Li Shuai's return, and Li Erxi had already been waiting for over an hour. Additionally, the fact that the other party could read his thoughts without needing any eye contact or expressions surprised Li Erxi greatly. Seemingly sensing Li Erxi's surprise, Shen Yun turned his head, smiled, and patted Li Erxi's shoulder, saying nothing more. Li Erxi was taken aback for a moment, then understood Shen Yun's meaning and smiled again, turning to watch the approaching cargo ship. After waiting and waiting, the cargo ship finally arrived at the port with the help of the tugboat, docking at the edge of the dock. Once the gangway was lowered, Li Shuai came down from the ship carrying 2 boxes, with Su Jiang following closely behind. Li Erxi and the others quickly approached. Seeing Li Erxi and the others, Li Shuai also smiled. As they got closer, Li Erxi first helped Li Shuai take one of the boxes, then introduced, "Boss, let me introduce you. This is Vice President Shun from the head office." "Hello, Vice President Shun," Li Shuai said with a smile, extending his hand. Li Erxi then introduced Shen Yun. "Vice President Shun, this is our general manager of the Galaxy Group, Li Shuai." Shen Yun also smiled and shook hands with Li Shuai. "I've always wondered what kind of person General Manager Li is. I didn't expect you to be so young. Truly impressive. Because I'm young, I need to learn from experienced comrades like you." Shen Yun was momentarily taken aback by this, then burst into hearty laughter, patting Li Shuai's hand in a friendly manner. He hadn't expected Li Shuai to be so articulate, because he had heard that Li Shuai was quite young and arrogant, and didn't pay much attention to local officials. Yet he was so polite here. As for Li Shuai, he always believed in mutual respect. If you respect me a foot, I'll respect you a mile. After they released their hands, Shen Yun stepped forward, linking arms with Li Shuai, and walked side by side away from the crowd, indicating he wanted to talk privately. Once they were about 10 meters away from the others, Shen Yun strolled casually and said, "General Manager Li, may I ask if you can sell all the gold you brought back to the country? The motherland really needs this batch of gold." Li Shuai smiled and replied directly, "Vice President Shen, you probably know that my next steps will be quite significant. To be honest, I plan to put the remaining 1,000 tons of gold into our group as own bank as a tool for attracting deposits." "I understand." Shen Yun nodded. "If your bank can attract deposits, then it can provide you with sufficient loans in the future, and you won't have to worry about being choked by others. As long as you understand. Understanding is one thing. Envy is another," Shen Yun said with a bitter smile. "Our country has been experiencing deflation in recent years and is in the painful process of economic reform. 1,000 tons of gold can back an issuance of 140 billion currency without worrying about inflation. 140 billion can stimulate how much domestic demand? Doesn't that perfectly solve our current problem of overcapacity? You don't count me in this, right? It's not a gift. 41,000 tons. If you really want to give it to me, you still have to pay me 70 billion at market price." Li Shuai rolled his eyes and said, "Ha ha." Shen Yun laughed. 70 billion could repair several highways. At this moment, Li Shuai thought for a moment and suggested, "I think it would be better for you to take the gold back and use it as collateral for a bank loan. Although issuing currency is simple and crude, the after effects are obviously still a concern. Or simply sell this batch of gold and platinum for US dollars as foreign exchange reserves, and import a large amount of strategic materials like crude oil and copper to stockpile. As for the money you print for me, you don't need to worry. I can definitely turn in a 5 or 10 times GDP, and it will be real, not a bubble GDP. Additionally, I have a cunning plan. We have so much platinum here, which only a few people know about. If we distribute this platinum and then short sell platinum in the international futures market, we should be able to make a big profit." At this moment, Li Shuai remembered something. "By the way, you should pay attention to that Soros. You should also be aware of the financial management situation in Southeast Asia. It looks quite intimidating now, but it's actually full of holes like cheese. To be honest, if I wanted to, I could collapse the Southeast Asian financial market right now. And that's Soros, who is called the financial killer. I don't believe he can't see that. Also, over in Jiangdao, with its imminent return, the financial market is also tense, and we need to prepare for potential attacks." Shen Yun looked at Li Shuai in surprise, then smiled and said, "Don't worry. We've been keeping an eye on Soros for a long time. If he goes to Southeast Asia to cause trouble, let him be. Those countries in Southeast Asia have been showing their teeth at us lately, and it's time to teach them a lesson. As for Jiangdao, it's better if he doesn't come. If he dares to come, we'll definitely peel off a layer of skin from him." As he spoke, he looked at Li Shuai with more appreciation. "But to be fair, no wonder you have the audacity to boast about raising Jinghai's GDP to 200 billion in 4 years. You really have something." Li Shuai turned to him and smiled. "Have you talked to Mayor Zhang?" "Of course, I had to understand a bit." Saying this, Shen Yun stopped and stood face to face with Li Shuai. He said, "You're a technology investor interested in semiconductors, nuclear energy, and aerospace. Do you need technical support?" Li Shuai's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. "You guys give me technical support?" Shen Yun was taken aback, then found it amusing. "I'm not talking about our head office. I mean the Academy of Sciences. If you need it, I can help you facilitate it. I'm talking about the Academy of Sciences." Li Shuai also found it amusing, saying, "Just wait and see. Once my research institute is built, who knows who will support whom?" Shen Yun exaggeratedly sized up Li Shuai. Wu Jianping, the secretary in Jinghai, says you love to boast. Although you are indeed impressive, do you really think you can match our Academy of Sciences and Research? Li Shuai pouted, "Just wait and see." Looking at Li Shuai's confident demeanor, Shen Yun felt a bit uncertain. He had originally thought Li Shuai was just a lucky cat, but it turned out he might also be a contemporary Liu Ban. If that is the case, this kid is indeed a treasure. Thinking of this, Xinyan stopped saying more and just smiled, patting Li Shuai on the shoulder. Then you go for it. With that, he turned around to head back. And Li Shuai followed suit. At this moment, Xinyan leaned over and asked quietly, "Can you tell me where you got all that gold and platinum?" Li Shuai immediately rolled his eyes and replied, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Come on, just tell me. It fell from the sky. Come on. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old to be fooled like that? See, I told you wouldn't believe me." Chapter 47. Zhao Lidong crashes his head against the iron plate in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Li Shuai and his team had been stationed at the port, including Xinyan. There was no other way. The containers filled with gold and platinum were below, and they had to finish unloading Li Shuai's own cargo on top before they could lift theirs. The small dock in Jinghai only had 1 crane for each berth, which was painfully slow. That morning, they finally finished unloading Li Shuai's 369 containers, among which 50 contained 1,002 tons of gold. Watching the last truck leave, Xinyan scowled and pointed at Li Shuai, complaining, "Can't you prioritize a bit? Why not put the gold on top? This is such a waste of time." Li Shuai retorted, "You're over 50. Why act like a child? Why are you in such a hurry? I don't have time to argue with you." Xinyan waved his hand and instructed, "Don't move yet. I'll go call someone." He then turned and ran toward his Audi. Li Shuai couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Their friendship wasn't particularly deep. It was more that Xinyan recognized Li Shuai's value and was willing to befriend him. Friends? How many true friends can one have in a lifetime? Such relationships are built in the innocence of youth. Adult relationships depend on mutual benefit. However, Xinyan's childish personality amused Li Shuai, perhaps because he himself had a bit of a goofy side. Just as Li Shuai was watching Xinyan, whose body had grown plump, run off, he suddenly heard the sound of cars approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw several police cars coming from the other side of the dock, followed by another Audi. Soon, the police cars stopped in front of Li Shuai, totaling 5. Over 20 police officers got out, led by a middle-aged officer wearing a leaf and flower badge. Upon noticing the Audi behind, Li Shuai recognized it as Zhao Lidong's car. Zhao Lidong stepped out with a seemingly righteous smile and made eye contact with Li Shuai from a distance. Li Shuai rolled his eyes in response. At that moment, the middle-aged officer approached Li Shuai and, with a stern expression, asked, "Hello, are you the person in charge of this cargo ship?" He gestured toward the cargo ship behind Li Shuai. Li Shuai glanced back and smiled. "Yes, what's the matter?" The middle-aged officer looked directly into Li Shuai's eyes, gestured to the side, and a junior officer handed him a piece of paper. The middle-aged officer unfolded the paper and presented it to Li Shuai, saying, "We are from the Jinghai Municipal Bureau. We received a tip-off from the public suspecting that your ship carries prohibited items. This is a search warrant. Please cooperate." Li Shuai chuckled, not even glancing at the search warrant, and with his right hand, he gestured towards the cargo ship, saying, "Please, feel free to search." The middle-aged officer was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, putting down the search warrant and waving his hand towards the cargo ship. The 20-some officers quickly ran towards the gangway, many of them carrying tools. The middle-aged officer took another look at Li Shuai before following the officers onto the cargo ship. Li Shuai watched them leave and turned back to see Zhao Lidong walking towards him, accompanied by his ever-smiling Secretary Wang. "Secretary Zhao, what else with this grand show?" Li Shuai asked with a strange expression. Zhao Lidong sneered and stopped in front of Li Shuai, saying, "Li, it's been tough lately, hasn't it?" Li Shuai looked him in the eye and asked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhao Lidong's eyes lit up. "Are you issuing a death threat to a deputy bureau-level official?" "Wow, deputy bureau level, that's impressive." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lidong's expression turned cold again. "Yes, keep that expression. I hope you can maintain a little longer." He glanced at the cargo ship and raised his chin. "What if they really find something on your ship, like, say, white powder?" TSK, the new entrepreneur of Jinghai, would end up in jail just like that. He quickly patted Li Shuai's arm. "Just kidding." Li Shuai looked at Zhao Lidong, trying hard not to laugh. "Do you know what's on that ship and whose cargo it is?" "I don't need to know. As long as I can ruin your business. That's enough for me. Don't worry. Every time your company's ship is inspected, it will be like this." Zhao Lidong was clearly confident about this. He continued, "You can report me. It's fine. Let us see if you can bring me down. As for your recordings, I advise you not to bring them out. Otherwise, you definitely won't see the sun tomorrow." Young man, in the future, be humble. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some money and have learned some shady skills. There are plenty of people in this world you can't afford to mess with. Li Shuai looked at him, his lips tightly pressed together. He couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Zhao Lidong laughed too. Yes, laugh. Keep laughing without a care. Let me see how long you can keep it up. Who are you? Who let you up there? Get down. Before Zhao Lidong could finish, a loud shout came from his side. Turning to look, he saw Shun Yun angrily cursing at the officers on the ship. Who is your leader? Get him out here. Zhao Lidong was stunned. Who is this person so bold? He glanced at Li Shuai, who gave him a sympathetic look before walking towards Shin Yun. Shin Yun continued to yell, I'm asking who your leader is? Are you deaf? Then the middle-aged officer leaned out to look over the railing and walked towards the gangway. When he came down, Li Shuai happened to arrive next to Shin Yun. Shin Yun angrily accused Li Shuai. Is this how you keep watch? Li Shuai felt wronged. They have a search warrant. If I obstruct them, I'll end up in jail. Shin Yun pointed at Li Shuai, too furious to speak. At that moment, the middle-aged officer reached Shin Yun and said, Hello. I'm the officer in charge of this search operation. Shin Yun glanced at his badge and coldly replied, Show me your police ID. The middle-aged officer was taken aback, but still pulled out his police ID to show Shin Yun. Hey, what are you doing? Shin Yun snatched the police ID, looked at it, then coldly looked back at the middle-aged officer. You're Meng Dihai, the chief of the Jinghai Public Security Bureau, right? Meng Dihai remained silent, staring coldly at Shin Yun. Shin Yun ordered, Make your men get off the ship immediately. Before Meng Dihai could respond, a voice came from the side. Comrade, you can't obstruct official duties. Li Shuai didn't even need to turn around. He recognized the voice as Zhao Lidong's. Shin Yun turned his head, and when Zhao Lidong approached, he coldly asked, And who are you? Oh, I'm a secretary of the Jinghai Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Zhao Li. Before he could finish, Shin Yun handed him a document, My work ID. Zhao Lidong had not paid much attention at first, but suddenly noticed the bright red color of the ID and the national emblem on it, realizing that this person was also an official. Beside him, Meng Dihai was also taken aback upon seeing the work ID. Zhao Lidong examined Shin Yun and took the work ID. However, when he opened it, his hands trembled. This, Shun, President Shun. Before he could finish his sentence, a line of large trucks appeared in the distance. At the front were two military armored vehicles, and the trucks were painted in military green. Following the military green trucks was a long line of flatbed trailers. After the trucks stopped, there were as many as 6 vehicles. Then, a group of well-equipped soldiers with painted faces jumped down, each carrying the newly issued Type 95 assault rifles. After getting off the vehicle, these soldiers immediately spread out around the area. Then, an officer with the rank of second lieutenant walked up to Shin Yun and saluted. Li Shuai looked at these soldiers, nearly drooling, and complained to Shin Yun, with so many people, you should have sealed off the area. Shin Yun, however, disdainfully replied, The more you seal off, the easier it is to leak information. Don't you know the saying, there is no silver here? Chapter 48. The bank is established. Looking at the Special Forces soldiers one by one, Zhao Lidong panicked, and Meng Dihai was also dumbfounded. As for the police officers still on the ship's edge, they were somewhat confused. A young police officer wondered aloud, Aren't we searching for contraband? Why are Special Forces here? Looking at the young officer's shoulder insignia, which showed 2 stripes, it indicated that he was a newly graduated trainee officer from the police academy. Other officers turned to look at him. Was it necessary to ask? It must be that the ship was carrying something very important and confidential. The young officer was even more puzzled. Why are you looking at me? The other officers rolled their eyes, and just as an older officer was about to speak, someone shouted from below. Hey, Meng Dihai, aren't you letting your people down? Who else could it be but Shin Yun? Meng Dihai was stunned for a moment, and only when Shin Yun handed over his police officer's ID did he react. Oh, okay. Saying this, he turned and ran toward the gangway. Back on the ship, Meng Dihai quickly walked up to the group of officers and directly instructed, Remember, none of you opened a single box just now. The young officer who had just spoken blurted out, We didn't open any. The crew stopped us from doing so. We had no way. As he spoke, his voice gradually faded because Meng Dihai was staring at him intently. After staring for a while, Meng Dihai looked at an older officer and ordered, Fall in. Yes. Meng Dihai turned and walked up the gangway, and the officers followed him off the ship. After the officers disembarked, the few people on this side remained very quiet. Li Shuai stood by watching the drama unfold. Shen Yun was too angry to speak, and Zhao Lidong was too scared to say anything. As for Secretary Wang, little Kalami's legs were shaking. Then Shen Yun walked up to those officers and asked an older officer, "Did you find anything just now?" The older officer instinctively looked at Meng Dihai, who was staring intensely at him. The older officer understood and quickly shook his head, saying, No, we didn't even open the container." Although the other officers didn't know what was going on, seeing Meng Dihai's nervous expression, they also realized that something significant was happening and exchanged glances. Only the talkative trainee officer from before was hesitant to speak. At this moment, Li Shuai laughed and said, "Old Shun, what are you worried about? Even if you see something, so what? It's not like it's top secret." Shen Yun turned and shot Li Shuai a sideways glance, indicating he didn't want to engage with him, and then directly walked toward Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong saw Shen Yun approaching and awkwardly bent over with a smile. Shen Yun stood in front of him, looking at him without saying a word. Zhao Lidong lowered his head submissively, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After a moment, Shen Yun reached out to Zhao Lidong. "Return my work ID." "Huh?" Zhao Lidong was momentarily stunned. Then looking at his hand, he indeed still held Shen Yun's work ID. Oh. He hurriedly handed it over, saying, "Director Shun, I'm really sorry. This was truly a misunderstanding." "How could it be a misunderstanding?" Li Shuai smirked. "There was a report from the public, so we have to investigate." "Secretary Zhao, it's agreed that you'll come to check every ship from now on. You said it yourself. No backing out." "Huh?" Shen Yun widened his eyes. Zhao Lidong was almost crying, looking at Li Shuai in a pleading manner. Shen Yun scolded, "I don't know what grievances you have with Zhao Li, but if he really breaks the law, then deal with him as you should. However, you absolutely cannot abuse your power out of personal resentment." Yes. What else could Zhao Lidong say? He could only nod and bow. The officers nearby were also dumbfounded. They knew very well who Zhao Lidong was. Yet now he was being scolded like a grandson by that fat man. Moreover, from the looks of it, that fat man seemed to have a good relationship with the tall young man. At this moment, Shen Yun told Meng Dihai, "Director Meng, stop causing trouble here. Take your people and leave." "Okay." Meng Dihai's demeanor was evidently much better than Zhao Lidong's, maintaining a balance of respect and authority. Just as he was about to leave, a voice from among the officers said, "We haven't investigated yet." Unseen. An older officer was so shocked that his features scrunched together. Unexpectedly, the young officer, named an XIN, innocently said, "If their SA report, we should investigate." "Huh?" Li Shuai laughed. It was indeed the first time he had seen such a silly and cute person. Meng Dihai's face darkened as he turned and grabbed an XIN by the arm, forcibly dragging him away. After the officers left, Shen Yun found Zhao Lidong still there and immediately frowned. "What are you still doing here?" Zhao Lidong awkwardly smiled, "Director Shun, since this misunderstanding got so big, I hope you can give me a chance to apologize. Otherwise, tonight, I'll treat you impresidently." Shen Yun's expression was initially impatient, but upon hearing the last part, his anger flared up again, directly interrupting him. "Do you think I'm as free as you? Hurry up and leave." Zhao Lidong immediately looked distressed. Although he had connections, compared to Shen Yun, they were nothing. Even though his family elder held a higher rank than Shen Yun could truly reach the heavens. The deputy president of the bank. Others still needed to cling to powerful connections, but Shen Yun himself was a powerful connection. Besides, who could just take on such a position? What a joke. He himself was impressive, and his background might be even more unfathomable. So in front of Shen Yun, Zhao Lidong and even his family were truly nothing. Hesitating, Zhao Lidong, with a bitter expression, left quickly with Secretary Wang, whose legs were also weak. After they left, Shen Yun turned to Li Shuai. Li Shuai was confused. "What? Do I have to leave too?" Shen Yun rolled his eyes, sizing up Li Shuai. "You really know how to stir things up, huh? What is your grievance with that Zhao Lidong?" Li Shuai glanced at the Audi speeding away in the distance and smiled. "He is a corrupt official. I couldn't stand him, so I exposed all the money he embezzled over the years that was stored in the Red Cross and donated it to welfare organizations." Shen Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. You managed to break into the Swiss bank system? Li Shuai looked disdainful. That's nothing. If I wanted to, forget about the Swiss bank. The Federal Reserve is my backyard. I can stroll around whenever I want. Really? Shen Yun leaned back in disbelief. You're just bragging, right? But looking at Li Shuai's nonchalant expression, Shen Yun furrowed his brows again. After all, the internet had just been introduced to Long Country for 2 years. Many people didn't even know what a computer network was, and yet this kid had already researched to this extent. How old was he? He looked only about 25 or 26. If he were really that impressive, then anything in the world that existed on a computer would not be a secret to him. That was a bit dangerous. However, thinking about it again, if Li Shuai truly had intentions to harm the country, he wouldn't sell those precious metals to the state. He could simply distribute them domestically, which would immediately cause gold prices to plummet. With this thought, Shen Yun smiled again, moving closer to Li Shuai. Since you're so capable, could you help us strengthen the system firewall of our bank when you have time? And get us some information for our intelligence bureau? Don't you think you're overstepping? Li Shuai expressed disdain, then added, as for the intelligence bureau, let them come find me. And as for the bank, there's no need. Even if the transfer is successful, as long as the money remains within the domestic banking system, it can still be modified at your convenience. Besides, at present, apart from me, no one can transfer money through Union Pay without being noticed. If I don't take action, you can rest assured. You're really something. Shen Yun shot him a disdainful look in return. Then, he waved his hand towards the distant crane, signaling them to start working. As the crane began to move, Shen Yun seemed to remember something and said to Li Shuai, by the way, your Li's bank office has been set up. It's in Shaoan, at a branch of Agricultural Bank, and the system has already connected to Union Pay. As for the staff, apart from the president, everyone else is the original team, just with a different sign. The space is a bit small, but with your wealth, Boss Li, you should be able to build a big headquarters soon. Li Shuai was delighted to hear this. Oh, so efficient. All done in 2 days. I have to treat you to a meal. No need for a meal. I'll head back with a convoy once it's ready. Maybe next time. Shen Yun smiled and said, next time I come to Yinjing, I'll treat you to roast duck. Chapter 49. Massive capital injection after the establishment of Li Bank. All companies associated with Li Shuai immediately changed their basic deposit account information, directly transferring their relationships to Li Bank. Naturally, this was handled by Li Erxi, so Li Shuai didn't have to busy himself with it. Opening an account for a company took over an hour, and Li Shuai had more than 30 accounts to close and open. Fortunately, since the bank had just opened, all 5 counters were handling these accounts, so it didn't take a whole day. At the same time, Li Shuai also recalled Li Sucai from Jiangdao to serve as the president and legal representative of Jiangli Li Bank Company, Limited. Speaking of which, Li Sucai had also poached a highly paid assistant from another company while in Jiangdao, and after returning, the venture capital firm in Jiangdao said they had entrusted the management to that assistant. The level of competence of an assistant who could catch Li Sucai's eye was undoubtedly high. As for Shen Yun, after transporting the gold and platinum on the same day, the next day, 317.8 billion yuan was transferred to the account of Jinghai Li Brothers Venture Capital Company, Limited. The gold was sold at the market price of 70 yuan per gram, and platinum was slightly cheaper at 140 yuan per gram. Of course, this is after tax. Li Shuai would never help Shen Yun pay this tax. It must be said that if this were in other countries, such efficiency would be impossible. The whole country working together is not just talk. An urgent meeting can solve it. And over at Li Venture Capital, you could say it's impressive. A small micro-enterprise with a registered capital of 1 million has 317.8 billion sitting in its account. Subsequently, Galaxy Holdings Group initiated its first round of financing, with Li Venture Capital injecting 200 billion yuan as an original shareholder, maintaining the equity structure unchanged. It was clearly stated in the Articles of Association that the personal holdings of Li Shuai and others could not be diluted. In fact, whether or not there was dilution is all the same. There is no need to worry about others seizing it. It's purely for the sake of the rules of the game and to show others. Everyone plays like this. If he comes in as a fresh stream, would he fit in, would he? After that, Galaxy Holdings Group invested 50 billion yuan each into Centaurus Heavy Industry, Big Bear Research, and Little Bear Logistics. Centaurus Heavy Industry also invested 10 billion yuan into Qiangshan Group as the necessary capital for future projects. Furthermore, the equity structure of Qiangshan Group changed from being 100% owned by Centaurus Heavy Industry to Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qixing each holding 5% and Centaurus Heavy Industry holding 90%. Gao Qixing became a billionaire before even graduating from university. He probably never expected that standing up to help his brother secure a future would lead to such an outcome. As for why the equity of Qiangshan Group was changed later, it was because the Gao brothers did not have anti-dilution clauses. If the shareholding ratio had been determined from the beginning, then with this 10 billion investment, what would have been left for the two brothers? They promised them 10 of the shares, so they had to stick to their word. It's not that Li Shuai is narcissistic. It's just that a boss like him is hard to find, not even with a lantern or an industrial spotlight. On this day, at the Jinghai Municipal Committee, a meeting was being held. Secretary Wu was speaking. In light of the mistakes made by Comrade Zhao Lidong in his work, the organization decided to issue a warning and publicly criticize him. He hoped other comrades would take this as a warning and refrain from abusing their power. Zhao Lidong listened to the decision, feeling deeply regretful. A warning? Fortunately, it wasn't during the reshuffle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rise. Even if it would automatically be lifted after a year, it would still greatly impact his future promotions. At the same time, he felt wronged. What bad intentions could he have? He just wanted Li Shuai to get out of Jinghai. What did he do to deserve this? And now Li Shuai. Why didn't he say he had such strong influence earlier? He just knew how to act like a big shot, even living in a small villa, if he could. He should buy a manor. It made Zhao Lidong feel like he was being played for a fool. Thinking of this, his hatred for Li Shuai deepened. Just then, he vaguely heard someone calling him. Looking up, he saw all the committee members staring at him. Then he heard Secretary Wu, with a dark expression, ask Comrade Zhao Lidong, "Do you have anything to say regarding the organization's decision?" "Oh, I fully accept the organization's disciplinary action and deeply reflect on it. I've clearly recognized my mistakes." Zhao Lidong hurriedly replied. Secretary Wu sighed through his nose and then noted in his notebook. Now, moving on to the next agenda item. The Provincial Committee has studied and issued instructions stating that investment firms like Galaxy Group must be given certain policy support. Furthermore, the Sichuan High-Tech Development Zone has been designated as a provincial-level key development zone, directly supervised by the Provincial Committee. They have set a minimum standard for the industrial land transfer fees in the Sichuan High-Tech Development Zone, tentatively set at 20,000 yuan per acre. Oh, that's too low, isn't it? That averages out to 30 yuan per square meter? A committee member immediately questioned. Before Secretary Wu could respond, Mayor Zhang laughed and said, "This is also to attract more investors like Li Shuai to invest in Jinghai. The first phase of his research institute will occupy a dozen acres, and I've heard it will be quite large once fully completed. We can't always think about making quick money from land sales. We need to consider the future. We made a fortune from Li Shuai this time, but what about later?" Last time, Secretary Ning and the others also mentioned that technology investments require a lot of capital, take a long time to see results, and have a high probability of loss. It's inherently high risk. If investors see such high land transfer fees, who would still come to develop in Jinghai? How would GDP go up? Hearing this, another person retorted, "But the land transfer fees we receive can also be used to strengthen infrastructure construction, which can also boost GDP." Mayor Zhang wanted to persuade further, but Secretary Wu directly raised his hand to interrupt. "All right, stop arguing. This is a directive from the Provincial Committee. If anyone has a different opinion, you can go to Jiangzhou and talk to Secretary Liu." As soon as this was said, everyone else immediately quieted down. Regarding land transfer fees, there was no clear standard at this time. It purely depended on market trends. Developed areas were expensive, while underdeveloped areas were cheap. For example, in Haigang City, the industrial land transfer fee is about 150 yuan per square meter, which translates to approximately 100,000 yuan per acre. Jinghai, while relatively prosperous, couldn't compare to Haigang, so the land transfer fees weren't as high. However, in other areas, such as the Qinghua district and the city center, the industrial land transfer fee was also around 80 yuan per square meter. Sichuan, although still relatively poor, mostly consisting of fishing villages, clearly had a price of 30 yuan per square meter that was a bit excessive. Chapter 50. Gao Qiqiang's inferiority complex, seeing that others had stopped talking. Mayor Zhang said again, now there's another agenda item. It's about Li Shuai. He wants to purchase the ownership of Shaoan Port. What does everyone think? The crowd exchanged glances, and then someone spoke up. If he wants it, then let him have it. Shaoan Port doesn't have much throughput anyway. It incurs losses every year. We can finally get rid of a burden. Exactly. To the north is Jiangzhou Port, and to the east are Pengzhou and Huiyan, two major ports. Those ships usually don't even bother stopping at our Shaoan. Of course, we need to negotiate the price as much as possible and try to recover the 1 billion we previously invested in Shaoan Port. Upon hearing about the price, Mayor Zhang smiled. There's no need to worry about the transfer price. Mr. Li is willing to buy it for 2 billion. At the same time, at Shaoan, on the construction site of the first phase of the Tian Shuxing Research Institute of the Daxiong Scientific Research Group, Gao Qiqiang and Zhou Xiaowang, wearing white safety helmets, were strolling along the path outside the construction site, accompanied by the project manager and supervisor. This first phase project is actually the future dormitory building for researchers at the institute, covering an area of 30 acres. It is built according to the standards of commercial residential buildings, consisting of 3 buildings, each 24 stories high. Building A is a single apartment. Building B is a 3-bedroom suite. And Building C is a luxurious suite exclusively for senior researchers. The remaining area will be landscaped. In the future, the ordinary administrative staff of the Research Institute will live in Building A single apartments, while senior researchers from various project research teams will reside in Building C's luxurious suites. Generally, assistant researchers will live in Building B's ordinary suites, or if there are employees who are a couple and have mutual feelings, they can apply for a couple's room in Building B. As the saying goes, it's better to keep the benefits within the family. Naturally, the female employees of the company should be encouraged to date internally. Of course, if there are top talents at the academician level, then they will need to build a villa area for them in the future. After listening to Gao Qiqiang's introduction, Zhou Xiaowang remarked while walking, Mr. Li is truly a big spender, investing 10 billion with just a wave of his hand. Don't laugh at me. At first I thought he was a fraud. Even thought he had just escaped from a mental hospital, because only a mental patient could pretend so well. I didn't expect he was not pretending at all. Zhou Xiaowang's expression turned into a bitter smile as he spoke. Gao Qiqiang found it amusing. At that moment, a dump truck drove by, and the group quickly stepped aside. Looking at the dump truck that passed without raising much dust, they noticed the ground was obviously watered regularly, moist but not muddy. Zhou Xiaowang nodded and smiled. You, Gao, can manage to make a construction company look good in such a short time. That's impressive. They were already quite familiar with each other. After Zhou Xiaowang was sent to the grassroots level, he spent most of his time coordinating with Gao Qiqiang. And after the new year, he had only met Li Shuai once. Now, Zhou Xiaowang felt he could no longer put on airs in front of Li Shuai. He understood that although Li Shuai was not part of the system, he was indeed someone he needed to look up to. In terms of background, Zhou Xiaowang was not inferior to Zhao Lidong, and unlike Zhao Lidong, he was not so isolated from information. When Shun Yun came, he received the news immediately, and upon hearing that Shun Yun was there for Li Shuai, he roughly understood why Li Shuai had the confidence to disregard Mayor Zhang at that time. Although Li Shuai's confidence did not come from Shun Yun or anyone else, it did not prevent Zhou Xiaowang from changing his perception of Li Shuai. As Li Shuai's confidant, Gao Qiqiang, who was only 5 years younger than Zhou Xiaowang, naturally became friends with him. All of this is what old Su taught me, Gao Qiqiang humbly said. After saying this, his expression became a bit conflicted. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xiaowang couldn't help but laugh. What else with that expression? Can our President Gao really encounter any difficulties? Gao Qiqiang let out a bitter smile, then looked into the distance and said, to be honest, Lao Zhou, I often feel quite inferior. Huh? Zhou Xiaowang was taken aback, and upon realizing it, his face darkened. How can a big boss managing a 100 billion company feel inferior? Are you trying to make people live? I'm not joking with you. Gao Qiqiang continued to smile bitterly. In the past, there weren't many people around Mr. Li. Although my ability is not as good as Su Jiang's, and far from Shigu's, I could still compare with Xiao Long and Xiao Hu. But now, look at the people I've recruited to Qiangshan Group. those project managers, builders, and designers, which one of them isn't a university graduate. There are even quite a few with Master S degrees. And me, don't look at how glamorous I seem on the surface. In reality, I didn't even graduate from middle school. How can I not feel inferior facing them? As he spoke, Gao Qiqiang pressed his lips together and looked at Zhou Xiaowang. I'm worried that if someday a really excellent person comes along and performs well in front of Mr. Li, wouldn't I be pushed aside? Zhou Xiaowang watched Gao Qiqiang's worried expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you talking about? That S just being overly anxious. Zhou Xiaowang laughed. What kind of person is Mr. Li? Is he someone who only looks at the surface? To be honest, I really admire his insight into people. You, Lao Gao, although you have shortcomings everywhere and look old, your heart is genuinely warm. Gao Qiqiang immediately became unhappy. Are you trying to insult me? Zhou Xiaowang didn't care about his expression and continued. When you face Mr. Li, you are an employee. But when facing the people you just mentioned, you are the boss. You just need to know how to use people. Besides, what is wrong with not having an education? You can learn. How can I learn? Gao Qiqiang showed a pained expression, but I have too many things to worry about right now, and my learning ability does seem to be declining. Usually, when I look at those self-study materials, I finish one part, and before I know it, I get busy and forget everything. I really can't learn anything. Why are you even looking at those? You think you can self-study from middle school? What do you want to do? Take the graduate entrance exam. Zhou Xiaowang rolled his eyes. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Xiaowang continued as a boss. What you need to improve is merely your communication skills with people and your adaptability to situations. What is the use of learning addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, geometry, or functions? You want to need them. For dealing with matters, you can read more history books like The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government and Records of the Grand Historian. Understand them, see through them, and you'll find that many things you encounter in the future have similar cases in history. Our ancestors have long left you with ways to handle them. For dealing with people, as a boss, whether inside or outside, you can't avoid intrigue. So you should read The Art of War in 36 Stratagems. Wait a minute. Gao Qiqiang interrupted, then called out to the project manager not far behind. Old Yang, can I borrow your notebook? It was quite noisy at the construction site, with the sound of excavators clanging, hydraulic breakers, audible from afar. Old Yang quickly walked over, handed his notebook to Gao Qiqiang, and then wisely stepped back a few meters. Seeing Gao Qiqiang open the notebook to write, Zhou Xiaowang smiled and took the notebook. Let me write it for you. He wrote while saying, if you want to cultivate your mind and improve your character, then take a look at the I Ching. Zhou Xiaowang quickly wrote a few lines, then handed the notebook back to Gao Qiqiang. Gao Qiqiang took it, glanced at it happily, tore off that page, and tucked it into his pocket. Just as he was about to say something, someone ran over from the side. This person was Gao Qiqiang's newly hired secretary, who first greeted Zhou Xiaowang, Director Zhou. Then he turned to Gao Qiqiang and said, Mr. Gao, Mr. Li wants you to go home for a meeting. Chapter 51. 50 billion investment an hour later. At Villa number 8 in Mingzhu Garden, Gao Qiqiang entered the house and saw that many people were already seated in the living room. Among those he recognized were Li Erxi, Su Jiang, the Su brothers, the Tang brothers, and Zhou Xiaoxiao. There was also a guy he didn't know, a very cheerful-looking handsome man who sat next to Li Shuai, one on each side of him. Mr. Li, Gao Qiqiang greeted first. Cool me. We've been waiting for you. Li Shuai smiled and called out, then pointed to the man next to him, introducing, this is Li Sucai, the fourth son of the Erxi family. He then introduced Li Sucai to Gao Qiqiang. Gao Qiqiang, my second employee here. Brother Kai. Gao Qiqiang smiled honestly at him. Li Sucai also showed a bright smile. Hello. After Gao Qiqiang sat down, Li Shuai addressed everyone. I called you all here for a regular meeting to discuss the company's upcoming development plans. Recently, everyone has been quite relaxed because the funds on my side haven't been in place. But now it's time to get busy. The accounts at headquarters, as well as the heavy industry, research, and logistics groups, now have a lot of money lying around. The next step is a significant leap in development. As he spoke, Li Shuai picked up a stack of documents from the coffee table and distributed them to others. This is the plan I made. Take a look. First, we need to set up a workplace the Galaxy Building or the Galaxy Tower, which will be our group headquarters in the future. At this time, others had already opened the planning book and were looking at the first page. Gao Qiqiang's eyes widened. A height of 666 meters? Yes. Li Shui smiled. I believe in the future, our Galaxy Tower will be a landmark building in Jinghai and even the entire Linjiang. He added, also, during the meeting, please don't interrupt me. Li Erxi and Li Sucai burst out laughing. Gao Qiqiang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Mr. Li. He then heard Li Shui continue. The Galaxy Tower will be built with a 9.5 billion investment from the headquarters. Next is our Daxiong Research Tian Shuxing Research Institute, which is also our flagship department that needs to be established first. The Research Institute will cover an area of 20,000 acres, including a large particle accelerator with a diameter of 3.7 kilometers, along with ground buildings and various research equipment. The initial investment will be 20 billion. Everyone seemed to want to express their shock, but thought there was nothing to be shocked about. He then heard Li Shui continue. Next is the port. I've bought the Xiwan port. Secretary Wu just called me and said it will be sold to us for 2 billion. I plan to expand it afterward, with an initial investment of 15 billion, allowing the port to accommodate ships with a displacement of 300,000 tons. The remainder will be for the construction of high-priority factories like semiconductors, steel mills, and shipyards, with an initial investment of 8 billion. As he spoke, he looked at Gao Qiqiang. Chang, these projects will all be entrusted to your Changxing group. Seeing Gao Qiqiang a bit flustered, Li Shui raised his hand and smiled. Don't worry, it's not necessary for all of them to be completed by your Changxing group. For some less important ones, you can subcontract them out or even open them up for public bidding. This way, your group can ensure some profit. Of course, don't set the bidding limit too low. Leave some profit for others, or else you'll end up with shoddy projects. Additionally, all your subcontracting projects must specify 2 points in the bidding announcement and subcontracting agreement. First, no secondary subcontracting. Second, migrant workers' wages must be paid daily. Does your group have legal affairs? Yes. Gao Qiqiang quickly replied. Make sure your legal team handles this well. I don't want a situation where migrant workers surround us demanding wages, affecting our group's reputation. If there are any issues that cannot be resolved, contact Li Erxi or Li Sucai in time. Understood, Mr. Li, Gao Qiqiang said while taking notes in a small notebook. Then he heard Li Shui continue. Next is the personnel issue. Erxi will serve as the president of the research group, and Lao Si will serve as the president of the financial group. The Centaur heavy industry will be temporarily managed by me. It will be handed over to our eldest brother when he returns. Lao Su, Li Shui looked at Su Jiang. Su Jiang quickly straightened up. Mr. Li, Li Shui smiled. As for the logistics group, it was originally meant for our third brother, but he has other matters now, so you'll take over for now? After all, the logistics group currently only has one shipping company, and the security group is just a shell. Managing both won't be too tiring for you. As for your little brothers, hand them over to Xiao Long to strengthen the manpower of the Group S security department. Su Jiang was overjoyed. Okay, Mr. Li, I won't let you down. Next is recruitment. Li Shui put down the planning book and leaned back on the sofa. Currently, there are no executives from the subsidiaries. Erxi, you find a TV station and an advertising company to help publish recruitment ads. By the way, Xiao Xiao, Zhou Xiao Xiao looked up cutely, unsure of what her role as a little maid had to do with this. Li Shui said, from now on, you'll be our headhunter department head. If you see any impressive people, recruit them. That manager Zhang from your Mingzhu garden sales department, bring him over. The manager from the Benz 4S store is also good. Recruit him too. Starting today, don't be a maid anymore. Run around the country and recruit people. The people you bring back. As long as they are employed here for 2 years, their annual salary multiplied by 30 will be your bonus. But you also need to pay attention. Don't recruit just anyone. You must ensure their character is good. As long as their character is really good, it's okay if their ability is slightly lacking. We can train them ourselves. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a bit troubled. Manager Zhang and that car-selling manager are fine since we know each other. But I don't know how to poach people. What's there not know? Just throw money at them. As long as you think they're worth it. Offer double the salary. If that doesn't work, offer 5 times. If that still doesn't work, offer 10 times. Just stun them with money, and they LL come back with you. As he spoke, Li Shuai suddenly thought of something and said seriously, also, it's forbidden to use beauty traps. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed, while Zhou Xiaoxiao blushed and lightly scolded Li Shuai. Li Shuai also laughed, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, then looked at Su Jiang. Lao Su, find a good hotel, and tonight accompany me to have dinner with Secretary Wu and them. Su Jiang immediately patted his thigh. I'll leave this to me. Li Shuai smiled and then looked at the others. These are my arrangements. If you have any questions, raise them quickly. As he spoke, he remembered something. Oh, right. Let me add a few hard rules. First, from now on, all subordinate companies and departments of the group must not exceed half an hour for regular meetings. Second, unless there are special circumstances, no meeting shall be held after working hours. Third, no employee shall be forced to work overtime for any reason, nor shall they be guided to voluntarily work overtime through psychological manipulation. Those who start work with meetings, and waste time with endless meaningless talk, wasting work time and occupying employees off work time, will be warned. If they receive 2 warnings and do not listen, they will be directly dismissed. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. A boss who doesn't want employees to work overtime? Before they could react, Li Shuai asked again, any other questions? If you have, raise them quickly. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. No questions? Then let us end the meeting. Li Shuai clapped his hands, stood up, everyone, cherish the present time. Once we expand, things won't be resolved with just a couple of sentences. Focus on improving yourselves and get ready. Chapter 52, What is a parent of a place at 6 p.m. in the VIP room on the 2nd floor of the Manin building in downtown. Li Shuai and Su Jiang entered first, followed by Gao Qiqiang and Tang Xiaolong. Li Shuai walked to the main seat facing the door and curiously asked, does the Manin building serve a full Manin banquet? Su Jiang was taken aback for a moment and laughed. These places just hang a sign. A full Manin banquet can't be made by just any restaurant. However, the food here is quite good, and the decor is high-end. It's considered the best in the catering industry of Jinghai. Li Shuai nodded, about to say something when the door was opened from the outside. Wu's secretary and Mayor Zhang walked into the room one after the other, with Mayor Zhang laughing. Generally, I saw you at the door just now, but couldn't catch up. Li Shuai smiled and stood up to greet them. I thought you would arrive a bit later. You're here so early? At this moment, another person walked in through the door, and it was Zhou Xiaowang. Wu's secretary patted Li Shuai's arm. I have good news to tell you. Come sit. After sitting down, Wu's secretary and the other 2 sat on Li Shuai's left, while Su Jiang, Gao Qiqiang, and others sat on his right, completely centering the conversation around Li Shuai. What good news? Li Shuai asked while pouring tea for Wu's secretary. Wu's secretary smiled. The land transfer fee for the Xiwan High-Tech Development Zone has been set at 20,000 yuan per acre. So cheap? Li Shuai was a bit surprised and helped Mayor Zhang pour water. Mayor Zhang quickly said, I'll do it myself. Wu's secretary took a sip from his cup and continued. The port matter has also been finalized. 2 billion. It's yours. All right, so efficient. Li Shuai smiled and gave a thumbs up, then reached out to Gao Qiqiang. Gao Qiqiang picked up a briefcase from the side, unzipped it, and looked for something. At this moment, Mayor Zhang said, can we not pay attention to your wealth? Got a wealth? At this time, Li Shuai also received the materials Gao Qiqiang handed over and then passed them to Wu's secretary. You are so sincere. I also have to keep my promise. Let's take a look at our Galaxy Group's preliminary investment plan. Mayor Zhang and Wu's secretary both knew what that was, and their excitement was hard to contain, while Zhou Xiaowang was even more thrilled. This was a political achievement handed to him. The Xiwan High-Tech Development Zone is a key development zone in the province, and the supervising leader is a high-ranking deputy division chief. Zhou Xiaowang graduated with a master's degree, and it has been exactly 6 years since then. He was just promoted to deputy division chief after the new year. Originally, his best career direction was to go to a relatively underdeveloped county as a full-time deputy secretary. But Mayor Zhang believed that betting on the Xiwan Development Zone would be the fastest way for Zhou Xiaowang's career. They clearly bet right. The provincial government also didn't have a clear understanding of the scale of Li Shuai's investment. If they had seen the planning document Li Shuai had just completed, they might have directly reported it to the headquarters And as a result, the Xiwan High-Tech Development Zone could even become a national development zone. In that case, the level would at least reach the rank of a division chief, and Zhou Xiaowang wouldn't be able to get promoted even if he worked himself to death. Now, he has already occupied the pit. When the level of the Xiwan Development Zone rises, he might not be directly promoted to division chief. But if he is to be transferred, he would definitely have to be given some benefits. For example, being directly transferred to Qinghua District as a full-time deputy secretary. Although the rank is the same, it would be much more comfortable than going to some remote county as a county party secretary. After receiving the materials, he found exactly 3 copies, so each of the 3 took one. When they opened the documents, the 3 of them widened their eyes at the first investment case. Wu's secretary directly turned his head and asked, "Wait, generally, are you really spending 9.5 billion to build a building?" He knew Li Shuai was wealthy. The previous investment by Qiangshan Group had caused a stir, and the local TV station in Jinghai had even interviewed Gao Qiqiang. As for the other groups, because their equity structure had not changed, there was no need to file with the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and thus there was no news about them. The reason Wu's secretary and the others were so humble in front of Li Shuai was mainly due to Xinyan. Therefore, their understanding of how much capital Li Shuai actually had was just a rough guess. Now, seeing that Li Shuai was investing 9.5 billion to build a single building, it was quite shocking. A skyscraper over 600 meters high. Li Shuai smiled and said, "In the future, our Galaxy Tower will be the landmark building of Jinghai and even Linjiang." Oh, the 2 leaders chuckled awkwardly and continued to look. With the Galaxy Tower as a prelude, the following 20,000 acres of research facilities were not so shocking. What truly made Wu's secretary and Mayor Zhang happy was the last port expansion project. This was a fundamental infrastructure beneficial to the country and the people. Although it would eventually turn private, the economic stimulus to Jinghai was undoubtedly significant. The 2 leaders exchanged glances, unable to hide their joy. They had really bet right this time. They continued to read, and at this time, Li Shuai said to Su Jiang, "Order the dishes. By the time the leaders finish looking, we can eat." "Okay," Su Jiang said, and stood up to call for the waiter to come over to order. Just as Su Jiang returned and sat down, he heard Mayor Zhang ask Li Shuai, "Generally, do you also want to build a steel mill here?" Li Shuai was drinking water, and upon hearing this question, he put down his teacup and replied, "Yes, but our steel mill is different from ordinary large steel mills. It mainly specializes in special alloys, producing some special metal processing parts. As I said, I am a high-tech developer. If I build an ordinary steel mill, what kind of high-tech would that be?" "Yes, yes, yes." Mayor Zhang nodded repeatedly and then said, "Generally, I have a small request." At this moment, Su Jiang directly interrupted, "Leaders, you're not thinking of having Mr. Li acquire the old steel mill in Xiwan, are you? That factory has already lost so much, and it owes a mountain of debt." Mayor Zhang smiled wryly. After all, it was a proud enterprise of Jinghai. It's quite a pity to see it in this state. Isn't it? The steel price has been falling this year. If no one intervenes strongly, it will really go bankrupt, and so many employees need to eat. But Mr. Li is not doing charity. The old steel mill's equipment is outdated, not to mention it owes so much money. It's a big pit. If this were before, Su Jiang wouldn't have dared to speak so bluntly to the 2 big shots. He would have to act like a grandson in front of Zhao Lidong. One can only say that being with the right people is more important than anything else. Mayor Zhang was left speechless by the rebuttal and could only sigh helplessly. However, Li Shuai then asked, "How much debt does the old steel mill have?" Su Jiang replied, "The publicly disclosed bank debt alone is over 30 million. There might also be high-interest loans, plus they owe half a year's wages to the workers. It must be around 50 million. That's not much." Li Shuai looked at Mayor Zhang. "Why doesn't the government take it over and restructure it?" Mayor Zhang opened his mouth to speak, but seemed unsure how to begin. In the end, he just sighed. Su Jiang then said, "Mayor Zhang is a good official. He wants to give those workers a way out. But the municipal committee is not decided by him alone. The old steel mill, you don't know how rotten it is inside. The management is all the relatives of the former factory director. After the reorganization a few years ago, all the shares ended up in their hands. A bunch of parasites have drained the marrow of a once good steel mill. Now, they're counting on a fool to buy the shares and distribute some money to them. Even an outsider like me knows this. let alone the leaders of the municipal committee. Listening to Su Jiang's words, even Wu's secretary sighed, holding the plan in his hands. Li Shuai pondered for a moment, then looked at the two leaders. Indeed, as old Su said, purchasing this old steel plant is like jumping into a pit. I'm too lazy to sort out their internal personnel structure. Moreover, the equipment of the old steel plant may not meet my requirements. So I plan to build my own steel plant. As for their employees, I'll take anyone who is willing to come over. Of course, I don't want any of those relatives and friends. I only need grassroots employees. Leaders, what do you think about this? Mayor Zhang immediately beamed with joy and repeatedly expressed his gratitude, while Secretary Wu was also very happy. Their main concern was merely the thousands of workers from the old steel plant. As for the management, they probably had already made enough money and could leave if they wanted to. Chapter 53. Where were you earlier? The next day, newspapers in Jinghai and throughout the entire Linjiang area, various local TV stations, the construction bureau's announcements, and talent markets all published the public bidding information for several geotechnical subprojects of the Galaxy Group. That evening, the Central TV Comprehensive Channel also spent 2 minutes airing a recruitment advertisement for Linjiang Galaxy Group. In an instant, the entire nation was abuzz. A 50 billion investment project, led by a private owner, had everyone speculating where Li Shuai and the four brothers of Gongxi Fatsai had come from. Those with capability naturally began to investigate. Upon inquiry, they found out that he was from Handong, with no information about his parents, having grown up in an orphanage, and left the country shortly after graduating from junior high school, only returning home last year before the new year. The orphanage he once lived in had long since closed down. Everyone couldn't help but ask, how could someone like this be a tech mogul? And where did all his money come from? Could he be a super thief from abroad? It's no wonder they were suspicious regarding the gold matter. Shun Yun had imposed a strict order on the people in Jinghai not to leak any information. Anyone who dared to speak out would be treated as leaking state secrets. And forget about getting out once you were in. Nevertheless, a 50 billion investment was a feast, and many were ready with their knives and forks, planning to take a share in Jinghai. In Handong, at the Luzhu Hotel, at the entrance, a somewhat lecherous-looking man dressed in a suit, resembling a manager, was waiting there with a few younger men, glancing at his watch from time to time. Soon, an Audi drove up and slowly stopped in front of the hotel. The lecherous manager immediately went forward to help open the door, placing his hand on the car roof to prevent the person inside from bumping their head while getting out. He also flatteringly greeted Mr. Zhao. A slightly plump, friendly-looking young man got out of the car. It was old Du, after greeting the plump young man, referred to as Mr. Zhao, walked directly towards the hotel. As he walked, he said, "Find a few young and pretty ones to come with me to Jinghai." Old Du's eyes brightened. To find people from Galaxy Group? Mr. Zhao turned in surprise. You've heard about it too? How could I not? The news is everywhere. Old Du sighed, wow, 50 billion, that is really rich. Mr. Zhao smiled slightly, just as they reached the staircase. As they ascended, he said, I heard the boss of Galaxy Group is a brother with the surname Li, and they are all very young. The leader, Li Shuai, seems to be only 26 years old. Such a passionate and inexperienced person is the easiest to handle. He pondered for a moment. We must secure this opportunity. Old Du was startled, but didn't say anything. The group made their way to the second floor, arriving at the door of a luxurious suite. Mr. Zhao and Old Du entered while the younger men stayed outside. Once inside, as they sat down, Old Du asked, Aren't those young sisters meant to be used to win over the officials? Are we sending them off? Mr. Zhao paused, then couldn't help but laugh. 50 billion. My Old Du. As long as we can secure a few big projects like that port in Jinghai, a 15 billion project, if we package it, even just taking 10%, we can make one. 5 billion right away. Which official can help you earn one? 5 billion? Besides, if we can arrange a couple of whispers next to Li Shuai, it's not just one. 5 billion. Yes, I was being shallow. Old Du replied, feeling a bit regretful. Speaking of those Gao sisters, I really can't bear a part with them. In terms of looks and figure, even top stars can't compare, right? Mr. Zhao immediately frowned. I warn you not to have any wild ideas. If you want to relieve your urges, find another way. If you touch them, they'll lose their value. Of course not, I was just saying. At the same time, in Luzhu City, at the Jinshan County Party Committee, In the simply decorated office of the county mayor, a relatively young cadre in his 30s pushed open the door and strode to his desk, letting out a long sigh. He looked quite tired. At that moment, his secretary followed him in, walked straight to the tea cabinet to prepare tea for him. The leader leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. When the secretary brought over the tea, he sat up straight, opened the teacup lid, blew off the tea leaves, and took a sip. It was clear that this cadre was very clean. He usually drank only tea leaves. Seeing the secretary walk out, a moment later he returned with a newspaper and placed it on the desk. Mayor Dakong. This is today's People's Daily. Mayor Dakong spat out a bit of tea foam and covered the cup lid. He didn't speak the entire time, but the secretary seemed used to his silence and quietly exited. Mayor Dakong then unfolded the newspaper and began to read slowly. However, not long after, his gaze sharpened as he looked at the first item on the second page. The second page is the economic section, where the headlines typically report major events that impact the economy, which is the section Mayor Dakong pays the most attention to. After reading for a while, he suddenly raised his head and shouted towards the door, "Xiao Jin." Before long, the secretary hurried in. "Mayor Dakong, go to the personnel department to report. I need to go on a business trip, and then you immediately buy a plane ticket to Jiangzhou." Secretary Jin was taken aback. Jiangzhou? After asking, he regretted it. This leader was someone who had the final say on everything, and whatever he said must be done. He never allowed him to ask too many questions. However, Mayor Dakong seemed to have forgotten to pursue it, just nodded, then smiled again. "To be precise, we're going to Jinghai. A god of wealth has come there. If we can get him a leak a bit for us in Jinshan County, our economy will take off." "Okay." This time, Secretary Jin did not ask further and turned to leave. Mayor Dakong continued to look at the newspaper, clicking his tongue in amazement. Suddenly, he remembered something, picked up the phone. But just as he was about to dial, he hesitated, gritted his teeth, and put the phone back down. Returning to Jinghai, at the first phase of the Xianwan Tianshu Star Research Institute, in the project department of Qiangshan Group, in the simple and plain office of the general manager, Gao Qiqiang was also leaning back in his chair, rubbing his temples. He had suffered while helping Li Shuai fend off drinks yesterday. Mayor Zhang and Secretary Wu were clearly veterans at the drinking table, and their drinking capacity was something the two young men could not withstand. Su Jiang was fine. Being from the north and running a meeting place, he could hold his liquor well, but Gao Qiqiang ended up drunk. Tang Xiaolong had to drive, so he couldn't drink. Originally, Li Shuai had said Gao Qiqiang could take a day off today, but at the start of his career, how could Gao Qiqiang dare to be lazy? Just as he was feeling the drill-like pain in his head, someone suddenly came in from outside. Opening his eyes, he saw it was his secretary, Zheng Xiaobing. "Mr. Gao, someone is looking for you," said he is Chun Tai from the construction group. Hearing this, Gao Qiqiang first frowned, then a smile crept onto his lips. "Let him in." "Okay." A moment later, Zheng Xiaobing walked in with an old man and a beautiful woman. The woman was supporting the old man, who was holding a gift box, none other than Chun Tai and his goddaughter Cheng Cheng. Gao Qiqiang stood up to greet them. "Mr. Chun." Chun Tai had a big smile. "Mr. Gao." He then introduced, "This is my goddaughter, Cheng Cheng, whom you've met before." "Mr. Gao." Cheng Cheng also smiled and greeted. "Hello." Gao Qiqiang smiled and nodded, then invited, "Please take a seat." At that moment, Zheng Xiaobing, showing great insight, poured 2 cups of water into disposable paper cups and placed them on a coffee table in front of the sofa. Originally, there wasn't even a coffee table. It was Zheng Xiaobing's suggestion to Gao Qiqiang that having one was necessary when receiving guests. Otherwise, it would leave a bad impression. On the construction site, everything was minimalist. Only disposable paper cups were used. Gao Qiqiang smiled and apologized. "Oh, everyone is the same." Chun Tai laughed as he picked up a paper cup and took a sip. He then placed the gift box he was holding on the table and pushed it in front of Gao Qiqiang, saying, "A little local specialty from my hometown. Please don't mind it, General Gao." Gao Qiqiang's expression suddenly became a bit strange. After glancing at Chun Tai, he opened the gift box slightly. Inside, it was filled to the brim with cash. He couldn't help but smile wryly. "General Chun, what is this?" Chun Tai quickly replied with a smile. "It's just a meeting gift, nothing to mention." Gao Qiqiang understood his meaning. This amount of money was merely a way to test the waters. As long as Gao Qiqiang accepted it, there would be much greater benefits to come. He smiled, closed the box, and patted the lid, saying, General Chun, why do you have to do this? If you had been bolder back then, there wouldn't be a strong group now. Saying this, he pushed the gift box back and smiled. What use is it to come to me now? I don't have the decision-making power, and besides, I'm not short of money right now. Chapter 54. Visitors from Yin Jing looking at the gift box that was pushed back. Chun Tai's smile instantly faded, but he quickly forced a grin again. He pushed the gift box back in front of Gao Qiqiang with a smile, saying, no other intention, I just hope that Mr. Gao, you could say a few good words for our Jian Gong group in front of Mr. Li. Gao Qiqiang straightened his posture, leaned back against the sofa, crossed his legs, and placed his left hand on the armrest, mimicking Li Shuai's boss-like demeanor. Mr. Chun, the project is open for bidding. Your qualifications must meet the requirements, so you can definitely participate in the bidding. With Jian Gong Group's strength and being a local enterprise, winning a few projects should be no problem. Chen Tai looked at Gao Qiqiang's posture and felt quite displeased, but since he was in a position of asking for favors, he had no choice. He clasped his hands together on his thighs and smiled apologetically. Although it's an open bid, the owner's intentions are the primary factor in determining the bid. I previously turned down Mr. Li because I was afraid he would be unhappy, so Gao Qiqiang suddenly pointed at Chun Tai, saying, Mr. Li is not as petty as you think. He retracted his hand and gestured with his chin towards the gift box in front of him. If Mr. Li finds out about this, then there will be no hope at all. Yes. Chen Tai forced a smile. To be honest, he was regretting it deeply. When Li Shuai said he would give him immense wealth, he initially thought it was just a project worth tens of billions. He didn't expect that adding a zero would mean multiplying it by 3. Furthermore, a few days ago, his backer, the minister of the provincial organization department, called him, reminding him to maintain a good relationship with Li Shuai and to avoid too much involvement with Zhao Lidong. Considering that Zhao Lidong seemed to have had a conflict with Li Shuai, combined with his backer's words, what did this indicate? It indicated that Zhao Lidong was about to be finished. Originally doing well, Zhao Lidong, who had authority in Jinghai, was finished after provoking Li Shuai. Realizing this, Chen Tai broke out in a cold sweat, thankful that he hadn't said anything offensive when Li Shuai approached him. I was being abrupt. Let's not discuss this. Chen Tai silently took back the gift box and handed it to Cheng Cheng at the side, then surveyed the office environment. Mr. Gao, it's not that I'm saying this, but your office needs some tidying up. You should get a potted plant, set up a tea table, and maybe a bookshelf behind you. Gao Qiqiang frowned slightly and turned to look around. Why bother making an office so exquisite? That's what you young people don't understand. Chen Tai adopted a mentor-like demeanor. As a boss, your office should have style. When people walk in, they should feel your depth of knowledge. That way, they will not only think highly of you, but also think twice before trying to take advantage of you. Really? Gao Qiqiang looked confused. Chen Tai clicked his tongue. I've learned this from countless losses. How about this? Tomorrow I'll help you pick out a set. Your office needs to be decorated. For such a big boss, honestly, this office doesn't reflect your worth at all. Gao Qiqiang chuckled, thinking that this old man was really good at seizing opportunities. Just as he was about to speak, a loud voice came from the entrance. Achong. Without seeing the person, they could tell it was Su Jiang. Su Jiang walked in wearing a short-sleeved floral shirt, holding a white safety helmet. Upon seeing the people in the office, he immediately smiled. Oh, isn't this Uncle Tai? Tientai alvivardly smiled. Gao Qiqiang looked at him with disdain. It's only 20 degrees, and you're dressed like this? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Su Jiang plopped down in front of Gao Qiqiang's desk. Aren't you young? Afraid of catching a cold? How timid. Saying this, he picked up a cigarette from the desk and lit it. Gao Qiqiang turned his head and asked, what is up? At this moment, Chen Tai felt he couldn't sit still any longer, took a sip from the cup on the desk, and stood up to say goodbye. Mr. Gao, we won't disturb your work any longer. We'll come to visit another day. Oh, all right. Gao Qiqiang quickly got up, then we'll talk another day. I'll have my secretary see you off. He shouted towards the door. Xiao Zheng. No. Chen Tai waved his hands repeatedly. At this time, Zheng Xiaobing appeared at the door. Mr. Gao, please help me see off Mr. Chun. Okay. Gao Qiqiang accompanied him to the door, waving from a distance. Take care, Mr. Chun. Inside the room, Su Jiang directly asked. He had asked for projects? Yes. Gao Qiqiang returned to sit at his desk. That old guy even tried to slip me money, but I pushed it back. Huh. Su Jiang sneered, using the same old tricks. What do you want from me? Gao Qiqiang took a sip from his cup. Su Jiang raised the cigarette in his hand. I ran out of cigarettes, came here to mooch some. Gao Qiqiang rolled his eyes, walked to the nearby cabinet, opened a drawer, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, slapping it on the desk. Cut down on the smoking. On the other side, at the Galaxy building in the city center. This office building was just completed last year and was purchased by Li Erxi after the new year as a temporary office for Galaxy Group's future short-term operations. At the entrance of the building, 2 business vehicles arrived and stopped at the door. 8 individuals dressed in cadre jackets with party emblems on their chests got out and headed straight into the building. Once they entered the first floor, a receptionist came up and politely asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?" This receptionist was Lu Mei, who had previously stood guard outside with Zhou Xiaoxiao at the Yike sales office. After returning to Jinghai from her hometown, she received a call from Zhou Xiaoxiao and started working here. After more than 2 months of training, she had become quite skilled in her role. A square-faced, upright cadre smiled and said, "I'm looking for your Mr. Li. Oh, Mr. Li Shuai." Lu Mei smiled and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" At this moment, a young cadre behind laughed. "Do we still need an appointment? This Mr. Li is quite the stature." The square-faced cadre was startled. Looking back at the young cadre and realizing he wasn't from his department, but was here for a joint operation, he sighed in relief. Just then, an older cadre reprimanded, "Liang Ping." Lu Mei glanced at the young cadre, finding him quite handsome, but since she had seen Li Erxi, this level of handsome seemed ordinary to her. She smiled and said, "Sorry, without an appointment, I can't let you go up. We have an appointment." The square-faced cadre quickly responded, "I called Mr. Li before I came. How about this? I'll call him again." He took out his phone, checked the call log, and dialed. Soon, he was heard on the phone. "Hello, Mr. Li, this is Tian Guofu. We are downstairs at your company." After a moment, he chuckled. The receptionist downstairs said, "We didn't have an appointment and can't go up." Then, he smiled and handed the phone to Lu Mei. Lu Mei took it and greeted Mr. Li. On the other end, they heard Li Shuai's voice laughing. "You did well. Daring to stop the cadre is commendable. Keep it up. Take them up." Lu Mei's heart bloomed with joy. "Okay, Mr. Li." She returned the phone to Tian Guofu and then gestured, "This way, please." Chapter 55. Killing the Toad. The elevator reached the top 21st floor, and Lu Mei, wearing high heels, led Tian Guofu and other officials to the door of the chairman's office. After knocking, she heard a voice say, "Come in," so she pushed the door open. "Mr. Li." She greeted Li Shuai first, then stepped aside to gesture for Tian Guofu and the others to enter. Upon entering the office, they found it was not large. Only about 60 square meters, but very tastefully decorated. Li Shuai smiled and stood up from his executive chair to greet them as they entered. Tian Guofu quickly approached him, extending his hand for a handshake. "Hello, Mr. Li. I'm Tian Guofu, Deputy Director of the Supervision Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection." "Hello, Director Tian." At this moment, Tian Guofu introduced an older official next to him, saying, "This is Luo Shanhe, the head of the Investigation Department of the Supreme Prosecutor's Anti-Corruption Bureau." "Hello, Mr. Li." Li Shuai smiled again and shook hands with Luo Shanhe. He then gestured for the officials to take a seat. These were the people he had called in to deal with Zhao Lidong. The tiny surveillance cameras and listening devices from last year had yielded significant results recently. Zhao Lidong had demanded over 1 million in bribes in the 3 months since the new year and had embezzled 200,000 of their public funds. Enough for him to get into serious trouble. After Shun Yun returned, he was also very proactive, first dealing with those precious metals, and he didn't forget to report Zhao Lidong's situation to his superiors. After confirming that someone would be sent to investigate, he called Li Shuai. Now, the special envoy had come. After sitting down, Tian Guofu said with a smile, "Mr. Li, we won't waste your valuable time. Just give us the evidence of Zhao Lidong's violations directly, and we'll handle it." Beside him, a young official named Liang Ping, who had just been reprimanded downstairs, frowned, seemingly puzzled as to why these leaders were being so courteous to a private businessman. This wasn't courtesy, it was more like humility. Moreover, his wife had told him beforehand to build a good relationship with Mr. Li, but he didn't understand what was so special about Li Shuai. The key was that he wasn't allowed to ask too much, which made him quite uncomfortable. Shouldn't we take a look first? Li Shuai's smile stood up and walked to his desk to pick up a remote control. He snapped his fingers, and the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows slowly closed. The officials were startled, not understanding the mechanism inside. Just a voice-print control circuit, Li Shuai explained with a smile, then pressed a button on the remote control pointing at the ceiling. Immediately, a panel in the ceiling moved aside, and a projector slowly extended out. At the same time, a screen on the opposite wall began to descend. As the room darkened, the projector turned on, and a grid appeared on the screen, each section displaying images of Zhao Lidong. There were shots from his home, bedroom, car, office, hotel room, restaurant, and so on, 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots. The officials were stunned, both surprised by the technology in Li Shuai's office and his methods. Just think about it. So many surveillance devices were monitoring Zhao Lidong without him noticing. What did that mean? It meant that if Li Shuai wanted to take Zhao Lidong down, he wouldn't even know how it happened. Even his bedroom was under surveillance, and they knew exactly where he hid his money. The most interesting part was the image in the lower left corner showing a hotel room, where Zhao Lidong was playing poker with a beautiful woman, captured from the bedside angle. The clarity was astounding. Not only could you see Zhao Lidong's face, but even his chest hair could be counted. Thankfully, there were no female officials present this time, as the male officials were left dumbfounded. Ahem. Tian Guofu cleared his throat. The officials immediately withdrew their gaze. Although one continued to glance that way, it was the young official named Liang Ping. That's enough, Mr. Li. Tian Guofu shot a glare at the young officials, and then turned to Li Shuai. Just give us the backup. Li Shuai smilat, raised the remote to turn off the projector, and then clapped his hands. The lights in the room came back on, startling the officials again. Li Shuai returned to his desk and bent down, seemingly doing something. At this moment, the officials noticed the computer monitor on Li Shuai's desk, and another wave of astonishment hit them. Luo Shanha couldn't help but stand up, walking over to examine the monitor, which was almost as thin as his pinky finger. Li Shuai straightened up, and Luo Shanha asked, Mr. Li, is this a plasma monitor? Why is it so thin? Li Shuai smilat, holding a computer hard drive as he walked around the desk and handed it to Luo Shanha. It's not plasma, it's LCD. The projector you just saw and this 256G high-capacity hard drive in my hand are all product from our company that will be launched soon. Luo Shanha seemed to understand a bit of technology and was momentarily speechless, asking, how much? Gigabyte. Yes, if you find a tech-savvy official. They can connect it to a computer and retrieve the contents. I understand that. Just then, a voice came from behind. Mr. Li, although Zhao Lidong's violations are a fact, isn't it a bit excessive to monitor a deputy department-level official like this? Luo Shanha's hair stood on end, and he quickly turned to look, while Li Shuai curiously tilted his head to see. Without waiting for Luo Shanha to speak, the young official continued, moreover, I think as an ordinary citizen, having such technology is too dangerous. It should be submitted to the state. Ha! Li Shuai laughed out loud. Luo Shanha hurriedly turned his head, smiling at Li Shuai. Mr. Li, please don't mind. The young man speaks without thinking. However, Li Shuai ignored him and walked directly up to the young official, asking with a smile, what's your name? The young official frowned and remained silent. Even his superior, Luo Shanha, had to speak politely to him, but why should Li Shuai, a young boss around his age, speak to him like that? He's just a capitalist. How powerful can he really be? The atmosphere cooled for 2 seconds until Luo Shanha stepped back and said to Li Shuai with a smile, his name is Ho Yangping. Li Shuai turned with a beaming smile. I'm asking him. He then looked at the young official, named Ho Yangping with a grin. What you just said, was that a command? Just as Ho Yangping opened his mouth to speak, he was abruptly pulled by Luo Shanha and dragged out the door. Watching them leave, Tian Guofu stepped forward at the right moment, smiling at Li Shuai. Sorry, Mr. Li, the young man just started working and doesn't understand. Li Shuai shook his head with a smile. It's not just ignorance. Looking at how confidently he spoke, he must be a connected person, right? I'm not sure about that. He is not from the same unit. I'll ask Director Luo later. As he spoke, Tian Guofu reached out his hand to Li Shuai. Mr. Li, Zhao Lidong's matter needs to be handled promptly. If delayed, there could be complications. I'll take my leave now. Li Shuai shook his hand. Then I want to see you off? No need, no need. After watching Tian Guofu and the others leave, Li Shuai raised his left hand and activated the communicator. Soon, Li Erxi's figure appeared. Boss? Li Shuai smiled. The people investigating Zhao Lidong have arrived. Let's see how the so-called Zhao family reacts. If they want to keep it quiet, then fine. If they seek revenge, we can arrange for some of Zhao Lidong's kids abroad to have an accident. Isn't there gang violence happening over there every few days? Let us take advantage of their school dismissal and have a little skirmish at the school gate. Li Erxi nodded and asked, what if that doesn't deter them? And they come looking for trouble? Li Shuai curled his lips. A family that has developed to this extent won't be that foolish. Besides, we haven't done anything illegal in the country, so they can't create big trouble for us. They can only use their power and connections to set us back a bit. Of course, if they go too far, then we shouldn't indulge them. We could just send public funds to all the accounts of their public officials, and naturally, their opposing forces will help me deal with them. There are plenty of ways to get rid of someone. There's no need to take action myself, every time. Li Erxi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded in understanding. I get it. Chapter 56, he will be an opportunity for many, dear passengers. Welcome aboard Han Aviation. As you enter the cabin, please pay attention to the seat number on the edge of the luggage rack and take your assigned seat. Your carry-on items can be placed in the luggage rack or under the seat. Please keep the aisles and emergency exits clear. If there are any passengers in need of assistance, we are happy to help you. Handong Airlines wishes you a warm and pleasant journey in the sky. Thank you. On the flight from Jingzhou to Jiangzhou, the boarding announcement echoed through the cabin. At the cabin door, Zhao Dong and General Du from Luzhou walked up the boarding stairs with two stunningly similar beauties and a few bodyguards. Zhao Dong and the two beauties were wearing sunglasses, and after entering, they headed straight for business class. Once in business class, Zhao Dong and General Du sat in single seats, while the two beauties took the double seats. As for the bodyguards, they went to the back of the cabin. At this moment, the curtain of the business class was pulled open, and two young officials wearing jackets and holding briefcases walked in. It was the county head of Dakong from Hongshan County in Luzhou and his little secretary. The two officials walked forward with their tickets, and when they passed by Zhao Dong glanced up and his eyes lit up. Old Li, the county head of Dakong, turned around and, upon seeing Zhao Dong, quickly smiled. Oh, young Master Zhao? Zhao Dong sized up the county head of Dakong and asked with a smile, what brings you to Jiangzhou? Or are you going to Jinghai? Yes. The county head of Dakong smiled. I'm planning to attract investment. Zhao Dong chuckled and pointed at the county head of Dakong. Your nose is quite sharp. Huh? It's also for the development of Hongshan County. All right, come with me this time. I'll take you. Zhao Dong smiled confidently. Upon hearing this, the smile on the county head of Dakong's face froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his smile. Thank you so much. Zhao Dong then said, you probably don't know, my fourth uncle is the secretary of the political and legal committee in Jinghai. With him speaking for you, that Mr. Li will definitely comply and return to Hongshan with you, unless he doesn't want to make a living in Jinghai. The county head of Dakong politely nodded with a smile, but just as he was about to speak, a tall flight attendant approached him and smiled. Hello, sir. The plane is about to take off. Could you please go to your seat? Okay. The county head of Dakong responded politely. He then waved to Zhao Dong. I'll head to my seat now. Go ahead. Zhao Dong's tone was like that of dismissing a subordinate. As the county head of Dakong turned, the smile on his face immediately faded, and he walked towards his seat with a stern expression. Suddenly, a phone rang with a series of beeps. Instantly, a group of people in business class began to check their pockets and phones. In the end, it was Zhao Dong who answered the call. Hello, Dad. Upon hearing this, the county head of Dakong immediately turned his head in curiosity. However, just as he turned, he heard Zhao Dong exclaim, what? Fourth uncle is in trouble? Then, seemingly scolded from the other end of the line, Zhao Dong quickly reined in his shocked expression. At this time, the flight attendant approached Zhao Dong again and politely reminded him, Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please. Zhao Dong held the phone and forced a smile. Just a moment, 1 minute. The flight attendant, helpless, had to leave. The county head of Dakong turned back. The corners of his mouth curled up in a somewhat gloating smile. Then he fastened his seatbelt. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong continued his phone call. He could faintly hear the voice on the other end saying, Your fourth uncle's trouble is likely related to that Mr. Li you're looking for. To be honest, this issue is because your fourth uncle didn't use his brain, he's got dirty hands and feet, and yet he wants to provoke others. And as a result, he was outsmarted by that Mr. Li. What does Grandpa say about this? Zhao Dong asked. The voice on the phone chuckled, of course. He wants to rescue him and retaliate against that Mr. Li. But later on, he found out and told me not to get involved. I didn't want to get involved either. You, on the other hand, should continue to build a good relationship with that Mr. Li. If you can make your grandpa back off, that person is not simple. Zhao Dong frowned, feeling that things seemed to be shifting away from his plan. He originally thought that Mr. Li was just a wealthy young boss, but he didn't expect him to have some background. He initially planned to leverage his fourth uncle Zhao Lidong's influence in Jinghai, along with the Gao sisters, to pressure and seduce Mr. Li into submission. But now there was such a big upheaval. He even had to worry about whether Mr. Li might blame the Zhao family because of his fourth uncle. Hello. The voice of Zhao Dong's father came through on the phone again. I understand. Zhao Dong quickly replied. Just then, the flight attendant came over again, and he hurriedly said, Dad, the plane is about to take off. I'll hang up. The voice on the other end responded with an and Zhao Dong hung up the phone. He then turned to look at the Gao sisters, who were experiencing their first flight with curious expressions, looking around. Now, he could only see if Mr. Li was enough of a lecher. At the same time, in Binhai City, Jiangdong Province, in a factory dormitory building, a round-faced young man rushed upstairs with a newspaper in hand, excitedly. Soon, he arrived at the door of a unit on the third floor and knocked hard on the door. Banksia, Su Banksia. Inside, a beauty with a round face lay sickly in bed. Hearing the voice, she frowned, opened her eyes, and struggled to lift the blanket as she shuffled to the door. Opening the door, she held her head, looking pained. What is wrong, Xiao Chun? As she turned back, she continued walking toward her bed, asking, Did someone come to collect the debt again? Xiao Chun strode into the room and grabbed Su Banksia. Hey, don't sleep anymore. Get ready to go to Jinghai. Su Banksia frowned, looking at her friend in confusion. Don't you watch the news? Xiao Chun said, directly spreading out the newspaper in his hands and flipping to the second page. Look, what does it say up there? What? Su Banksia took the newspaper. Frowning, she looked and immediately showed a surprised expression. Wow, who is this person? So rich? Xiao Chun quickly pointed out the key is not this. Look at the recruitment information below. Su Banksia raised the newspaper to see the job listing, and her expression instantly turned excited. Jinghai Yangmingxing Iron and Steel Company, Limited. Hiring senior management personnel, bachelor's degree or above, with relevant work experience preferred. Xiao Chun encouraged her, I think you should give it a try. A company's management personnel, the salary 1 TB low. Just think about that little foreigner. If you pass the interview, even if you don't become a general manager, being a business director like that little foreigner would be better than dealing with scrap steel now. By then, who would dare to look down on you? Wu Jianxi and Qiu Bijing would have to come begging you. Su Banksia first looked enthusiastic, but then her expression showed concern. But if I go and don't pass the interview, wouldn't that just waste my travel money? Xiao Chun looked at her with disappointment. Opportunity means you have to try. If you don't try, it's just a fleeting wind. I think this Mr. Li is your opportunity, at the very least. If you meet him, you complete a little and let him take the scrap steel from our yard. Wouldn't that be a great thing? Su Banksia's eyes suddenly lit up. She had no other strengths, but she was persistent and had a tenacious spirit. However, Xiao Chun laughed mischievously and said, I heard that General Li is only in his 20s, and you're not that old either. What if he takes a liking to you? Su Banksia was instantly furious and raised her hand to hit Xiao Chun. Get lost. As Xiao Chun ran outside, he shouted, I'll go buy you a train ticket. Hurry up and get ready. Chapter 57. Unafraid Zhao Lidong, Jinghai Reception Center. There were already people from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission waiting at the door. 2 business vehicles pulled up, and then Tian Guofu, Luo Shanhe, and others got out in succession, with Zhao Lidong still smiling and full of confidence. Being the last to exit, only 3 young cadres came this time, and counting Luo Shanhe and Tian Guofu, there were a total of 5. The remaining 3 cadres were nowhere to be found. After getting out of the car, Ho Yangping and another young cadre each placed a hand on Zhao Lidong's shoulder and led him into the reception center. Luo Shanha and the other cadres followed closely behind. The two cadres from a municipal discipline inspection commission exchanged glances, said nothing, and stepped aside to gesture for Tian Guofu and the others to enter. Following the cadres, they walked up the stairs through the corridor and arrived at room 303 on the third floor. Upon entering the room, they found it was closed off, with only a small window for light and ventilation, and there were steel bars outside. Zhao Lidong confidently walked into the room, surveyed it, and then plopped down on the bed. Seeing his demeanor, Ho Yangping found it amusing. "Secretary Zhao, you don't seem worried at all." Zhao Lidong glanced at Ho Yangping and laughed. "What do I have to be worried about?" Ho Yangping shrugged. "Because the evidence is conclusive." "Evidence?" Zhao Lidong scoffed. "Isn't that from Shuai?" "Yes." Ho Yangping blurted out. At this moment, Luo Shanha couldn't take it anymore. "Ho Yangping, come out with me." Ho Yangping was taken aback. Then followed Luo Shanha out the door in confusion. At the entrance, Luo Shanha walked a bit further away before turning around to glare at Ho Yangping. "What's wrong?" Ho Yangping still didn't understand. Luo Shanha took a deep breath in frustration, but wary of Ho Yangping's connections. He turned his head and released the pent-up breath through his nostrils, then looked at Ho Yangping again. "Don't you know that the identity of the whistleblower needs to be kept confidential?" Ho Yangping looked unconcerned. "Everyone has already guessed it." "Oh, they guessed it, and then you help confirm it, right?" Luo Shanha's temper flared up again. "If everyone does what you did, how can we ensure the personal safety of those whistleblowers in the future?" Ho Yangping raised his eyebrows, about to speak, but saw Luo Shanha coldly say, "All our words and actions will be recorded, and Director Zhong will see it all. He brought you out to perform well, and this is how you show him?" Hearing this, Ho Yangping was immediately stunned. Seeing his somewhat enlightened expression, Luo Shanha rolled his eyes. Who in the unit doesn't have some background? Even Luo Shanha has someone backing him, but none are as arrogant as Ho Yangping. If it weren't for his father-in-law being Luo Shanha's direct superior, someone like him with high IQ but low EQ would have been kicked out of the team long ago. What are you so proud of, being a kept man? Yes, you are a graduate student from the Political Science Department of Handong University, known as one of the 3 heroes of Handong. While everyone else in the unit has only an undergraduate degree, so you think you're superior, yelling at everyone as soon as you enter the unit? What are you? Do you know that your colleagues see you as a monkey? After internally belittling Ho Yangping, Luo Shanha said impatiently, "Be a bit more humble usually." Ho Yangping regained his senses and was about to speak, but saw Luo Shanha walk past him towards room 303 where Zhao Lidong was. Watching Luo Shanha leave, Ho Yangping pursed his lips as if he understood something, took a deep breath, and followed him into the room. On Luo Shanha's side, as soon as he entered, he heard Zhao Lidong chatting confidently with Tian Guofu. Li Shuai's recording is not reliable. He can mimic anyone's voice if he wants to. He even used forged recordings to blackmail me before, asking me to turn a blind eye to his illegal businesses. Tian Guofu listened with keen interest and asked with a smile, "What illegal businesses did he do?" "I'm not sure." Zhao Lidong shook his head and then said earnestly, "But he wanted me to give him a green light for his business. Think about it. If he had no problems, would he ask me, a political and legal affairs committee secretary, to give him a green light?" As he spoke, he looked towards the door, just as Luo Shanha walked in. Tian Guofu dropped the pretense, his smile fading as he said sternly, "Zhao Lidong, you really are stubborn. You're still acting here even after coming to us?" Zhao Lidong looked confused. "What am I acting for?" Tian Guofu waved at Luo Shanha, who turned to look at a cadre holding a black box. The cadre lifted the small box and opened it. Wow, it turned out to be a laptop. These days it should be called a portable computer. Luo Shanha took the laptop and placed it on the TV cabinet, then opened his briefcase, took out a portable hard drive, and connected it to the bulky laptop. After a series of operations that took several minutes, just as Zhao Lidong was feeling puzzled, Luo Shanha picked up the laptop and placed it beside Zhao Lidong. When Zhao Lidong turned to see the screen, he immediately lost his composure. Luo Shanha's computer wasn't as impressive as Li Shuai's, which could only display one screen at a time, but it was enough because it showed a view of Zhao Lidong's bedroom. where he was seen placing recently received money into a compartment of his bookshelf. Then, Luo Shanha typed something on the keyboard, and the screen switched to show his car, parked by the embankment. There was also sound, with Zhao Lidong and a well-dressed businessman discussing how to foster a new underworld force in Jinghai. That's not me. Zhao Lidong panicked. Not you? Then is every other image not you? Luo Shanha sneered and tapped the keyboard again. This time, the screen showed Zhao Lidong's living room. And Luo Shanha asked, "Isn't this your living room?" He tapped the keyboard again. "Isn't this your office? And isn't that your secretary?" He tapped the keyboard again. "Isn't this your bed?" Hiss. "Oh, hubby." Hearing the suggestive voice, everyone present froze, including Zhao Lidong. Luo Shanha quickly glanced at the computer and hurriedly closed the screen. Ahem. Tian Guofu coughed and looked at Zhao Lidong with a cold smile. "You say that's not you. So your hiding place for money must be wrong too? The call you just made wasn't to your housekeeper, right? So your money should still be in the compartment of your bookshelf. Our people have already gone to look for it. Do you think they will find it?" Zhao Lidong was sweating coldly, pointing at the computer and angrily shouting, "Who is this who installed so many monitors around me? This is an invasion of privacy. This is illegal surveillance. I want to sue him." Luo Shanha suddenly shouted loudly. "Now you understand the law?" Zhao Lidong was taken aback, staring blankly at Luo Shanha. Suddenly, he laughed, regaining his confident demeanor, even crossing his legs. He said, "All right, it's not a big deal. Just go through the motions. And you all are taking it too seriously." Tian Guofu laughed. "What? Do you still think someone will come to bail you out?" Zhao Lidong smirked. "Let us make a bet. Within 10 minutes, someone will call you. Then you'll be on tomorrow's flight back to Yanjing. While I will voluntarily hand over that money tomorrow, write a self-criticism, receive a punishment, and still be the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee in Jinghai." Tian Guofu and Luo Shanha exchanged glances, both looking displeased. This was also the reason they first apprehended people before looking for evidence, fearing someone would give them instructions during their evidence collection. Without any special instructions, just tell them, "Zhao Lidong's case needs further investigation. Don't arrest him yet. If we delay for another 2 or 3 days, various situations will arise, and in the end, this high-hell board will gently be lowered. Therefore, we must solidify Zhao Lidong's charges in advance. The video provided by Li Shuai is still too flimsy as evidence. Only by finding Zhao Lidong's embezzled funds can we achieve a simultaneous capture of both the person and the evidence. As for whether Zhao Lidong can ultimately be convicted, to be honest, they are a bit uncertain because they are somewhat aware of the Zhao family's influence. It wouldn't be difficult to bail him out." At this moment, Luo Shanha's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a young officer from their investigation department. Luo Shanha answered the call. "Hello?" On the other end, he heard, "Boss, we found it. Zhao Lidong's money is really in the hidden compartment of his bookshelf." "Good." Luo Shanha immediately hung up the phone and then looked at Zhao Lidong. However, Zhao Lidong shrugged and looked indifferent. Just then, Luo Shanha's phone rang again. Seeing the number displayed, Luo Shanha felt a wave of anxiety. After glancing at Tian Guofu, he answered the call. "Hello, Director Zhong." Hearing this title, Ho Yangping, who was leaning against the wardrobe with his arms crossed, reflexively dropped his hands and stood up straight. Then, Luo Shanha's expression changed to one of joy after hearing something on the call. "Yes, understood." After hanging up the phone, Luo Shanha looked at Zhao Lidong with a cold smile. Zhao Lidong was a bit uncertain, and just as he was about to speak, Luo Shanha directly helped him up. Luo Shanha laughed and said, "Secretary Zhao, this room isn't comfortable enough. Let's move you to another place. How about the detention center?" Chapter 58, The Gathering of Black and White in the Evening. At the entrance of the Jinghai International Hotel, several luxury cars were already parked in the lot. Looking further away, Audis drove up and stopped at the entrance. The doors of these cars opened in succession, revealing Director Zhao, General Manager Du, 2 beautiful women, and then Li Dakong and Secretary Jean, who got out one after another. The bodyguards escorted Director Zhao and the others into the hotel, while Li Dakong and Secretary Jean were left behind. At this moment, Secretary Jean quietly remarked, "They are really rich, buying 4 Audis right after getting off the plane." Li Dakong shot a cold glance at Secretary Jean, who immediately fell silent. as he looked at the already distant figures of Director Zhao and the others. Li Dakong showed a hint of dissatisfaction and shook his head helplessly before walking toward the hotel. In his view, he needed to find a way to distance himself from the Zhao family. Otherwise, he would eventually be dragged down by that second-generation heir. Meanwhile, upon entering, Director Zhao saw that the lounge in the hall was already filled with many people, and at the front desk, a crowd was gathered around someone who was checking in. He glanced at General Manager Du, who understood and walked towards the front desk. Director Zhao then took the two beautiful women to the lounge area, found an empty table, and sat down while the bodyguard stood behind him. At this moment, Director Zhao said, "Xiao Qin, Xiao Feng, sit." The two sisters exchanged glances, and the one on the left thanked him. "Thank you, Director Zhao." Saying this, they took the two seats next to Director Zhao. Just then, Director Zhao noticed Li Dakong and Secretary Jean walking in and was about to wave to them when he saw them heading straight for the front desk. Director Zhao's expression immediately darkened as he complained that Li Dakong really knows how to go with the flow. He knows my fourth uncle is in trouble and doesn't even bother with me. As soon as he finished speaking, someone at another table turned to look at him. Director Zhao glanced over and saw a slightly chubby, balding boss wearing glasses at the nearest table, who asked in somewhat awkward Mandarin, "Are you here to bid for the Galaxy Group project as well?" Director Zhao was taken aback, and before he could respond, the person across from him handed over a business card, saying, "I'm from Haidong Province. My name is Lin Huayao." Director Zhao took the card, looked at it, and noted that it was from the Haidong Lin Group, which he had never heard of. However, out of politeness and seeing that the other person seemed to be quite wealthy, he accepted the card and took one out of his pocket to hand over while smiling. "Hello, General Manager Lin. I'm Zhao Ruelong." General Manager Lin took the card, saw Huilong Group, and recognized that it must also be quite powerful. He then introduced the people at his table to Zhao Ruelong, pointing to the person on his left. "Let me introduce you. This is Zhou Chaoxian, Director Zhou, the boss of our Haidong Tianma Shinkong Group." The boss named Zhou Chaoxian smiled and nodded at Zhao Ruelong, who responded with a smile. General Manager Lin continued introducing from left to right. "This is Ding Zongshu, General Manager Ding. This is Qiao Wu, General Manager Qiao." Zhao Ruelong nodded in response to each one, but he still hadn't figured out what was going on. Then General Manager Lin leaned in and said with a smile, "We are all from Haidong, so we are sitting together. There are a few other bosses at the table, and we've all communicated. Everyone has agreed to have dinner together tonight in the VIP room on the second floor. Director Zhao, would you like to join us?" Zhao Ruelong raised an eyebrow. Immediately understanding what these people were up to, he nodded with interest. "Sure." Tonight, the Jinghai Hotel was fully booked. Although the rooms had been reserved long in advance, the bosses still waited in the lounge for over half an hour. Not only the high-end Jinghai Hotel, but also other inns and guest houses were fully occupied. There were capitalists from various regions and high-level talents from across the country who had come to apply for positions at the Galaxy Group. Li Shuai's ability to drive GDP was beginning to show, particularly in the hotel service industry today. Since the project lists for various projects from Qiangshan Group were still being calculated, it would take at least half a month just for the Galaxy Tower. And by the time the bidding started, it would be at least the end of May. Following that, the Port Research Institute, factories, office buildings, dormitory buildings, and so forth would all need to be subcontracted out, and the bidding process would take a long time. Thus, these bosses would have to stay in Jinghai for a while. Even if they were not present, they would certainly send representatives to stay in Jinghai. In other words, for the next year, the hotel services and housing rentals in Jinghai would undoubtedly be booming. If it were an invitation bid, there would be very few participants. But since Qiangshan Group was open bidding aside from qualification requirements, there were no other restrictions. The competition was fierce. In today's world, business was tough, and it was very likely that a small project worth a few million could attract hundreds of bidders. The big bosses arrived early to build good relationships with Li Shuai. In construction, relationships were the first step. Without connections, even the best-looking bid would be useless. The client's intentions were the key factor in determining the final bid. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Ruelong followed what Lin Huayao had said earlier and arrived at the VIP room number 1 on the second floor. Upon entering, he saw that the large round table was already filled with 11 bosses, and with him, It was perfectly full at 12. Ah, Director Zhao, you finally made it. Lin Huayao came over to greet him. Come, please sit. We've been waiting for you. Sorry for being late. Zhao Ruilong said apologetically as he sat down in the empty seat. Just as he settled in, he seemed to catch sight of something out of the corner of his eye. When he focused, he exclaimed in surprise, Uncle? Across from him, a boss in his 40s, who looked somewhat like a gangster, was quietly conversing with another boss. Upon hearing this, he turned around in confusion. When he saw Zhao Ruilong, his surprise was evident. Ruilong, you're here too? Zhao Ruilong pulled out a cigarette and placed it on the table. Well, with such a big cake in Jinghai, of course. I have to come take a bite. Seeing the special supply Panda cigarettes he pulled out, everyone present was momentarily stunned. The boss who had been talking to Uncle Zhao leaned in and quietly asked, Rongbiao, is this your nephew? Looks like he has some background. Zhao Rongbiao smiled and replied, their family is in the system, and ours is in business. We don't usually interact much. Then he looked at Zhao Ruilong and asked, where's your sister? Is she not coming? Zhao Ruilong chuckled. She said she would come a few days and let me test the waters first. Zhao Rongbiao nodded. At this moment, General Manager Lin said to the waiter at the door, let's serve the dishes. The waiter bowed slightly and then left the room. After that, General Manager Lin returned to his seat and smiled at everyone, bosses. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is simply to discuss the bidding for the project released by the Galaxy Group. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong immediately showed a just as I expected expression. He felt somewhat disdainful and picked up his chopsticks to start eating the appetizers on the table. The person named Zhou Chaoxian did the same, wearing a face of amusement. General Manager Lin continued, everyone here has strength, but with a total bid of over 50 billion. None of US can take it all. So, I think we should avoid competition and agree on who will do which part of the project to prevent the bidding from driving the prices too low and saving money for the Galaxy Group. After all, it's not necessary for us to help that lead boss save money, right? Everyone else at the table laughed along, except for Zhou Chaoxian and Zhao Ruilong, who were not amused. Zhou Chaoxian still wore a face of disdain, while Zhao Ruilong seemed to be holding back. As the laughter subsided, President Lin continued, the reason everyone is here this time is that Wu Hui wants to build a good relationship with President Li. I think it's unnecessary, as long as we unite. At this point, Zhao Ruilong burst out laughing. Puffed. Zhao Ruilong hurriedly covered his mouth, feeling embarrassed. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Apart from a boss from Haidong province who was with President Lin, the other bosses exchanged smiles, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Ruilong's rudeness. The bosses from Haidong province, except for Zhou Chaoxian, looked puzzled, not understanding why Zhao Ruilong was laughing so wildly. Director Zhao, President Lin showed a confused expression. Zhao Ruilong finally stopped laughing, but couldn't help but say, you Haidong people are really interesting. You're coming to invest in the mainland. And you don't even understand the situation first? President Lin was momentarily stunned. At this point, Zhou Chaoxian on the far right made a sarcastic remark. President Lin, do you think there are only a dozen of us participating in this bidding for the Galaxy Group project? On the mainland, there are plenty of large state-owned enterprises. Longtian Iron Group alone has 17 branches, each of which is stronger than you. How dare you think you can get a piece of this round soup? Zhao Ruilong immediately cast an appreciative glance at Zhou Chaoxian and raised his glass to him. Zhou Chaoxian smiled slightly and also raised his glass to toast Zhao Ruilong. Hearing Zhou Chaoxian's words, President Lin felt somewhat displeased but also a bit embarrassed, unable to find a way out of the situation. Just then, Zhao Rongbiao laughed and said, President Lin means well. Let's not talk about anything else. The fact that we can all gather here today is fate. Cool. Saying this, he stood up and raised his glass, and the others followed suit, standing and raising their glasses. Zhao Rongbiao continued, we can also form a consortium. Individually, we may not be able to compete with those state-owned enterprises, but together, we can definitely fight for our share. Director Zhao's words are indeed practical, Zhou Chaoxian said with a smile, then took the lead in downing the drink in his glass. Chapter 59, a visit the next morning at 9 a.m. In the Galaxy building, a tiger head Benz stopped at the entrance, and a beautiful woman in professional attire stepped out of the car. She closed the door and walked toward the lobby in her high heels, making a clicking sound. At the front desk on the first floor, Lu Mei was diligently studying when she heard the footsteps and looked up. Upon seeing the person, she immediately showed a look of surprise. Xiao Xiao? Looking at the woman, it was indeed a made-up version of Zhou Xiao Xiao. Without makeup, her face had some acne scars, and her skin was relatively rough, but now that the imperfections were covered, her looks were truly on par with television stars. Mei, Zhou Xiao Xiao greeted her with a smile. Liu Mei approached, admiringly looking Zhou Xiao Xiao up and down. As expected of our village's flower, you look so different with makeup. Then, with curiosity, she asked, "Why are you here at the company today, all dressed up?" "Trying to attract Mr. Li." Hearing Liu Mei's teasing tone, Zhou Xiao Xiao's face turned red, but fortunately, the makeup covered it up. She defended herself. "Did you not say to let me be a headhunter? I'm here to tell generally before I set off today." "Oh, a farewell?" Liu Mei winked at her. Go, go, go." Zhou Xiao Xiao directly bypassed her and teased while walking towards the elevator. "I've noticed you've become more flirty lately." Watching Zhou Xiao Xiao enter the elevator, Liu Mei couldn't help but feel a bit envious, mainly of Zhou Xiao Xiao's luck. She couldn't envy her looks, as that was out of her control. Meanwhile, in Li Shuai's office, he was on a video call with Li Yigong. "Your cruise ship is ready. It's currently being painted. Should I send it over directly?" Li Yigong's holographic projection rested his chin on his hand as he spoke. "Also, the other dozen or so shipyards are completed. We can build 2 ships simultaneously for the 100,000-ton class, just waiting for you to send materials." Li Shuai took a sip of tea. "We need to wait a bit longer for the steel. The steel mill isn't ready yet. If we buy directly, the regular steel isn't good enough and military-grade steel is restricted, so we can't get it." Li Yigong nodded. "The automatic shipbuilding system on the third side is all set up. We can leave the rest to the robots." "Are we both going over with the cruise ship?" "Yes, come over. We are short on manpower here," Li Shuai nodded. Suddenly, Li Yigong remembered something. "All right. How do we name our ship?" Li Shuai thought for a moment, pursing his lips. "For the cruise ship, let us name it after a beauty from our history. The first one will be called Shishir. As for the warships, let's name the aircraft carriers after emperors who had significant achievements or victories in foreign wars. La King Sheng for Kin Shiyong, Lu Che for Hanvudi, Li Shimin for Tong Taisong, Shi Yuan Shang for Ming Taisu, etc. For amphibious assault ships, amphibious landing ships, and comprehensive supply ships, we can use emperors who had moderate achievements but were still wise. For large missile battleships, well, many of our national treasures have gone extinct, so let us use our country's unique animals. The first one will be called Giant Panda, and this series will be named National Treasure Class Battleship." Li Yigong was initially nodding along, but rolled his eyes upon hearing this. "You're the boss. You make the call." Li Shuai seemed to sense the other's sarcasm, cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment, and returned to normal naming. As for the rest, cruisers will be named after famous historical ministers, like Baigon, Jidan. Let us go with Shougong. Destroyers will use renowned generals like Han Xin and Yu Fei, and frigates will use famous figures. That should be about it. All right, we can send your Shishir over by mid-next month." Li Shuai nodded again, suddenly recalling something. "If we encounter any roadblocks, no matter which country, just use the laser cannons. Don't worry." Li Yigong smirked. "If anyone dares to stop us, I'll blow up their port." Li Shuai wanted to give a thumbs up, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Let's leave it at that." After ending the call, Li Shuai shouted towards the door, "Come in." Then a beautiful woman in professional attire walked in. "Boss." Seeing the stunning Zhou Xiao Xiao, Li Shuai was momentarily stunned. "Dressed like this, are you going on a blind date?" Zhou Xiao Xiao stopped in her tracks and shot Li Shuai an annoyed glance. "What blind date? I'm on a business trip." She walked to the desk, held out her hand towards Li Shuai. "Funding." Li Shuai, not in the mood, swatted her hand away. "Didn't I give you that HSBC car before? Are you embezzling? That's for family expenses. I can't mix it up." Zhou Xiao Xiao said seriously. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "Then give me that car back first." He waved his hand dismissively. "All right, just don't go out. I'm worried about you going out alone dressed like this. Find a professional headhunter instead." As he spoke, he turned to look at the computer screen, typing a few keys, seemingly searching for information on headhunter companies. Zhou Xiao Xiao pouted, feeling wronged. "I don't want to always be a nanny. Li Shuai paused his actions and turned to look. Then come work as my secretary? Zhou Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy, but before she could speak, Li Shuai disdainfully said, "Do you have the ability for that?" The beautiful girl's delighted expression immediately turned sour, and she stood up angrily, turning to leave. "Where are you going?" Li Shuai frowned and asked. Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't look back and replied angrily, "Going home." Then she opened the door, walked out, and slammed it shut. "Rude," Li Shuai muttered, then reached for his watch, wanting to continue the call with Li Yigong. However, at that moment, the internal phone rang. Li Shuai answered, and Lu Mei's voice came through. "Li General, a few guests would like to visit you. One of them claims to be the nephew of Secretary Zhao Lidong." Hearing this, Li Shuai raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Bring them up." "Okay." Downstairs, Lu Mei hung up the phone and led Zhao Ruolong, General Du, the Gao sisters brought by Zhao Ruolong, and Zhou Chaoxian to the elevator. As they approached, one elevator was going up and the other was coming down, so Lu Mei pressed the button for the one going down. Soon, the elevator dinged, and Zhou Xiaoxiao stormed out with an angry face. Seeing so many people at the elevator entrance, she was momentarily stunned. "Xiaoxiao," Lu Mei greeted in surprise. "You're back down already?" I'm heading back." Zhou Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhao Ruolong and the others as she spoke. Mainly, it was the pair of twin beauties that made her instinctively feel a bit displeased. After she left, Zhao Ruolong looked at her departing figure with some reluctance. Once they got into the elevator, Zhao Ruolong asked Lu Mei, "Manager Lu, was that lady an employee of your company?" Lu Mei turned her head to glance at Zhao Ruolong, thinking to herself that he wasn't as handsome as Li Shuai. "Just greasy," she replied. "No, she's our General Li's nanny." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruolong's expression first showed a hint of regret, then immediately turned serious. He glanced at the Gao sisters, thinking that the beautiful lady just now was not much inferior to them. If Li Shuai's nanny was this beautiful, could she use her looks to win him over? As he pondered, the elevator reached the 21st floor. Lu Mei was the first to step out. "This way, please." She then led Zhao Ruolong and the others towards Li Shuai's office. Zhao Ruolong and others looked around the layout of this floor and noticed that there weren't many offices, realizing that this should be the office area for the top executives of the Galaxy Group. As they passed by an office, the door happened to open, and they saw Gao Qiqiang walking out while holding a white safety helmet. "President Gao," Lu Mei quickly greeted him. "Hello." After brushing past Gao Qiqiang, Zhao Ruolong quietly asked, "Who was that just now?" Lu Mei smiled and replied, "He is President Gao from Qiangshan Construction Company, which is under our Galaxy Group." At this moment, Zhou Zhaoxian couldn't help but look back. Is he Gao Qiqiang? They had heard that the Galaxy Group had entrusted all projects to Qiangshan Group, and they were planning to visit Gao Qiqiang after meeting with Li Shuai. While pondering, they had already arrived at the door of Li Shuai's office. Lu Mei knocked on the door. Soon, Li Shuai's voice came from inside. "Come." Lu Mei pushed the door open and said, "President Li." Then she gestured for Zhao Ruolong and the others to enter. Once Zhao Ruolong and the others walked in, Li Shuai also stood up to greet them politely and said to Lu Mei, "Pour some tea." After Lu Mei left, Zhao Ruolong stepped forward, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, President Li. I am Zhao Ruolong, chairman of Huilong Group." Out of politeness, Li Shuai also smiled and shook hands with him, saying, "Hello, President Zhao. Our front desk mentioned that a nephew of Zhao Lidong is here. That should be you, right?" Zhao Ruolong's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly smiled and said, "Yes, my uncle had some misunderstandings with President Li earlier, and I'm here to apologize on his behalf." Hearing this, Li Shuai immediately laughed. "I already sent him in, and you still call it a misunderstanding?" Chapter 60, Just Lacking a Secretary. I have a general understanding of the situation, and you, Mr. Li, have handled this matter perfectly. Originally, Zhao Ruolong's expression was quite grim, but thinking of his father's earlier instructions to build a good relationship with Li Shuai, he smiled again. He then said, "Moreover, my fourth uncle doesn't have deep ties with our family. I hope his mistakes won't affect our cooperation." Seeing Zhao Ruolong's changing expressions, Li Shuai couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He then looked at the smiling Zhou Chaoxian standing beside him and asked, "Who is this?" Zhou Chaoxian smiled and said in somewhat non-standard Mandarin, "Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Zhou Chaoxian, chairman of the Tianma Shinkong Group from Haidong Province. As he spoke, he extended his right hand toward Li Shuai. Li Shuai showed an approving expression and shook his hand, saying, Mr. Zhou, you are good. You mentioned Haidong Province. And just for that, your trip to Jinghai will definitely be rewarding. Zhou Chaoxian's face immediately lit up with joy. Thank you. This is truly a pleasant surprise. I had researched that people from the mainland really like investors who acknowledge unification, so I identified as someone from Haidong Province. I didn't expect Mr. Li to also appreciate this. Zhao Ruolong felt a bit displeased. He had lowered his stance significantly, but it seemed he was still outdone by Zhou Chaoxian's mention of the province. At this moment, Li Shuai gestured toward the sofa. Please, have a seat. After everyone sat down, Lu Mei walked in with tea, serving each person a cup. The last cup was for Li Shuai, showing thoughtful etiquette. Thank you. Li Shuai took the tea and said, you can go back to your work. All right. After Lu Mei left, Li Shuai picked up the teacup, gently blew on it, and took a sip. He glanced at Zhao Ruolong and the others, noticing two exceptionally attractive twin beauties in white professional attire sitting on the small sofa across from him. He paused for a moment, wondering why Zhao Ruolong brought two beautiful secretaries for a visit. Looking at Zhao Ruolong again, he thought, it's not that easy to brush past the matter of Zhao Lidong with just a word. Indeed, you haven't offended me, but that doesn't stop me from feeling displeased because of Zhao Lidong. With that in mind, Li Shuai turned to Zhou Chaoxian and asked, Mr. Zhou, are you also in construction? Yes. Zhou Chaoxian nodded, quickly adding, rest assured, our company's qualifications are absolutely complete. Li Shuai shook his head. To be honest, that's not a big issue. Qualifications are basically something you can buy, and frankly, they only reflect the company's financial strength, not its technical capabilities. Yes. Zhou Chaoxian smiled, his eyes crinkling, feeling that Li Shuai was a kindred spirit. What you said is absolutely right, Mr. Li. I also think qualifications are useless, but there's no way around it. The government's bidding requirements prioritize qualifications. Please rest assured, our company has enough relevant talent. Absolutely professional. At this moment, Zhao Ruolong's expression darkened even more. He had thought Zhou Chaoxian was a decent person who could help him out, but unexpectedly, he was directly undermined, as Zhou Chaoxian established a connection with Li Shuai first. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Shuai say to Zhou Chaoxian, how about this? I don't have accommodation in Shawan yet, and I want to build a manor. I've already secured the land, and the design and construction plans are ready. The total area is about 200 acres, including decoration, with an initial budget of around 1 billion. If you're interested, I'll hand it over to you to do. Zhou Chaoxian was overjoyed. 1 billion would at least earn him 300 million. However, before he could speak, Li Shuai poured cold water on him. But this project can only be done by you. I don't want any subcontracting to happen. For all my other projects, I will include a clause in the contract prohibiting subcontracting. Zhou Chaoxian's smile instantly froze, but he was a capable person and quickly calculated in his mind. First, investing 1 billion to build a 200-acre manor. Even without the profit from subcontracting, there was still considerable profit, though the pressure of initial capital would be significant. Second, this was the first project he was collaborating on with Li Shuai. As long as he did well, there would be no shortage of projects in the future. To put it bluntly, he hoped this manor would make a profit. With that in mind, Zhou Chaoxian put away his earlier joyful smile and revealed the confident smile of a successful businessman, as if he would excel in handling this manor project. Before he could speak, Zhao Ruolong interjected, Mr. Li, as far as I know, the projects of your Galaxy Group are all quite large. If subcontracting is not allowed, I'm afraid only a few companies have the capability to take them on, as the pressure of initial capital is too great. Li Shuai smiled slightly. You don't need to worry about that. He then turned to Zhou Chaoxian again. So, Mr. Zhou, are you interested? Of course. Zhou Chaoxian raised his teacup, saying, Thank you, Mr. Li, for giving me this opportunity. I toast you with tea instead of wine. Watching the two cheerfully raise their cups in a toast, Zhao Ruolong's expression turned somewhat sullen. If this were in Handong, he would never allow Li Shuai to be so arrogant in front of him. After letting out a huff, he glanced at General Manager Du beside him. General Manager Du understood and showed a curious expression. Mr. Li? Speaking of which, after we came in just now, the one serving tea was your front desk receptionist. Don't you have a secretary here? Li Shuai looked at his seemingly upright appearance, paused for a moment, then turned to Zhao Ruolong. Who is this? Oh. Zhao Ruolong raised his head, forgetting to introduce. This is our Hualong Group's Director of Hotel Operations, Du Boisjong. Li Shuai suddenly realized. So it's Director Du. Just call me Old Du. Du Boisjong humbly said, then curiously asked, I saw in the news earlier that you were hiring employees, Mr. Li. Li Shuai looked at him and suddenly smirked. What? Director Du, do you want to change jobs? No, no, no. Du Boisjong waved his hands repeatedly. Although he did want to change jobs because Li Shuai had money, he was following Zhao Ruolong just for the money. But how could he say that in front of Zhao Ruolong? Seeing his denial, Li Shuai smiled and tilted his head slightly, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Du Boisjong realized that Li Shuai didn't like to waste words, so he pointed to the twin sisters sitting on the short sofa beside him. It's them. They're my distant nieces who came out from the countryside with me, looking for a good job. Since Director Zhao is visiting you, I brought them here to apply. I noticed you didn't have a secretary beside you. Do you think they are suitable? Their abilities are definitely fine. They're completely qualified to be secretaries. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at the twin sisters sitting directly across from him. One sister looked nervous, while the other boldly and curiously made eye contact with him. To be honest, upon closer inspection, even with makeup, these twins were slightly more beautiful than his own nanny. The key was they were twins. This could lead to, well, double the joy. After appreciating the twins' looks, Li Shuai shifted his gaze back to Zhao Ruolong. With such beautiful secretaries, how could I have the fortune to enjoy that? Director Zhao, you should keep them for yourself. You think you can plant spies beside me? In Zhao Ruolong's ears, accustomed to the language of officials, he naturally heard the implication in Li Shuai's words and quickly explained. Mr. Li, they really want to apply on their own, and it has nothing to do with me or even with my fourth uncle. Li Shuai and Zhao Ruolong exchanged glances, and after their eye contact, he understood Zhao Ruolong's intention. He wanted to use these sisters to eliminate his prejudices against the Zhao family in hopes of facilitating their future cooperation. After a moment's thought, Li Shuai beckoned to the twin beauties. Come here, stand behind me. The sisters exchanged a glance, then looked at Du Boisjong and Zhao Ruolong, seeing the two slightly nodding. They took each other's hands, stood up, and walked over to Li Shuai in their high heels. Li Shuai turned around and smiled at them, then turned to Zhao Ruolong. Most of the major projects are basically reserved for state-owned enterprises with dragon in their names, but there are also a batch of factories. As someone in construction, you should understand that the profits from factories are definitely considerable. If you're interested, you can bid. I won't interfere with the final bidding decision. But let me reiterate, subcontracting is not allowed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruolong finally showed a look of joy. Li Shuai's statement about not interfering with the final bidding meant that he would neither help nor sabotage, leaving it up to the strength of the Huilong Group to stand out among so many competing companies. Zhao Ruolong was not worried about this at all. With those other business owners, he just had to glare at them and mention his father's name, and over 90 of them would back down. As for those from Haidong, unless they didn't want to return to Haidong, Chapter 61 Cultural Invasion must be taken seriously after chatting for a while. Zhao Ruolong and his two companions expressed their intention to leave, and Li Shuai escorted them to the office door. However, just as they stepped out, Zhao Ruolong seemed to remember something and turned to Li Shuai, saying, By the way, Mr. Li, this time a group of private construction contractors from Haidong province has come. They have formed a consortium with a few capable companies from the mainland. By the looks of them, they might seek cooperation with the Dragon Group. You'd better watch out for them colluding to inflate the final contract price. Li Shuai looked at Zhao Ruolong in surprise. Zhao Ruolong smiled slightly. Originally, I was also part of their consortium with President Zhou, but we declined. Li Shuai also smiled. Thank you for the reminder, I understand. Receiving a positive response. Zhao Ruolong was even happier and shook hands with Li Shuai again. Take care. Safe travels, Li Shuai replied, then turned to Zhou Zhaoxian. Take care, President Zhou. Zhou Zhaoxian also reached out to shake hands with Li Shuai. Please come for tea when you have time. After they walked away, Li Shuai took the twin sisters back to the office. Sitting down on the sofa, he noticed that the two sisters were standing at a distance, one looking nervous and the other boldly making eye contact with Li Shuai. Li Shuai smiled and asked, Which one of you is the elder sister? And which one is the younger sister? The slightly nervous one replied, I'm the elder sister. My name is Gao Xiaoqin, and she's Gao Xiaofeng. Li Shuai looked at Gao Xiaofeng with interest, not expecting the bolder one to be the younger sister. Moreover, although the elder sister was timid, she bravely stood in front of her younger sister when faced with problems, which was commendable. Sit down. Li Shuai invited them to sit on the sofa. He then said to them, Zhao Ruilong arranged for you to be by my side, which means he has given you a task, right? At this point, Gao Xiaofeng, who had been relatively calm earlier, also became a bit nervous and lowered her head, not daring to make eye contact with Li Shuai. Gao Xiaoqin was even more anxious, already lightly biting her lip. Just as she raised her head to speak, Li Shuai said, no matter what relationship he had with you before or any favors he did for you, forget all that. What you owe him was already paid back when he used you as leverage to gain my favor, so you don't need to feel any psychological burden. From now on, you are my people, and no one can coerce you into doing anything, even if his father is the governor of Handong province. Upon hearing this, the two sisters were momentarily stunned. The governor? In their eyes, let alone the governor, even the mayor of their town, was a big official they couldn't afford to provoke. Then they heard Li Shuai say, if you're worried about him using your families against you, you can bring your parents to Jinghai. Just focus on doing your work seriously, and if there are any problems you can't handle, let me know in time, and I'll help you solve them. The sisters exchanged glances and finally smiled. Thank you, Mr. Li. The twins thanked him in unison, their voices in sync. Li Shuai nodded and smiled. With the psychological issue resolved, let's see what skills you have. What are your educational backgrounds? The sisters were once again taken aback, looking at each other. Gao Xiaofeng then boldly said, our family is very poor. We can't afford to go to school. My sister and I dropped out after elementary school. Really, no joke, when Mr. Du brought us out. We didn't even have shoes on our feet. This time it was Li Shuai who was stunned. You didn't even have shoes? At this moment, Gao Xiaoqin took over the conversation. Actually, our family lives on an island in the middle of Jinhu Lake, and we usually rely on fishing for a living. Since we often go into the water, we don't like to wear shoes. The shoes bought at home are what our parents wear when they go out to sell fish. Li Shuai nodded upon hearing this, feeling a bit sorry for the sisters. Then Gao Xiaoqin continued, don't worry, even though we haven't studied much, Mr. Du has trained us for 2.5 years, and we understand basic etiquette. Li Shuai observed their composed, sitting posture, and they indeed had a certain grace. But being a secretary required more than just that. After thinking for a moment, Li Shuai said, you need to be secretaries, not receptionists. Knowing social etiquette is not enough. You also need to learn how to coordinate work, read and summarize, observe and analyze, and most importantly, you need to know how to use a computer and drive. How about this? Start by taking care of my daily reception tasks, like serving tea and answering calls and arranging schedules. Saying this, he stood up and walked toward the door. Follow me. The sisters were puzzled, but quickly followed. After stepping outside, Li Shuai opened the door to the opposite office and pointed inside, indicating to the sisters, this will be your office. The sisters walked to the door, curiously peering inside, and saw that the space was also quite large, with an impressive desk, a bookcase behind it, and a row of filing cabinets in the corner to the left. Gao Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise. Just as Li Shuai was about to speak, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Mr. Li? Turning around, he saw Su Lei standing 2 meters away, looking awkward. The Gao sisters also tilted their heads to look over. Upon seeing them, Su Lei's expression shifted from awkwardness to a daze. When did this pair of beautiful twin sisters appear next to Mr. Li? Do you need something? Li Shuai's voice pulled Su Lei back from his daze, and he quickly forced a smile. He hesitated and glanced at the Gao sisters again, seemingly embarrassed to speak in front of others. Li Shuai understood his meaning, smiled, then turned to the Gao sisters. Go in and familiarize yourselves with the environment. If you need anything, I'll call for you. Okay, Mr. Li. The sisters entered the office, while Li Shuai beckoned Su Lei to his office. Once inside, Su Lei noticed a few cups on a coffee table and asked, did you have a guest? Li Shuai returned to his desk and sat down, inviting Su Lei to sit across from him, then pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to him. Su Lei, being perceptive, took out a lighter and stood up to light it for Li Shuai. After Li Shuai took a puff, he pulled over the ashtray. What do you need? Su Lei hesitated. Seeing his demeanor, Li Shuai became a bit impatient. Why are you stammering? You really need to learn from your dad. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Lei pursed his lips and finally gathered the courage to look at Li Shuai. Mr. Li, I want to ask you for some work. Li Shuai was puzzled. Aren't you supposed to learn from your dad first? Su Lei immediately made a distressed face. I want to do what I like. Li Shuai looked forward to this. It was great that a subordinate could find their career direction. However, Su Lei abruptly stopped and didn't say anything more. Li Shuai waited for several seconds, finally feeling speechless. Just as he was about to speak, the internal phone rang. He shot Su Lei a glance and then answered the phone. Hello? On the other end, Lu Mei's voice came through, Mr. Li. A county head Li Dakong from Handong wants to visit you. I'm busy right now. Tell him to wait. After saying that, Li Shuai hung up the phone and looked at Su Lei, tapping his fingers on the table. I'm your boss, not your dad. I don't have the patience to guide you step by step. Now, tell me, what do you want to do? Su Lei was startled by the glare and quickly said, I studied media in college, and I want to work in that field. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why wait until now? Li Shuai snapped. Su Lei shrank back, feeling aggrieved. Before getting to know Li Shuai and the others, he had always been pampered, and whatever he wanted, Su Jiang would find a way to get it for him. This had developed his somewhat spoiled personality, as he had been overly doted on by Su Jiang. When he glanced at Li Shuai again, he saw Li Shuai looking at him with a face full of speechlessness. After a while, Li Shuai said, You want to engage in the entertainment media industry, right? That's fine. Gemini Entertainment is still available. You could be an acting director. In a while, I will give you some scripts, songs, and a list of actors and singers who haven't debuted yet. You can look for them and see if any of them are suitable. If so, dig them up. My principle for Gemini Entertainment is simple. Block all foreign trends and promote our culture abroad, advocating patriotism and criticizing those cultural traitors. Work hard, and if you do well, I won't be stingy with shares. If the company encounters problems it can't handle, contact Li Erxi. If we're short on money, reach out to Li Sutsai. Su Lei's face immediately lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Li. Go ahead, find a few agents first, and set up the company. Okay, I won't disappoint you. Watching Su Lei bow and leave with a cheerful step, Li Shuai extinguished his cigarette and leaned back in his chair. The supercomputer back at the old nest stored a vast amount of classic songs and film works from their time and space in various languages. He vaguely remembered seeing somewhere that the early 21st century was the period when foreign culture most severely poisoned Longhua. At that time, when he saw those effeminate photos, Li Shuai felt a chill down his spine, cursing the Koreans and the Americans for not treating people properly, actually using a way to guide women's aesthetics and values to feminize Longhua men. The registration of Gemini Entertainment was also to counter the invasion of overseas trends. It was just that there was no one capable at the time. Now that Su Lei has this ability, it should be put on the agenda. Korean pop and American blockbusters, right? Let's dig the path you want to take. Let's see how you continue your cultural invasion. With this thought in mind, Li Shuai picked up the phone again, found Shin Yun's number, and dialed it. Chapter 62. Soul Interrogation. A phone call with Shun Yun lasted for over half an hour. Not only did they discuss the cultural invasion from abroad, but Li Shuai also talked about the presence of many traitors in the literary and educational circles. His throat became dry from talking, so after hanging up, he walked from his desk to the sofa and picked up the tea he had just brewed but hadn't finished. After returning to his desk, he picked up the internal phone connected to the office where the Gao sisters were, and asked them to come over to tidy up the coffee table. Before long, a beautiful woman walked in. It was unclear whether it was Gao Xiaoqin or Gao Xiaofeng, but it was definitely that face. Li Shuai looked at her, somewhat confused. Are you the older sister or the younger sister? The beautiful woman paused for a moment, then pursed her lips to suppress a laugh. Mr. Li, I am Gao Xiaofeng. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. From now on, you two are not allowed to wear the same color clothes at work. The older sister wears black, the younger sister wears white. That's it. Okay, Mr. Li. Gao Xiaofeng chuckled slightly before going to tidy up the coffee table. Watching her busy back, she truly had curves, especially when she bent down. Both front and back looked nice. After admiring her for a moment, Li Shuai turned his gaze away, and just then, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Li Erxi. Recently, Li Erxi had also been busy running around various patent offices for the past few months. A few days ago, he heard that Hongtu Shipbuilding in Jiangzhou had applied for bankruptcy, So he went to Jiangzhou. Since he was calling now, it should be good news. Li Shuai answered the phone. Hey, Erxie? On the other end, the voice of Li Erxie came through. Boss, we got home to shipbuilding. During the auction, a bastard was competing with me and spent 5 billion. Who is it? Li Shuai couldn't help but be curious. Li Erxie sounded a bit annoyed. I don't know. Just know that he's a stock trader from Jiangdao. The auctioneer called him Mr. Ming. This guy is really arrogant. I want to make him suffer. No need. Li Shuai chuckled. If he messes with you, there are plenty of ways to make him wish he were dead. Ask Lao Si if he knows this person. And just take aim at Mr. Ming's investment company in Jiangdao. At this moment, Gao Xiaofeng walked up to Li Shuai with a thermos. And it was unclear she was doing it on purpose, but instead of handing him a cup, she bent down to pour water for him. Through the deep V-neck of her professional outfit, Li Shuai caught another glimpse of her cleavage. At that moment, Li Erxie's voice became louder on the phone. Hey, boss? Is the signal bad? Li Shuai hurriedly averted his eyes. What did you say? Li Erxie continued. I said, how do we handle home to shipbuilding? Should we move it to Jinghai or leave it in Jiangzhou? Li Shuai glanced at Gao Xiaofeng, who was still suppressing a smile, and said into the phone, let's leave the factory in Jiangzhou, streamline the staff, keep the grassroots employees and skilled workers, and recruit a new management team. Okay, then it's settled. After hanging up, Li Shuai looked at Gao Xiaofeng. You got quite a bit of courage. Gao Xiaofeng playfully stuck out her tongue. I just wanted to see if you, Mr. Li, are a good person. Li Shuai put down his phone, crossed his hands on the table. Sit. After Gao Xiaofeng sat down, Li Shuai asked, how do you define good and bad people? Is it just about whether a person is lecherous? Gao Xiaofeng tilted her head. Desire is the source of evil. For men like you, wealth, lust, and power are the greatest desires. So, in my opinion, as long as someone is lecherous, greedy, or obsessed with power, they're probably not a good person. Li Shuai looked at her in surprise. Who taught you this logic? That manager bought us a lot of books to read. And I even read the history of Ming. Gao Xiaofeng said proudly. And you figure this out from reading? By your logic, those who are uneducated and living off others are all good people? Li Shuai scoffed, saying, to me, wealth, lust, and power are the driving forces for men. As a man, if you don't pursue these, then what do you pursue? Gao Xiaofeng got animated and argued. It's fine to pursue these, but it depends on the methods used in the pursuit. Some people will stop at nothing, with no moral bottom line. Just like Iya, who cooked his own child for the glory and wealth to serve Du Quanqi. All right, the topic is too deep. I'm a bit restless and prefer to talk about something more realistic. Li Shuai raised his hand to signal her to stop. He then asked, what do you think about that Du Boizhong who brought you out from your hometown? And that Zhao Ruilong? Are they considered good people? Gao Xiaofeng shook her head directly. They're definitely bad people. That manager always leers at the two of us, and so does Manager Zhao. Let me tell you, Manager Zhao even asked me and my sister to seduce you, so we could help him speak well of him and get him projects. Li Shuai curled his lips. Then I think you should thank Manager Du. If he hadn't brought you out, you'd still be living a poor life on that little island. Where would you find the glamour you have now? Besides, you've met such a good boss like me. In the future, you'll realize that from a certain perspective, you really should thank Du Boizhong and Zhao Ruilong. Gao Xiaofeng showed her discontent, pouting at Li Shuai. At this moment, Li Shuai asked again, Zhao Ruilong sent you back and forth, and you willingly let yourself be treated as gifts? I didn't want to, but what could I do? Gao Xiaofeng shrugged her shoulders, helplessly saying, Manager Zhao, his father is a big official, wealthy, and powerful. Manager Du also told us that if we don't behave, we'd be sent to become mistresses. Li Shuai laughed again. So do you think I'm a good person? Gao Xiaofeng raised her eyes to look at Li Shuai. Then a smile crept onto her lips. Well, you're okay. To be honest, my sister and I were just chatting a while ago, and we were prepared for you to make a move on us. Who knew you didn't? Plus, what you said to us earlier was quite heartwarming. Of course, I still have to see if you were just pretending before. If you make a move on me, I can go back and tell my sister to stay away from you. Li Shuai chuckled. I'm not a good person. I've never considered myself one. You heard what I said on the phone, right? I often want others to wish they were dead. Gao Xiaofeng blinked. What does it matter to me what others think? I only care about the safety of my sister and me. Hearing this, Li Shuai couldn't help but reevaluate this lively and spirited beauty in front of him. He then smiled and asked, so selfish? Gao Xiaofeng retorted, Is this selfish? I'm just following my heart. Besides, if I can't even take care of myself, how can I manage others? That's pretty good. Li Shuai nodded in approval. Then he straightened his face and looked directly at Gao Xiaofeng. From now on at work, wear a shirt. If you don't have one, go buy it. If you don't have money, I'll give you some. Seeing Li Shuai's serious face, Gao Xiaofeng felt a bit nervous. But upon hearing his last words, she revealed a playful smile again. Why? Li Shuai widened his eyes and pointed his finger on the table. The boss is telling you what to do. Why are there so many whys? Gao Xiaofeng immediately shrank her head. Got it. Just then, the internal phone rang again. Li Shuai glanced at Gao Xiaofeng and reached for the phone. Hello? It was still a call from Lu Mei, who asked, Mr. Li, a few more officials are coming to visit. What do you think? At this moment, Li Shuai remembered that a county mayor seemed to have come earlier and was still waiting downstairs. So he said, wasn't there a county mayor just now? Let's take him up first, in order of arrival. On the other end of the phone, there seemed to be a moment of hesitation before a soft voice said, but the few who just arrived have relatively high ranks. No matter their rank, once they come to me, they must follow my rules. With that, the call was abruptly hung up. He then looked at Gao Xiaofeng. We have guests coming. Go pour 2 more cups of tea. Okay. After Gao Xiaofeng left, Li Shuai leaned back in his chair, thinking that if this continued day by day, his throat would be ruined. Now, he just hoped that people like Gao Qiqiang and Su Jiang could grow up faster, so when someone came to visit, he could send them to meet. He then recalled what Zhao Ruilong had just said about a few companies forming a consortium to bid together with the one starting with Dragon. This was wishful thinking. He could simply add a clause in the bidding document stating that consortium bids would not be accepted, and then they wouldn't even qualify to cooperate. Would those starting with Dragon still bother with them? Money earned by the Dragon is fine. It counts as supporting the revenue of state-owned enterprises. But giving it to those unscrupulous businessmen? Ridiculous. Moreover, those officials coming to visit, there's no need to ask. They must be here to attract investment. Knock, knock, knock. While Li Shuai was pondering, hear a knock on the door. Come in. Lu Mei pushed the door open, greeted Li Shuai with a smile, and then stepped aside to let 2 officials in. Li Shuai stood up and saw that the older official extended his right hand from a distance, with a smile that creased his face. Hello, General Li. I am Li Dakong, the county mayor of Hongshan County, Luzhou City, Handong Province. Li Shuai stepped forward and shook his hand. Hello, County Mayor Li, please take a seat. After they were seated, Li Dakong immediately flattered. General Li is even younger than I imagined, truly a young talent. Li Shuai smiled and replied, County Mayor Li, being promoted to a department head at your age is also a great future. Thank you for your kind words. Li Dakong was very pleased, feeling that Li Shuai was easy to talk to, and thought that this trip would surely be fruitful. At that moment, Gao Xiaofeng walked in again, carrying a tray. As she approached, she didn't bend down like before, but rather half-squatted sideways, without exposing anything. After she left, Li Dakong laughed and said, General Li, I won't take up too much of your time. There are many leaders waiting downstairs, and their ranks are higher than mine. We can't keep them waiting too long. Actually, I came this time to invite you to invest in our Hongshan County. You can rest assured about the policies. I will definitely roll out the red carpet. Li Shuai was a bit surprised. You have the final say? What about your county party secretary? Li Dakong quickly assured. Don't worry, I can absolutely take charge. Looking at Li Dakong's confident demeanor, Li Shuai quickly understood that there must be someone backing him. Then he recalled that the governor of Handong Province, Zhao Lichuan, was Zhao Ruilong's father. Perhaps he could test Li Dakong's caliber. After a quick mental calculation, Li Shuai smiled again. County Mayor Li, to be honest, I'm also from Handong, and I would be very willing to invest in Handong. Upon hearing this, Li Dakong's face immediately lit up with joy. However, he then heard Li Shuai say, Unfortunately, the governor of your Handong province, Zhao Lichuan, has a deep-seated grudge against me. His brother, Zhao Lidong, ended up in custody because of me. Upon hearing this, Li Dakong's smile froze instantly. So, it's not a matter of whether I want to invest in Handong, but rather whether you are willing to be involved with me, since your promotion and transfer could depend on a word from them. After saying this, Li Shuai quietly watched Li Dakong, who was deep in thought. After a while, Li Dakong lifted his head, still wearing that smiling face. Well, generally, no matter what, I still welcome you to invest in Hongshan County. With that, he stood up directly, There are many leaders waiting downstairs, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I'll take my leave. Li Shuai smiled and nodded, mentally marking a big X on Li.com. This person is far behind Mayor Pei Yin from Jinghai. Mayor Pei Yin is truly a good official who serves the people, only thinking about the living conditions of the people in Jinghai, whereas this county mayor Dakong is only serving his own future. All he wants is for Li Shuai to provide him with GDP to ensure his smooth career path. Upon hearing that Li Shuai had a grudge with his superior, he was afraid it would affect his position, so he got up and left immediately. On the other hand, Mayor Pei Yin, in order to keep Li Shuai in Jinghai for business, did not hesitate to confront provincial leaders, risking his own future to help Li Shuai secure policies. The contrast is simply worlds apart. Watching Li Dakong and his secretary leave quickly like they were avoiding a plague, Li Shuai couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. If he were to chase after Li Dakong right now and tell him that he had already cleared things up with the Zhao family, he wondered what his expression would be. Chapter 63, absolutely not, because of looks 3 days later on April 30th at the gate of Jinghai No. 1 High School. With the May Day holiday approaching, students were not leisurely leaving school. The boys were running out like a pack of wild horses, while the girls were quickly walking in small steps. The road in front of the school was filled with cars picking up children, making it quite congested. Only the gentle slope directly in front of the main gate was unusually empty, and the boys would subconsciously stop and take a few more glances here. Other cars did not dare to park nearby because a Havel H6 was parked here. At this time, there was no compulsory insurance. If there were scratches or collisions, ordinary people could not afford to pay. Outside the car stood a crew-cut man in a suit, smoking a cigarette. It was Tang Xiaolong. Looking inside the car, Li Shuai was flipping through a stack of resumes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pile of resumes from recent applicants. There have been quite a few applicants these days, most of whom were graduating college students, basically during the period of returning to school for internships, writing graduation theses, and doing defense presentations, so they had plenty of free time to come. The main reason was that the Galaxy Group had promised to reimburse travel and accommodation expenses during the interview period if candidates passed the interview, plus a daily meal allowance of 5 yuan per person. Therefore, the first floor of the office building had been bustling these days. After arriving, they would first write their resumes on the first floor, and the interviews would officially start on May 1st. The company itself would not have a holiday, but holiday pay was 3 times the normal rate, which made employees happy to work overtime. However, there was no 3 times pay on construction sites. The employment relationships there were more complicated. The labor relations of construction workers were actually with the foreman, and the strong group wanted to offer 3 times the pay, but those foremen were not pleased. However, there were also red envelopes, but of course they were not given by the foreman, but by Gao Qiqiang. There was no way around it. Those skilled foremen were often relatives of the foreman, all in the same boat, making it hard to poach them. As for project managers and construction workers, they could read blueprints and knew how to do things. But if you asked them to use a brick cutter to build a wall, they might not even know how, and their work efficiency would be criticized by the foreman in no time. As for the workers, they were mostly trained by the foreman, and if told to go east, they definitely would not go west. The master-apprentice relationship was still quite rigid these days. To be honest, the establishment of the strong group was somewhat against the norm because most construction companies these days were run by foremen who, after becoming strong, sought to take a step further by obtaining qualifications to handle projects directly, thus avoiding losing a significant portion of profit. For example, Chintai's construction group had controlled dozens of construction teams over the past 20 years, which was the most valuable asset. The most troublesome thing for Gao Qiqiang recently was recruiting construction teams. Speaking of the May Day interviews, choosing this time had its benefits. Because of the holiday, many executives from other domestic companies might come and check it out. Li Shuai flipped through the resumes one by one, mainly looking at the appearance of the interviewees. Without beauty filters or retouching, the 1-inch photos these days were quite real. Looking at the resumes, work experience, they were all college students in their internship period. What was there to see? But to his surprise, there were indeed a few pretty girls. Li Shuai paused on one resume. The 1-inch photo showed a smiling and beautiful girl. Mengyu, still from Jinghai? Li Shuai then looked at her education section. Majoring in journalism, senior year. First year of graduate studies? This one is good. He muttered to himself and set aside Meng Yu's resume. Definitely not, because Meng Yu was pretty. Continuing to look. After flipping through a few more pages, Li Shuai's eyes lit up again. This resume featured a round-faced beauty. Su Bansha, graduated with a degree in mechanical engineering? Li Shuai became interested again. But as he continued reading, his interest waned. She was already 31 years old? Is this an old photo from a few years ago? Or does she just look young? Marital status, divorced. Well, at least she is honest, marking it with a check. Next, he looked at her work experience, stating she had her own company, a yard. Li Shuai shrugged. Good looks along with business experience, even better. He released the clip and set Su Bansha's resume aside. Just then, the driver's side door opened, and Tang Xiaolong got in. Li Shuai looked up and out the car window, seeing Gao Qilon waving goodbye to a female classmate. Then, with her backpack, she skipped over happily and opened the door to sit in the passenger seat. Oh, Mr. Li? Gao Qilon was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Li Shuai to come personally to pick her up after school. Li Shuai showed a doting smile. Call me brother, and make sure to include my name. Gao Qilon was taken aback for a moment, then stifled a laugh and called out, Handsome guy. Hey, puffed. Tang Xiaolong burst out laughing. However, when he looked up at the rearview mirror, he saw Li Shuai also staring at him. So he quickly suppressed his laughter, pretended to cough, and started the car. Xiaolong, buckle up. While buckling her seatbelt, Gao Qilon asked, Brother, why do you have time to pick me up today? Avoiding people. Everyone wants to see me these days. I'm almost becoming face blind. Speaking of this, Li Shuai felt speechless. He had met over 50 local leaders in 2 days, all coming to solicit investments. Of course, he had politely declined, saying that the situation in Jinghai had not fully settled yet, and they were not considering investing elsewhere for the time being. Today, he simply didn't go to the office, stayed home until the afternoon, and then Tang Xiaolong came to say that Gao Qixing and Gao Qilong were back for the May Day holiday. So he came to pick her up? Naturally, Li Shuai chose to pick up Gao Qilong. She was so pure and cute, right? After all, they only got to go home once every 2 weeks. And she usually stayed at school, so it was rare to see her. Passing by the company building, he let Lu Mei bring out the resumes received over these days. Speaking of which, all 3 siblings of the Gao family were quite smart. Gao Qixing was undoubtedly a top student, and Gao Qilong was as well, being able to get into Jinghai No. 1 high school, and it was said that she ranked quite high in her studies. Gao Qiqiang, looking simple and honest, actually was quite clever. Avoiding people? Who are you avoiding? Gao Qilong asked curiously. Tang Xiaolong took over the conversation. Of course, avoiding those dignitaries. Each one talks a lot, trying to get our Mr. Li to invest in their places. To put it bluntly, most of the money invested would probably end up in their pockets. Why tell the kids this? Li Shuai shot back at him. He then looked at Gao Qilong. You're in senior year now, right? Have you thought about what major you want to apply for after the college entrance exam? Gao Qilong bit her lip and thought for a moment. I used to want to be a doctor, but now I'm not so sure. While speaking, her eyes were fixed on Li Shuai. Li Shuai was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Being a doctor is fine. When you finish your studies, I'll open a hospital for you, and you can be the director. Gao Qilong's eyes widened immediately. Really? EW. Li Shuai made a disgusted expression. You're already this old, and you're still acting cute. Gao Qilong blinked. What does acting cute mean? Chapter 64, no comment. Everyone. Lu Mei stood on a stool behind the front desk, holding a small loudspeaker, and shouted. There are signs at the elevator and the stairway. Everyone, please go to the corresponding floor for the interview, based on your job preferences. For those on the lower floors, please take the stairs to leave the elevator available for friends going to higher floors. Thank you all. Looking at the lobby on the first floor, it was packed with people, and a large group was gathered at the elevator entrance, most of them in their 20s. Several young ladies from the reception desk on the first floor had come out, along with a few security staff in black, trying to maintain order and answer questions from job seekers. Even Gao Xiaofeng was there, standing next to Lu Mei. After hearing Lu Mei's announcement, some job seekers gathered at the elevator entrance thought for a moment, and then called to those around them to head towards the stairway. At that moment, a beauty with a round face and a bag walked in through the door. It was Su Bansha. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the scene before her, and then strode in. Lu Mei jumped down from the stool and complained to Gao Xiaofeng. There are too many people. My voice is almost gone. Gao Xiaofeng, however, sighed. It's basically all college students, so enviable. Lumi didn't respond, but continued to complain. 2 elevators are simply not enough? If more people come later, won't it be a squeeze during rush hours? I need to talk to CEO Lee about adding 2 more. Just then, she caught sight of someone walking toward the front desk and looked closely to see another beauty. So many outstanding beauties have come today. Sue Banksia walked up to the front desk and was momentarily stunned when she saw Gao Xiaofeng's appearance. Thinking to herself that Xiao Chun had even suggested she flirt with the boss here, with such a stunning beauty around. How could he possibly be interested in a divorced single woman like her? Coming back to her senses, she asked, "Hello, may I know which floor the interview for the management position at the Heavy Industry Group Steel Company is on?" Gao Xiaofeng glanced at the form in front of her and smiled as she replied, "10th floor, there's an elevator over there on the right, and the stairs are next to it." "All right, thank you." "You're welcome." Sue Banksia left the front desk and walked to the elevator entrance. Seeing the crowded scene, and knowing she needed to go to the 10th floor while not feeling well, she had no choice but to brace herself and wait for the elevator. 10th floor, the conference room of the Centaur Heavy Industry. This place had temporarily been converted into a written test venue, including the 2 large offices next door. By the way, the 2nd floor of this building is the cafeteria, the 3rd floor is the security department, the 4th and 5th floors are the Taurus Financial Group. The 6th floor is Gemini Entertainment. The 7th to 10th floors are Centaur Heavy Industry Group. The 11th to 13th floors are Bear Logistics Group. The 14th to 19th floors are Bear Research Group. And the 20th floor is Orion Security Company. The 21st floor is the offices of the Group's senior management. Previously, the whole building had very few people. Only about 200 of Su Zhang's former subordinates were on the 3rd floor, now employees of the security department of the group. Other floors combined had only a few dozen people, making it quite desolate. Now, Li Sihui was on the 5th floor responsible for the written tests and interviews of the management of Li S Bank and Tian Guanxing Financial Investment Company under the financial group. Su Lei was on the 6th floor, Li Shuai on the 10th floor, Su Jiang on the 13th floor, and Li Erxi on the 19th floor. The other floors were recently hired, such as Zhang Cuiping and the former manager Li Yukai from the Mercedes 4S store responsible for interviews. By the way, this old manager from the 4S store was previously the business manager of the Jinghai Old Steel Plant, who was pushed out by the group of people from the factory director's family for various reasons and had to switch to sales, which was only a few years ago. Su Jiang still had a wide network in Jinghai. While it might be difficult to recruit top talents, finding a few qualified managers and HR managers was quite simple. Most of the current staff in the group were recruited by him, which saved Li Shuai a lot of trouble. Looking at the conference room, one by one, formally dressed job seekers were led in by the security personnel at the door, taking their seats according to their assigned numbers. It felt somewhat reminiscent of their school exam days, leaving them a bit dazed. There were 2 A4 sheets posted on the door, one horizontal stating, "Written test venue for Jinghai Yangmingxing Steel Company, Limited." The other vertical listed the seating numbers for each test taker. Another job seeker approached, appearing to be around 30 years old, somewhat handsome, wearing glasses and slick back hair. He was holding a bag and asked the security guard at the door, "Excuse me, can I bring this bag inside?" The suited security guard smiled and replied, "Yes, please come in." "Oh, great, thank you." The job seeker thought to himself, as expected of a big company, even a random employee is so polite. Upon entering, he looked for his seat, and many seats were already taken. He just needed to find an empty one. Soon he found his seat, and looking at the label above, he realized his name was Guo Qidong. Just as he sat down, the sound of high heels echoed from the entrance. Then a beauty with a round face walked in, capturing the attention of everyone present. Su Banksia entered the exam room, also searching for a seat. Guo Qidong noticed her, and they seemed to know each other as he directly exclaimed, "Su Banksia?" Su Banksia looked over, a bit surprised. "Guo Qidong?" Guo Qidong smirked. "You're here for the interview too?" "Yes, is that a problem?" Su Banksia confidently walked over to Guo Qidong. "I'm free, but how about you? Does Lao Qiu know about this?" "Huh, you think you can use that to threaten me?" Guo Qidong scoffed, "And besides, what if he knows? You still have to pay me back the money you owe." Su Banksia shot Guo Qidong a disdainful glance before continuing her search for her seat. Guo Qidong turned around, wanting to retort further, just as the security guard at the entrance announced, "Everyone, The written test time is up. We will distribute the test papers now. If you need a pen, you can come to me to get one." Saying this, he held out a stack of papers, distributing them one by one. After Guichidong received the test paper and glanced at the question, he immediately raised an eyebrow. The paper only had one question. "Please list the strengths and weaknesses of your previous workplaces in management, business, and technical aspects, and provide corresponding improvement suggestions for the weaknesses." Guichidong sneered. He had seen similar stories in some foreign magazines, so he felt this was a trap testing the ethical standards of job seekers. Therefore, he directly wrote 4 big characters, "No comment." Then he signed his name, picked up the test paper, and swaggered over to the security guard at the door, handed him the test paper, and left with flair. The security guard was stunned, and when he opened the test paper, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The other people present were also smart. Seeing the situation, they began to contemplate the deeper meaning of the question. Then, one by one, people started to stand up, and the number was almost half. The security guard at the entrance was directly dumbfounded, mechanically accepting one blank sheet after another. At noon, in the president's office on the 10th floor of the heavy industry group, Li Shuai was eating the heartwarming bento sent by Zhou Xiaoxiao while reviewing dozens of written test answer sheets with his little maid. Perhaps the security guard was worried that Li Shuai would be so angry at seeing so many blank sheets that he wouldn't be able to eat. So he placed the ones with answers on top. Li Shuai looked through them one by one, suddenly furrowing his brows, almost spitting out his food. No comment. Looking again at the name. Guichidong? Where did this idiot come from? I want to know your capabilities in management, business, and technical aspects. And you give me a no comment? At this moment, the little maid also picked up a sheet. I also have a no comment here. Li Shuai stretched his neck to take a look, then directly tossed Guichidong's exam paper into the pile of failures. However, when he looked down again, it was another no comment. Flipping it over to check, it was a blank paper. Looking again, it was another blank paper. Looking again, it was no comment. Li Shuai rolled his eyes, stacked the remaining papers, and then handed them to Zhou Xiaoxiao. All the blank ones are eliminated. Anything with even a little writing passes. Chapter 65, Su Jiang. That makes sense. At 2 p.m., the management interviews for the subsidiaries of Galaxy Group began. The interviews for regular employees on other floors were just a formality. Li Shuai had already instructed that as long as they were college graduates, they should be considered. College graduates were still quite sought after these days, especially since the policy of employment allocation for graduates had just been canceled last year. The perception that there were too many graduates was largely due to the transformation of numerous state-owned enterprises, and for the remaining large state-owned enterprises, the sheer number of 829, 100 graduates was simply too much to absorb. As for those businesses transitioning from public to private, the situation was well understood. They were not keen on having graduates compete for grassroots management positions that were typically held by their relatives. Furthermore, they sought the cheapest labor, at a monthly salary of a couple hundred yuan, while the salary demands of graduates typically started at 300 and above, which they viewed as a significant drain on their resources. For Galaxy Group, however, the total number of future positions was estimated to be in the tens of thousands. And Li Shuai would be more than happy if all those positions were filled by graduates. Therefore, the more than 1,000 graduates applying this time, regardless of whether they were from undergraduate or vocational programs, would certainly be accepted first and foremost. Their abilities could be cultivated gradually. As for the management personnel above the department manager level in the subsidiaries, their actual capabilities would be the decisive factor. Those who wrote no comment on the written tests, in Li Shuai's view, were simply lacking in common sense. It's not like they were being asked for core technologies from their original units. Frankly, what was there to keep secret about the outdated technologies from those shabby factories? On the 10th floor, in the same conference room, after the security staff's tense arrangements at noon, the room had now turned into an interview point. The 2 adjacent offices served as a rest area for job seekers, and lunch had also been prepared for them, delivered from the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. At this moment, everyone was sitting on plastic chairs, nervously awaiting their names to be called by the security staff for their interviews. A security staff member walked to the door with a thin stack of test papers and called out, "Wei Qingmei, Su Bangxia, Lu Hui, Zhou Kong, Zhang Shua." The 5 people whose names were called quickly stood up. The security staff member smiled and said, "Please follow me." As the 5 left, Guo couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He shouldn't have submitted his paper so quickly in the morning and should have waited until the designated time. He didn't expect that as soon as he walked out of the test site, a large group of people followed him out. Now everyone had the same answers, and the interview would be competitive. Thinking of this, he shrugged. He was confident in his abilities and eloquence and believed he could stand out. On the other side, the security staff led the 5 to the conference room door, asking the others to wait outside first while letting the female candidate named Wei Qingmei enter for her interview. Inside the conference room, Li Shuai was sitting alone at a small desk, looking at the resume of the first candidate. From the photo, it was clear that it was quite the opposite of her name. At that moment, the door opened and a woman in her 30s or 40s, slightly plump, walked in. After approaching Li Shuai, she slightly bowed and said, "Hello. Hello, please take a seat." Li Shuai smiled at her and, after she sat down, asked, "Wei Qingmei, you previously worked at Haigang as the deputy director of the marketing department, right? Can you tell me why you left Haigang to come work with us?" Hearing this question, Wei Qingmei was a bit surprised and smiled back. Shouldn't the interview start with a self-introduction? Li Shuai raised his eyes, looking at Wei Qingmei with interest. Usually, interviewees are quite nervous and submissive. Why are you so relaxed? I just came to give it a try. I didn't say I had to work for your esteemed company. I'm still employed at Haigang, so there's no pressure. Wei Qingmei smiled and said, I came to Jinghai to assess whether there was a need to acquire the Jinghai steel plant. Coincidentally, your recruitment event is quite grand. So out of curiosity, I came to take a look. It's just that with the May Day holiday, I had time for the interview. Li Shuai nodded approvingly. You are quite honest. He glanced at Wei Qingmei's written test answers on her right. On the written test, you only addressed the strengths and weaknesses in management and business, without mentioning anything about technology. Are you worried about leaking your old unit's technology? Wei Qingmei widened her eyes and shook her head. No, as a marketer, I don't understand technology at all. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai stared at her in a bit of daze. Logically, marketers should understand technology, especially the strengths and weaknesses of their own products, so they could have confidence during business negotiations. Although there are clearly stipulated standards in steel, and the differences in products are minimal. After a moment of thought, Li Shuai realized that this plump lady probably hadn't considered leaving Haigang, so she felt there was nothing to say. He then smiled and said, I really hope my company can have talents like you. Please consider it. The position and salary will definitely not disappoint you. On the last day of the May Day holiday, we will arrange for someone to call you, and I hope to receive good news about your decision to join us. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingmei looked at Li Shuai with some surprise, quickly regaining her smile, and stood up. I will consider it. Li Shuai also stood up to see her off, extending his hand for a handshake. Enjoy your holiday. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the 13th floor of the logistics group, Su Jiang was also preparing for the interview. He picked up the first resume and test paper, reading out the candidate's name. Zhang Shengluan? A girl named this? Wouldn't she seem like a tomboy? As soon as he finished speaking, a tall beauty, dressed in a white women's suit with a ponytail, sunglasses, and a handbag, walked in, looking to be about 7 meters tall. She approached Su Jiang and directly sat down. Su Jiang stared blankly at this oval-faced beauty, thinking, does someone coming for an interview need to be so full of themselves? Before he could speak, the woman named Zhang Shengluan said, I'm not here for an interview. I want to see your general manager, Li. Ah. Su Jiang snapped out of his daze, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and thought, so I'm not of high enough status to talk to you? Zhang Shengluan was taken aback by his demeanor, but then nodded. You are indeed a bit lacking in status. You can't make decisions about my matters. Huh? Su Jiang immediately uncrossed his legs, sat up straight, and glared at Zhang Shengluan. Young lady, have you even matured? Speak a bit more politely, will you? There are plenty of people wanting to see General Li. Even those at the division level have the queue. Who do you think you are? Zhang Shengluan leaned back in her chair and crossed her legs. There indeed is a queue. I've been coming here every day to seek an audience, but I just can't meet him, so I had to submit my resume pretending to be a job seeker. Just call him and say Zhang Shengluan from Home to Shipbuilding wants to see him. He will meet with me. Forget it. Just tell me which floor he is on, and I'll find him myself. Now Su Jiang was a bit unsure. Mainly, this Zhang Shengluan was indeed beautiful. similar to the pair of twin secretaries General Li had just hired. Could she be one of General Li's past affairs? The more Su Jiang thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, this woman wouldn't be so confident, right? With this in mind, Su Jiang looked at Zhang Shenglan and said, 10th floor. Thank you. Zhang Shenglan uncrossed her legs and was about to get up when she suddenly thought of something. Looking at Su Jiang provocatively, you should be a bit more polite when talking to me, because once I meet your General Li, he might very well take a liking to me. What do you think? Saying this, without caring about Su Jiang's reaction, she got up and left. Su Jiang's mouth slightly opened, staring blankly at Zhang Shenglan as she walked out. When the sound of the door closing came, he pointed at the door and shouted loudly, "That's reasonable." Back on the 10th floor, at the entrance of the conference room, Wei Qingmei walked out with a smile. At this moment, the security guard let Su Bangxia in again. However, Wei Qingmei didn't rush back to the instead. After Su Bangxia went in, she leaned towards the security guard and quietly asked, "Hey, hello, I want to ask about the interviewer inside. What is their position in your company?" The security guard was taken aback for a moment, then looked at this lady in front of him, thinking to himself, she can't be interested in our General Manager Li, right? That would be unfortunate. I've heard that General Manager Li is particularly picky about appearances. Then, he looked at Wei Qingmei with a sympathetic gaze and leaned in to whisper, "Sister, that's our Galaxy Group's chairman, the biggest boss. You should consider changing your target." When Wei Qingmei heard that he was the big boss of Galaxy Group, she was surprised for a moment, but after hearing the security guard's last words, she was completely stunned. She looked at him with a mix of laughter and tears and said, "What are you talking about? My kid is about to enter middle school." Chapter 66. No matter how beautiful, you must understand politeness. In the 10th floor conference room, Li Shuai heard the sound of high heels clicking and looked up. Upon seeing Su Bangxia, he was taken aback. She was indeed quite pretty. "Hello." Su Bangxia was acting normally, with a nervous look on her face. "Hello. Please take a seat." After inviting her to sit down, Li Shuai directly asked, "You mentioned in your resume that you own a company and a yard. Why are you here to apply for a job instead of managing it well?" Upon hearing this, Su Bangxia's nervousness disappeared, and she complained, "I came here because my yard can't continue operating. I have 50,000 tons of scrap steel stored there, but the steel prices started plummeting at the beginning of this year. I'm also in a huge amount of debt." Su Bangxia spoke as if chatting with a friend, roughly recounting her experiences from the past 6 months to Li Shuai. She talked for a full 10 minutes without interruption, and Li Shuai listened with great interest. After all, if it were the previous Wei Qingmei, she would have been kicked out by Li Shuai for rambling on for so long. After finishing, Su Bangxia seemed thirsty and smacked her lips. Li Shuai bent down and took a bottle of mineral water from the cooler beside the chair and handed it to her. "Thank you." After opening the cap and taking a sip, Su Bangxia said, "Comrade, I don't expect to pass the interview. Could you take me to meet your boss? Your steel plant must need raw materials, right? I have 50,000 tons of scrap steel, all good materials." Li Shuai was momentarily stunned, then revealed a knowing smile. "So this is your fundamental purpose for coming to Jinghai, right?" Su Bangxia immediately showed an awkward smile, pretending to drink water to avoid embarrassment. Suddenly, Li Shuai said, "I'm a chairman of this Galaxy Group, Li Shuai." Su Bangxia was taken aback, and the water she had just swallowed went down the wrong pipe. Puffed. Li Shuai instinctively dodged to the side, but still got sprayed on half his face. Cough, cough, cough. "EM soda, EM soda." Su Bangxia frantically rummaged through her bag, pulled out a pack of tissues, and tore off a sheet to help Li Shuai wipe his face. All right. Li Shuai took the tissue and wiped his face with a look of disdain. He then continued, "I'll take your 50,000 tons of scrap steel, and you can come work as the director of the procurement department at my steel plant." Upon hearing this, Su Bangxia was momentarily stunned and couldn't say a word. Li Shuai waved his hand and said, "Let us talk about the price of your scrap steel later. Due to time constraints, let us discuss your compensation first. What is your expected monthly salary?" Just as Su Bangxia was about to speak, the door suddenly opened, and a long-legged beauty in a white suit walked in with a handbag. Wasn't he that the Zhang Shenglan who had just confronted Su Jiang? Li Shuai frowned and looked at the security guard who followed her in. The guard seemed flustered, and at that moment, Zhang Shenglan said, "You must be General Manager Li, right?" Don't make it hard for me. I want to talk to you. I'll leave after we chat, so please let the others step aside. Li Shuai's frown deepened, and he bluntly scolded, "Get out." The security guard immediately bowed and turned to leave. Su Bangxia was also about to get up. However, Li Shuai glared at Su Bangxia. "What are you doing?" "I told her to leave." He then looked at the security guard. "Take her out, politely." Zhang Shenglan's eyes behind her sunglasses widened in disbelief. Before she could say anything, the security guard walked up to her and politely said, "Miss, please come with me." Saying that, he directly grabbed her arm. "Hey, I have something to say," Zhang Shenglan shouted as she was dragged away. "I just want to say a few words." "Hey, don't pull me." As the door closed again, Li Shuai darkly remarked, "No manners." He then turned to Su Bangxia, smiling again. "Let us continue our previous conversation. What is your salary requirement?" Su Bangxia couldn't find her words for a moment. She was stunned by the surprise earlier, and after Zhang Shenglan's scene. Although her mind was clear, she really didn't have a number in mind for how much salary to ask for. After graduating from university, she didn't like the unit she was assigned to. So, she started her own business dealing with scrap steel, and she hadn't really worked much. Seeing her confused expression, Li Shuai chuckled. "How about this? A preliminary annual salary of 80,000. Then, as for the procurement department, it will depend on how much you can save for the company. For the raw materials you procure that meet the company standards, 50 of the difference between the procurement price and the market price will be your department's reward." Su Bangxia's eyes lit up immediately. "So, if the market price for scrap steel is 1,000 yuan per ton, and I buy it for 500 yuan, then I can earn half of the remaining 500? Li Shuai raised a finger and pointed at her. "That will go to your department. As the leader, you need to distribute some to the team members. Otherwise, morale will be low, and the team will be hard to manage." "I understand." Su Bangxia stood up, deeply bowed to Li Shuai. "Thank you, General Manager Li, thank you." Wow, it had gotten warmer in Jinghai these days, and everyone was wearing less. When Su Bangxia bent down to bow, Li Shuai noticed that her figure was quite impressive. Li Shuai discreetly raised his hand to interrupt her bowing. "All right, if you're satisfied, come work on the 8th? Okay, thank you, General Manager Li." Another bow followed. As she walked out with a light step, Li Shuai scratched his nose, feeling a bit lost. He picked up the resume and written test of the next candidate. When the door opened again, and the same beauty walked in, Zhang Shenglan walked up to Li Shuai angrily and sat down, then turned her head to the side, looking quite unhappy. Li Shuai tilted his head, somewhat confused. "What is wrong with you, young lady?" Then the security guard rushed back in, looking apologetic and bitter. Li Shuai didn't hold it against him and waved him away. It was fair to blame the guard. After all, she was a stunning beauty. If it had been a man, the guard might have just taken him down and dragged him out. Once the door closed again, Li Shuai looked at Zhang Shenglan. "What is your name, and what position are you applying for?" Zhang Shenglan shot him a glance. "I'm not here for an interview. I told you I want to talk to you." Li Shuai raised his head in disbelief. "Who are you that I should talk to you?" Zhang Shenglan pouted. "I'm Zhang Shenglan, and Zhang Benkai from Home to Shipbuilding is my father." Li Shuai spread his hands, feeling amused. "So?" Hearing this, Zhang Shenglan's expression turned angry. "So, General Manager Li, you clearly have the strength. Why do you wait for Home to Shipbuilding to go bankrupt and restructure before you buy in at a low price? That's my father's lifelong work. I've worked hard to find friends to bid for it back, and the result." Before she could finish, Li Shuai interrupted her by tapping the table. "Don't come here to complain. I'm very busy. Just say what you want." "Complain?" Zhang Shenglan was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly recovered. "I want to buy back a portion of the shares of Home to Shipbuilding. I currently have about 500 million on hand." Li Shuai nodded. "Okay, 500 million for 5 stake." Zhang Shenglan was dumbfounded. "Your acquisition price is only 1.5 billion. That's 40. Huh. Li Shuai is not unto Shipbuilding. In the hands of your father and your 4 wasteful brothers, 1.5 billion is already overpriced. Now it's in my hands, called Binstar Shipbuilding Industry. After restructuring, its market value will not be less than 15 billion. Why should you spend 500 million for 40 of shares? Giving you 5 is already very generous." Zhang Shenglan was left speechless, then abruptly took off her sunglasses and stared directly at Li Shuai. What will it take for you to return the shipyard to me? Li Shuai directly stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the money." TSK. Zhang Shenglan immediately gritted her teeth. "No money. Just 500 million. If you don't have money, what are you talking to me for?" Li Shuai was also getting impatient. He had already heard from Li Erxi about the internal troubles in Hongta shipbuilding. He listened to him complain, "Well, your dad's hard work." If it were really hard work, could he watch his 4 wasteful sons empty out the shipyard? To put it bluntly, the 4 useless sons have no ability, and, as their father, he just turns a blind eye, indirectly leaving them enough money to spend for a lifetime. And you, as a daughter, even if the shipyard is left to you, you're destined to take someone else's surname in the future. So he just gives up. Am I wrong? Hard work? What methods did he use to get the shipyard in the first place? Do you think I don't know? Zhang Shenglan was stunned by his words, and then suddenly acted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. "You can't say that about my dad. Do you know? You don't know anything. Security." Li Shuai expressed his laziness to continue talking to Zhang Shenglan and shouted towards the door. The next moment, a security guard walked in. "Mr. Li, drag her out of this building." Li Shuai looked at Zhang Shenglan and told the security guard, "You don't have to do anything today. Just guard outside the building. If she comes back in, you don't have to come to work anymore." "You." Zhang Shenglan glared angrily again. However, before she could say anything further, the security guard walked up to her, grabbed her hand, and tried to drag her out. "Don't touch me." Zhang Shenglan shook off the security guard's hand. "I can walk myself." Saying that, she shot Li Shuai a fierce glance. Li Shuai didn't bother to argue with this spoiled young lady. After Zhang Shenglan left, he tidied up his thoughts and continued with his interview work. Just as he was about to call the next person, the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Su Xiang's number. "Hello." On the other end, Su Xiang's voice came through. "Mr. Li, I bought 3 second-hand cargo ships over at Haigang Shipping, and the crew is all set. Both captains are my former comrades." Li Shuai nodded. "Perfect. I just secured a batch of scrap steel. You guys bring the ships to Jiangdong Binhai, and later I'll have someone named Su Bansha connect with you." "Okay." At the same time, in Handong Jingzhou, in a luxurious community, a Santana slowly drove in, following the small path between the villas. The view shifted to the courtyard of a large villa, where a man in his 50s was sitting in a pavilion reading a newspaper. A graceful young woman then walked out of the house, holding a ceramic teacup, and entered the pavilion. "Dad, drink the ginseng tea." The man put down the newspaper, took off his reading glasses, and frowned as he took the ginseng tea from the table. He opened the lid, blew on it, and took a sip. That sip made his face wrinkle up. Xiao Hui at least put in a piece of rock sugar. However, the young woman ignored him and picked up the newspaper he had left on the table. The man, feeling ignored, took another sip and then asked, "How's Ruilong doing over in Jinghai?" The young woman answered while reading the newspaper, "I heard him say that the one named Li is quite arrogant. He spent quite a bit to get them to let go of their prejudices against our family." "Huh." The man chuckled. "Young people are so easy to fool." The young woman raised her eyes. "Fool? Are you saying Ruilong was fooled by that Li Shuai? Isn't that obvious?" The man laughed. "It was originally a conflict between your 4th uncle and that kid. We didn't intervene, which was already a gesture of goodwill. The matter ends here. But what about your brother? He went up to apologize to them, yet he didn't even warm their seat. He should go and build a good relationship with them, but all he knows is to send gifts. As the governor, he only boasts when it comes to showing off. Usually he's so arrogant, but when he sees someone who isn't afraid of him, he immediately shows his true weight." Zhao Xiaowei understood immediately, but replied, "Then why didn't you remind him on the phone?" Zhao Lichuan rolled his eyes. "Why do I have to remind him about everything? What is his brain for?" Saying this, he picked up the cup and handed it to his daughter with a smile. "Put in some rock sugar." Zhao Xiaowei immediately straightened her face. "Aren't you aware that your blood sugar is high?" The old man had no choice but to retract his hand and put the cup back on the coaster. To be fair, Zhao Lichuan, at 60 years old, looked like he was in his 50s, which can only be attributed to good maintenance. He then said, "The holiday is over. You should also go to Jinghai. Such a big cake, we have to cut a piece for ourselves." Zhao Xiaowei nodded at his words, just as she was about to speak when she heard a car coming from outside the courtyard. A nanny went to open the door, and then a guest carrying gifts was welcomed in. Looking at this person, it was none other than CountyHeadley.com. "Oh, Xiaoli? Zhao Lichuan looked at the smiling Li Dakong and greeted him with a smirk. Leader. Li Dakong nodded and bowed as he walked into the pavilion. When he saw Zhao Xiaohui beside him, he also greeted her. Xiaohui is here too. Zhao Xiaohui smiled at him. Have a seat. They were not far apart in age. Although Zhao Xiaohui was a few years younger than Li Dakong, she was Zhao Lichuan's daughter. If she chose to enter politics, her rank would definitely not be lower than Li Dakong's, so there was no need for excessive politeness. Once Li Dakong was seated, Zhao Lichuan smirked and said to him, "It's been a while since I've seen you. Has your unit been very busy lately?" Li Dakong's smile froze for a moment as he caught the implication in Zhao Lichuan's words. However, his expression quickly returned to a smile. After all, I was brought up by you. Now that I'm a county head, I have to work hard and strive to bring you honor. Zhao Lichuan finally smiled knowingly and glanced at the gifts Li Dakong brought. Seizing the opportunity, Li Dakong said, "I went to Jinghai a few days ago to seek investments, but since I couldn't secure any, I thought I'd bring you some local specialties." "That's very thoughtful." Zhao Lichuan nodded in satisfaction. He then asked, "You went to Jinghai to seek investment? Looking for that Li Shuai?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaohui also raised her eyes. Li Dakong replied, "Yes, but from our conversation, it seems that Li Shuai isn't a proper businessman, so I left after a few words." Zhao Lichuan immediately rolled his eyes and scolded, "You too. Can't you change that rigid personality? What do you mean by not being a proper businessman? How many proper people are there in business? Aren't they all profit-driven?" Li Dakong was momentarily confused. Wasn't it said that there was a deep conflict between the two sides? Why was he still defending him? Zhao Lichuan continued, "As a local leader, your primary concern should be to make the area you govern wealthy. How to make it wealthy? If the government has no money, isn't it still reliant on those businessmen? First, you need to figure out whether he has the funds. Then consider whether he is good or bad. Bring him to your Hongshan County first. Once the funding is secured, you can put some restrictions on him to keep him in check." Li Dakong felt his mind was not enough for this. It seemed he had missed out on several billion. In the end, he still wasn't giving up and tentatively said with a smile, "What the leader says is right. The main thing is that when I arrived in Jinghai, I heard that Li Shuai had a very intense conflict with a local political and legal committee shortly after arriving. I thought, if he were a legitimate businessman, how could he have a conflict with law enforcement? The key is that he has a significant background. He himself is fine, but the secretary of the Jinghai Political and Legal Committee got investigated. You say, how can a small temple in our Hongshan County afford such a big Buddha?" Zhao Lichuan listened with a frown, then suddenly realized, pointing at Li Dakong with his finger, shaking his head and laughing. "Xiao Li, oh Xiao Li, you think you can keep secret from me, huh?" Saying this, he looked straight at Li Dakong. "That's right, Zhao Lidong, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Jinghai City, is my brother. Personally, I naturally have a grudge against Li Shuai, but publicly, I really hope such entrepreneurs come to invest in Handong and improve our economic situation. If he can help the 70 million people of Handong achieve a moderately prosperous life, I would kneel down to thank him, even if he sent my brother to prison, or even if he sent me to prison. Do you understand what I mean?" Li Dakong could hardly not understand. Although he still had a smile on his face, he was already cursing inwardly. "So you two have already reconciled, and that Zhao Ruilong must have gained benefits in Jinghai, while that Li Shuai is just playing me like a monkey. I was still afraid Zhao Ruilong would report me." Rushing back to explain, "We're all surnamed Li. Can't you not be so excessive?" Chapter 68, Stealing Technology from Other Companies. Back to Jinghai. After Su Bangxia walked out of the interview point, it felt as if her body had suddenly recovered. Her head no longer hurt, and her hands and feet were warm again. She walked back to the lounge with a cheerful stride, chatting on the phone as she went. When she reached the door, she remembered that making a phone call inside would attract envy, so she stood at the entrance to talk, but her joy made it impossible to keep her voice down. "Hello, Xiao Chun," Su Bangxia said happily into the phone. "I got the job, director of the procurement department, and that boss Li agreed to buy all the scrap steel from our yard." "Really?" Xiao Chun sounded equally surprised. "What price is he offering?" Su Bangxia deeply tiffin. "We haven't discussed that yet, but with such a big boss, how could he possibly lose money on us? A few million is just small change for him." Inside the room, everyone heard Su Bangxia's voice and showed expressions of envy. Only Guo Qidong snorted disdainfully. as if to say, a petty person has achieved success. In his eyes, Sue Banksia was just trying to show off by making the call where he could hear. At the same time, he felt even more confident. If even Sue Banksia passed the interview, then he surely had no problems. What kind of position was he hoping for? Vice president? He heard that the young foreigner Zhao Lei was also a vice president, always looking down on others. As he thought about this, a smile appeared on his face. Just then, Sue Banksia walked in and sat back in her original spot. She planned to wait until after work to talk to Boss Lee about the scrap steel prices, so she wouldn't be preoccupied with it. Moreover, the side in Binhai was urgently waiting for money, and the court's execution deadline was approaching, so it had to be resolved quickly. Everyone was waiting. After a while, 2 more interviewees walked out of the interview point, their faces full of smiles. But they didn't return to the lounge, just chatting and laughing with each other. It seemed their results were good too. Soon, a security guard walked to the entrance of the lounge and called out from the list, Ding Jionghui, Zhou Tao, Deng Jiahua, Wang Xian, Chun Li. Guo Qidong frowned, thinking that the order of the interviews was arranged according to the order of submission in the morning, and those who submitted first ended up at the back. At that moment, he heard the security guard continue, "Everyone, to avoid wasting your time, we have selected the candidates who passed the morning written test. Those whose names I call can stay and wait for the interview. Those whose names are not called, please feel free to leave." He then read out a long list of names. Guo Qidong listened and frowned, as he hadn't heard his name among the 10 or so that were called. Suddenly, the security guard's list stopped abruptly, saying, "That's the list of candidates who passed the interview." Wow! The lounge erupted in an uproar. The security guard quickly calmed everyone down. "Please be quiet and don't disturb the interviews next door. The reason you didn't qualify is that you turned in blank papers for the written test." Sue Banksia turned her head and looked at Guo Qidong with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Guo Qidong was already stunned, and with Sue Banksia's look, the last thread in his mind snapped. He stood up abruptly, pointing at the security guard and shouted, "You are simply despicable and shameless, using the pretense of a recruitment written test to steal secrets from other companies." The security guard raised an eyebrow and looked coldly at him. A troublemaker? He enjoyed that. He hadn't gotten into a fight in a long time. He then heard other interviewees angrily shout, "Where is your boss? Let him come out and explain to us." Yes, he must explain. Explain what? Let us find the media to expose him. Downstairs, over 100 security guards escorted about 30 people out, like they were prisoners. Once they reached the door, they released them. After letting Guo Qidong and the others go, the guards left coolly. The group that had been kicked out wanted to continue shouting, but suddenly saw several reporters running over not far away. A female reporter with a microphone happened to shove the microphone in front of Guo Qidong. "Sir, hello. Are you here for an interview? I just saw that you seem to be kicked out." The Galaxy Group has recently been the focus of Jinghai. After the last investment plan was released, reporters frequently came to interview. Since Li Shuai and Li Erxi could not be found, they would go to the construction site to find Gao Qiqiang and others. During this recruitment event, the reporters had come a few days ago to take photos and interview job seekers, but felt they couldn't dig up any big news. So they had reduced their numbers significantly. Today, they arrived late and missed the crowded scenes of the morning. So they were waiting at the door to interview job seekers about their opinions on the Galaxy Group. Guo Qidong looked at the microphone and got excited, then turned to face the camera, loudly declaring, "I want to tell everyone about a situation. The boss of the Galaxy Group is the most despicable entrepreneur I have ever seen. He uses the guise of recruitment to steal secrets from other enterprises. The questions in today's written test were designed to make us write down the core technologies of our previous companies. If we didn't right, we were directly eliminated. Those who did right all passed the interviews. I even suspect that he is a commercial spy sent by another country, and I suggest that the relevant authorities conduct a thorough investigation." The others around him also raised their fists and shouted, "Yes, I can also testify. This company is simply a disgrace to the industry. We call on society to boycott the Galaxy Group." The female reporter felt incredibly lucky, as did the other reporters nearby. They just want to do a simple interview, but unexpectedly uncovered a huge story. She was so excited that she forgot to thank him, pulling back the microphone and directly addressing the camera with a righteous critique. "Dear viewers, this is truly unexpected. We did not anticipate that the Galaxy Group, which the people of Jinghai have high hopes for, is such a company. Even more surprising is that the chairman of the Galaxy Group, Li Shuai, is such a ruthless entrepreneur. Rest assured, we will dig deep. If what these job seekers said is true, we will make sure the Galaxy Group gives the industry an explanation. After finishing, she ran joyfully towards her own business vehicle. A big scoop, of course, had to be reported first, earning some writing fees before anything else. As for verifying the truth, come on, if it turns out these people were wrong, then it wouldn't be big news anymore. What? Defamation? We just relayed what these job seekers said. How could that be defamation? What does it have to do with us? Even if it were defamation, so what? At worst, we publicly apologize. Watching the young female reporter leave, the other reporters frowned, thinking that girl was too hasty. After all, there was clearly something deeper to dig into, such as Li Shuai's history of making money and how he obtained the funds he was going to invest in Jinghai. If it turned out that Li Shuai used to be a major criminal, that would be a truly explosive story. Chapter 69, Dialogue with the King Without a Crown. Li Shuai tried to keep each interview within 5 minutes. Even so, by the time all the interviews were finished, it was already 5 p.m. Just as he walked out of the conference room, he heard someone calling for him. Mr. Li, Mr. Li. Turning around, he saw Su Banksia jogging over. Li Shuai smiled. Still here? Mr. Li, can we talk about the procurement prize for my batch of scrap steel? Su Banksia said somewhat shyly. She quickly added, I took too big a step with the yard issue before and owe quite a bit of money. The court's execution deadline is coming up, and I really need some cash. Li Shuai nodded. Let's talk while we walk. Huh? Su Banksia was a bit taken aback. Shouldn't they sit down to discuss this? However, Li Shuai had already walked toward the elevator, and she had no choice but to hurry after him. Once she caught up, she heard Li Shuai say, Actually, you don't need to be so anxious. Our country's economy is currently stagnant, and we need to stimulate domestic demand. With the government's large-scale infrastructure investment, steel prices will soon rebound. Su Banksia's eyes brightened, but then dimmed again. But when will that be? I'm really worried over here. Li Shuai thought for a moment, pursed his lips. I don't have a clear idea about the quality of your scrap steel. Let's say 50,000 tons at 1,000 per ton. How about that? Just then, they reached the elevator. Li Shuai pressed the button, and Su Banksia suddenly chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Li, it might not be 50,000 tons. I have a contract with wrong site. The 50,000 tons in my yard was actually bought for one of their executives. But they are now unilaterally denying the contract and want to change the price to 400 per ton. Li Shuai interrupted. Wrong site? A foreign company? Yes. An internationally renowned steel trading company. Li Shuai nodded and smiled. I understand now. You want to sell me that 50,000 tons of scrap steel first to cover your hole, and then figure out a way to hustle 50,000 tons for them, right? Hee. Su Banksia chuckled awkwardly. You're brilliant. At that moment, the elevator arrived. The two stepped inside, and, after closing the door, Li Shuai said, Then let's make it 200 per ton, giving you a bit more room to maneuver. I'll have my secretary coordinate with you later. Su Banksia's face lit up. Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Shuai smiled non-committally and added, Also, here's another suggestion. If you want to hustle scrap steel, do it quickly, because steel prices will rise soon. By then, the profit you make from me may not be enough to buy another 50,000 tons. Don't worry, I have connections over the Black Sea. Getting 50,000 tons is easy. On the first floor, Li Shuai strode out of the elevator, with Su Banksia following closely behind. By this time, today's interviews were basically over, and there weren't many people left on the first floor. Gao Xiaofeng and Liu Mei quickly spotted Li Shuai approaching. Mr. Li. The two greeted in unison. Li Shuai walked up to them, pointing at Gao Xiaofeng and introducing. This is my secretary, Gao Xiaofeng. He then looked at Gao Xiaofeng. Su Banksia, our future procurement director at the steel company. I just secured a batch of scrap steel from her at 200 per ton. When you have time, take her to Li Erxi to finalize a contract. Got it. I'll head back first. You all should get off work early. With that, Li Shuai walked directly outside. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw a large group of reporters standing outside, led by Tang Xiaolong, forming a wall with security personnel, seemingly waiting for something. Out of curiosity, Li Shuai walked over and patted Tang Xiaolong on the shoulder. Tang Xiaolong turned around, and upon seeing Li Shuai, quickly greeted him respectfully. Mr. Li, Li Shuai nodded towards the reporters. What's going on? However, before Tang Xiaolong could speak, the reporters, hearing him call Li Shuai Mr. Li, immediately realized he must be an executive from the Galaxy Group and became excited. They surged against the security personnel, stretching out their microphones towards Li Shuai, and began firing off questions. Hello, Mr. Li. Can you answer a few questions? Mr. Li, someone has reported to us that your Galaxy Group is stealing confidential information from other companies under the pretext of recruitment. What do you think about this? Mr. Li, is it true that the applicants who passed the written test today revealed their former company's core technology? Mr. Li, it said that you were abroad before, and then suddenly returned with a large amount of capital at the end of last year. Can you reveal the source of your funds? Li Shuai stared blankly at these kings without crowns, unsure where the accusation of stealing other companies' secrets came from. But upon further thought, it must have been those who failed the written test earlier, spouting nonsense in front of the reporters. After thinking for a moment, Li Shuai said to Tang Xiaolong, "Go up to the 10th floor and bring down today's written test papers." I divided them into 2 sets, one on the interview table in the conference room and the other in the office. Okay. Once Tang Xiaolong left, Li Shuai confidently walked up to the reporters. The kings without crowns were somewhat disappointed. If Li Shuai ignored them and just walked away, they could write whatever they wanted, freely fabricating the earlier events. Now that Li Shuai had come over, they had to ask questions. Li Shuai raised his hand and loudly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the chairman of Galaxy Group. Li Shuai, you can ask me any questions, but each person is limited to 1 question." The reporters immediately started clamoring to get Li Shuai's attention, pointing to the nearest male reporter. "You go first." The reporter held the microphone to himself and loudly asked, "Mr. Li, many applicants just said that your Galaxy Group used the written test questions to steal core technology from other companies. What do you have to say about this?" As he spoke, he thrust the microphone toward Li Shuai. Li Shuai chuckled and retorted, "This reporter, do you know how many pages are needed to cover the core technology of a product? Even if it's a ping-pong ball, 1 page wouldn't be enough. Our written test questions are designed to have the interviewees list their original company's strengths and weaknesses in management, business, and technology, and propose improvement suggestions for the weaknesses. Galaxy Group is a new company, and apart from a few founders, we lack other executives. If we want to recruit talent, we must first assess whether a person meets our requirements. This written test is merely intended to give a preliminary assessment of the interviewee's capabilities, not what some people speculate, that it is meant to steal core technology from other companies." Upon hearing this, the reporters were instantly disappointed and relieved that they hadn't rushed back to write their articles earlier. Otherwise, they would have made fools of themselves. The media isn't afraid of being sued. They fear losing their authority in public opinion. Once that is lost, ratings, newspaper, and magazine sales will inevitably decline significantly. So their creed is, even if they spread rumors, they should create something that lasts and can't be easily corrected in a short time. That way, even if they are proven wrong later, they will have made enough money regardless. Moreover, because the rumors have taken root in people's minds, even if the facts prove otherwise, their authority will not be undermined. Of course, spreading rumors also depends on the target. It's best to find those without much power. Firstly, such individuals lack the ability to quickly refute the rumors, allowing their fake news to spread rapidly and maximizing benefits. Secondly, it is easier to settle with powerless people afterward. Just give them some money to smooth things over, while the kings without crowns reap significant ratings and newspaper sales. Li Shuai and Galaxy Group are clearly not among those without power. Of course, some reporters were unwilling to give up and loudly asked, "Mr. Li, can we see your written test questions?" Of course. Upon hearing the question, Li Shuai instinctively looked for the reporter who asked. However, after searching around, he couldn't find them. So he decided to address everyone. He said loudly to the crowd, "I've already sent my colleagues to get them. You will see them soon." At this moment, another reporter shouted, "Mr. Li, you have been abroad for a long time, and now you have returned with over 100 billion in funds. Can you explain the source of your funds?" Li Shuai smiled and looked over. "Whose question is it? Jump up so I can see you." A reporter indeed jumped up in the crowd, raising his right hand. Mr. Li here. Li Shuai smiled at him. Why should I explain to you? The reporter replied loudly. It's not for me, but for the general public. Li Shuai maintained his smile. Then why should I explain to the general public? Because the public has the right to know. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai smiled even wider and spread his hands. Then I also have the right to privacy. Before the reporter could say anything else, he raised a finger and interrupted. Let me correct you on one point. The public's right to know pertains to policies, not to the past of an ordinary citizen like me. Moreover, my refusal to answer is not because my money is illegitimate, but because you're too ugly, and I don't want to talk to you when I see you. Upon hearing this, the reporter's face darkened, while the other reporters stifled their laughter. Just then, Tang Xiaolong came running over with 2 stacks of paper, approaching Li Shuai. Li Shuai took the papers and instructed the nearby security personnel to form 2 lines, each holding 1 sheet. Li Shuai then announced loudly, everyone, as you can see on the left, are the candidates who passed the written test. You can take a look at their answer sheets. Most of them wrote about the pros and cons of management and business, and hardly anyone wrote about technology, yet they still passed the written test. Now look to the right, all blank sheets, or they wrote no comment. You tell me, what do I need such people who can't even understand the questions for? He continued, to be honest, our selection criteria for this written test were supposed to be strict, but then there were no standards. As long as someone wrote something on their paper, they passed. The reporters fell silent. After all this commotion, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Damn it, they had wasted an entire afternoon under the sun because of those who were driven out. Li Shuai then announced loudly, all right, the misunderstanding is cleared. The interview is over. Everyone can go home early. He clapped his hands and signaled for Tang Xiaolong to leave. At the small villa number 8 in Mingzhu Garden, Li Shuai returned to his room on the 2nd floor, closed the door, and turned on the communicator. He had just rejected a call from Li Yigong during lunch. Sitting at his desk, he opened the communicator, and Li Yigong's holographic image appeared. Boss, Li Yigong, then paused, noticing that Li Shuai seemed a bit down. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. Try interviewing dozens of people in a day. It's exhausting. Li Yigong chuckled, then said, your shisha coding is complete, and also the 3rd brother has been idle and helped you get a lot of factory equipment. Li Shuai thought for a moment and said, you 2 come over on the cruise ship first. The equipment can wait. Those factories won't be ready until at least March after the project start. We can send someone to transport then. All right, we'll set off tomorrow. Li Shuai reassured him, saying that the base has an automatic defense system and many robots guarding it, so there's no need to worry too much. At that moment, another communication request came in, and upon checking, it was from Li Erxi. Li Shuai rolled his eyes, pressed the communicator, and when Li Erxi's 3D image appeared, he immediately complained, it's just a wall between us. Why do you have to join a group chat? Li Erxi shrugged nonchalantly, we made the news. Li Shuai was taken aback, quickly recalling the group of reporters from earlier, and nodded. Before I left work, I was interviewed by a group of reporters at the entrance. It must be them. He didn't expect them to be so efficient. It hadn't been long, and they were already on TV. Now Li Erxi was also stunned. There's no you on the news. I just saw it downstairs with the little maids. He waved his hand, and suddenly a face appeared in front of Li Shuai. The person on screen was loudly saying, I want to inform everyone of a situation. The owner of Galaxy Group is the most despicable entrepreneur I have ever seen. He is using the guise of recruitment to steal secrets from other companies. Li Shuai's face immediately darkened. Who the hell is this? Checked. His name is Guo Qidong, the accountant from a steel processing plant in Jiangdong Binhai. And he was one of the candidates interviewed today, Li Erxi calmly replied. Did you filter out those who wrote no comment? Why filter them? We might need them for the new year. Li Shuai skufa. The screen then showed Guo Qidong finishing his statement, followed by a large group of people expressing their outrage. Next was a female reporter delivering a passionate speech to the camera. After she finished, the scene switched to the studio, where the TV news program hosts shared their perspective. Huh, Li Shuai sneered, saying they were digging deeper while spouting nonsense without verification. Li Erxi shrugged again. What to do? Although it doesn't have a big impact. It's just the local TV station in Jinghai, but it's really annoying. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. What else can we do? Of course we'll sue them. That Guo Qidong plus all those jumping people along with Jinghai TV and that female reporter. We'll sue them all and make them compensate for the damage to our reputation. Make them go bankrupt and let them understand what it means to suffer from their own words. Just then, Li Shuai's phone rang, and he picked it up to see it was Mayor Zhang Peiyan. Li Shuai smiled slightly and answered the call. Hello, Mayor Zhang? Immediately, an anxious voice came from the other end. Mr. Li, have you seen the news? Yes. They say our Galaxy Group is stealing core technology from other companies through recruitment. Li Shuai replied with a smile. Sounds quite impressive. Hearing the anger in Li Shuai's voice, Mayor Zhang quickly apologized. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li. I've already criticized the TV station. At this point, Li Shuai put away his smile and said coldly, Is criticism useful? What do we need the law for? Mayor Zhang quickly replied, Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Please give me some face and don't let the matter escalate. After all, the local broadcasting station is under the municipal government, and the content broadcasted by the TV station generally represents the official stance. This incident, without verification, directly backstabbed a well-known emerging entrepreneur in Jinghai. What seems like a small matter could blow up, and if someone with ulterior motives escalated it, the entire municipal government would face criticism. Don't say it. Rumors depend on who they target. How many people from other provinces, or even other cities in Linjiang province, are watching Li Shuai, this god of wealth? If someone stirs the pot, Li Shuai could be misled, and then Jinghai would truly have no alternative for help. All right, don't be so nervous. I've already dug the pits here in Jinghai, and there will definitely be something planted. Li Shuai first assured him. Then, as Mayor Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, he added, Tomorrow I will file a lawsuit with the Jinghai court, demanding that the rumor mongers compensate for the damage to my company's reputation, as well as for my personal mental distress. Jinghai TV station, that reporter, and those who defamed me and our company in front of the camera today are all on the list for lawsuits. If this doesn't de-escalate, others will think I'm easy to bully, and who knows, I might end up being unfairly labeled indefinitely in the future. This time, let us make an example out of it. Old Zhang, do you want the court to stall the lawsuit process for me? It's up to you. On the other side, at Mayor Zhang's home, Mayor Zhang was sitting in his study, holding his phone in one hand and covering his forehead with the other, bowing his head as he listened to the call. He looked both pained and exhausted. After hearing Li Shuai's words, he realized that the other party was genuinely angry. Otherwise, given their usually good relationship, Li Shuai wouldn't have said such harsh things. After thinking for a moment, Mayor Zhang let out a long sigh through his nose. It's good. Those media outlets do need to be warned. You can file the lawsuit tomorrow, and we can have the court hearing on the same day. Thank you. After Li Shuai expressed his thanks and hung up, Mayor Zhang helplessly closed his phone. After all, the TV station is an official mouthpiece. If someone successfully sues them, it would undermine the authority of the municipal government. But just as Li Shuai said, stalling the lawsuit process at the court, don't be ridiculous. If they can't sue here, won't they just escalate it to a higher court? Besides, Li Shuai is quite unpredictable. Who knows what he might do if truly provoked? With Shun Yun backing him in Yanjing, this can't be stopped anyway. It's better for Jinghai to handle this matter, and the municipal government can speak out justly, even at the risk of offending someone. Who knows? It might even earn them some praise. They usually indulge those media outlets too much. Why not just dig into the gossip of those celebrities? More people watch that, and the repercussions are smaller. To actually seek confrontation is just foolish. Thinking of this, Mayor Zhang opened his phone again and looked for the contact list. The new secretary of the Political and Legal Committee in Jinghai is still vacant, with the deputy secretary currently handling daily affairs. Once the call connected, Mayor Zhang said, Hello. Secretary Li, this is Zhang Peiyan. Oh, let us skip the small talk. The Galaxy Group will initiate a lawsuit tomorrow. Please let the court give us a green light for the same day, filing and hearing. Chapter 71. Shi Sure is coming. The Galaxy Group has sued the Jinghai TV station, forcing the courts to return from their holiday to handle the case. Fortunately, the processing was timely, and the news only circulated within the small corner of Jinghai. The morning newspaper the next day was ordered to be halted before it could be printed. Otherwise, the Galaxy Group would have faced a terrible reputation. Once the stigma of stealing others' technology is attached, whenever they release a new product, people's first reaction would be, This is stolen technology. Regardless of how the Galaxy Group develops in the future, there will always be someone to say, this is a company that made its fortune by plagiarism. So, it wasn't that Li Shuai was making a mountain out of a molehill. Once this kind of reputation starts, endless troubles follow. That evening, the legal team of the Galaxy Group organized all the litigation materials, and Mayor Zhang was also highly efficient, ordering the municipal police to bring Guiqidong and others from various hotels. After all, these people were the creators of the rumors and the main culprits. There was no need for a trial. The news videos from the TV station were direct evidence. By the time the court opened the next day, other interviewees like Su Bansha served as witnesses, and Su Bansha even added a stab to Guiqidong, saying this person had character issues and had embezzled public funds at his previous workplace. This made it easy for the judge to reach a verdict. Thanks to Mayor Zhang's timely handling, the impact was not severe, so the TV station and the small reporter received light sentences. The TV station was ordered to compensate the Galaxy Group for reputation damages amounting to 32,000 yuan, and the small reporter was given a 10-day detention. She would no longer receive the official journalist salary and might have to become a paparazzi, which isn't really a career change. This was also to hold the TV station's management accountable for their negligence. Otherwise, they might have attempted to shift all the blame onto the small reporter as the main perpetrator of the defamation. Guiqidong was sentenced to 3 years in prison and had to compensate both the Galaxy Group for reputation damages and Li Shuai for personal losses. He faced a hefty compensation demand of 5 million in total from the Galaxy Group. Jinghai TV station, being a small local station with a limited audience, aired its news programs around 6 p.m. to avoid clashing with the central news broadcast, which meant not many people watched. Additionally, Mayor Zhang had been speaking positively about the situation, so in the end, Li Shuai decided to let them off lightly. As for Guiqidong, who was unfamiliar with the area, who would care about him? Naturally, he was dissatisfied and filed an appeal, but the Zhangjiang Province High Court, known for its efficiency, rejected the appeal the very next day. Consequently, the party secretary of Jinghai TV station and the station director were disciplined. The leader of the original review department was dismissed, and all senior management of the TV station appeared on the evening news the next day, bowing to the camera and publicly apologizing to the Galaxy Group. This final outcome surprised society at large. While there had been cases of victorious defamation lawsuits before, they usually went unnoticed, with the apologies from the defamers being rather quiet. It was the first time a TV station had publicly apologized. However, as Mayor Zhang predicted, their willingness to admit mistakes garnered them some praise. The farce came quickly and ended just as fast. The impact on the Galaxy Group was not significant, but it wasn't non-existent either. A considerable number of candidates scheduled for interviews on the 2nd and 3rd did not show up. When called, they provided the rather reasonable excuse of not wanting to work for a company like Galaxy Group, which they deemed unscrupulous. In the end, Li Shuai could only smile and state that anyone who submitted a resume but failed to attend the interview due to rumors would no longer be considered for future employment. With nearly 900,000 university graduates each year, and in about 10 years, there would be 6 million. Could they really miss out on 100 or so principled individuals? It wasn't until May 4th that the number of interviewees increased again. Ultimately, during the entire May Day holiday, the Galaxy Group recruited a total of 250 fresh graduates from across the country, over 2,000 high-educated talents with work experience, and more than 200 executives. There were so many people that one office building couldn't accommodate them. So they had to buy 2 more buildings, with the existing one serving as the office for the Great Bear Research Group. As the workforce grew, various complicated matters arose. Fortunately, Li Shuai and his team were well prepared, taking advantage of the holiday to purchase over a dozen factories on the brink of closure in Jinghai, including the old steel mill they once despised. They replaced all the equipment and had the new employees undergo basic training with the equipment from Li Shuai's side. The last time they brought back gold, they also transported hundreds of containers of equipment, which were stored in a warehouse by the Xiwan Wharf with 24-hour security. As for the gold, it had already been placed in the vault beneath the newly purchased headquarters of Li S Bank in the city center. They didn't feel secure leaving it outside. Therefore, Li Sitsai bought a branch building of an agricultural bank and rebranded it as Li S Bank headquarters. By June 3rd, various subsidiaries' temporary factories had undergone intense renovations, and the equipment had been installed and debugged by the newly graduated employees, finally entering trial operation. New employees needed to be kept busy. They couldn't just sit idle, or they would develop a habit of laziness. Moreover, these university graduates would eventually become grassroots and even senior management, so they needed to understand the equipment. Fortunately, Sirius was overseeing everything to ensure they didn't damage too much equipment. This month exhausted him. He had just obtained his driver's license and was running around to various factories daily because whenever equipment malfunctioned, they would call him to fix it. The very next day, June 4th, Tianshuangsing Semiconductor Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Great Bear Research Group, announced that it had successfully developed a 32-nanometer lithography machine. On the same day, Yuhangsing Optoelectronic Technology Company Limited, also part of the Great Bear Research Group, announced that they had made breakthroughs in LCD technology, successfully manufacturing the first domestically produced 31.5-inch LCD screen. The lithography machine was actually the one they had brought over last time. While the LCD screen was developed by those new employees over nearly 2 weeks using the same ready-made equipment and technical documentation to produce a qualified LCD screen. However, this didn't attract much attention from various sectors in the country because people thought the Galaxy Group was just boasting. How could it be possible? The semiconductor industry in Europe and America was so mature. They had been struggling to break through the 90-nanometer lithography machine for years. Japan dominated half of the global semiconductor product market and had been using a 120-nanometer lithography machine. How could a subsidiary of the Galaxy Group, established for no more than 6 months, with a factory just completed this month, manage to produce a lithography machine? As for the LCD screen, how much did Japan's Sharp invest in developing this technology? And you claim to have achieved it just like that? What an outrageous claim. In no time, both domestic and international communities were mocking the Galaxy Group. And it's worth noting that the domestic experts were even harsher in their ridicule than those abroad. First, they questioned the authenticity of the news, and then they claimed that even if the success was real, the product quality was concerning. Don't think that the lack of internet development means slow news spread. Such jokes in the eyes of others spread extraordinarily quickly. On the 4th, when Great Bear Research released its announcement, that same evening there was already a column program critiquing it. One expert and one host engaged in a back-and-forth akin to a comedic dialogue. Everyone was waiting to see the embarrassment of the Dragon Kingdom. And such news was sure to be promptly analyzed by both domestic and international commentators. Not seeking to attract attention, can that still be considered expertise? By the 5th, various TV programs were frantically criticizing Galaxy Group, claiming they were not pragmatic, with some even directly cursing, speculating that Galaxy Group was creating hype to raise money for an IPO, clearly a fraudulent company. However, this time Galaxy Group, or rather Li Shuai, did not respond promptly, because on the 6th, he had already arrived at the dock early. Yes, his Shishir was about to arrive. Chapter 72, another soul-searching question that morning. At the Jinghai Shouan port, Li Shuai stood on the dock, gazing at the horizon. The weather in Linjiang was really hot in June, and behind him, Gao Xiaoqin and Gao Xiaofeng were fanning themselves with umbrellas and wiping sweat. Fortunately, the two girls knew it was hot and didn't wear makeup when going out. Otherwise, they would look like raccoons by now. The security guys behind them were also drenched in sweat, but the 3 big shots in front, Li Shuai, Li Erxi, and Li Sitsai, stood straight and didn't dare to move, remaining stiffly in place behind them. Su Jiang and the others didn't come. They were all busy. Li Erxi and Li Sitsai were also busy, but this time it wasn't just a ship arriving. Their boss and the third brother were coming back, so they had to be there to greet them. At this moment, Gao Xiaofeng seemed to have had enough of the heat and said, "Mr. Li, it's too hot. Why don't we go to the rest area at the back and wait?" Li Shuai turned around and saw Gao Xiaofeng's face glistening with sweat, and he paused for a moment. He then thought about how he and his 2 bioengineer brothers were immune to heat, but the guys behind were all normal people. So he said, "You guys go rest. We're fine." Gao Xiaofeng pouted helplessly, thinking to herself that if he didn't leave, no one else would dare to go. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Li Shuai smiled helplessly and turned to walk towards the shade of the containers in the distance. Once there, Li Shuai instructed Tang Xiaolong. It's also my fault for not paying attention. Send the two brothers to buy some water and a couple of watermelons. Okay. After Tang Xiaolong left, Li Shuai told the younger brothers to relax and take a break. At this moment, Gao Xiaoqin suddenly remembered something and said to Li Shuai, Mr. Li, the public opinion about our company has been quite unfavorable from the day before yesterday to yesterday. Everyone is saying we're just creating hype for the sake of going public. Aren't we going to respond? Li Shuai laughed. Respond to what? Let them say it. They're actually helping us advertise. Originally, it was just a simple announcement that not many people knew about, but now everyone knows because of this. All we need to do is ensure the quality of our products. We should even thank them. They save us a lot on advertising costs. Gao Xiaofeng looked a bit confused, but last time when they said we plagiarized technology from other companies, that is different. Li Shuai turned to explain to her. This time they're just questioning us. Gao Xiaofeng lowered her head, thought for a moment, and soon understood. However, just as she was about to speak, she heard Li Erxi suddenly say, they're here. At the same time, Li Sicai also broke into a smile. Li Shuai turned to look and saw a small white appear on the horizon. He smiled, but soon his expression turned serious. Those two idiots. Do they think the cruise ship is a speedboat? The small dot quickly grew larger, and soon the younger brothers revealed amazed expressions, because from a distance, that ship looked so cool. Rather than a cruise ship, it resembled a larger version of a small yacht, with flat decks at both ends and a streamlined upper structure. The transition between the deck and the superstructure was very smooth. Soon, the ship finally slowed down, gliding into the port, and docked automatically without the help of tugboats. The younger brothers finally saw how big the ship was. Its length definitely exceeded 100 meters, and the height of the ship's side was about 6 or 7 meters when viewed from the dock. The Gao sisters were utterly dumbfounded. As women, how could they resist the allure of a yacht, especially now that it was a yacht plus? Just as they were in shock, they saw the bow deck of the giant yacht open a hatch, and then a retractable gangway was automatically lowered from inside. Next, a burly handsome man and a cold-looking dude walked down from the ship. Li Yigong immediately spread his arms and ran towards Li Shuai, shouting, "Boss!" Li Shuai couldn't help but smile and hugged him. Among the four brothers, the most lively one was the robust eldest brother, while the younger-looking Li Sanfa was the standard cool guy. Then Li Yigong went to mess with their second brother, but he didn't dare approach the fourth brother. He was afraid that Li Sicai would slap but when hugging him, a habit Li Shuai had corrected many times but to no avail. Li Sanfa was normal. He extended his fist to lightly bump fists with Li Shuai and then bumped shoulders with him. Just then, Tang Xiaolong returned from the rest area with water, and Li Shuai gathered the younger brothers together to introduce them. Let me introduce our Erxi family as eldest Li Yigong and the third Li Sanfa. Hello, Brother Gong. Hello, Brother Fa. The younger brothers bowed in respect. Good. Li Yigong waved his hand with a smile to greet the younger brothers. Li Sanfa, however, maintained his cold expression. After the greetings, Li Yigong said to Li Shuai, "Let us check out the ship and see if you're satisfied with what we built for you." Li Shuai shook his head with a smile. The project at the Shengshan Group is starting to bid today. I need to finalize the last bid, so let us go over there. It's also a good chance for you two to meet the staff here. All right. Li Yigong nodded. He then turned to shout at the yacht, "Miss Shi, retract the gangway." The younger brothers were momentarily stunned, including the Gao sisters. Then they heard a lovely girl's voice from the yacht, received. Immediately after, the gangway retracted automatically, and the hatch closed tightly. Tang Xiaolong shrugged, believing there were definitely more people on the ship, and it had to be a woman, as the voice just now sounded like a very cute girl. Li Shuai put his arm around Li Yigong's shoulder and walked toward his car, asking as they walked, "So, you didn't encounter any roadblocks on the way?" "No." Li Yigong laughed. "Those little countries clearly choose their targets. They dare to bump into commercial ships. But with this ship, they probably worry about damaging it and not being able to afford it." Just as they reached the car, Li Yigong and Li Shuai got into the same vehicle, while Tang Xiaolong and another younger brother sat in the front passenger seat. After getting in the car, they heard Li Yigong continue, "Besides, our ship can reach 57 knots. Even if they wanted to stop us, they could only eat our dust from behind." Li Shuai chuckled at this and said nothing. However, Tang Xiaolong and the younger brother in the front were taken aback, and Tang Xiaolong asked through the rearview mirror while driving, "Brother Gong, our yacht can go 57 knots?" "Ah," Li Yigong said proudly, "nuclear-powered, fully electric propulsion. If it weren't for your Mr. Li saying the hull had to be designed like this, I would have made a sleeker shape. I could even reach 100 knots. But now it's not possible. This shape can't go too fast, or it will bounce on the water like a dolphin. The ship can handle it, but the people inside can't." Tang Xiaolong and the younger brother exchanged glances and then focused on driving seriously, feeling that what Li Yigong said didn't sound like something a normal person would say. Li Shuai's convoy drove out of Shaoan and arrived at the downstairs of a bidding agency in the city center. Today, this bidding agency had 7 bidding rooms opening simultaneously, with the most significant projects being the Galaxy Tower, Shaoan New Port, and the Research Institute. The Galaxy Tower was a bundled bid for the entire project, while the Shaoan New Port and the Research Institute were divided into several segments. This was also a decision made by Li Shuai after weighing the options. With so many state-owned enterprises, they would first cut the big cake and give each one a piece. The remaining smaller projects, like factories, didn't need to compete with those private enterprises. Otherwise, once the entire project was awarded, the large state-owned enterprises that lost the bidding would definitely not leave empty-handed. They would compete with those private enterprises for the leftover small projects. This is mainly an opportunity for Gao Qiqiang to build connections in the industry. This time everyone can share a little, and those bosses will naturally remember his kindness. In the future, when he goes to other places to take on projects, he won't be squeezed out by other companies. Dozens of luxury cars stopped, and Li Shuai led everyone confidently into the building. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, he was stopped by someone, an old acquaintance. Looking at that familiar face filled with wrinkles from smiling, Li Shuai was somewhat speechless. Mr. Li, Li Dakong, accompanied by Secretary Jean, jogged over from the lounge on the first floor, looking at Li Shuai with a big grin. "Oh, you really are a busy person. I've been to your company several times, and they all said you weren't in." Li Shuai sighed through his nose. He was somewhat impressed by Li Dakong's persistence. After thinking for a moment, he said to Li Dakong, "County Head Li, let me ask you 2 questions. Why did you choose to enter politics in the first place? After becoming county head, why are you so eager to boost your county GDP? What is it for, or who is it for?" Li Dakong was immediately stunned. Think about the answers to these 2 questions first, and come find me once you have it figured out. With that, Li Shuai directly led his people around Li Dakong and headed towards the elevator lobby of the building. Li Dakong stood there in a daze for a moment. Then his face instantly turned ashen as he watched Li Shuai's departing figure. Chapter 73. A little advertisement for the shipyard ding. The elevator doors opened, and Li Shuai strode out with his head held high, followed by the 4 brothers from Congratulations and Prosperity, then 2 beautiful sisters from the Gao family, and a few younger brothers like Tang Xiaolong. The big boss was on a roll. Honestly, if it weren't for the Congratulations and Prosperity brothers, with Li Shuai's black shirt, suit pants, leather shoes, and a pair of half-frame glasses, he would look quite handsome. Each of the 4 brothers also had their own characteristics. The eldest, Li Yigong, was dressed in a tight outfit like a fitness coach, perfectly showcasing his chest muscles, which were not the exaggerated type for protein powder, but rather solid, real muscles. Li Erxi and Li Sucai wore the same outfit as Li Shuai, while Li Sanfa was in a tracksuit, looking quite casual. Their rankings were actually based on the order Li Shuai had brought them in, and if counted by age, Li Sanfa was the youngest. By the way, he was developed based on a killer coach archetype, designed to train natural-born killers. If you want to talk about his expertise, it's killing. Anything else, like skills or knowledge, was forcefully input into his brain chip after Li Shuai bought him. As this family walked out of the elevator, they truly drew attention, and those smoking nearby couldn't help but stare as they walked away. Not far off, a manager from the bidding agency came over to greet them and led Li Shuai and his crew to one of the evaluation rooms. Upon entering, they saw Gao Qiqiang, Su Jiang, and 4 bespectacled old evaluators, plus 2 younger individuals who were likely executives from Xiangxin Group. As soon as they saw Li Shuai enter with his entourage, Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang quickly stood up. "Mr. Li," the 2 employees from Xiangxin Group called out, addressing him as General Li. Li Shuai stepped forward and smiled. Patting Gao Qiqiang on the shoulder, Let me introduce the eldest of Xerxes' family, Gong, and you've met old Su. This is the third, Li Sanfa. Brother Gong. Brother Fa. Gao Qiqiang quickly greeted them. Brother Fa. Su Jiang also greeted Li Sanfa with a silly smile, then turned to Li Gong. Brother Gong. Nice to see you again. Li Gong chuckled and pulled Su Jiang in, making him look like a child next to his 9-meter-tall frame. All right, enough fooling around. Li Shuai called for their attention. Then he turned to Gao Qiqiang. How did the bidding results go this morning? Are they out yet? Gao Qiqiang handed over a few A4 sheets held together with paper clips. The Port and Research Institute are split into sections, and the project is quite large. The bidding documents are thicker than a dictionary. The evaluators are still reviewing the first section's documents. It will take at least 4 days to complete all the bids. Here are the scores for some of the factory bids that were evaluated this morning. Take a look. Li Shuai took the documents, but first turned to the 4 curious old evaluators with a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work, teachers." The old evaluators quickly responded, "You're too kind." Li Shuai then ushered everyone out of the evaluation room to avoid disturbing the evaluators. At the door, he noticed that the first page showed the evaluation results for the Nanjamin Xing Automobile Industrial Factory project. And the first candidate for the bid was actually Zhao Ruilong's Huilong Group. This was considered the first phase of the automobile industry project, relatively small in scale, consisting of 3 large dome-shaped steel structure factories of 5,000 square meters each, along with an administrative office building, dormitory, canteen, and other facilities. With a total bidding limit of 130 million, Li Shuai knew the steel prices would rise in the second half of the year, so he specifically said it that way. Even if prices increased, it would still ensure the contractor's profit. Interestingly, several companies' bidding quotes were quite high. Huilong Group directly quoted 95 million, a reduction of 27. The other bids from mainland companies were significantly higher, with the lowest coming from a few companies from Haidong. The technical scores were similar across the board, indicating that everyone had hired professionals to prepare their bids. This was also why companies were so eager to build relationships. If they could directly secure a project from the client, the discounts during bidding would all be profit. It seemed like Zhao Ruilong had secured deals on the mainland, but struggled with those from Haidong. Li Shuai chuckled as he flipped through the pages. He ultimately found that Zhao Ruilong had won 3 of the 7 factory bids open that morning. Li Shuai smiled and returned the list to Gao Qiqiang. "Let's go with this. Have the supervision side keep an eye on things to prevent any shoddy work." He then looked at Su Jiang. "Those Haidong folks have offended Zhao Ruilong a bit too harshly this time. Go ask them if they need security." On one hand, these entrepreneurs are expanding their businesses in the mainland, and if anything unexpected happens, Mayor Zhang would be in trouble. On the other hand, your security company needs to start operating, right? Su Jiang was momentarily stunned, then grinned and gave Li Shuai a thumbs up. As expected of the boss. If there are no business opportunities, you create them. He was quite adept at this. A little intimidation would surely have those Haidong folks willingly paying for bodyguards. "I'll go get it for the agent," Gao Qiqiang said as he left with the documents. Li Shuai then led a few people to the stairwell. He pulled out cigarettes and tossed one to each of those smoking, lit them up, and gave Tang Xiaolong a knowing glance. Tang Xiaolong understood and took the Gao sisters and a group of younger brothers a little further away. At this point, Li Shuai asked Su Jiang, "How many ships have we bought from the shipping company so far?" "A total of 14 ships. Su Jiang counted on his fingers 3 new, 11 second-hand, including 2 10,000-ton vessels. Li Shuai pondered while holding the cigarette. "From today onward, the logistics group will be handed over to our third brother, and the heavy industry group will go to the eldest." He looked at Li Gong. "Eldest, after you take your position, transfer some money from the heavy industries account to the third brother so he can purchase steel from Haigang and transport it to the nest. Then move the equipment from the nest over. The old steel plant in Jinghai will operate for now. Although the equipment is a bit old, it can still produce some construction steel, just in time for all the projects we have, which is like producing and selling ourselves." "Okay," Li Sanfa coolly replied with just one word. However, Li Gong seemed a bit puzzled. "Why go through all that trouble? We can just produce steel directly at our steel plant and have them procure construction steel themselves." Li Shuai took the cigarette from his mouth and said, "Time is money. You haven't seen what that old dilapidated factory is like. How long will it take to build our fleet relying on it? Our new steel plant won't be operational for at least another 6 months, and by that time, Vanessa could have built a fleet of corvettes. At that moment, Li Sutsai suddenly said, "We also need to register a shell company abroad. Otherwise, we can't declare customs." "Leave that to you," Li Shuai replied with a smile. Then he turned to Su Jiang. "By the way, my cruise ship has arrived. After this bidding is over, contact some wealthy businessmen, politicians, celebrities, and the construction bosses from this bidding to host a party on my cruise ship to give our shipyard a bit of advertisement." Chapter 74. Cruise Party a week later. On June 13th at 7 p.m. at the Jianghai Shawan Pier, on the Shishir cruise ship, Gao Qiqiang and Su Jiang acted as welcoming attendants, constantly shaking hands with every arriving wealthy guest. Sule was also there. His father had asked him to follow behind and get familiar with various business tycoons so that it would be smoother for him to do business in the future. The 6-day bidding event for the Galaxy Group project had finally concluded, and the big cake presented by Li Shuai had been shared among those who came. The biggest prize was, of course, the Galaxy Tower, which after fierce competition among more than a dozen Dragon enterprises, was ultimately won by the local Longjian 4th Bureau of Linjiang with a bid of 8.45 billion. The Dragon companies were all influential, seemingly aware that steel prices would soon rise, so their bidding was not as fierce as that of private companies like Zhao Ruolong's, taking future costs into consideration. After securing the Galaxy Tower project, Longjian 4th Bureau was quite satisfied, only participating symbolically in other projects to avoid offending anyone. In fact, if they really fought hard for it, the Shuai would lean a bit towards them since they were a local enterprise, and the provincial government had long entrusted Li Shuai to give them more attention. However, the current happy situation was good. Everyone was in high spirits. The bidding ended on the 12th, and the next day began the cruise party hosted by Li Shuai. Su Jiang had invited well-known, wealthy businessmen from various places. And on this day, over 200 big shots gathered in the small Jianghai. Even though these wealthy individuals had seen a lot, they were still impressed by the Shishir ship, exchanging admiring comments with each other. Many of them owned yachts, mostly being members of yacht clubs. But when they saw Li Shuai's ship, it was like a big dinosaur among a flock of little sheep. At the pier, a round-faced, somewhat portly big shot approached Su Jiang with a smile, accompanied by an assistant. "Oh, President Wang." Su Jiang's face lit up with surprise as he stepped forward to shake hands with the portly big shot. "Hello, you must be President Su." Old Wang smiled, sizing up Su Jiang. They were about the same age, with Old Wang being a few years older. "I am Su Jiang." Su Jiang nodded, and then stepped aside to invite Old Wang onto the ship. Once Old Wang left, Gao Qiqiang couldn't help but ask, "Who is that? You seem to value him quite a bit. You don't know Old Wang from Yida? He's quite a figure. Last year, he publicly criticized the chaos in the commodity housing market and made 3 major commitments," Su Jiang said, watching Old Wang's departing figure with some admiration. He then looked at Gao Qiqiang and continued, "You should interact with him more in the future. Some speculate he will be the leader of the real estate sector in the mainland. If you can establish deep cooperation with him, your Changxing group will not lack projects to work on." Gao Qiqiang also took a deep look at Old Wang's figure as he was ascending the gangway. At this moment, Su Lei, who was behind them, seemed to see something and leaned forward to say, "Su Jiang, Zhao Ruolong is here." Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang immediately turned around. "Oh, President Su, President Gao." Zhao Ruolong approached quickly, looking quite pleased. Su Jiang pretended to complain as they shook hands. "Young Master Zhao, why are you so late?" Zhao Ruolong smiled apologetically. "I was picking someone up to introduce to you." Saying this, he stepped aside, revealing a remarkably elegant young woman walking beside him, followed by a familiar face, Dubois. "This is my sister, Zhao Xiaowei, from Huilong Group. We are siblings." Zhao Xiaowei stepped forward, smiling as she extended her hand. "Hello, President Su." Su Jiang pinched her fingertips. "Hello, Director Zhao." After Zhao Xiaowei shook hands with Gao Qiqiang, she directly asked, "Where is President Li? Can you introduce me?" Su Jiang motioned for them to board the ship. "He's on the ship. Just tell the staff when you get up there, and they will take you to him." Zhao Ruolong and Zhao Xiaowei thanked him and headed towards the gangway. However, after taking a couple of steps, they stared at the Shishir ship in awe. For the second generation rich, elegance and class are paramount. For the second-generation officials, low-key luxury with depth is key. But Li Shuai's ship was simply extravagant and eye-catching. After a moment of astonishment, they exchanged glances, then coughed to cover their embarrassment and continued towards the gangway. At this moment, Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang followed them up the gangway to the foredeck. Once on board, Zhao Ruolong noticed the ship's nearly 30-meter width and immediately asked Su Jiang curiously, "President Su, how big is this cruise ship presently?" Su Jiang thought for a moment and smiled. "I'm not very sure. It seems to be 170 meters long, 28 meters wide, and has a displacement of about 18,000 tons. The specifics should be asked from our bosses." Zhao Ruolong and Zhao Xiaowei exchanged glances again. They also owned a yacht, which was not small either, with a displacement of over 200 tons. They had even been scolded by their father, Zhao Lichuan, for that. Now, seeing a ship with a displacement of 18,000 tons, they wondered how much such a vessel would cost. Zhao Ruolong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. Really impressive. Su Jiang had long prepared his speech as he led the Zhao siblings into the cabin, saying with a smile, "President Li built this ship to make a name for our shipyard. This ship was designed by us bosses and then commissioned to a shipbuilding company in the U.S. just to showcase our shipyard's design capabilities. If you, President Zhao, want to have your own cruise ship in the future, come to us, and we'll make sure the ship meets your satisfaction." "Hey, I can't afford that," Zhao Ruolong said with a bitter smile. "A cruise ship is not a cargo ship. Just this one, including the interior, must cost tens of billions, right? You could buy a smaller one." As they spoke, they reached the end of the corridor. Su Jiang lifted a curtain, revealing a large party venue inside, not smaller than a regular star-rated hotel. Above hung a large crystal chandelier, but the main light source came from recessed lights, with the overall decoration being quite luxurious. On both sides in the distance were self-service drinks and snacks, where familiar wealthy individuals were already exchanging toasts. Many brought female companions, and there were also quite a few beautiful waitresses moving among the guests. Su Jiang might not be good at other things, but when it came to finding beautiful women, he was the right person to ask, as he had plenty of ladies from Platinum Han. "I'll take you to arrange a room, first to drop off your things," Su Jiang said to the Zhao siblings. Then he leaned close to Gao Qiqiang's ear. "Go call Mr. Li and the others. The crowd is almost gathered." "Okay." On the other side, at the top deck of the Shishir, the outdoor swimming pool. At this moment, there were no mermaids in the pool, as several tables of big shots sat around chatting and laughing. How influential are these people? Even the mayor of Zhanghai had been arranged to sit in the corner. At Li Shuai's table were 5 individuals, one of whom was Shun Yun, while the other 3 were leaders from several departments in Yanjing. With Shun Yun as a lubricant in the middle, everyone here had lowered their guards, chatting like old friends from all over the place. Shun Yun took a sip of water and looked at Li Shuai with a smile. "I say, you're really not being straightforward. What did you build such a cruise ship without telling me? If I had known earlier, I would have come to enjoy it." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "Come on. The leaders from the Discipline Inspection Commission are sitting right next to us." "Ha ha." After laughing, an elder at the left table leaned over to ask, "President Li, I just took a tour and couldn't find your ship's boiler room. Are you using a diesel engine?" Li Shuai looked at the old man, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Academician Shun, would you believe me if I said this ship is nuclear-powered? Go away." The old man immediately spat at Li Shuai. "You're messing around with a lithography machine, and we can still believe in the LCD screen, but nuclear power? You must be joking." Li Shuai glanced at Shun Yun, shrugged, and spread his hands. Now Shun Yun was no longer calm. "Don't mess around. Is it really nuclear-powered?" "Ahem." Li Shuai pretended to cough and said to all the big shots with a smile, "The reason I called you here is, of course, to show off. My ship has a lot of advanced technology. Let me start with a 4th-generation gas-cooled, fast neutron breeder reactor. You guys can decide if you want it. If you do, then pay up." Chapter 75, I Want a Fleet. As soon as Li Shuai finished speaking, an old man at the table to his right scoffed, "Gas-cooled. Fast neutron breeding reactor. Is it for ships? Young man, do you even know what you're talking about? Academician Liu, please don't interrupt." Shun Yun raised his hand to cut off the old man, then looked at Li Shuai with suspicion. At this time, a cadre on Li Shuai's left chuckled and said, "Little Li, I heard your research company studies everything, including nuclear energy. Can you really build a nuclear reactor? Li Shuai rolled his eyes. If I couldn't build it, why would I add such a thing to my business scope? Upon hearing this, the smaller cadres at several tables nearby gasped, while the senior leaders at Li Shuai's table remained expressionless, still smiling. However, their hands kept tightening and loosening, indicating that their inner thoughts were fluctuating. These individuals were true big shots. The one to Li Shuai's left was Secretary Yi Weizhong of the Academy, and to his right was Director Su Guoyang of the Academy's Science and Technology Committee. Further right was Deputy Secretary Zhou Qiang of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Finally, there was Shun Yun, who was only at this table because he had a connection with Li Shuai. Otherwise, according to rank, the governor of Linjiang, Liu Huwei, should have taken the seat. At this moment, Secretary Yi tentatively asked, "Little Li, can you take us to see your reactor?" Damn it. How many years has the country been researching shipborne pressurized water nuclear reactors? A private company has a gas-cooled reactor that's a generation more advanced than a pressurized water reactor? As Secretary Yi spoke, he casually glanced at the width of the Shishir ship, which was evidently not wide, yet could accommodate a nuclear reactor, showing just how small the reactor on board was. Shipborne reactors are a completely different matter from land-based nuclear power plants. However, Li Shuai showed no respect for this deputy national-level big shot, rolling his eyes and saying, "What are you looking at? Can't pull your eyes out? You pay, and the technology is yours. It's that simple." TSK. Shun Yun, sitting opposite, retorted angrily, "You're already so rich, yet still talking about money? Just take us to take a look. Stop messing around." Li Shuai still refused to budge, looking at Shun Yun with disdain. "I only called you this time, and you brought so many national treasure-level academicians over. Did you think I wouldn't know your intentions? It's fine for you to take a look. You don't understand anyway. But if they take a good look and go back, it won't be long before they replicate it. You think you can get my technology for free? No way. Ha ha ha." Shun Yun pointed at Li Shuai, not feeling the embarrassment of being seen through. "You little rascal." The surrounding academicians also laughed, mainly because Li Shuai's remark about national treasure had flattered them. Academician Liu, who had scoffed at Li Shuai earlier, then said, "We've also been researching fast neutron breeding reactors, but so far, we've only used sodium-cooled reactors. As for gas-cooled types, they're only high-temperature reactors. But they can't achieve fuel breeding, and the core fuel quantity can't be increased. Otherwise, once the cooling system fails, it would lead to core meltdown and cause a disaster. I really can't understand how a gas-cooled reactor can be installed on a ship. I don't believe you have such technology. No one in the world currently has it." Li Shuai shrugged with a grin. "Old man, don't try to provoke me. I'm not falling for that." Academician Liu, having his thoughts exposed, immediately pouted and turned away to stop talking. Then Li Shuai complained, "What is the big deal about gas-cooled fast reactors? The chemistry lab next door at the technical school built a controllable fusion reactor with a bunch of iron pots and steel pipes." Everyone's expressions changed immediately, and they rolled their eyes. Academician Liu turned back and scolded, "Kid, do you think we're monkeys? A fusion reactor operates at tens of millions of degrees. Even diamonds would vaporize instantly. Iron pots? I think your head looks like an iron pot." Ha ha. After the laughter, Secretary Yi looked at Li Shuai, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "We really can't come up with the money. You know the current economic situation in the country. How about this? You give us the technology for the reactor and the lithography machine, and we'll definitely give you satisfactory returns." Li Shuai looked at him and blinked. "You don't need to put on airs. I have just one request. I want a fleet." Secretary Yi was immediately stunned, looking at Li Shuai with blinking eyes. Before he could speak, Deputy Secretary Zhou from the Discipline Inspection Commission asked, "What do you need a fleet for? Do you still want to be a warlord in this day and age? Besides, do your technologies even equate to a fleet?" Director Su from the Science and Technology Committee also said, "Exactly. How many fleets does our Navy even have?" Instead, Secretary Yi considered, "We could send 1 or 2 military ships to protect your crew's ship's safety. That would be acceptable. You're worth it." However, Li Shuai rolled his eyes again, disdainfully saying, "I don't want your military ships. I'll build my own." The group of big shots was once again stunned, with Secretary Yi scrutinizing Li Shuai up and down. "Wait, you can build military ships? Are you sure?" That shipyard of home too? Military ships are not cruise ships, let alone cargo ships. They're much more complicated. Are you allowing me to build or not? Li Shuai asked with a blank expression. Now Secretary Yi was unsure, pursing his lips and narrowing his eyes in thought. From what this kid just said, the warships he builds should be much more advanced than our Navy's current ships. Thinking of this, Secretary Yi widened his eyes and looked at Li Shuai. You can build, and you can have a fleet. But there are conditions. First, before you build, you must report and register, and then have someone from Yinjing supervise the construction. Second, the personnel for your fleet must be assigned by our Navy. Third, the warships you build cannot be sold to foreign countries without Yinjing as permission. Fourth, you must make a written commitment that the guns of your fleet will never be aimed at your own territory. At the same time, if the country needs it, your fleet. At this point, Secretary Yi thought for a moment before continuing. It will be on a compensated basis. The country will rent your fleet, but you cannot refuse the rental. Fifth, you are not allowed to use the nation's flag to stir up trouble with your fleet. If you instigate a war abroad, we will not acknowledge it. If this kid agrees, technology and fleet will all belong to the country. Not agreeing? Well, it doesn't matter. There's nothing to lose anyway. However, Li Shuai directly nodded. Okay, just right, I still need people. If you're willing to lend me military rabbits, even better. Upon hearing Li Shuai agree so readily, Shen Yun, who knew him relatively well, was immediately suspicious. In his understanding, Li Shuai wasn't someone who easily compromised. Could there be a trap? Secretary Yi also heard Shen Yun's suspicion and glanced at him, the two exchanging quite a bit of information through their eyes. Then, Secretary Yi blinked again and looked at Li Shuai. All right, go ahead and build. If you do well, our Navy might even place orders with you. Li Shuai immediately grinned and raised his juice in front of him. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted each other, and while drinking the beverage, Li Shuai revealed a mysterious smile. His fleet is not an ordinary fleet. Once it's built, unless he gives the order, no one can move it. As for causing trouble, even if he drags the president of the Eagle Sauce over and slaps him in the face, no one would dare to say a word. After taking a sip of juice, Li Shuai seemed to think of something else. He quickly put down his cup and said to Secretary Yi, since we're here, let me bring up another matter. I want to build a large cannon at Kunlun Mountain, an electromagnetic cannon over 1,000 kilometers long. Chapter 76, reporting ahead of time, hearing Li Shuai's words. The big shots present were momentarily stunned. Then Shen Yun complained, what is this about? Li Shuai grinned and said, the concept of launching satellites with cannons has been proposed a long time ago, right? At this moment, another academic at the table raised his hand and said, that's correct, but it's not realistic. Once the kinetic energy of the cannon exceeds 32 megajoules, the electronic components inside the satellite will be damaged. And 32 megajoules of kinetic energy is far from enough to send a satellite into orbit. Li Shuai turned to look and saw an old man giving him a skeptical look. He didn't mind and replied with a smile, Academician is right, but my cannon is not propelled by gunpowder or explosives. It's an electromagnetic cannon. My plan is to dig an extremely long underground tunnel at an angle of about 15 degrees from the eastern side of Kunlun Mountain, around 1,300 kilometers long and about 20 meters in diameter, and then install electromagnetic coils on the tunnel walls. Everyone, once this project is completed, just imagine how low our cost for launching satellites will be. The most important thing is that the acceleration of the cannonball will not exceed 3 gs, which ordinary people can easily withstand. We could even develop space tourism. The crowd looked at each other again, then they started to chatter and mock. Dreaming of marrying a wife, just thinking of beautiful things. Right? How much electricity would a cannon of that size consume in one go? My preliminary estimate is that it would require at least a month's power output from a large hydropower station. The key is how to store that energy. This guy, he's good everywhere, has a solid theoretical foundation, and dares to think big, but you can't be delusional. At this moment, Secretary Yi also questioned, electricity aside, the key is how much would such a massive project cost? A 1,300-kilometer highway would cost at least hundreds of billions. Hearing about the money, Li Shuai quickly interrupted the criticisms from the big shots. As for this project, if the state is willing to invest, I welcome it. If not, I'll do it myself. Once I get it done and start making money, don't drool. Secretary Yi looked again at Shen Yun, asking about the credibility of Li Shuai's words. Shen Yun bit his teeth and nodded, meaning, trust him. Secretary Yi returned an understanding look and then said to Li Shuai, well, I need to go back and discuss this with the leaders. If you're not in a hurry to start construction, can we study it first? Research this great opportunity. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. Even if we don't launch satellites, using it for artillery is good too. By then, let alone intercontinental, firing one round could circle the Earth. With a 20-meter diameter electromagnetic coil cannon, the diameter of the shell would be at least 10 meters, right? If its length is 60 meters, even if it's a solid concrete warhead, falling at dozens of times the speed of sound would at least create a 200 or 300-meter deep pit, right? Isn't this better than nuclear deterrence? In the future, who dares to show teeth to us? Just give them a shot and see if they behave. Mr. AI said that dignity is built on the edge of a sword, and truth exists within the range of cannons. In the future, our truth could circle the Earth. Secretary Yi gave Li Shuai a look and took a sip of his juice to calm down. He didn't expect this young man to be a supporter of the military hawks. He then forced a smile and said, let's study it. Let's study it. Now Li Shuai was helpless and said, so, do you want to invest in the research? The project has to be approved first. You can't hold me back on this great opportunity that benefits the country and the people, right? With this thing, we won't have to be stingy every time we project supplies into space. It could be hundreds of tons at once. Hundreds of tons. We can build a space city in geostationary orbit and a weapon delivery platform in low orbit. Cough, cough, cough. Li Shuai was fine, but the academicians had a look of yearning that really made Secretary Yi feel overwhelmed, causing him to cough repeatedly. He quickly said, research more, research more. Li Shuai rolled his eyes and also took a sip of his juice. On the other side, Li Erxi saw this and knew that if they continued talking, it would just get worse. So he got up and walked to the juicer, picked up the glass jug of juice, and poured some for each big shot. At this moment, Secretary Yi took the opportunity to change the subject. Speaking of which, you have so much spare cash now. Have you considered doing something else? Like real estate? Li Shuai decisively shook his head, fiddling with the goblet in his hand. Not doing that. I advise you all to keep a close watch on real estate too. Don't let some people act recklessly. Secretary Yi was taken aback and asked, what do you mean by acting recklessly? Have you heard something? Li Shuai shifted his gaze from the goblet to Secretary Yi. If I were to get into real estate, with a bit of unscrupulousness, I could make hundreds of billions with just a little bit of cost and then ruin a large group of people. Buy a piece of land, build a wall, and then start pre-selling directly. Use the buildings as collateral to get loans from banks, then buy land, pre-sell again, and take out loans again. In the end, I would transfer assets and hide the money in a country without extradition laws. Saying this, Li Shuai clapped his hands and then spread them out. There was no need for him to say more. With the wisdom of Secretary Yi and the others, they immediately understood the consequences. Secretary Yi's face darkened. Your suggestion is too good. I'll propose to the leaders that any buildings with a completion rate below 70 should be prohibited from pre-selling. Isn't that just a half-finished building? Li Shuai rolled his eyes and said, a building with 70 of its structure costs only a little. Even if he colludes with the supervision and other third parties, he can report 30 as 70. Plus, as housing prices rise, do you believe that by then, a building with dozens of apartments could recover that 70 construction cost by pre-selling just 10 units? Hearing this, Secretary Yi's face grew even more serious. He recalled how last year Yida publicly criticized the chaotic state of domestic real estate, and at the time, they thought it was just old Wang trying to build his brand. Now, after hearing Li Shuai's words, even he felt a chill run down his spine. He could almost see a large group of homeowners who had worked hard all their lives watching their money go down the drain, ultimately crying over half-finished buildings. The so-called public sentiment is the foundation of the nation. This was shaking the very foundation. Thinking of this, Secretary Yi's jaw clenched, showing his anger. However, before he could speak, a voice filled with flattery came from a distance. Turning around, he saw a somewhat mature-looking young man in a shirt walking towards them, constantly smiling and bowing to the big shots at the tables he passed. The newcomer was none other than Gao Qiqiang. In no time, Gao Qiqiang reached Li Shuai's table. clasped his hands in front of him, and apologetically said to Secretary Yi and the other big shots, "Sorry to interrupt you leaders." He didn't blame himself for being humble. In the past, he would tremble at the sight of Zhao Lidong. And in front of these few people, especially Secretary Yi, Zhao Lidong was like an ant. Of course, the leaders were very friendly and smiled at Gao Qiqiang. Then Gao Qiqiang leaned closer to Li Shuai and whispered, "Mr. Li, most of the people are here. Should we start the banquet?" Chapter 77. Fame is like floating clouds to me. Li Shuai nodded to Gao Qiqiang and said, "You go and arrange it. I'll be down soon." "Okay." Gao Qiqiang nodded to the leaders again before turning to leave. Watching him go, Li Shuai grinned at Secretary Yi and said, "That's the president of a construction company under me. If there's business, can you take care of him?" Secretary Yi rolled his eyes. "You still want me to take care of him? My construction company has to make money from outside too." As he spoke, Li Shuai stood up with a smile, walked behind Xinyan, placed his hands on his shoulders, and then said to everyone, "What do you think? It's mealtime. Shall we go down and have a meal together?" Secretary Yi nodded towards Xinyan and said with a smile, "Let Xiao Shun and your colleagues Wu Jianpain and Zhang Peiyan from Jinghai go." "We won't go. Let's go." Xinyan also promptly stood up, signaling Li Shuai to leave. "Everyone, feel free. Just let me know what you want to eat." After saying that, Li Shuai accompanied Xinyan and the four brothers wishing prosperity as they left. Once they were far away, Secretary Yi turned to the other leaders and smiled, waving to a table nearby. "Old Lu, come sit." Hearing this, Lu Hui, the secretary from Linjiang, walked over with a smile and sat in the spot Xinyan had just occupied. Then, Deputy Secretary Zhou from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection laughed and said, "This kid is quite interesting, very smart. He seems to have no schemes, but he's actually very clever. He remains calm and collected. Most people stutter when they see you, but he talks and laughs easily. Young people like this are rare." Secretary Yi nodded. "What's most precious is that he has a pure heart. Quite good, but his hawkish mindset is too dangerous. If his strength matches his ideas, he might cause quite a stir in the future." "Hey, leader, you worry too much." Deputy Secretary Zhou laughed. "I actually think that as long as he goes out and causes trouble for those who are hostile to our country, that's a good thing. We just need to keep an eye on him and not let him go too far." Secretary Yi nodded in agreement and then smiled at Secretary Lu. "Old Lu, you heard that. It's up to you to keep an eye on him while he's in Linjiang. Whether he asks the great sage equal to heaven or the fighting Buddha, it's up to you." Secretary Lu immediately smiled wryly. "You've given me a tough problem." Ha ha. On the other side, Li Shuai was now walking into the elevator with Xinyan. Once they stood still, Xinyan smiled and said, "I don't know what to say about you. Wasting such a good opportunity like this." Li Shuai was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" Xinyan glanced back and saw Li Erxi and the other three standing straight, followed by Secretary Wu and Mayor Zhang coming in. Li Shuai understood what Xinyan was hinting at and glared, saying, "He's my own brother, so just say it directly." Xinyan then said, "Old Yi came with a blank imperial decree this time. As long as it's confirmed that you're really capable, you can write whatever you want on that decree. I've heard the minimum is a counselor at the General Hospital, and the maximum is an honorary vice position at the CPPCC. You, on the other hand, are coming up with all sorts of ideas, fleets, and supercannons. Why don't you just fly to the sky?" Secretary Wu and Mayor Zhang exchanged glances at this. What does it mean Li Shuai almost got promoted? However, Li Shuai rolled his eyes. Aren't they all just nominal positions? What use are they? Xinyan widened his eyes. How can they be nominal? Those positions can influence policies with just one word. Besides, if you were given a real position, would you have time to go to work? Come on. Li Shuai pouted. The so-called fame means nothing to me, in my eyes. There are only the stars and the sea. My ultimate goal is to be a proper cadre in the Milky Way. Building cannons is just to achieve a small goal. A proper cadre in the solar system. Xinyan stared straight at Li Shuai, then raised his hand to check his forehead temperature with the back of his hand. What are you doing? Li Shuai swatted his hand away with a look of disgust. Xinyan looked concerned. This kid isn't even feverish. Why is he talking nonsense? Li Shuai rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. Meanwhile, Secretary Wu and Mayor Zhang had turned completely mute, not daring to speak, only wiping sweat discreetly. Entering June, the weather in Jinghai was getting hotter. Just then, The elevator arrived, and the group took it down to the banquet hall. Stepping out of the elevator and walking down the corridor to a door, once it opened, it revealed a spacious area. This was a large space, approximately 40 meters long and 20 meters wide, with a height of about 6 meters. The 30 tables set up in the banquet hall did not seem crowded at all. There's also a large stage at the front of the banquet hall, a standard setup for a star-rated hotel. Even Shun Yun, who is used to grand occasions, couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are extravagant." Li Shuai smiled. "I want to show the bosses who came this time what real luxury is. Cruise ships, aircraft carriers, cruisers, space stations. Things like watches, bags, and diamonds are all trash. Just foreigners trying to cheat these gullible people out of their money." Ha ha. Shen Yun was amused. "Will you take me for a tour later?" Li Shuai was taken aback for a moment and turned to look at Shen Yun. Seeing the old fellow smiling, Li Shuai subtly adjusted his glasses. A glance revealed Shen Yun was a PhD in financial management, so he felt relieved. "Sure." Then he asked, "Aren't you here for several days of research? You might as well stay with me. Those national treasures have dedicated most of their lives. They should enjoy themselves." Shen Yun instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized something and turned to glare at Li Shuai. "Don't come here trying to corrupt our backbone with a lavish lifestyle." "How can you say that?" Li Shuai feigned an innocent expression. "Aren't I just being considerate of them?" Shen Yun stared at Li Shuai for a moment, then suddenly narrowed his eyes and leaned back dramatically. "Kid, trying to poach people, huh?" Seeing he was exposed, Li Shuai simply stopped pretending and put his hands in his pockets. "Just say whether you will or not. My research institute is in dire need of people. If you don't give them, I'll just have to throw money at them." A bitter smile appeared on Shen Yun's face as he pointed at Li Shuai. After a moment of thought, he said seriously, "I'll help you talk to old you later and try to fight for you, but I can't guarantee it will work." "That's more like it." As he spoke, Li Shuai casually put his arm around Shen Yun's shoulders. "What I research here is still for our country. I'm just a little rabbit from our flower family. And you believe me, these pearls can shine the brightest here, ensuring they far exceed their achievements at the Academy of Sciences." Shen Yun slapped Li Shuai's hand away with a look of disdain. "Are you saying they were just pearls covered in dust at the Academy of Sciences? Why do you take things out of context?" Li Shuai replied speechlessly. "I didn't know you had the potential to be a nitpicker." "Nitpicker?" Shen Yun looked confused. Li Shuai wanted to say more, but from the corner of his eye, he saw someone approaching and turned to look. It was Gao Qiqiang. Looking at the two doors across the banquet hall, the wealthy guest had started to enter. "Mr. Li, President Shun, please take your seats," Gao Qiqiang said as he walked over. Chapter 78. The dominant old Shun Li Shuai and others followed Gao Qiqiang to the front row of the big stage, to the table in the center. Along the way, they noticed that every table had name cards placed on them, although it was unclear if they were arranged according to wealth and status. The central table and the 4 adjacent tables did not have name cards, as it was uncertain whether Secretary Yi and the others would come down to join. If they did, they would sit with Li Shuai. If not, the executives from the Galaxy Group would take those seats, so it wouldn't be left empty. Over here, Shen Yun, Old Zhang, Old Wu, and the 4 brothers from Gongxi Fatsai accompanied Li Shuai to sit down, and Gao Qiqiang hurriedly left again. After a while, Su Jiang came over, followed by Su Lei, Gao Qiqiang, and Wei Qingmei, as well as more than 40 executives from the subsidiary companies of the Galaxy Group, all at the level of department director or above. The banquet hall gradually became more crowded and lively. Others were naturally guided to their seats by waiters, while Gao Qiqiang and Su Jiang certainly wouldn't do such things, as they were now the ones whom others wanted to curry favor with. After everyone was seated, Gao Qiqiang hurriedly ran off again, busy coming and going. Su Jiang plopped down opposite Li Shuai's table, grinning as he complained, "Oh my God, I'm exhausted. My legs feel like they've shrunk." He added, "The last time I was this tired was when I got married in the village." At this moment, Li Yigong, who was sitting next to him, pinched Su Jiang's belly, saying, "You should lose some weight, brother. Starting tomorrow, come work out with me." "I'm not going." The others watching these 2 clowns couldn't help but laugh. Just as Li Shuai was enjoying the moment, he suddenly caught a whiff of perfume coming from his left. Turning to look, he saw Su Bansha approaching in a gown, accompanied by a handsome guy. "Li Zong," Su Bansha greeted as she drew near. "Oh." Li Shuai glanced at the handsome guy, then back at Su Bansha, jokingly asking, Aren't you single and divorced? Is this your ex-husband? Su Bansha was immediately taken aback, glancing at the handsome guy beside her, her face turning red. The handsome guy also looked a bit shy, covering his nose with his fist and clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. It seemed these two indeed had a history. Don't tease me, he's my friend. Su Bansha pulled the handsome guy over and introduced, Let me introduce you, this is Zhao Lei, a master's graduate in business administration from the University of Washington, and he was the general manager of Rongsight Long's national region. Li Shuai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. With such education and work experience, he was naturally pleased and stood up with a smile. Zhao Lei also smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Li Zong. Hello. Li Shuai shook his hand while sizing up the handsome guy. He realized that this guy was at a level of handsomeness just below that of Li Erxi. After releasing Zhao Lei's hand, Li Shuai turned to Su Bansha and asked, Did you recruit him? No. Su Bansha joked, a talent of this level. How could I recruit him? You have to come in person. No. Zhao Lei quickly replied with a smile. I'm currently in a semi-unemployed state, so I could go anywhere. Su Zong said he'd take me to see the world. Hearing this made Li Shuai feel good. He laughed, Great. Our Yangmin Xing Steel Company is lacking a general manager. Come in with Su Bansha tomorrow to handle your onboarding. As for the salary, how about 30 more than your previous pay? We can discuss further raises and even equity later. Is that okay? Thank you, Li Zong. Zhao Lei, being experienced, graciously bowed slightly and thanked him, showing great manners. At this moment, Li Shuai looked at Su Bansha again and asked, Is everything settled over Benhai? Yes. I directly gave them 20 million as a penalty fee. Too lazy to argue. Su Bansha said boldly, Didn't they want to buy my 50,000 tons of steel for 400 per ton? If they have the capability, they can take this 20 million and buy 50,000 tons of scrap steel. The price is just right. If I go to the Black Sea to get 50,000 tons of scrap steel, the cost would be over 700. That's truly disgusting. I said to go by market price, and they claimed the contract Zhao Lei signed with me was invalid. If I don't comply, they threatened to sue me with the contract. Li Shuai rolled his eyes at her. 20 million. Huh? You paid? Quite a hefty lesson. Be more cautious in the future. The money from those foreign companies isn't that easy to earn. He then looked at Zhao Lei. All right, find a seat to sit down. Okay. After the two left, Li Shuai turned around, just about to sit down, when he noticed a few more people approaching from his right. Li Zong. Zhao Ruilong appeared with a champagne glass, accompanied by a young woman and Zhou Zhaoxian. It was said that this time Zhou Zhaoxian had managed to snatch 2 factory projects right from Zhao Ruilong's mouth. So they should have a strained relationship now, yet here they were together. As Zhao Ruilong approached, he stepped aside and introduced, Li Zong, this is my second sister, Zhao Xiaowei. She has admired you for a long time and came to Jinghai specifically to visit you. Hello, Li Zong. Zhao Xiaowei smiled and extended her hand to Li Shuai. Li Shuai smiled back and shook her fingers, then looked at Zhao Ruilong and Zhou Zhaoxian. Zhou Zhaoxian explained, I collaborated with Zhao Zong, and he said he would rather give the project to me than to a few others. Oh, Li Shuai pretended to suddenly understand. Looking at Zhao Ruilong with a smirk, collusion. Huh? And you dare to tell me about it? The smiles on the faces of the others immediately froze. Zhao Xiaowei was the first to recover, smiling. Li Zong, our Ruilong is just following your wishes. Director Zhou is patriotic, and he knows you appreciate that about him. So he is helping him out. And those other construction businessmen from Haidong, Ruilong told you about them long ago. That's right. Zhao Ruilong also quickly caught on. Looking very serious, that's exactly how it is. Li Shuai glanced at Zhao Xiaowei, who met his gaze calmly. He then looked at Zhou Zhaoxian, who swallowed hard and looked down, avoiding eye contact. Finally, Li Shuai turned to Zhao Ruilong. As long as the project is completed with quality and quantity assured, I want to pursue the matter. Also, those businessmen from Haidong must not cause any trouble in Jinghai. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Ruilong was momentarily taken aback. At this time, Shun Yun, who had been quietly listening, leaned back in his chair and turned his head. Let me correct one thing. Those Haidong businessmen must safely return to Haidong. That's what I'm saying. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai grinned and gave Xinyan a thumbs up. You're quite dominant. Zhao Xiaowei and Zhao Ruilong looked a bit confused, glancing at Xinyan, feeling he looked somewhat familiar, but they couldn't place where they had seen him before. Who is this? Zhao Xiaowei asked tentatively. Xinyan smiled, turned his head, and picked up his chopsticks to reach for the cold jellyfish that had just been placed in front of him. Li Shuai laughed. No need to beat around the bush. It's just that your provincial governor's father is here. This old man might not even give face, let alone you. Zhao Xiaowei and Zhao Ruilong's eyes widened in shock as they turned to look at Xinyan. At this moment, Xinyan seemed a bit displeased and set down his chopsticks. Looking at Li Shuai, can't you speak properly? I'm only 51. Why am I being called an old man? This is my golden age. Li Shuai rolled his eyes and ignored him. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaowei and Zhao Ruilong stood there, seemingly lost in thought. To be honest, over the years, they had done business everywhere and met many local leaders, usually being able to call them by name upon meeting. This person looks familiar, and combined with what Li Shuai just said, it indicates that this uncle is not of low status. At 51 years old, he might not even give their family patriarch face, so he could only be from Yinjing. Upon realizing this, the two suddenly felt a shiver, and they heard Zhao Ruilong repeatedly say, "Got it, got it." Zhao Xiaowei immediately rolled her eyes and elbowed her foolish brother. Isn't admitting this at this moment equivalent to acknowledging the intention to take action against those Haidong people? Zhao Xiaowei forced a smile and said to Li Shuai, "Mr. Li, let me toast you a drink to thank you for your support of our Huilong group this time." Li Shuai glanced at Zhao Xiaowei with interest and found that this woman indeed had more brains than Zhao Ruilong. He then raised his own glass and clinked it with Zhao Xiaowei's. Zhao Xiaowei downed her drink in one go and then smiled, saying, "We'll head over first and come back to toast you later." Li Shuai smiled and nodded. All right. Chapter 79. Follow me, leading you to the future after a polite remark. Zhao Xiaowei quickly led Zhao Ruilong away, leaving Zhou Zhaoxian behind without a care. Zhao Ruilong said as they walked, "Who is that old guy?" From what Li Shuai said, his rank isn't low. You don't say. Zhao Xiaowei turned to glare at her brother. You let one sentence scare you into admitting everything. You can acknowledge that kind of thing in front of Li Shuai, but to other leaders? Are you stupid? Zhao Ruilong didn't dare to retort at all. As they spoke, they arrived at their seats, and after sitting down, they casually glanced over at Li Shuai's table. They saw Li Shuai chatting and laughing with Zhou Zhaoxian, who was also toasting Li Shuai and that old man. Zhao Xiaowei said in a low voice, "It seems we need to reassess Li Shuai's influence. Look at their seating. It's clear Li Shuai is in the main position. And think about what Li Shuai just said. That leader can go head-to-head with Dad, yet now he's accompanying Li Shuai. The way they talk is so casual, like friends. Is there nothing to it?" Zhao Ruilong pondered for a moment, then showed an expression of shock. Damn. So that guy Li isn't just connected. He is the connection? Looking at Li Shuai's side, after putting down his wine glass, he patted Zhou Zhaoxian's arm and laughed. You don't need to overthink it. Zhao Ruilong has already handed you the pie. If you don't take a bite, that would be foolish. As long as you maintain the idea of unity, I have a meal to offer you. Zhou Zhaoxian quickly bowed slightly. Thank you. After straightening up, he added with a smile, then I'll head back to my seat. Go ahead. Zhou Zhaoxian smiled and nodded at Shen Yun and Su Jiang before leaving the table. Once Li Shuai returned to his seat, Shen Yun's expression also turned serious as he said, "These young officials are really becoming more outrageous." Li Shuai was momentarily taken aback by his words, recalling Shen Yun's background from earlier, and he chuckled helplessly. Well, they can't be compared to you guys. After all, the revolutionary blood flows in your veins. Shen Yun nodded, but then his eyes widened. You investigated me? Li Shuai was speechless. The leap in thinking was too quick. You really are interesting. Is there a need to investigate? Anything stored in electronic files can't be hidden from me. Shen Yun continued to glare. I've come this far on my own merit. Take my degree, for example. That's not something you can get just because of family background, right? That's all my own hard work. A PhD in financial management, right? Li Shuai rolled his eyes. What's there to show off? Shen Yun was instantly choked up, sulking as he picked up his chopsticks to grab some cold dishes. Nearby, Secretary Wu and Mayor Zhang listened to their conversation and wiped their sweat again. At that moment, Su Jiang seemed to see something, suddenly standing up and nodding at a distance. He then asked Li Shuai, Li Zong, Everyone has taken their seats. Should I go up and say a few words? Will you also come up later to say a few? Li Shuai paused in his action of picking food, thought for a moment, and nodded sure. Great. Su Jiang quickly walked to the edge of the stage. It turned out that the one who had just gestured to him was Gao Qiqiang. He took the microphone Gao Qiqiang handed him, glanced at the audience, cleared his throat with a couple of coughs, and then strode onto the stage. Gao Qiqiang waved to the staff by the entrance to start serving the dishes. Among the guests at the tables below, some noticed Su Jiang walk onto the stage and turned their attention to him. Good evening, everyone. I am Su Jiang, and I am very happy to gather with you all, he said confidently, without any hint of fear or the amateurish behavior of testing the microphone like earlier. On behalf of the Galaxy Group, I would like to thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our group's first business dinner in Jinghai. Welcome, everyone. A burst of warm applause erupted from the audience. Once the applause died down, Su Jiang joked, I know you all don't want to hear me speak because you came to Jinghai to find business opportunities. What kind of opportunities could I have here, right? Another round of laughter followed. Now, I would like to invite our Galaxy Group's chairman, Li Zong, to the stage to say a few words. As soon as he finished, the applause was even more enthusiastic than before. As Su Jiang said, these people came to Jinghai for the sake of making money. Otherwise, who would travel such a long distance just to have a meal when they could earn tens of thousands an hour? Although some business owners had already reached verbal agreements before entering the banquet hall, they definitely wanted to strike a bigger deal with Li Shuai. After all, this young man was already a nationally recognized philanthropist. Li Shuai walked onto the stage amid the applause, taking the microphone from Su Jiang. Most of the audience did not know Li Shuai, but seeing him was indeed as young as rumored. They all showed knowing smiles. Young people's money is the easiest to deceive. Li Shuai stood in the center of the stage, and once the applause subsided, he raised the microphone. Earlier, our Su Zong mentioned business opportunities. To be honest, I do have quite a few business opportunities here. But, well, I don't really want to tell you. He continued. After all, most of the media in the country is currently saying I'm a big fraud. The audience's expressions initially stiffened, but then they recalled the recent overwhelming negative reports targeting Galaxy Group, leaving them both amused and exasperated. They knew what kind of media it was. Money is power. Whoever pays them can have their ancestors insulted. After the laughter, there was another round of applause. Li Shuai, smiling, said, Before this big fraud recommends business opportunities to you, let me ask everyone here, have you thought about what the world will look like in the next 10 years? Or even 20 years? The audience immediately fell silent, but many business owners began to take an interest in Li Shuai. Not that kind of interest. Li Shuai continued, in business, the most important thing is foresight. As long as you can accurately predict an industry's prospects, you can basically make a fortune. Some people may have imagined it, but are afraid of failure and dare not follow the route they predicted. Others may have boldly tried, but at the very beginning, they went the wrong way and couldn't get far. Or maybe because their funds are limited, they had to give up just as their business was starting due to lack of money. More people are blinded by the immediate and can't see the future. It's like me standing here talking about business opportunities. Honestly, would you listen? Those experts on TV talk much better than I do. If their business opportunities were useful, why would there still be so many poor people? Many people in the audience showed expressions of empathy. Li Shuai's words really struck a chord with them. However, what Li Shuai said next left them in shock. So, I won't talk. I'll just get to work. He declared, what you can't see, I'll do. What you see but are afraid to do, I'll do too. What you don't believe in, like semiconductors, I'll do even more. Now I tell you, I see the future clearly, and I have enough room for trial and error. I'll be your pioneer. You just have to follow behind me. See clearly what can actually make money, and then keep up with my pace. I will lead you to the future. The final words landed heavily, plunging the venue into complete silence. Then, amid a mix of shock, admiration, ridicule, and desire, Li Shuai directly turned and walked off the stage. It wasn't until he returned to his seat that the applause began to trickle in, gradually growing more enthusiastic. After the applause subsided, Shun Yin teased, that was quite powerful. But do you really think that in your heart, you'll lead them to wealth? As he spoke, he picked up the champagne nearby and personally poured some for Li Shuai. In recent years, many foreign enterprises have taken root in the country, enjoying our cheap labor while using their products to invade our market. Li Shuai took a sip of his drink and continued smiling. The advantage of foreign companies is simply their advanced processes and strong technical reserves, which keep their product costs low. What I want is to cultivate our own national industry and private capital, sweeping those foreign companies out. Damn it, they make money off us while constantly showing their teeth and claws, demanding sanctions and restrictions. I'll knock out their teeth. Shen didn't expect Li Shuai to have such ambitious aspirations. After a moment of surprise, he continued to tease, "Then why don't you do it yourself? Why give the opportunity to others?" Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "If everything were in my hands, would you be able to sleep comfortably?" Shen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled knowingly, thinking this guy really doesn't act his age. He then heard Li Shuai say, "What I'm doing is not only to combat the erosion of foreign capital, but also to cultivate grassroots productivity, which is very important and can even be elevated to a strategic level." "Oh, so you have this kind of insight?" Shen pretended to look at him with newfound respect. He then added, "But are you so sure they'll follow you? These are all seasoned business veterans. You think a few words will make them follow you? It's tough." Li Shuai rolled his eyes again. "Whether they follow or not, we have one. 2 billion people in our country, and there are plenty who want to get rich. To put it bluntly, I'm the wind right now. If they stand on my shoulders, even pigs can fly. Just wait and see how many of these people are even worse than pigs." Shen laughed and pointed a finger at Li Shuai. Then he raised a champagne glass. "Come on, I toast to you." The two clinked their glasses, producing a ringing sound. Chapter 80. Should we just play football? Not long after the dinner started, people began to come over one by one to toast. Li Shuai and Shen were not annoyed at all, so they simply left the table to Su Jiang and the others, while the old and the young wandered around the ship. They had promised to show Shen around. They had taken him to see the reactor, but that thing was completely wrapped in a large black cube measuring 2 meters in length, width, and height, with a door separating it from the outside, so they couldn't see what was going on inside at all. After visiting various places, the two of them arrived at the aft deck. Just as they stepped out of the cabin door, Shen curiously asked, "Earlier you said this ship is fully electric propulsion, but I didn't see any steam pipes or turbines. Where does the electricity come from?" He continued, "And why is your reactor so small? If I were still boiling water, could I still be called a tech giant?" Li Shuai replied with a smirk. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and squinted at Shen. "Aren't you studying financial management? Do you understand the integrated power system and reactor too?" "Oh well." Shen blinked. "Actually, I double majored in college and took physics as an elective, but for various reasons, I didn't complete the credits." "So you failed, and there are all these reasons." Li Shuai expressed his disdain. "One in finance, one in physics, that is quite a leap." Shen shrugged. "It's about interest. I used to admire those pioneers, but later realized I really had no talent in that area, so I focused on one." Li Shuai looked down on this. "No wonder you keep shouting for a tour." He then said, "Enough small talk, let us get to the point." At this moment, they happened to reach the side of the ship, and Li Shuai leaned against the railing. "That big black shell you just saw surrounding the reactor is the quantum thermoelectric conversion system. Over 70% of the heat released by the reactor is converted into electrical energy by that big black shell. As for electricity, there is indeed an integrated power system, but generally it's not needed because even if the reactor stops, the stored electricity on my ship is enough for years. The bottom of this ship holds 1,000 tons of high-energy batteries. Now tell me how your thermoelectric conversion works. Is it similar to the Seebeck effect?" Shen asked with eagerness to learn. Li Shuai continued to explain, "It's much more thorough than that. Planck and Einstein stated at the beginning of this century that energy is transmitted in quantum form. Most of the thermal energy in the reactor is actually transmitted outward in the form of thermal radiation from photons. Whether it's fission or fusion, the total mass decreases, and some of the loss occurs through radiation, which is a stream of high-speed electrons. More importantly, it's those escaping photons. So, if we can unify those photons that are scattering around in the form of thermal radiation and compose electromagnetic waves of a certain wavelength at a unified frequency, the rest is relatively simple. Microwave transmission of electricity has been around for a long time." Shen blinked. "I understood that. You were speaking Chinese?" Li Shuai rolled his eyes, but also said, "Actually, I only know the general idea. My main study is in mining exploration. The ones who really understand this are my four brothers. So, you're actually not that useful? Shen Yun's eyes lit up mischievously. Li Shuai was taken aback for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh. If you want to dig into them, go ahead. If you can manage to get them to leave, then you're impressive. Just kidding. Not to mention the first principle of loyalty in the brain chips of the congratulations on getting rich crew. But the feelings they've built with Li Shuai after spending time together are not something Shen Yun can easily shake. To them, Li Shuai is both a father and a brother, teaching them how to be human in their original timeline, and, after coming to this parallel world, helping them become real people. Without their brain chips, what can Shen Yun use to impress them? Money? Let us not even talk about the superconducting alloys worth tens of thousands of tons at the base, or the rare earth metals, helium-3, etc. Just the outer shell material of the base alone is worth a fortune these days. That shell withstood numerous attacks from interstellar pirate ships using laser cannons without much damage. The real harm came from a quantum cannon fired by a large enemy attack ship. Speaking of which, the cruise ship uses the shell material from the base. Not to mention that the Eagle Sauce S electromagnetic cannon hasn't been successfully developed yet. Even if it were, what could it do? The most valuable are the shell materials of the annihilation furnace and fusion pile, which are top-secret processes even in the 25th century. Li Shuai doesn't even know how those shells are made. So, using money to entice Li Erxi and the others would probably earn him nothing but a disdainful glance. Power and status? Li Shuai has already set his sights on becoming a high-ranking official in the galaxy, and their goal is obviously to become deputy-level officials. Women? Don't make me laugh. With Li Erxi's face, Li Yigong's muscles, and Li Sanfa's cool demeanor. If the three of them stand on the street and shout, there'd be plenty of beautiful women throwing themselves at them. Li Sucai is handsome too, but after Li Shuai turned him around a bit, he is now the type that is open to all. Don't talk so confidently. If I really made a move, don't blame me for turning against you. Shen Yun said with an eager expression. Not gonna happen. Li Shuai lauga karalesli. Shen Yun expressed disbelief, but just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of someone walking out from the cabin door. The person had a round face and looked quite wealthy. It was Old Wong from Yida. Mr. Li. Old Wong walked up, and upon seeing Shen Yun, quickly greeted him. Oh, Director Shen is also here. Ah, Mr. Wong. Shen Yun nodded. Then he looked at Li Shuai. You guys chat first. I'll go wander around. Seeing Shen Yun as cheerful steps, Li Shuai knew he was going to find congratulations on getting rich. After shaking his head and chuckling, he turned to Old Wong and asked with a smile, So, what is up, Mr. Wong? A lot of people went down to the gambling hall to set up games. I don't like playing that, so I came up to take a look. Li Shuai immediately showed a teasing expression. If you wanted to find me, just say so. What are you hiding? Old Wong also made a series of exaggerated expressions. TSK, don't be so direct. Ha ha. After laughing, Old Wong smiled and asked, Mr. Li's earlier speech was truly enlightening. I also wanted to ask if you're interested in collaborating with me? Li Shuai simply shook his head with a smile. No. Didn't I say it? I'm into technology. Real estate doesn't suit me. Old Wong still smiled. That is really too bad. I wanted to leverage your funds, along with our Yida brand, to completely dominate the domestic real estate market and then properly reorganize it, setting a standard for the industry. Huh! Li Shuai laughed out loud again. Let us talk about football instead. I heard you formed a football team? Old Wong's momentary disappointment flickered away, and he returned to his cheerful demeanor. Are you interested in football too? No, I just think this would be relatively easier to deal with. Hearing this, Old Wong's smile instantly faded. He was a seasoned football fan, and according to Li Shuai, does that mean football will also face chaos? Chapter 81. Guidance. The next morning, on the national road from Xiaoan to the city, a line of vehicles was seen speeding in the distance. Leading the convoy was a Jeep, followed by 4 Hummer vehicles, a BMW 740, a business minibus, and a row of Audis behind. As this line of cars passed by, the farmers working in the fields by the roadside paused to lean on their hoes and watch, some even with cigarettes in their mouths. Inside the minibus, aside from the driver, it was filled with elderly men. This was the business vehicle that Secretary Yi and the others were riding in. In the back row, Shen Yun was sitting next to Secretary Yi on a double seat. Secretary Yi was leaning against the window, listening to Shen Yun's report. After Shen Yun finished his lengthy account, Secretary Yi asked in surprise. Did he really say that? Xinyan quickly replied, that's his exact words. I didn't embellish at all. Hearing this, Secretary Yi smiled. He's a good kid. A kid? Xinyan rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the young man could be considered cunning and shrewd. If we don't offer enough benefits, don't expect him to budge. Secretary Yi chuckled and then asked, so what was the outcome of your attempt to poach him last night? Don't mention it. Xinyan made a face as if he were constipated, mimicking the conversation he had with Li Erxi and others the previous night. I asked them if they wanted money. They said yes. Will they come with me? No. I asked if they wanted beautiful women. They said yes. Will they come with me? No. I offered them power and status. They said yes. Will they come with me? No. Ha 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 ha. Secretary Yi laughed heartily, particularly at Shan Yun's vivid imitation, especially the surprised expression when he said yes and the indifferent face when he said no. It was really amusing. That's good. Secretary Yi said with a smile, if you can't tempt them, then others certainly can't either. After all, they're all our country's people. It's the same wherever they go. Xinyan shrugged, thinking that if he could bring them over, it would save a lot of trouble. At Li Shuai's place, developing any technology would require spending money here to buy it. At this moment, Secretary Yi thought of something and stretched his neck to shout to the front. Oldie, a man in his 60s, who was reading a magazine, turned his head. Huh? Did you call me? Secretary Yi smiled and asked. Li Shuai's company said they need heavyweight experts to lead the team, and you're a top expert in this area. Are you interested? Oldie thought for a moment, then smacked his lips. That depends on whether his company has real talent. If they're just boasting, then I won't come. At this time, academician Liu, who was sitting in front of Secretary Yi, also turned around and said with a smile, let's see first. Didn't Xiao Shan say that kid boasted about bringing our research institute to develop? If their technological reserves are really that strong, then moving the whole institute over would be possible. Secretary Yi was left speechless. He just wants to poach a few academicians, and you're thinking of taking over the nest? Ha 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 ha. More than half an hour later, in the industrial development zone of Qinghua District, Jinghai City, the convoy entered the development zone and then stopped at the entrance of a large electronics factory along the roadside. The sign at the entrance had not been changed. It still read Jinghai Electronics Factory, but inside, it had already become the factory of Tiangshuangsing Semiconductor. Seeing such a line of luxury cars stop, the security guard at the reception quickly opened the factory gate. It was the kind of gate that had to be pulled open manually. Once opened, several shirt-clad, portly officials quickly came out to greet them. Then a group of handsome men and beautiful women got out from the first row of vehicles, including Li Shuai and others, as well as the Gao sisters and Meng Yu, who was there to take photos for internal publicity. Meanwhile, a group of elderly men got out of the minibus, with Secretary Yi and the others. At 51 years old, Xinyan was considered one of the younger ones among them. Those who got out of the Audis were of various ages, both young and old. These were the leaders from Linjiang Provincial Committee and Jinghai Municipal Committee, along with a group of reporters carrying cameras and camcorders. Hey, Mr. Li, a chubby, middle-aged leader from the development zone, stretched out his hand and warmly walked toward Li Shuai. Li Shuai also smiled and reached out to shake hands with him. This man was Zheng Qingyang, the secretary of the Qinghua Industrial Development Zone Party Committee. Previously, when Li Shuai mentioned buying a factory here for a temporary site, it made him exceedingly happy, almost treating Li Shuai like a revered ancestor. Secretary Zheng not busy? Waiting here early in the morning? Li Shuai teased with a smile. Zheng Qingyang's smile suddenly turned a bit awkward. He originally didn't know that senior leaders were coming for an inspection, but coincidentally, the security guard at the gate was his second uncle. His reputation was fairly good, and he usually worked diligently, occasionally helping relatives from the village with connections, but he never had the audacity to shove an illiterate relative into a financial position. So Li Shuai gave him some face after buying the electronics factory. The cleaning lady and the security guard were kept on. When leaders come over, the security guard must be notified to avoid a situation where he doesn't recognize them and stubbornly prevents them from entering. Mr. Li, hearing the call, Li Shuai turned his head to see a tall, thin man with glasses approaching, and he smiled as he walked over and patted the man's arm. This person was Fan Yishuang, a Ph.D. in optoelectronics, 32 years old. who was previously the deputy manager of the technology department at a private electronics company and was now the general manager of Tianshuangsing Semiconductor. To be honest, he was the type of techie who was more suited to be a director of the technology department. Being a general manager was a bit out of his league. But they were really short on people. Most of the applicants last time were technical types. As everyone knows, techies usually have high IQs, but low EQs, which often leads to them not being well regarded in their original units, being less talkative, disliking meetings, arguing with the business department, and talking back to the boss. Therefore, the turnover rate for technical staff is quite high. They tend to jump ship for better salaries, especially if they're not married and have no family ties. Of course, this only applies to those who are single. Once married, with family ties, they tend to be less impulsive. As for those at the level of general manager, they're usually highly skilled in management and business, and companies typically won't let them go even if they want to apply elsewhere. They can slowly poach or cultivate them themselves. While Li Shuai was lost in thought, Secretary Wu Jianping from Jinghai quickly jogged over and called Zheng Chengyang aside with a stern face. He could easily see Zheng Chengyang's little thoughts. A big leader was coming, and he wanted to get familiar with him. However, in this situation, old Wu could only stay back. He couldn't just push his way to the front, could he? Just then, Secretary Yi, along with Shen Yun, Director Su, Deputy Secretary Zhou, and Lu's secretary from Linjiang, among other leaders, walked over. "Let's go, shall we?" Secretary Yi put his hand on Li Shuai's shoulder and said kindly with a smile, "Shall we take a look around?" Li Shuai also grinned. "Let's go then." Chapter 82. As long as you have hands walking into the factory area, one could see freshly laid lawns on both sides of the road, planted with camphor trees, osmanthus, red maples, ginkgos, and other ornamental plants. The factory area was very quiet, without the usual fanfare of drums and gongs, fluttering red flags, firecrackers, or a sea of people welcoming the leaders. Instead, there was a dog tied up near the bicycle shed barking wildly in this direction, seemingly welcoming the leader's arrival. Secretary Yi was quite satisfied with this. He was used to the scenes where banners were hung to welcome visitors everywhere he went, and this casual approach by Li Shuai allowed him to see the real situation in the factory. He then asked, "Did you not notify the factory that we were coming today?" "We did notify them," Li Shuai replied casually. "I told them to just go about their business and not to prepare any special welcome ceremony." Turning to Secretary Yi, he jokingly asked, "Why are you so concerned about appearances? Should we go out and let them prepare before we come in?" "Ha ha!" Secretary Yi pointed a finger at Li Shuai, saying, "You've got some guts, trying to poke fun at me." After laughing, Secretary Yi expressed curiosity. "I see the surrounding ornamental plants and trees are all newly done. Didn't you say this is just a temporary factory area? Why is it so well done?" "A temporary factory area doesn't mean it will be abandoned after this period. It will eventually become a branch factory, which also contributes to the GDP of the Qinghua district. The company headquarters will still be in Shaoan, after all. It's close to the sea, and shipping out is convenient," Li Shuai explained as he looked at the lawns and trees. He continued, "After the factories were acquired, they spent more than half a month on renovations. The employees only moved in a week after the successful development of the lithography machine on the 6th. He added, "As for the garden-style factory design, it can provide a good mood for employees during their commutes, enhancing their sense of happiness and increasing work efficiency." "That's good." Secretary Yi gave a thumbs up, saying it's worth referencing and learning from. While they were talking, the group arrived at the side entrance of a factory building, and Li Shuai introduced, "This is our wafer production department, where all processes from silicon refining and purification to monocrystalline silicon growth and subsequent wafer preparation are completed here. The scale is a bit small. The entire chip manufacturing process is concentrated in this factory, and each step can only be handled in this small workshop." The leaders heard this and looked up at the size of the large factory building, 40 meters wide and 80 meters long, wondering how this could be called a small workshop. Li Shuai continued, "Making silicon wafers on Earth is really tedious, and the costs are very high. The finished products are also uneven, with the largest crystal rods only about 40 centimeters in diameter and 2 meters long." Secretary Yi had no reaction, but academician he behind him exploded upon hearing this. "What? 40 centimeters in diameter, 2 meters long?" Li Shuai turned around to see academician he wide-eyed asking, "Are you sure your crystal rods can be that big? What is the purity?" The skills of the employees here are somewhat lacking, but the part close to the mixed gas nozzle can achieve a purity of 11 nines. Li Shuai said with a smile. Academician, he was stunned and immediately wanted to rush into the workshop. Hey, oldie! Academician, Lu tried to hold him back, saying, I want to go in and take a look. Being a semiconductor researcher, he naturally knew what it meant to have a 2-meter-long, 40-centimeter diameter wafer with 11 nines purity. Academician Lu firmly held him back, leaning in to quietly scold him. This is the company's secret. You can't just go in because you want to. After seeing Academician, he calmed down a bit. He finally let go and nudged him with his elbow. Secretary Yi observed this situation, smiling as he looked into the workshop, where inside, like a Russian nesting doll, there was a sterile room built from composite panels within a large iron factory, making it impossible to see the equipment and production processes. He then looked at Li Shuai and asked if we want to go in and take a look. Do we have to pay again? Of course. Li Shuai replied as if it were obvious. You only asked for the lithography machine and reactor technology on this trip. Nothing else was mentioned. Secretary Yi felt both amused and exasperated. Only asked for the lithography machine, forgetting that there are many steps in chip production. Had I known, I should have asked you for the entire process. Then your price wouldn't be enough. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. Then he said with a smile, let us go see the lithography machine you've been thinking about. You've paid for it anyway, so feel free to look. Saying this, Li Shuai led the way down the corridor. Secretary Yi and Shen Yun exchanged a glance, smiled helplessly, and then followed suit. Only Li Shuai treated them this way. When they visited other places, those people would have to adjust their pace for the elderly, not daring to walk too fast, while Li Shuai completely ignored whether they could keep up. The following group was distinctively divided. Behind Li Shuai were the Gongxi Fatsai and Gao sisters, as well as a few executives who had just joined the Galaxy Group, along with Meng Yu and her filming crew. On Secretary Ye's side was a uniformed group of cadres, arranged in order of rank, with the higher-ups in front and the lower ranks behind. Zheng Qingyang ended up at the back. His rank was the same as Secretary Wu's secretary, which was deputy division level. But everyone understood he could only be at the end of the line. As for the reporters sent by the city, they were much more enthusiastic than Meng Yu and her team, striding ahead, taking pictures of the prominent figures as they walked. Before long, the group arrived at a factory building next to the wafer preparation workshop. Upon entering, it was again like a nesting doll, with a large workshop constructed from composite panels inside the big factory. This was not merely for secrecy. Chip manufacturing requires very precise control of temperature and humidity, which the large iron factory outside could not provide. Inside was a changing room, where many full-body isolation suits were already prepared. Upon entering the processing workshop, the temperature dropped immediately, feeling refreshingly cool compared to the outside. As they looked through the processes, starting with wafer preparation, cutting, polishing, and epitaxial processing, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. They were all fairly similar. However, when Academician, he saw many damaged wafers in the scrap bin. He was so distressed, he started stomping his feet. The highlight was the lithography section. First, the wafer surface was coated with photoresist in the coater, then soft-baked and sent into the lithography machine. At this point, Academician, he, peering eagerly at the lithography machine through his mask, asked Li Shuai, did you design and make your photo mask as well? However, when he turned around, everyone was in full-body suits with hoods and masks, and he couldn't find Li Shuai. Finally, it was Li Shuai, standing to his left behind him, who spoke up, of course we made it ourselves, in another big workshop right next door. Why would I spend that kind of money on those foreigners? That's true. Imported ones cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each, and making a chip requires dozens of photomasks. Academician, he nodded and then quickly asked, what lithography machine do you use to process the masks? Is it laser direct, right? Academician, he was a true expert. He knew that the main factors affecting lithography machine accuracy were the light source, photomask, and objective lens. If Li Shuai could handle all three, then manufacturing a high-precision lithography machine would indeed be no difficulty for him. However, Secretary was a bit confused and asked, do we need other lithography machines? In chip production, only one step requires a lithography machine, but to produce a lithography machine, you also need a lithography machine. The photomask that projects the pattern on it is made using lasers or electron beams. Li Shuai smiled and explained, then patted Secretary Ye's arm. Don't worry. That laser direct right lithography machine is for you too. As he spoke, he scanned the entire production workshop. The scale was indeed a bit small, with only 1 or 2 machines for each process, and there were also plasma etching machines, ion implanters, chemical vapor deposition machines, and so on. Then he looked at academician He and smiled. How is it? Old He? Is it all right here? Cough, cough, cough. The old man directly showed his embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he said he wanted to see if Li Shuai was boasting before deciding whether to come over, but now that he looked around, he felt that he was not needed here at all, because Li Shuai had prepared everything. The employees just needed to follow the procedures. And the only issue was that the newly graduated students were still a bit inexperienced, resulting in a high defect rate. But Li Shuai happened to have plenty of money, and there was enough time and cost to allow the inexperienced kids to gain experience. At this moment, Secretary Yi laughed and said, All right, old He, don't be modest. On your way back, bring a few apprentices over and use Xiao Li's factory to cultivate more experts like you. Director He readily agreed, without a second thought. Okay, then I'll come over to help Xiao Li save some costs. Haha. A group of reporters immediately raised their cameras for a flurry of shots, including Mengyu. Although they were all wearing masks, the big shots were all smiling with their eyes squinted. Such a scene would definitely be great for the article. Chapter 83, Changing the Football Landscape on the morning of the 16th, outside the guest house in Jinghai City. Li Shuai accompanied Secretary Yi and his team as they slowly walked out of the guest house. The inspection was over, and Secretary Yi and his team had to return to Yinjing. There were significantly fewer people today, mainly because academician He and others had returned a couple of days earlier. On the first day of the inspection, after visiting the Tianxian Star Semiconductor Factory, they had planned to move their apprentices to Jinghai. The engineering and science academies, led by Secretary Yi, had reached a strategic cooperation agreement with the Tian Shuxing Research Institute of the Galaxy Group. Although Li Erxi and the others were impressive figures, if they were to publish papers without any behind-the-scenes manipulation regarding the Nobel Prize, they would probably be congratulated every year. However, there were only 4 of them, and they couldn't clone themselves. Moreover, geniuses are limited. Among the new employees they had recruited, there might be 1 or 2 geniuses who could be nurtured into academicians. But for Li Shuai's plans to reach the stars, it was simply a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, nurturing talent takes time and involves trial and error costs. Just think about how many devices those mischievous kids have broken for Li Shuai and how much material has been wasted. The young people currently recruited into the science and engineering academies are undoubtedly talented, and those academicians are the CRME de la CRME. Having the opportunity to recruit them is undoubtedly a great thing, with them leading the research and production. The development speed of the Galaxy Group will be much faster than if Li Shuai were to work in isolation. To be honest, technology is just technology. If it cannot be transformed into productivity, it's just a pile of paper. Conversely, if only 5 people can understand the technology represented by that pile of paper, relying on those 5 to create a force that sweeps the world is pure fantasy. For example, if Li Shuai now had the technology to build aircraft carriers, would they just appear at a wave of his hand? Someone must be able to understand the blueprints and lead the construction. The old nest could indeed build a fleet for Li Shuai in a short time, but to build a fleet, the materials of the old nest would have to be completely taken apart. That is Li Shuai's capital. He also plans to use the materials from the old nest to build spaceships in the future, not to dismantle it into a surface fleet or into planes for war. That is absurd. Moreover, what Li Shuai wants is not just to dominate the world alone. He also needs his country to grow strong quickly and become his most solid backing. Otherwise, if he returns to the stars after playing around and finds that his home is gone, what's the point of it all? This is quite possible. For instance, the Anglos and Oilseed people are always unwilling to accept being stepped on by a Dragon Clan person and might take the opportunity to wage war, while Li Shuai is not on Blue Star, turning it into scorched earth. In the time and space where Li Shuai originally belonged, such a war had occurred, followed by several new seasons. From competing for the status of the influential person on Blue Star to later competing for space resources. However, the later conflicts were all fought in outer space, fearing that Blue Star would be destroyed. Therefore, from both a moral and selfish standpoint, The Dragon Kingdom must become strong. This is not about being remarkable or lofty. It's about Li Shuai wanting to show off without any worries. Otherwise, if he slaps the West in the face with one hand, and they retaliate against his family with the other, as an extreme nationalist, Li Shuai would certainly not want to see such a situation arise. This is also why Secretary Yi and his team find Li Shuai so agreeable. They can see that he genuinely hopes for the prosperity of his country. As Secretary Yi reached the door, he turned around and looked at Li Shuai, saying, "I'm about to leave. If you have any requests, hurry up and mention them. If not, just give me the materials. I need to get back to work." Li Shuai curled his lip at this and reached into his pocket, pulling out a hard drive. This is the complete set of technical materials for the photolithography machine manufacturing, chip processing, and air-cooled fast pile you wanted. Additionally, I'm throwing in one more thing: third-generation mobile communication technology, that is, 3G technology. After handing the hard drive to Secretary Yi, Li Shuai turned to Gao Shaoqin behind him and reached out, whereupon Gao Shaoqin handed over a gift box. Secretary Yi didn't look at the gift box, but blinked and asked, "What technology is this?" Li Shuai smiled and replied, "3G technology, a new generation of communication technology that combines mobile communication and the internet. However, this requires sufficient infrastructure. The country is trying to boost domestic demand recently, and this could work well because it doesn't take years to recoup costs like highways. You can see returns quickly." As he spoke, Li Shuai handed over the gift box. "This is a gift for you." Seeing the gift box, Secretary Yi frowned. Noticing this, Li Shuai chuckled. "Don't make that face like you think I'm bribing you. This is an invitation for you to experience our company's new product, the MP3. It's small and easy to carry." Secretary Yi blinked again. "What is it?" "Take it and slowly read the manual." Li Shuai rolled his eyes and stuffed the gift box in his Secretary Yi's arms. Then he added with a smile, "Our company is producing too many new products right now. I would love to give you one of each, but with Deputy Secretary Zhou here, I wouldn't dare." Everyone laughed. Deputy Secretary Zhou from the Discipline Inspection Commission was both amused and helpless. "All right, thanks." Secretary Yi raised the gift box in his hand and smiled. "You're giving me more technology and gifts. If there's anything else, just say it quickly, so I don't have to get people to do it for me." Li Shuai smacked his lips and said, "There are indeed two things. One is about my super cannon. Please pay more attention to it. That thing has a lot of benefits. Last time I went to the semiconductor factory, I mentioned that producing silicon rods on Earth is too cumbersome and costly, but in space, with a natural zero-gravity vacuum environment, the purity of the silicon rods produced is not only high, but also large and thick. This is just one aspect of silicon rods. Many other good things can greatly reduce costs and significantly enhance performance when produced in space. In short, the benefits are beyond your imagination." After pondering for a moment, Secretary Yi nodded. "Such a large project involves too much. I can't guarantee anything just yet. Let us talk about the other matter." "That's fine." Li Shuai understood and continued. "The second matter is minor. If someone proposes to bypass the Football Association and establish a commercialized professional football league directly under the General Administration of Sports, I hope you can give the green light. It's not a big deal. Your word is enough." Secretary Yi frowned, looking puzzled. "Football? That thing doesn't make money. Why are you messing with it? Also, did the Football Association offend you? Why report them?" Li Shuai shrugged. "It doesn't make money now, but wait until our national living standards improve, and then you'll see. Our country has over 1 billion people. Even if only 1 in 10 is a football fan, that's over 100 million. And if only 10% of that 100 million buys tickets to watch the matches live, that's 10 million. If an average ticket sells for 20 yuan, that's 200 million. How many matches are there in a year? When a sporting event becomes so popular that those in power don't have to do anything and can just enjoy life while making a lot of money, do you think they will still struggle to improve it? To be honest, I'm also doing this to prevent future problems. Otherwise, I fear that one day I won't be able to hold back and take action against them. After all, it's incredibly easy for me to do this." Secretary Yi's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat uncertain about Li Shuai's intentions. He felt that someone in the Football Association had inadvertently offended Li Shuai and had done so thoroughly to evoke such hatred from him. In the end, I nodded and said, All right, I agree to this matter. Chapter 84. Homegrown Cars? After watching Secretary Yi and his business vehicle drive away, Li Shuai also got into his own car after bidding farewell to Secretary Wu and the others. Secretary Liu from the Jiangjiang Provincial Committee left with Secretary Yi as they were heading to Jiangzhou to catch a flight, which was just on the way. Once in the car, Li Shuai took out his phone, checked his call log, and dialed Old Wang from Yida. Before long, Old Wang's voice came through the phone. Hello, General Li? Wang, have you arrived in Qingqiu? Not yet. Didn't you ask me to contact friends to form a football team? You really are an impatient person. Li Shuai chuckled, then said, I've sorted things out for you. Just take the lead and apply when the time comes. Only you can do this. Old Wang laughed and flattered him, then asked, But I've been thinking for a few days. I'm forming a football team purely because I love football. I never thought about making money from it. As long as we have fun, I don't mind losing money. But that's not the problem. The issue is that my friends might not love football as much as I do. If it doesn't make money, they probably won't stick around for long. You say football can make money, and I believe you, but in our dragon country, TSK, is there really a market for football? There aren't even that many football fields nationwide. Li Shuai listened with a smile to Old Wang's concerns, and then responded with a smile. Do you remember what I asked you on the boat the other day? I asked if you had imagined what the world would be like in 10 or 20 years. Old Wang, indeed an impatient person, directly retorted on the phone, Oh, stop keeping me in suspense, just say it. Li Shuai explained with a laugh. Football, in the future, it's not that it won't make money. It's going to make a lot of money. First of all, a major sports event is about national honor and pride. Right now, the most pressing issues for our citizens are food and clothing, so they don't have time to focus on these matters. However, that's not entirely true. Do you believe that if our national team could win a championship in next year's World Cup, the football craze would surge across the nation? Our people are quite reserved, yet also very passionate. They can't stand being provoked, but once they are, they unite as one. We're still in a poor phase now. If we wait 10 years, or even just 3 to 5 years, once our national football team achieves certain results in international competitions, igniting that sense of national pride, our citizens will support it even if they have to sell their possessions. Next comes the core of the issue. We have over 1 billion people in our country. Once the overall living standards improve and the citizens begin to pursue spiritual enjoyment, just think about it. If even 1 in 10 of that billion are football fans, can you imagine the scene? How could it not make money? You are absolutely right. I have thought about this too, but I just couldn't express it clearly. Old Wang on the other end gave a thumbs up and then asked, So why avoid the football association? If we fall out with them, we will have a tough time in the early stages. Although we can operate independently, they can still intervene in many matters since it's within their authority. Besides, if we quarrel with the football association, our players might not even get into the national team, and we won't be able to bring glory to our country. You just need to focus on managing the internal affairs of a new football league. I'll help you cut off their reaching hands. Upon hearing Li Shuai's bold statement, Old Wang seemed stunned and was silent for a while. Before he could respond, Li Shuai continued, The Football Association was originally a non-profit, public welfare organization. But look at how it is now. If one day football starts making big money, what do you think they will become? As for the national team, sooner or later, they will be begging us to send people. If you trust me, stop dealing with real estate and focus on being the president of our Dragon Country Football League. The money you earn in the future won't be less than what you make in real estate, and it will be more stable. Is it really that amazing? Old Wang's voice was full of doubt. TSK. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. You'll know soon enough. All right, no more nonsense. You get back to work. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Just as he was about to hang up, Li Shuai suddenly remembered something and picked up the phone again. Hello, Old Wang? Hello. Is there something else? Regarding the management of the league, I suggest you refer to the management system of the NBA and the event system of the Champions League. Absorb the strengths of both and establish a professional league that is absolutely fair, just, and open, suited to our national conditions. Old Wang seemed a bit impatient upon hearing this. I know this. If I really plan to do it, I'll go abroad to recruit the relevant talent. All right, then it's settled. Okay, bye. After hanging up, Li Shuai turned to look out the car window at the buildings rapidly passing by, his gaze deep. Football, in the world he came from, was still in a mess because it was indeed too lucrative. Those who were greedy could never get enough, just like cutting leeks. reaping one after another, letting them go. You say you're doing business and making good profits, and suddenly someone tells you that you can't continue this business. Would you not fight back? So, any reforms later on are impossible. Only when the football market is still not very profitable can we bypass the Football Association directly, and everyone can play their own game to see who develops better. Of course, if Li Shuai hadn't opened a side door for Old Wang with Secretary Yi in advance, he would probably have run into a wall. Although football isn't very profitable right now, the Football Association can still maintain its income and expenditure. If Old Wang were to create some sort of league to split the Football Association's profits, they would also fight back hard. Fortunately, this time it's just competition with the Football Association, not an attempt to uproot it, and with Secretary Ye's protection, the resistance can almost be ignored. As for the league's people not being able to participate in international competitions, there's no need to worry. When the national team gets criticized to the point of confusion, the Football Association will naturally seek out the league's members to participate. You can refer to the basketball situation in the United States. Before the Dream Team in '92, the U.S. basketball national team was made up of college students, with not a single professional player. After losing to the Soviets a few times, the U.S. Basketball Association was criticized into silence and had no choice but to beg Stern for help, leading to the creation of the legendary Dream Team with stars like Bird, Magic, and others. Li Shuai wants to establish the Dragon Country Football League as a world-class league with a strict management system similar to the NBA, combined with a reasonable event system like the Champions League. It may not yield results in the short term, but the future is promising. Besides, with the national team as a comparison, as long as the league stars form teams and achieve good rankings in international competitions, that will be the moment when the Football League takes off. Thinking of this, Li Shuai couldn't help but smile. Very nice, very nice. Just as he was feeling happy, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Li Yukai, the former manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Now the general manager of the Galaxy Group's Jinghai Nanjing Star Automobile Industrial Company, Limited. He answered the phone. Hello, Old Li? General Li. The way the two addressed each other was quite amusing. Li Shuai continued to ask, What's up? Good news. Li Yukai sounded very happy on the other end. The few cars our company has trial produced are ready. Would you like to come take a look? Oh, Li Shuai also smiled. I must see it. Chapter 85. The future real galactic battleship fleet in the Qinghua District Industrial Development Zone. There used to be a chain wheel factory. Now, it is a temporary factory site under the Centaurus Heavy Industry, belonging to the Nanmingxing automobile industry. At the factory gate, Li Yukai, along with several other company executives, is waiting for Li Shuai's arrival. He was previously the business manager at the Jinghai steel plant, but due to his rebellious nature stemming from his reckless ancestry, he was squeezed out by the plant manager's family and ended up working at a Mercedes-Benz dealership, slowly refining his temperament, which led to his current demeanor. Now, he has become the general manager of a subsidiary under Li Shuai and has regained his former spirited demeanor. At 45 years old, he looks like a successful man, and it's likely that most women would find it hard to resist his charm. However, waiting at the gate is quite hot. Several executives in white shirts are sweating profusely. Even though Li Youcai's expression management skills have improved significantly, he still finds it unbearable. One executive says, Li Zong, when is the boss coming? Is there any news? Otherwise, we might as well wait inside. It's too hot out here. Li Yukai shoots him a stern look. It's only been 2 minutes, and you can't take it anymore. I came out the exact time. He should be here soon. Just hang in there. If the big boss comes and you don't perform well, how are you going to get promoted or get a raise? The young executive, scolded into silence, can only continue to wipe his sweat. Li Yukai shakes his head, thinking that young people really don't understand. He turns to look down the road again, but still sees no sign of the car. He glances at the reception room, wondering if the boss has gone there to escape the sun. Just then, another young executive's eyes light up with excitement. He is coming. He is coming. Li Yukai is momentarily stunned, then quickly looks towards the road and sees a row of tiger-headed cars coming towards them, a smile appearing on his face. Soon, the cars pull up in front of them. In the second car, Li Shuai steps out of the back seat, and, seeing Li Yukai and the others sweating profusely, can't help but chuckle. As he walks over, he says, Old Li, is it really necessary to have people waiting at the factory gate on such a hot day? Li Yukai beams. You're usually so busy, it's rare to see you. When you said you were coming, of course, we were looking forward to it. Let's go inside. Li Shuai pats Li Yukai on the arm and tries to walk past him into the factory. Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of the reception room out of the corner of his eye and stops, a smile spreading across his face. Then, in front of the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Li Shuai walks towards the reception room, and they quickly follow him. At the reception room window, Li Shuai pulls open the window and smiles at the guard inside. "Old man, give me a piece of paper and a pen." "Oh, sure." The guard, clearly aware that Li Shuai is the big boss, quickly rummages through his drawer. After searching for a while without finding anything, he can only take out a new registration book. Li Shuai takes the pen, opens the registration book, adjusts his glasses, and, after a moment of contemplation, writes down a long list of names, along with their corresponding addresses and ages. After several minutes, he turns around, scans the crowd, and calls out, "Su Lei." "Hey!" Su Lei quickly squeezes over. "Mr. Li, you called for me?" Li Shuai hands the pen back to the guard and passes the registration book to Su Lei. "I plan to establish a football team under your Twin Stars Entertainment. For the main team, you can do what you need to do, recruit players and select talent. As for the youth team and the Genius Reserve players, you need to send people to find them based on this list. Make sure to sign them all. Pay attention, sign lifetime contracts with an amount set at $10 million and relax the restrictions, providing incentive clauses. If these players achieve certain accomplishments in the future, they will receive higher rewards." Aside from the congratulations, everyone else is stunned upon hearing the figure of $10 million, thinking, who is worth $10 million? And in dollars, that is a lot of money. 10 million is equivalent to 83 million long yuan. Su Lei is also bewildered as he takes the registration book and looks at the names. Becoming even more confused, he stares blankly and reads, Ronaldo do Assis Moreira, Brazil, 17 years old. Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos, 15 years old. Cristiano Ronaldo, 12 years old. Lionel Messi, only 10 years old? He immediately shows a questioning expression, looking at Li Shuai. "Wait, Mr. Li, what do we need a bunch of kids for?" Li Shuai smiles mysteriously. "These are reserve players. Our galactic team will rely on them in the future. In the future, our galactic team will truly be a real galactic battleship fleet. And don't think they're expensive. Their contracts could be worth several $100 million. As he speaks, he bypasses Su Lei and heads into the factory, with the others quickly following. Su Lei is still dumbfounded, trailing behind while glancing at the registration book. After flipping through 2 pages, his expression turns blank as he sees the last 2 pages filled with even younger kids. Mario Balotelli, 7 years old. Neymar da Silva Santos Jr., 5 years old. Aren't they just weaned? Su Lei stares blankly, looking up at the departing crowd. Wanted to rush over and grab Li Shuai to ask if he has lost his mind. Inside the car factory, at the entrance of a workshop, in the open area outside, there are about 10 vehicles with designs completely different from the current mainstream cars. 5 of them are sports cars, and the rest are sedans. The shapes of these sports cars will surely be recognized by readers. As a group of people turns the corner, Tang Xiaolong and the others are left in awe, while the Gao sisters and Meng Yu's group are all wide-eyed with excitement. Li Shuai and Gong Shi Fa Kai exchange smiles, understanding everything without needing words. Li Shuai then looks at Li Yukai. "Old Li, care to introduce us?" Li Yukai also smiles, claps his hands, and addresses the others, "Colleagues, these are the latest designs and prototypes from our car factory." Li Yukai walks up to the nearest bright red sports car, bends down to touch the hood, and says with a smile, "This model is our 101, featuring a V8 turbocharged engine developed by our power company. With a maximum horsepower of 560 and a peak torque of 460 Newton meters, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers h in just 3.8 seconds. As he speaks, he walks over to the driver's seat and opens the door. In fact, the design of this car was given by Li Shuai and has already been patented. Its appearance is essentially that of a Ferrari F430. Cars in this era are all boxy, resembling flat-headed slippers. And the designs of those supercars have yet to establish any clear, fixed characteristics. For example, the rear end of Ferrari cars was still reminiscent of the F50 type. The definitive design of the rear end of Ferrari cars would only come with the Enzo model, which wouldn't be released until 2002, 5 years later. Therefore, the design of this sports car from Navigator Auto is truly groundbreaking. Of course, it's not just this one. There's another one beside it, also bright red. And it's even more impressive. Now, take a look at this one. Our 111 model, which is made from carbon fiber, just successfully prototyped by our Artesungsing Materials company. It has high strength and low weight. To control the weight, we even reinforced the chassis, and the total weight of the car is only 3 tons. Li Yukai proudly introduces, continuing, this car also uses a V12 twin-turbocharged engine developed by our power company with a maximum horsepower of 790, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.9 seconds. Well, this car's design is essentially that of the Ferrari Enzo. Chapter 86, the construction of the giant panda, begins. Wow, so cool. Just looking at the first 2 sports cars, Gao Xiaofeng couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Tang Xiaolong expressed a different opinion. I think the third one is the coolest. Everyone then looked at the middle sports car, which is the design model R201. Alright, this is the Lamborghini Aventador S. Inside, there are 2 more cars, the McLaren MP4-12C and the Porsche 918. There's a saying, walk the path of others and leave them with no way to go. And Li Shuai not only walks the path of others, but also digs it up and blows up the bridges. In the ancient times of Li Shuai's era, these supercars had the best sales in the Dragon Country. For example, Ferrari, which is under Fiat and into racing, saw its market value soar after developing the Dragon Country market. Can you believe it? After Li Yukai introduced the 5 supercars one by one, he looked at Li Shuai. Mr. Li, these cars are currently design models and don't have specific brand or model names yet. Would you like to name them? In ancient times, the highest-end luxury mode of transportation was horses, so let's name our cars after famous ancient horses, Li Shuai said with a smile. Looking at the first one, the Ferrari 430 with design model R101. These 2 red ones can be under the same brand. Let's call it Chidu, after El Bu's steed. Our 101 will be the entry-level supercar, and you can discuss the model details among yourselves. Our 111 will be the flagship version, limited and expensive. As he walked toward the third car, the Lamborghini Huracan NS, he said, There are 201 model will be named Yushizi, after Zhao Yun's steed. Looking at the last 2, the fourth one will be called Wuzhu, and the 5th one will be called Zhuiying. Great! Li Yukai knew how to please, leading the applause. Applause erupted from the crowd, though everyone felt the naming was a bit casual. Su Lei suggested, Mr. Li, these names sound a bit rustic. Many people now prefer trendy things. Li Shuai chuckled. Trendy things, huh? Then let us just translate them into English. Chitu becomes Red House, and Yushizi becomes Vitolin. Sounds trendy enough, right? Speaking of which, Li Shuai thought of something and looked at Li Yukai. Su Lei is right. These days, many people have a preference for foreign things and look down on domestic products. You can consider setting up a branch factory in Jiangdao, or even further in Southeast Asia, or even Europe and America. Build them abroad, then bring them back to sell. They won't be imported, and we can pretend they are imported, contributing more tax revenue to the country. Anyway, those who can afford these cars are all those rich fools with too much money. I have no psychological pressure in scamming them. Li Youtsai's eyes brightened. Understood. No wonder you're the boss. This approach is brilliant. We can use pinyin for selling abroad and foreign transliteration for selling domestically. That way, it's trendy on both ends. Exactly. After praising, Li Shuai looked at several cars beside him. First, there are 2 economic models. The first one is based on a Mazda 6, and the second is a Volkswagen Passat, though the front ends are slightly different. Speaking of which, the Mazda model pioneered the dolphin-shaped car body design, and when it first came out, it was even rated as the most beautiful model. The design of almost all subsequent cars has been based on this one. This car has also significantly increased Mazda's market value. After taking a glance, Li Shuai smiled and walked toward the last luxury car, saying, You can name these economic models yourselves. As for the last one, which is based on the Mercedes S450 Maybach, Li Shuai stroked his chin. This car's brand. Isn't Jiangdao returning this year? Let's call it 1997. Great. It has a deep meaning. Li Yukai applauded vigorously. Thousands of paths lead to the same place. But horses do not wear clothes. Seeing Li Shuai laughing heartily, The other young executives in the car factory also expressed that they had learned something. Li Yukai then asked, "Mr. Li, are there any other vehicle styles to look at?" "Forget it. I have other matters to attend to. I'll leave first." Li Shuai patted Li Youcai's shoulder, advising the design team to absorb the characteristics of these cars' designs, hoping that in the future, they could design excellent models on their own. "After finalizing the brands for all the cars, we'll hold our own car exhibition to make a big splash." "Understood." At the factory entrance, Li Shuai opened the door and got into the car. As soon as he sat down, he grimaced from the heat. Approaching July, the sun was really scorching. Just a short while in, the seat cushion was already hot. Arrange for someone to turn on the air conditioning in the car when we get out. In this hot summer, if we stay parked for too long, we risk heat stroke when we get back in. Hearing Li Shuai's complaint, Tang Xiaolong could only nod in agreement. After all, he was immensely wealthy and didn't care about this bit of fuel cost. Li Shuai then asked the person sitting next to him, "Gao Xiaoqin, what is the next itinerary?" Gao Xiaoqin was momentarily stunned, then quickly opened her notebook. "This noon, Secretary Wu has invited you to lunch with them, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there's the keel laying ceremony for the first ship at the shipyard in Jiangzhou." Li Shuai nodded. After thinking for a moment, "Please call Secretary Wu to reschedule for me. I'll eat at home. I haven't had a proper meal in days, and I miss it. As for the keel laying at the shipyard, that's a must-attend event. Modern ships are made of steel structures, and to be honest, there's basically no keel anymore. But this is a culture, a ceremony, a blessing for the ship to sail smoothly. And the keel-laying ceremony for the first ship built after the shipyard was integrated is also a blessing for the entire shipyard to go smoothly." As the boss, Li Shuai naturally had to attend such a ceremony. "All right." At this moment, Gao Xiaofeng, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around with a smile, looking at Li Shuai. "Mr. Li, that Cheetah looks so good. I want one." Li Shuai glanced at her and smirked. "That car is conservatively estimated to start at $1 million. Can you afford it now?" "You can give me one, Xiaofeng." Gao Xiaofeng began to act cute, but Gao Xiaoqin shot her a glare. Seeing Gao Xiaofeng pouting in a pitiful manner, Li Shuai laughed. "Work hard, improve yourself, and soon your salary will be enough to buy one. Of course, if you perform well at work, I might gift you one later." Gao Xiaofeng's eyes instantly lit up. "Really? TSK." Gao Xiaoqin glared again. However, her younger sister stuck out her tongue at her and made a face. At the same time, far away in the Antarctic, in the bay north of Li Shuai's lair at the shipyard, next to a giant dry dock measuring 500 meters, a huge steel plate was clamped by a large pair of pincers. The pincers then placed the steel plate onto a cutting platform, where a fiery red beam of light shot down, easily cutting the steel plate in half. The steel plate was then sent to another welding station, where several large steel plates were welded together into blocks. Looking inside the dry dock, there was a rib framework for the stern of the ship, measuring about 80 meters long and 47 meters wide, above which a crane was hoisting one pre-welded component module after another to the large robots below. The robots then assembled and welded the ship's components together. Zooming out, another similarly sized dry dock next door was also constructing a ship's stern. Other, slightly smaller dry docks were building other sections. These two large ship sterns, the one on the right, is the first ship of a National Treasure-level missile battleship, the Giant Panda. The other one is the first ship of the St. Monarch-class aircraft carrier, the Yingzheng. Of course, the Yingzheng can also be referred to as the Shi Huang or the Ancestor Dragon, among others. Chapter 87. As long as you understand. You can build in the afternoon at Jiangzhou Bilancing Shipbuilding Industry Company Limited. The keel-laying ceremony for the first ship of the shipyard was a grand affair, with drums beating, firecrackers exploding, and red flags waving, drawing a huge crowd. Amid the noise, 4 Tigerhead vehicles drove into the shipyard and headed towards the dock. There were already people waiting for Li Shuai and his party, including several newly appointed executives of the shipyard at the front of the crowd. The convoy stopped not far from the crowd, and Li Shuai got out of the car with the Gao sisters. This time, he only brought Meng Yu's filming team with him. Others, such as Gongxi Fa Kai and Su Lei, stayed in Jinghai to attend to business. In the morning, they had sent off Secretary Yi, trying to familiarize his subordinates with Secretary Yi so that they could receive some favors in future business dealings. At this moment, the Galaxy Group was undoubtedly in its busiest phase of establishment. How could all the heads of its subsidiaries be allowed to run around aimlessly? For instance, during the farewell for Secretary Yi in the morning, Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang did not come because there was a groundbreaking ceremony at the Galaxy Building. Other projects were also holding groundbreaking ceremonies one after another these days, and Gao Qiqiang and Su Jiang were busy running around cutting ribbons and turning the first shovels of soil. Of course, these were just groundbreaking ceremonies. It would still be a few days before the construction teams officially began work, as it had only been a week since the bidding was completed, and some construction units had yet to finalize their construction teams. Only the Galaxy Building was fully prepared for construction, having started the bidding activities early. And the 4th Bureau of Longjian was a strong enterprise that recruited local construction workers and stocked building materials, making it very responsive. They actively sought cooperation. Currently, among the subsidiaries of the Galaxy Group, only the shipyard, Li's Bank, and Suxiang's Polaris Shipping were truly operational. Even the steel plant could only be considered as trial operations, as the equipment in the old steel plant in Jinghai was indeed outdated, serving as a training ground for the newly recruited management. After the shipyard completed its integration, Polaris Shipping directly placed orders for 510,000-ton cargo ships, enabling the shipyard to start making profits. As for Su Xiang, he had previously led a team to deliver steel to the old nest and was still on the return route. Old Zhou, Li Shuai approached and greeted Zhou Tao, the newly appointed general manager of the shipyard, with a smile. Zhou was originally a department manager at Haigang Shipyard and had just made the jump. He was quite young, at 36, wearing glasses and looking refined, with strong capabilities. Li Shuai initially thought it would take a lot of time for him to clean up the mess left by Zhang Benkai, but unexpectedly he managed to do it in less than a month, resembling a smiling tiger. Presently, Zhou Tao also greeted his boss with a smile. Li Shuai patted him on the shoulder, looked at the people behind him, and pulled him aside. After walking a few steps away, Li Shuai took out a hard drive from his pocket and handed it over. Zhou Tao took the hard drive, puzzled. "What's this?" Li Shuai whispered. "It's the design documents and construction blueprints for a warship." "Warfare?" Zhou Tao's eyes widened, stuttering. What do you want to do with this?" "Wow, ambitious." Li Shuai lightly punched his chest to calm him down. However, even this gentle punch almost made Zhou Tao roll his eyes. "Stand straight." Li Shuai steadied Zhou Tao and continued. "We're building warships, and that's allowed by the state, so you can boldly go ahead, even if something goes wrong. I'll take the blame. What are you afraid of?"